In a stark white room, devoid of decorations save for a modest coffee table adorned with tea and snacks, a young man in his early 20s sat across from an elderly figure. The old man, dressed in flowing robes reminiscent of a character from a wuxia novel, exuded an air of wisdom tinged with regret. He looked as though he was about to beg forgiveness from the younger man, who seemed far too calm for the gravity of the situation. "Yup, that's me," the young man said, breaking the silence. "You're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, let me start from the beginning. Flashback, a not-so-typical day. In a cramped apartment, a young man hunched over his desk, surrounded by medical textbooks and notes. His name? Redacted. He was a final-year medical student, grinding away for his last exam before graduation. Finally done, he sighed, stretching as he glanced out the window. Not like I need to study more, but graduating top of my class wouldn't hurt. With a photographic memory and grades so good he could skip the exam and still graduate, he indulged in his favorite pastime instead, Pokemon. He pulled up the final episodes of Pokemon Journeys, eager to witness Ash's long-awaited battle against Leon. After 25 years and 30-something Pokemon, including those 16 Tauros, and 8 regions, the kid finally becomes champion, he mused aloud. And yet he's still 10 years old. Hours later, as the credits rolled on the last episode, a bittersweet feeling settled over him. Glancing at the clock, which read 12:36 a.m., he muttered, "Time to sleep. Big day tomorrow. The wrong turn." Morning came too soon. Alarm bells, or lack thereof, sent him scrambling out of bed. Shoot. Of all days to oversleep, he groaned, sprinting down the street toward his college. The grin on his face betrayed his excitement. After today, I'll finally be a doctor and start my journey. Fate, however, had other plans. A truck barreling down the road was the last thing he saw before everything went black. Back to the White Room. "And that's how I ended up here," Redacted said, his tone laced with frustration. "Seriously, on the last day of med school? Couldn't you have hit me before finals?" The old man, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke. "My sincerest apologies. You see, you weren't meant to die. My partner collected the wrong soul, my mistake entirely." "How often does this kind of thing happen?" the young man asked, surprisingly composed as he sipped his tea. "Never." "You're the first," the old man admitted, clearly embarrassed. "Well, no point in getting mad now," the young man shrugged. "It's not like I had anyone waiting for me. Orphan, no girlfriend, no real friends. Just scholarships and studying. It's annoying, sure, but what's done is done." The old man seemed taken aback by his calm demeanor. "You're taking this better than I expected. Most people would curse me to no end." "I'm dead." "Getting angry won't change that," Redacted replied. "So, what happens next? Heaven? Reincarnation?" "Reincarnation," the old man said. "You were destined for great things, and my mistake derailed that. To make amends, I'll give you a new chance at life with some perks. Wheels of fate." The old man waved his hand, and 3 large, colorful wheels materialized above the coffee table. "These will decide the details of your new life," the old man explained. "The first determines the setting, the second your talent, and the third your starting item." Redacted studied the spinning wheels. The settings ranged from the Pokemon anime to the games and manga. Talents included everything from psychic powers to advanced Pokeball crafting. The items varied from mundane potions to legendary artifacts like Master Balls. With a deep breath, he spun all 3 wheels at once. The first wheel stopped on Mix Pokemon World Hard Mode. Both men froze. "What does that mean?" Redacted asked nervously. The old man hesitated. "It's a combination of all Pokemon worlds, but significantly harder. Think Pokemon Red versus Radical Red." The young man slumped in defeat. "Great. I'm doomed. I'll die before catching my first Pidgey." "Don't lose hope," the old man interjected. "Let's see the other wheels." The second wheel stopped on Optimal Pokemon Diet and Training Knowledge. "Not bad," the old man said. "You'll know how to train Pokemon efficiently." The third wheel landed on Incomplete Pokédex Upgrade Chip. "What's that?" Redacted asked. "A chip for remote PC access and national Dex updates," the old man explained. "Not groundbreaking but useful." Redacted groaned. "So, I'm stuck in a death trap with subpar perks?" Seeing his despair, the old man relented. "Fine. One more spin for talent, but you won't unlock it until you're 8. The wheel spun again, landing on Personal Dimension Space. An inventory where time stands still. "Handy," the old man said with a smile. A new beginning." The old man extended his hand. "It's time." Remember, your destiny is your own. If you don't like it, change it. As the young man faded from the white room, he heard the old man's final words. Good luck, and don't come back here anytime soon. And so, his journey in a new world began. In the heart of Kanto, nestled deep within a lush forest, lay a town largely untouched by the world outside. Free from corruption, pollution, and violence, Pallet Town was a tranquil haven. Few noteworthy individuals hailed from this small, serene place, but two stood out. One was Professor Samuel Oak, a former Kanto champion and the region's most renowned Pokémon researcher. The other was a newborn, an infant who would grow up to shape the destiny of the Pokémon world. As the cries of a baby echoed through a modest hospital room, a young mother held her child close. Congratulations, Miss Ketchum, a nurse said warmly. He's a healthy baby boy. Delia Ketchum smiled, her eyes shimmering with love as she gazed at her son. What will you name him? The nurse asked. I'll call him Ash, Delia said, her voice soft but resolute. Ash Ketchum. The nurse hesitated before asking delicately, will the father be joining you? It's rare not to see both parents here for such a momentous occasion. Delia's smile faltered briefly but remained kind. He's away on a mission for Professor Oak. He promised he wouldn't return until he finished. That's just the kind of person he is. The nurse nodded, sensing that prying further wouldn't help. She handed baby Ash back to Delia, who cradled him protectively, her heart swelling with both pride and uncertainty. ####. 2 days later. Outside the hospital, a younger Samuel Oak waited, his features far more striking than his future silver-haired self. His resemblance to the dashing professor from the Electric Tale of Pikachu was uncanny, and his smile widened when he saw Delia approach with her newborn. Delia. Is this the little one you told me about? Oak's voice carried a warmth that matched the morning sun. Yes, Delia said, beaming. This is Ash. Doesn't he look like his father? Oak's expression faltered, a flash of regret passing over his face. I'm sorry about sending him away. If I'd known you were expecting, I never would have. It's all right, Oak, Delia interrupted gently. He's a Pokémon trainer. He would have left eventually to continue his journey. This was bound to happen. Oak scratched the back of his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Instead, he shifted the conversation. What will you do now? Raising a child is no small task, and you can't exactly pick up where you left off as a trainer. Delia paused, considering his words. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she said, I think I'll reopen Pallet House, the restaurant my mother left me. It's time I put it to good use. Oak's face brightened. That's a wonderful idea. Pallet Town's only restaurant shouldn't go out of business. And who knows? Maybe little Ash here will inherit your cooking skills someday. Ash, nestled in Delia's arms, squirmed slightly, his baby eyes wide as they took in the world around him. Hello there. Oak said, leaning closer to the baby. Welcome to the world of Pokémon. My name is Oak. People call me the Pokémon Professor. This world is inhabited by creatures called Pokémon. For some people, Pokémon are pets. Others use them for battles. Myself, I study Pokémon as a profession. He chuckled, looking into Ash's curious gaze. What's your name, little one? ####. Ash's perspective. What is happening to me? Why am I a baby again? And why Ash of all people? His thoughts swirled in confusion as he tried to piece together the situation. The world around him felt surreal, yet oddly familiar. All right, focus. I'm Ash Ketchum now. My talents and items will unlock in 8 years. I've got 10 years until my journey starts. That gives me time to figure things out. But where's my dad? He's not even here for my birth? He showed up in Pokémon Journeys, so he's definitely in touch. What's the deal? Ash let out a small gurgle, half frustration, half resignation, as he glanced at the picturesque town around him. Pallet Town was breathtaking, far more vibrant than any version he'd seen in games or anime. Okay, let's recap. I'm in a mixed Pokémon world. No guarantees, no safety nets, no cheat codes. But I'll make it work. I'll do things my way this time, and I'll get to the top. Just wait. His train of thought was interrupted by Oak's booming voice. You're lively, aren't you? That's good. You'll be studying in my school when you're older. I look forward to seeing what you'll become. Oak's expression softened, and he leaned in conspiratorially toward Delia. Between you and me, I hope my grandson follows in my footsteps and becomes a Pokémon researcher. Daisy's already training to be a Pokémon groomer, but knowing his father, my grandson's bound to want to be a trainer. Delia chuckled. Stop it, Oak. He's a baby. He doesn't understand what you're saying. Oak laughed heartily. Maybe so, but who knows? Little Ash might surprise us all. Maybe he'll even become the Pokemon champion. Hearing this, Ash's resolve hardened.
Champion? Oh, I'll do much more than that. This time, I'll be unstoppable.
Just you wait. For a moment, a stray thought bubbled up, almost unconsciously.
Databao.
Ash froze internally.
Wait. Wrong show.
Hashtag, did you know? In the Pokemon novels, Delia runs Pallet House, the town's only restaurant, which she inherited from her mother. Delia was approximately 19 when Ash was born, making her 29 by the time the main story begins. There's a fan theory suggesting Delia was once part of Team Rocket and briefly dated Giovanni before meeting Ash's father. Delia was a prodigy under Professor Oak's mentorship and dreamed of becoming a trainer and model before dedicating her life to raising Ash. Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
Time skip 2 months. Ash POV. Alright, it has been 2 months since I came here, and over this time I have learned a few things about this new world. Firstly, I noticed people in this world are built differently. Last week Delia Ketchum, or I guess I should say Mom, lifted the fridge because she dropped my spoon and it didn't seem like she put any effort at all. I also seem to be developing faster, which if my new mother is anything to go by, it makes sense. I can already crawl and I'm only 2 months old, and my mother doesn't seem phased at all at this rate. I should be able to walk and talk at 4 months, geez. Also she runs a restaurant. I think I remember reading about that in the light novel, but that means 2 things. One, some of the aspects of the novels are a part of this, so who knows how much more is included besides the well-known stuff. And 2, there was no shortage of the people in the Pallet town who came in and called me the cutest boy in Pallet. Also Pallet is huge. I don't know why the games portrayed it as a backwater town with barely anything, but the professor. Also something very interesting, in this world, humans do eat Pokemon, which I mean makes sense. Slowpoke tail is a delicacy, and everyone drinks Momo milk and Gogoat milk, which means that at the very least Kalos is also common knowledge. Also I met Gary Oak, of course. Our conversation boiled down to underscore 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 on Gary, baby noises. Ash, louder baby noises. Ash and Gary, intense baby noises continue. Underscore 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 on. Okay, now for the pecking order of things I need to learn about before anything. Firstly, I need to learn as much as I can about this world. I need to see if the history, Pokemon, and regions are the same. I need to find out if the fairy type is a thing or not discovered. I need to see if Pokemon are the same or if some have different typings. And to learn as much from Oak as humanly possible. Next is probably the hardest thing for me to see, the state of the evil teams. Are they still around? Have they even started? How far are they in their plans? Or have they already faded away into history? Something tells me if I don't find out in history, the former is going to be a problem. Next is to learn about aura. According to the anime, Ash has aura and pretty big potential for it. And if I want to live, I'm going to need to at minimum learn how to create barriers with them. Next up is to learn about Pokemon, specifically abilities, natures, individual values, IVs, and effort values, EVs. How to train them, how to get them to learn moves, are levels even a thing? Next up is Ash's special Pokemon, specifically why Charizard disobeyed, and why some of Ash's Pokemon couldn't evolve, like the one time Bulbasaur went to the evolution ceremony for Bulbasaurs and wasn't able to evolve. And lastly, for now I need to learn as much as I can about the gym leaders, trainers, Elite Four, and even the League. If those few years of playing Pokemon competitively, and playing the harder versions of them like Radical Red, Renegade Platinum, and Emerald Kaizo, if I come in unprepared, I am going to get absolutely curb stomped. For now, all I can do is try to remember everything I can about the Aura Guardians and Aura. In the anime, we know Aura can be used to read the emotions and actions of another being. Ability to sense other auras and allows users to view through some objects. Projection of one's aura, such as to create barriers or attacks. Transfer aura to others, but that is fatal. Activation of time flowers. Telepathy. To see and speak to the spirits of the dead. To allow the spirits of the dead the ability to touch the physical world. Supercharging moves with additional aura. Heal people and Pokemon. Help with training. And help with bonding. If they have a keystone, they can sense a megastone from miles away for that Pokemon. They can use their Pokemon to see. And for Greninja, was able to artificially create a new form comparable to Mega Evolution due to Bond. As far as we see in the anime, that is everything that non-Aura Guardians do. Now a few things to note on this is, firstly, the ability to find Megastones will be useful if I want to try and Mega Evolve, which I am. Also the ability of Bond will have to be explored later. A lot of this will be important later, but the priority is to learn how to use barriers. If the Mewtwo and Mew fight happens, then I don't want to be erased, or turned to stone. Also healing will be important, but that comes second on the order of importance. Wait, healing, does that mean Yellow had some latent potential in aura? Does that mean Lance does too? I mean Yellow could heal Pokemon in general, can't remember if she could also heal people, and she could also understand Pokemon. But Lance could only do it to dragon types, he could also control them. Questions for later. Now from what little we know about the Aura Guardians, they were a group of people that would go around and do good deeds and train those with potential. Sir Aaron was a hero that sacrificed himself, and might be the predecessor of Ash if that one Lucario's words were anything to go by. Now from what we know from other sources, the Aura Guardians were able to do a few different things. Read the minds and emotions of people and Pokemon. Able to have frequency resistance, allowing them to be protected from outside sources. Empowerment for themselves and Pokemon. Able to transfer thoughts and memories. Upgrade keystones. Mind control and mind reading resistance. And everything else from before. Now that may seem a bit underwhelming, but we don't have much to go on from them. The fact they could do all that is impressive. But now the problem comes that the Aura Guardians are either in hiding or extinct, and I don't have a Lucario, or even a Rhyhorn to help me train. And I doubt they wrote down their training techniques, and even if they did I doubt that Oak would have it. And even if he did, I really doubt he would give me something that valuable. I can't just go up to him and say I'm an Aura user so give me the book. So unless I can find something or find Riley, I will need to teach myself. The problem is I don't know how to do that. And in the anime, Riley is also in training. I need to find some way of reaching the advanced level of Aura. At a basic level, Aura Guardians can know the intentions and emotions of others at a single glance simply by viewing and reading their aura. But with the right amount of training, an Aura Guardian can use their aura at an advanced level, like using their aura to project their aura in the form of powerful attacks, barriers, and healing abilities. I can't even try to find another Pokemon with some form of supernatural force like psychic powers. The manipulation of aura is different from the manipulation of other supernatural forces since aura uses raw spiritual energy instead of being a conduit of honed mental focus. So I am actually working with straws, so with what I know the best way to try and learn is to meditate and try to sense my own emotions, then to try and take that and work backward. But I will need to be careful. If I end up biting off more than I can chew, then I risk exhausting myself, corrupting myself, and potentially getting striped of my aura in general. So for now all I can do is meditate and try to see without my eyes, probably going to use a blindfold for a while. As our protagonist did that, a little pink Pokemon that likes to take residency in Pallet Town, looked at him, and became interested, as the little mouse-like Pokemon flew away. Time skip 3 months. Ash POV. It has been 5 months since I came to this new Pokemon world. Not much has happened in these 3 months, I haven't made much progress in training my aura. I have learned that it seems to be less connected to my emotions, and more connected to my willpower. But other than that not much yet. I have been able to learn how to walk and talk again, but I prefer not to talk because when I talk I can't say most things properly, and as a 24-year-old man, it is embarrassing, even if I am a child again. Besides I can't say much, I can mumble out simple words or phrases, but I don't even have all my teeth yet. And even though I can walk, it's more of a slow waddle. Besides I can't even leave my new mom's field of vision even if I can walk. So at best, this revelation allows me to add light exercises to my daily life of acting like a baby, and meditating to try to learn about aura. Time skip 7 months. It has been a year since I had gotten into this new world. I still don't have basic aura learned, but I'm starting to feel something around me every time I try and meditate. I can currently walk relatively fine, but talking is still a bit iffy. Not all my teeth have come in yet, but if normal children usually get all their teeth at around age 3, then I should be able to have my teeth in about 5 to 6 more months. Then I'll be able to talk normally. However, I am still not allowed to leave without someone watching over me, so there's no real development there. Going to have to wait more time. 2 years later. I am currently 3 years old, and some things have happened. Biggest thing is I can kinda start getting a feel for the basic aura. However, I am not close to mastering basic aura or getting to the minimum I am going to need to learn before my deadline, which is ironically my death if I can't get barriers with aura down before I turn 10. No rush, no rush, you still have 7 years. Also during these few years I got a call from my dad. He apparently was too far away to get the video call working, but he could still call voice only, but it was exactly how you would expect. Like he was talking to a baby. He spoke about how I should be a trainer like him, but to also follow your dreams and have no regrets. He also apparently is on a super secret mission from Professor Oak. I guess these phone calls are how Ash and his father apparently had a good relationship. Anyway, next, I am able to talk and walk normally now. That is good. It was annoying and humiliating acting like a baby. And I am now able to leave as long as I don't go near the outskirts of Pallet Town. During these few excursions I ended up meeting Gary again. He was talking to the other kids from Pallet Town. He is still a bit cocky, but he isn't vindictive. After all, the only reason he treated Ash like he did was because every other day he would go yelling out to everyone that he was going to be a Pokemon master. He just wanted Ash to actually live up to that promise. He was even happy to see Ash make it to the league. Anyway, I need to maintain some sort of relationship with him, but not now. Currently I need to find out what is in this town. Besides, we are neighbors and we can talk another time. Looking and walking around, Ash finds several buildings. There is obviously Oak's lab, a movie theater, a small Pokemon arena that seems to be for more friendly battles, a Pokemon school, a library, a small Pokemart, a lake with a few fishermen, and a number of stores. There weren't too many more places of note besides a playground that the other children, including Gary, were at. Well, I guess if I need to be friends/rivals with Gary, this is my best chance. Ash sighed and yelled out to the other kids, "Hey guys, let me join in too." Gary looks over and grins. "Ash, I challenge you to a Pokemon battle." Delia POV. In Pallet House, Delia is sitting across from Oak, currently taking a short break. Currently, it is 12 o'clock when the lunch rush starts. Little Ash seems to be getting along with the other kids of Pallet, Oak says, while looking out the window looking at his grandson and Ash playing pretend Pokemon. "Yes, it's good to see him having fun, but it's going to be time soon for him to start going to school," Delia said, looking back at Oak. "That's right, I wonder what he wants to do." Focusing on Ash, Gary has made it clear he wants to be a Pokemon trainer, not a professor like his poor old grandpa. Gary and Ash seem to be having fun. Delia smiled. "Well, it's best to see what they end up doing when the time comes, but for now, how is Daisy doing?" Back to Ash. "My Kangaskhan will defeat your Nidoking," Gary yells out as their pretend Pokemon battle continues. "Use Hammer Arm and end this battle." All the kids in the audience were eating it up, and the referee seemed to be a little girl with slightly messy dark brown hair that goes up to her lower back. She seems to be wearing a sleeveless black dress with a bit of cyan under a pair of shorts that are also cyan. She seems familiar somehow. "You're right about one thing, this battle ends here," Ash yells back. "Use Focus Punch to counter." And all the kids were so excited as if someone just pulled the greatest move in history. And Gary had the biggest look of surprise on his face. Then the referee exclaimed, "Double knockout," as all the kids start yelling. And Gary looked at Ash and stated, "That was a good battle, but a tie is the best you will ever get when battling me. I plan to become the greatest Pokemon master." Ash smiled back and said, "What a coincidence, I plan on becoming a Pokemon master too. I guess that makes us rivals." 1 year later. Ash POV. "I am finally 4 and some things have happened. Firstly, I am finally able to sense people by their emotions, but I haven't mastered the basics yet. It still takes a bit of time and I need to know the person currently, but unfortunately I am currently at a roadblock. I won't progress anymore from just basic meditating, and I obviously don't know how to train Aura differently. Thoughts for later. Next up, me and Gary have started to be a little less than friends, a little more than rivals. But we made a promise to each other, that once we can both get Pokemon we will each get the Pokemon we battled with and have a proper rematch. He will get a Kangaskhan and I will find a Nidoking. Excellent. Next thing of note is that I found out who that girl is. It's green, or blue for people in Japan for some reason, but she is here, and this brings so many questions. Is this manga or game green? If it's manga, then why is she here? Didn't she get kidnapped by a sparrow or something as a kid? Did Red happen? Did Red even exist? Is he also here? This opens so many cans of Digletts. Anyway, I can't figure that out yet, so no point stressing about it. Next up, which is probably the most important thing, I am starting school. Okay, so that may not sound exciting, but it is specifically Professor Samuel Oak's Pokemon School, patent pending. So I will get to learn from Oak himself, and whoever he hires. Gonna have to learn all I can in there, still don't know how different this world is. And final thing of note, I learned how to cook from my mother. Not too important, but if I end up learning the optimal diet for Pokemon I may as well learn how to cook beforehand. And helping out in the restaurant never hurt anybody. So now the next thing I will do before school starts is head to the library. I need to see, the chances are low. But as a wise man once told me, the chances of your hair killing you in your sleep are low, but never zero. As Ash made his way to the library, he got plenty of waves from the other people of the town. He was pretty well known in town, with his mother owning the only restaurant in the entire town, his father being on a super secret mission that everybody knew he was on, and being friends with Gary Oak, so he was kinda, of not really a big deal. As he gets to the library he sees Professor Oak, currently talking to the librarian, and as he sees Ash he turns to him. "Hello Ash, what brings you here to the library? I would expect kids like you to be playing, especially with how much you and Gary seem to be getting along," he said smiling. Now that it had been a few years, he had started to get some of the iconic wrinkles that made Oak a recognizable person, but he was still barely 40, so he still looked quite young. Author's note, after some research, apparently Oak is only 47 years old in the anime. Jez, he did not age well. I thought he was somewhere between 80 to 150. My uncle is 47 and he doesn't even have any gray hairs coming in. Looking at Oak, Ash came up with an excuse and said, "Well, I want to see the library, and to see what kind of books are here, to see if there is a cookbook so I can make a surprise for my mom." Although this was a complete lie, he can't just say he wants to see what books are here and to look at the history of Kanto. He is still 4, no kid would willingly do that. Hearing this, Oak and the librarian smiled. The librarian then asked, "Do you want me to tell you where to find what you are looking for?" "No thank you, mister, I want to find this on my own," Ash said, using his Oscar-winning acting. "Well, if you do need anything just let me know, and call me Theo," said the librarian. "Okay, bye Mr. Theo and Professor Oak," Ash said as we walked off into the library. "See you in class, my boy," Oak said as he continued his business with the librarian. "Okay, I need to see if there's anything about Aura in this library. I'll start with the kids section so that I can have an excuse to ask about it." Looking around in the kids section, there were a few books about Aura Guardians, but they were watered-down versions that could basically boil down to people going around with Lucario to save people. Not useful, but I can ask Theo about it and see if there's anything else around here. Next up, I should look for the history of Kanto to see if there's anything about Red, Team Rocket, and Mutuo. Looking around the history section, there were a few books. The Great War, the history of Kalos, the Crown Tundra, and the history of Pallet Town. That works. Taking the book and opening it, on the table of contents, there are a few things of note. Firstly, Pallet Town is protected by Oak's influence. He gives research to the League and they don't try to monopolize this town. Next, apparently Pallet was called Purity Town before Oak's great-great-grandfather called Pallet Oak. And there is also a section called The Story of Trainer Red. Perfect. Flipping to that page, he started to look into his story. It seems like it is mostly based on the Pokemon Origins storyline, but there are a few things of note. He was a part of the triple fusion of Thursday Pfizer, where he and Blue Oak, who is Oak's son now, took down the fusion while fighting Team Rocket. Also, he did catch all 149 Pokemon in Kanto, filling the Kanto National Dex. That's not comforting. That means he didn't catch Mew and Mutuo, so the Team Rocket hasn't been taken down yet. Also, Red's team doesn't have an Eevee, which means that there is a good chance that if the Eternal Evolution Stones exist, they are still in that lake. Gonna have to go take those for myself later. Also, it seems like the events where the Elite Four tried to destroy the world didn't happen, thankfully. And it seems like Green and Yellow were not part of the journey with Red. I guess that answers why Green is here, but is Yellow around too? Well, this has been informative as Ash puts the book back, but I still have questions. One thing at a time. Firstly, a random cookbook. Reaching into the shelf, he pulls out a book, Kalos Cuisine. That works. As Ash walks back to Theo, he notes Oak had left. Good makes things easier as he gets to the counter. Hello, did you find what you need? Theo asked, seeing the books in Ash's hands. Yes, I found this book about CCA loss, as he held up the Kalos book, using his incredible acting. Yes, Kalos, it has a few complicated recipes, so be careful, Theo responded back. Also, I found this book. It talks about Aura and Aura Guardians. I don't know what those are. Is there any other book that talks about this? Theo thought about it. Well, there's one other book, but I don't know if you would be interested in it. Holding himself back from screaming, Ash said, "Can I see it at least?" Well, okay, wait here for a second, Theo said as he went into the back room. After a bit of time, he came out holding an old-looking book. It looked like if you breathed on it too hard it would turn into dust. Here it is. Don't know if you will find this entertaining or not. As he handed the book to Ash. As Ash got the book, he opened it. There was a note on the front page that said, "This is the story of what happened, what really happened to the Aura Guardians. I can only hope that if you are reading this you are my successor. This book will help you learn how to start using Aura, but it is up to you to get stronger. I will not ask you to rebuild my order, but I will ask, please live and pass on the story of the Aura Guardians. Remember, destiny is not a matter of chance, it's a matter of choice. It is not a thing to be waited for, it is a thing to be achieved. Sir Aaron." As Ash saw this, he immediately looked to Theo and asked, "Can I check this book out as well? I don't understand much about it, but it says something about a story." Theo shook his head and said, "Sorry, but that is a very old book Oak got for research. If you want to read it, you need to read it here." Ash nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go and read it over there." As he walked over to a small table and opened the book, Samuel POV. Things were going normally as they always do. Classes were about to start and I will be able to teach the next generation whatever they wanted to be. Until I received a letter from an old acquaintance. He told me he wanted to talk, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried. So I bought an old friend out of storage. As Oak held a Pokeball that contained his Dragonite, he moved to the meeting location. As he got there, he saw a single man. He was a tall, medium-built man. He has very short, flat, dark hair and small dark eyes. He wears a long-sleeved black shirt with a large V-neck that shows off a white undershirt, black slightly baggy trousers and black shoes, and a fedora. This was the Team Rocket boss, Giovanni. As they saw each other, they stared for a few seconds. "Giovanni, Samuel, Oak, John." Oak was the first to speak. "So what business do you want to discuss with me, John? I doubt you want to see your old friend, and I'm still not convinced you came alone." Giovanni responded, "I'm not stupid, Sam. I know I can't beat you, but that's not why I'm here." As he pulls out a photo and hands it to Oak, "I have a son now, his name is Silver, and I want to send him to your school." Oak looks at the picture and sees a picture of a small red-headed child with dark eyes. "So you and Ariana are together now, congratulations. But why do you want to send him to my school? You don't like me and I tolerate you. So why?" Giovanni takes the picture back and answers, "Me and Ariana don't want him to have any part in Team Rocket. He's just a child, but if the League finds out, well, you're a smart man, you can figure it out. So what better place to hide him than with you, the famous Professor Oak? No one would suspect him of being my son." Oak sighs, "Fine, I'll take him in and let him study just like any of the other children." Giovanni nods and turns around, but before he leaves he asks, "How is Delia, by the way?" Oak responds, "She has been doing well. She is running her mother's restaurant and has a kid of her own." Giovanni responds, "I see. Thank you, Sam," as he walks away. Back to Ash's POV. Opening the book, it seems like it was written a long time ago and seemed to belong to Sir Aaron. Some parts of the book were unreadable, but there was enough to be able to assume what was written on the parchments. Turning to the first page, it read, If you are reading this, then I fear the worst has happened. I can only hope that I succeeded in my mission to save the Tree of Beginnings. If this is truly my end, then I must tell you the true story of the Aura Guardians. I am Sir Aaron, a knight of Cameron Palace. I am also an Aura Guardian, though most call me the leader of the Aura Guardians, as my skill and power have made my comrades call me the true guardian of Aura. But that doesn't matter. Aura is an energy all living beings have, and those with potential can manipulate it. On the page, there was a picture of Cameron Palace and Sir Aaron. The Aura Guardians are a group of talented individuals that had the potential to manipulate aura. The purpose of this group was to help all those in need. There were many stories written about our adventures. However, if you are reading this, I can only assume they have been destroyed, but I will explain further when the time comes. On the next page, there looks to be a sketch of the Aura Guardians. If the world is still the paradise it always was, then I have succeeded, but if you are reading this, that also means the Aura Guardians are gone. I assume all traces of the Aura Guardians have been destroyed from history, and what remained was made into children's stories and fairy tales. But I assure you the Aura Guardians were a real order that would save real living beings. But to best tell you the story, I must start where it began. Many years before I was born, people found two Pokemon that called themselves Mew and Celebi, and they bestowed some humans with the gift to manipulate energy. Some were gifted with the abilities to control psychic energy, others were gifted the abilities to create hexes and curses, and others were gifted the ability to manipulate aura. On the next page, there looks to be a sketch of Mew and Celebi bestowing energy onto humans. The original users of aura were seen as inferior to the previous two as they could not control or create any energy of their own. However, it was not until my time that the true powers of aura were found. You see, as Aura Guardians we cannot generate or control aura. Our bodies work as a catalyst for aura to move through. You should never try to control the flow of aura or there may be grave consequences. You must let it flow through you as if it was water. Aura is everywhere, everything has and produces aura. If you force aura to move faster, you risk overloading your body or potentially facing corruption. When I was born and found to have talent in aura, I was seen as trash, and my family discarded me, and I was sent to train to become a knight. But I would not give in that easily. I trained by day and studied my powers of aura by night. Eventually I learned that I could sense others' aura, and after many years of hard work and training I was able to master aura. Now by no means was I the first Aura Guardian, but I am referred to the greatest for a reason. When the Aura Guardians found me, they were impressed by how far I was able to take aura without corrupting myself. They recruited me and I accepted. They taught me what little they know and I taught them my techniques. Over time we would go helping others and recruiting others with the potential to build up the order. We even began to work with the psychic and hex maniacs. Many years went by and there was an incident that was the beginning of the end for the Aura Guardians. There was an incident. A large amount of evil and negative emotion was released onto the world. When emotion is very powerful, it becomes its own spirit. Now usually there was a place that held the evil spirits, but we never thought to look into why they were released. The three factions teamed up to try and stop the evil spirits from driving the world into chaos. Thanks to the hex maniacs we were able to create keystones to hold the spirits. However, they each could only hold 108. I never understood why. But after many battles, we were able to stop the spirits, but in our rush to stop all spirits, we created a new Pokemon that called itself Spiritome. The page has a rough sketch of a keystone and Spiritome. However, this victory and celebration were short-lived, as none of us knew what was going to happen so very soon. About this time I had decided to retire from the life of adventuring and decided to go back to my home and return to being a knight of Cameron Palace. I even took in a small Pokemon called Rhyhorn that later evolved into a Lucario. It seemed to have potential rivaling mine in aura, so I took it in as my student. With my accomplishments known throughout the world, I quickly rose through the ranks and became one of the royal knights. Life was good, until that day. Until two Pokemon decided to cause chaos in the world. They were Pokemon that seemed to be made of darkness. They came to this world to try and destroy it and remake it into their image. Little did we know they were the reason for the spirits escaping and causing mischief. And little did we know what we were in for. As Ash looks to the next page, he noticed that the page was ripped out, but he could see the page used to have a picture on it. So out of curiosity he looks towards Theo and asks, why is there a page ripped out, showing Theo the book. Theo looks confused. Oh, you're right, I don't know why. I'd have to ask Professor Oak or his colleagues from Sinnoh. He got it from Professor Rowan. Okay, well doesn't matter anyway, I can continue looking at the pictures, Ash said, running back to the table. As Ash continued to read, these beasts seem to have the ability to corrupt creatures and humans. However, we as Aura Guardians were able to resist the corruption from the monsters. However, our comrades the Psychic and Hex Maniacs were not so lucky. They fell to the monsters' control and turned against us, which was the start of the Great War, the war that ended everything. We didn't want to kill our comrades, so we found a way to send our aura into them to purify their bodies. However, even with the added support we were outnumbered and outclassed. After the war we were victorious, but we had many fallen comrades. I can only hope that if any survived they ran away into safety. However, this war was never those monsters' goal. Their true goal was the Tree of Beginning. The tree had two main purposes. The first was that it was the source of all aura in existence. Without the tree, all living beings would be destroyed, and the monsters would be able to be released into the world. But the second reason was that the Tree of Beginning was the home of Mew. The next page was a rough sketch of the Tree of Beginning and Mew. So I must go and attempt to save the tree. I am entrusting this book to my comrade Lucario and going to the tree alone. If you are reading this, I hope I have succeeded, but I probably have died. I know not how long it may have been since this incident, but I only hope the world is still in safe. Turning the page, he noticed it was blank, but Ash could somehow still see something. Gand, if you are reading this, you must have some potential in aura. I have written this in ink made from a special flower that only grows near the tree at the beginning. They each have a high amount of natural aura. I ask you to not reveal this information to others, they need to find out on their own. I have put my techniques in this book. You just need to pour your aura and you will receive my knowledge in aura. I understand you may be inexperienced, so this will be my first lesson for you. Don't try and push your aura into this book, let it flow, and think of it as an extension of yourself, like another arm, not a weapon, but you must be careful. If you let yourself fail, you face corruption. You must be caring and empathetic to all things. I hope whatever you learn helps you with your goal. However, remember you must have some restraint while learning and you must master basic aura first, otherwise, you will become corrupted. I wish you the best of luck, my successor. I hope you may live with no regrets. As Ash finished reading, he closed his eyes and started feeling. He could feel energy everywhere like he was in the water, so he let his body conduct the energy into the book, and as he did that a wave of knowledge hit him, knowledge about how to train in the aura. He could feel memories from the time flower ink hit him all at once. As it ended, he could feel he had the knowledge in his memory. So he stood up and walked over to Theo. I finished looking at the book. I didn't understand anything, but the pictures looked cool. As he handed the book back to Theo. No problem, I will bring up the page to Professor Oak, but for now will you take the book on Kalos cuisine? Yes please Mr. Theo, Ash exclaimed, continuing his acting. Well, here you go, have a nice day, Theo responded. As Ash left, he couldn't help but smile to himself. With this, I don't have to throw sticks to the wall until I find something, which means I don't have to stress about learning how to make barriers before I start my adventures. Getting back to his house, he thought to himself, now that I know this, all I need to worry about for the time being is going to school. Then the real fun will begin. Unknown POV. In an unknown location, there is a hooded figure. Not much can be noticed from their feature, but they pull out an old-looking parchment, and on the paper, there is the image of two figures, one shadowy figure that has no real details, and another that seems to look like a Pokemon with a black, shadow-like body. It has a small head with a white fog-like ghostly plume billowing from its head. The person in the hood smirks, and mumbles to themselves, soon everything will be complete and you will be mine. Oak POV. Oak was currently thinking of how he could get Giovanni's son into his school without anyone suspecting something. Over all the years that he had lived in Pallet Town, no other children from other regions or towns had ever come to the school in Pallet. But that gave him an idea. If I let other children from other regions and towns, nobody would suspect Silver specifically. I should ask my colleagues in other regions to recommend some children to join my school. Oak then went over to his computer and contacted other professors from other regions, and some friends from other towns to recommend a new batch of students to join Oak's school. Ash POV. A few months later. After a few months of training, there are two main things of note that have happened. I have been getting better in sensing, but I haven't mastered it yet. I could have, but Sir Aaron told me to progress slowly, otherwise I might get corrupted, and I don't want that. No matter, I don't have a time limit anymore, so I can take as much time as I need. Secondly, Professor Oak's school is going to start this coming Monday. I will finally get to learn from the man himself. So I need to be ready. There's no telling what else is different, so I will need to learn as much as I can. But first, more training. On Monday. Ash, come downstairs, you need to go to class, you can't sleep in on the first day of school, Della said, trying to get Ash to get ready. I'm already up and ready, but me personally, I would never be caught sleeping in, Ash yelled as he ran down the stairs. Well, good to know you are as energetic as always. Anyway, do you want me to walk you to school? Della said while smiling. Ash looked a little dumbfounded. Seriously, it is literally down the corner. It's fine, I can go alone. Thank you anyway, Ash said as he started walking out the door. Bye. Della said. Bye Ash, love you. As Ash walked out of his house, he noticed Gary was also leaving his house to get to school as well, so he approached. Hey Gary, you are walking to school alone too? Ash said to get Gary's attention. Looking at Ash, Gary said, oh hey Ash, yeah, Daisy went off to her classes earlier and it's literally down the corner, he said, looking at the school building was probably less than a block away. They started walking together to get to school, but then Gary brought up something interesting. Hey, have you heard that apparently, Gramps is letting other kids from other towns and regions join his school? That made Ash genuinely confused. What? Isn't the fact that no one but people from Pallet and those recommended by Oak himself allowed to even come into Pallet, much less to study under him? Gary just shrugged. Apparently he wants to allow others the same opportunities or something, so he asked his friends to recommend some kids to join us. As Ash heard that, he thought, that is concerning. What made Oak let others in? People have tried and failed to bribe him, so what could be his reasoning for letting others in? He thought as he and Gary arrived at Professor Oak's school. As they came in, they looked at a large building and moved to the auditorium, where they saw Oak on the stage along with a lot of other kids, more kids than normally live in Pallet. As they sat down, due to the magic of plot convenience, Oak started. Hello everyone, welcome to my school. As you all may know, I am Professor Oak, but you may know me as the Pokemon Professor. All of you are here for your reasons and some of you may be confused, but worry not. I have chosen to allow my colleagues to recommend students from other regions to join, as to see if there may be a positive effect to a more diverse school. Oak said, to some students' excitement and some students' dismay. Right, and Team Rocket just wants to expand our knowledge about Pokemon and make mermaid Pokemon. They don't want a weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. If that was his goal, he had nearly 20 years to do that. So what is the real reason? So to allow all of you to get to know each other, everyone, to come up and announce themselves. Say your preferred name and what you want to be. We'll start with people from Palette and then we'll go with everyone else and we can go alphabetically. No need to be afraid, we are all friends. Well, I guess that means I am up first. As Ash got up to get to the stage, the line of those from Palette formed behind him. Hello, you all can call me Ash, and I want to be a Pokemon trainer. Hey, I'm Gary Oak and I will be a Pokemon master. Hello, you can call me Green, the first want to become a Pokemon trainer. As those from Palette finished, he noticed only he, Gary, and Green want to be Pokemon trainers. Thank you, everyone. Now for everyone else, come up and say your preferred name, where you come from, and what you want to be, Oak said, trying to let others feel welcomed as well. As he said that, some children came up on stage. There were a few unfamiliar faces, but there were also some faces he recognized. Hi, I'm Bianca from Nuvma Town in Unova. I want to be a Pokemon researcher. Chiren from Nuvma Town in Unova. I want to be a Pokemon trainer. Hello, I'm Chloe from Vermilion City in Kanto and I want to be a Pokemon professor. Hello, I'm Dawn from Twin Leaf Town in Sinnoh and I want to be a Pokemon coordinator. Hello, I'm Hilda from Nuvma Town in Unova and I want to be a Pokemon trainer. Hi, I'm May from Petalburg City in Hone and I want to be a Pokemon coordinator. Paul, Veilstone City in Sinnoh, trainer. I'm Rosa from Aspertia City in Unova. I want to be a trainer. Hi, I'm Shauna from Bonneville Town in Kalos, want to be a Pokemon performer. Silver from Johto, I will be a Pokemon trainer. Hello, I'm Tierno from Kalos, Santaloon City, and I want to dance with Pokemon. I'm Trevor from Lumiose City in Kalos. I want to fill out the Kalos Pokédex. I'm Wally from Petalburg City in Hone, and I'm not sure what I want. Hello, I'm Yellow. I don't know what I want but want to be friends with Pokemon. As Ash was listening to this, so many things were going through his head. Why were so these people here? If Chloe is here, why is Go not here? How and why are they here? And how will this be different? And why is becoming a Pokemon trainer so rare? Oak started to speak. Well, this was a very productive day, I ho dash. Wait. As everyone looked through the door, a small blonde kid was running through. Barry from Sinnoh, and I will become a Pokemon trainer. As he got inside he said, sorry I'm late, I slept in. Oak looked and shook his head. That is all right, my boy. Just if it happens again, don't make such a loud commotion. And looking at everyone in the room, as I was saying, I hope we can all get along with each other. Now for classes, there will be a few classes that everyone has to take, like Pokemon history. But then each of you may choose electives that may relate to what you want to do or just what you find interesting. You may choose as many as you like, but don't overwork yourself. Next, you all will be split into different groups. Since there are so many of you this year compared to previous years, you will be put into different classes based on how you were recommended. And last thing before I let you all socialize and look at classes, you may all leave the school or keep studying at any time, but I must have you all stay depending on your region's minimum age requirement. I know some of you want to start as soon as possible, but the rules are beyond my control. But other than that, I will let you all choose your classes. I hope to see you all tomorrow for your first class. And as he said that, people started to pass around a pamphlet with the classes available, and others started leaving. The required classes ranged from math, Pokemon biology, English, basic Pokemon knowledge, ECT, and the elective classes ranged from Pokemon battling, inventing, contests, care of Pokemon, Pokemon research, medical fields, etc. Even some specific professions like ace trainer and rangers. Looking around, a bunch of people were doing different things. May and Dawn were hitting it off. Makes sense, they both want to do contests and like bird-like Pokemon. There were the people that seemed to know each other before coming here like Bianca and Chiren, and then there are the introverts like Wally and Yellow and the extroverts like Bianca and Tierno. And then there was the angry corner with Paul and Silver. Looking down at the paper, Ash thinks, well, I might as well apply to as many as I can. Knowing original Ash, he probably took the classes that were required and just left. Looking around, seeing everyone talking, even Gary is talking to some people. I might as well talk to everyone since I'll be with them in class. So hey, the school arc is starting, and believe it or not, I had more characters planned but got rid of a lot, so there would be 9 named boys and 9 named girls. I chose them based on what I thought I could make a better story with. Believe it or not, I originally had it doubled, and had every main character from the manga. I will not make this an academic slice of life. I will establish time skips and important information to the story. So don't worry for those of you who don't like this sort of thing. Ash POV. School has started, and I gotta admit this is much more interesting than the elementary school from my previous life. The school teaches more like a college than anything, and the school is divided into 2 main parts. Firstly, we have an advisory with Oak where we can ask him general questions, and he brings in special guests to come in and teach us something. Also, we got put into advisories of 18 with me, Bianca, Chiren, Chloe, Dawn, Hilda, May, Paul, Rosa, Shauna, Silver, Tierno, Trevor, Wally, Yellow, Barry, Green, and Gary. Man, all that's missing is us being called Class 1A and a jealous rival class, and we got ourselves a school life slice of life anime. Now for my progress. Firstly, the general required classes are simple. Even Pokemon biology isn't that complicated, it's more similar to cells and genetics from when I was in college. And Pokemon research hasn't bought anything interesting yet. Also, fairy type is a thing and so is Mega Evolution. Thankfully it isn't that alternate timeline Nintendo came up with so that they didn't have to make more Megas. Next, for electives, I chose to take Battle Studies from the Ace Trainer department, Move Tutoring from the Ranger department, and Pokemon Research. And because I was asked to do it, Care of Pokemon and Pokemon Battling. Now for my new classmates, there have been some ups and downs. Paul and Silver avoid talking to anyone mostly. The most interaction I had with them was when we were in Pokemon Battling class and it was mostly because Gary approached them. Wally and Yellow are more antisocial but I did get to at least become friends with them during Care of Pokemon class. Bianca, Chiren, Chloe, and Trevor all became friends, mostly due to Bianca, in Pokemon Research class. I got to become friendly with Dawn, May, and Shauna in the Care of Pokemon. I even met Tierno in the Move Tutoring class and he immediately became my friend when he found out I was interested in learning the dance moves like Swords and Dragon Dance. And I got a bit more friendly with Hilda, Rosa, and became friends with Barry during Pokemon Battling class. So overall I have been learning some things but nothing too important. The most exciting part that is coming up is that Oak is calling 2 of his partners from other regions to come and teach us something. As Ash finished thinking, he realized Gary was asking him something. So who do you think Gramps is bringing in as a guest speaker? Gary asked, very bored as he didn't expect much. I don't know, maybe he is bringing in some researchers to convince you to go down that path again. Ash said, grinding. Wah, you know that. Gary was cut off as Rosa jumped in the conversation. Hey, you guys talking about who is coming in? I want to join. I think he will bring in someone from the Elite Four. Rosa exclaimed, letting everyone hear the conversation. I hope it is Wallace, said May, much to the excitement of Dawn and Shauna. I hope it is a Pokemon researcher, exclaimed Bianca. I hope it is a Pokemon, said Yellow, but no one heard her, well but me. As the class was arguing and discussing who would be the guest that would come in, Oak came in to see this mess. He just said, okay, everyone settles down, as I'm sure you're well aware I am bringing in 2 guests as guest speakers. As he said that the class calmed down, he continued, I am bringing in my colleagues from other regions to discuss what they study. As you all may know, I study human and Pokemon relationships, but I am certainly not the only professor, so I introduce you to my colleague, Elm from Johto, who studies Pokemon breeding and is the best when it comes to the research of Pokemon evolution, and Birch from Hone, who studies Pokemon habitats and regional forms. As he finished, 2 relatively young-looking men came into the room, each holding some supplies. Professor Elm is a man with short brown hair and gray eyes. He wears a pair of glasses, as well as a white lab coat with 2 pockets and a collared teal shirt. Professor Elm also wears brown pants with a black belt and brown shoes. Professor Birch is a tall, large man with fair skin, dark eyes, short and slightly wavy brown hair, and a squarish face with a beard. He wears a navy blue t-shirt under a white lab coat, khaki shorts with a black belt, and tan sandals on his feet. Elm starts by saying, Professor, I don't think I am the best at evolution. Rowan is far better than me. As he looked at the class, but yes, I am Professor Elm and I have studied Pokemon eggs and am credited to have discovered Pokemon eggs, and I also study strange Pokemon abilities. I even brought an egg here with me. Elm pulled out a yellow egg with black accents on the bottom. All the students started at the egg with interest. Even Paul and Silver seemed more interested than normal. Elm noted this and continued, well, this egg will hatch in a few minutes, so while we wait, why doesn't Birch introduce himself? Hearing this, Birch nodded and started, hello everyone, I am Professor Birch and I study Pokemon habitats and changes in Pokemon because of their habitat. As he pulled out 3 Pokeballs, he continued, this may not seem as important or interesting, but this has much more than just where Pokemon live. As he said that, he released 3 Pokemon, which were the 3 Wormadam, Plant Cloak, Sandy Cloak, Trash Cloak. He continued, you see, these are Wormadam, and these 3 specifically were born, fed, and trained the same way. The only difference was where they evolved. You see, Wormadam evolved by taking material from their surroundings and making a cloak. Pushing forwarded the Plant Cloak, this Wormadam evolved near grass. Pushing forward the Sandy Cloak, this Wormadam evolved near rocks. Pushing forwarded the Trash Cloak, this Wormadam evolved near trash in cities. He continued, now these changes are more than just a style change, each of their cloaks have their strengths and weaknesses. Saying that, the class seemed a little more interesting. But it doesn't end there. Pulling out 2 more Pokeballs, and releasing what appeared to be Meowth and Alolan Meowth, you see certain regions have different climates and habitats that cause different Pokemon to change in a variety of different ways. The class was very interested. Normal Meowth is common everywhere, but they had not seen this different variation of Meowth. Birch continued, you say there are many different forms of Pokemon, but we don't know why all of them change and how the differences change them physically, and we don't entirely know why differences in Pokemon habitats can cause changes in Pokemon. As he finished, the egg started to hatch, and everyone looked at the egg with interest. As the egg was enveloped in a bright light, a little Pico appeared. Immediately there were a few mesmerized by how cute the little mouse was, and then there were those indifferent and wondering who that Pokemon was. Elm started to explain, well, this is a Pico, the pre-evolution of Pikachu. This is actually what gave me the credit for discovering Pokemon eggs. Now I'm sure some of you may be wondering why Pokemon breeding and Pokemon eggs need studying. It seems pretty simple hearing that some people, cough Paul/Silver, started to wonder what Professor Elm would say to defend his research. Elm continued, you see, Pokemon don't need to be the same species to breed, they only need to be in similar breeding groups. For example, a Rattata can breed with a Pikachu because they are in the field breeding group. We don't know all the Pokemon breeding groups. Even after all the research I have done, there are still over 100 Pokemon that we still don't know how to breed. As Elm said this, there was some interest, but most people seemed uninterested. So he continued, now what you all may be more interested in is this Pico. You see, this Pico is special. There's a thing called egg moves that Pokemon can only get if they inherit it from their parent. This Pico was bred using an exceptionally strong Raichu and Pikachu, so it knows a special move called Volt Tackle. Does anyone have questions? This is not Ash's Pikachu. As Elm finished, he got bombarded with several questions ranging from what other movies does it know to can I hold it? Ash raised his hand and asked, you said something about egg moves. If Pokemon are born normally from eggs, then why are there only some that learn these special moves? Hearing this, Elm smiled. Well, if I'm being 100% honest, I don't know. Especially because during rare circumstances some Pokemon can learn those moves. That is why I'm researching Pokemon eggs and breeding. As he finished, the random questions continued. However, Ash thought in his head, well, that doesn't give me a reason as to why Pikachu was able to use Volt Tackle but never before then. After some more questions for both Elm and Birch, Oak finally said, well, that was very informative. However, I'm sure the professors need to continue their research. So let's not hold them too much. As he finished, both Elm and Birch waved as they left. Even the little Pico waved a little bit, which only made the class even sadder seeing them leave. But just like that, the first year flew by and the next started soon. POV Ash. I am finally turning 6, and a few weeks before next year in school, over summer vacation, some things happened. Firstly, I have finally mastered basic aura, so that means I can finally start training in the more advanced stuff. My priority is still learning barriers, and potentially healing others with aura. Next, I went to Oak's summer camp with Gary, but nothing interesting happened other than getting hugged by Oak's Dragonite. I guess it makes sense. Ash was 7 when he slept in on the trip where Go and Chloe meet Mew. I wonder if she'll bring him next time. I'll try and influence her just a little. Also started visiting the library more, nothing much important. I just did a quick feeling with Aura Sense to see if there was anything else interesting. There was not. But I also looked around to find any stories about Kanto and the other regions. Overall, the main things that I found were things I already knew, and looking through the other books of other regions, I came to the conclusion that none of the other evil teams have tried anything yet. So that's both relieving but also very concerning. But the biggest thing I found was that legendaries are not just Pokemon you can get like something from the discount corner of the dollar store. They are fundamental forces of nature, most of them. Big heavy hitters like Groudon and Kyogre need to be uncaught, or there may be a good chance the world may end, but Pokemon like Latias and Latios and the Bird Trio are less important to the laws of nature because there are multiple, mainly one per region, but still relevant. I wonder how that will affect Tobias, considering it was confirmed that his team consisted of only legendaries. Well, we'll find out when we get there. I wonder if I can convince Palkia and Dialga to send me to the game version so I can get a bunch of them. Probably not. So all I'll do is just wait for next year to come in to learn more from the Oak. Maybe I should take some human and Pokemon medical classes to see if I can use my medical degree that was torn from my hands for anything. Start of school. As the school year started, not much changed. Everyone stayed in the same classes, but I took some medical classes. That reminds me that Jessie went to a Pokemon nurse school because she couldn't get into normal nursing school, and then they failed her despite having pretty good talent in nursing. Sad. Maybe I'll do something for her and James in the future. Their backstory always made me sad. Anyway, not much happened in the year. Angry corner people are still angry. Wally and Yellow are becoming a bit more open, and Green started talking more. Tierno started a dance club because obviously, Gary is doing Gary things. And nearing the end of the year, Oak said he would be bringing another one of his work associates to come and talk to us about what they study. But before all that, the class was having a heated debate with Gary. So the question we all want to know, Gary, is Agatha of the Elite Four your grandmother? Ash started the debate. Why is this the question being asked? Why should I tell you? Gary said. Green responded, oh come on, it's common knowledge that Agatha had a thing for Oak when they were younger. As everyone looked at Gary, he just yelled out, so what? How should I know? She never comes to Pallet, and when would they be together? Shauna jumps in, you didn't deny it, and besides Oak has to go on meetings with the Elite Four every other month, so spill it. As Gary was both figuratively and literally backed into a corner, Oak came in and settled down the class. When they were seated, he started, well, as you all know, I called another one of my colleagues to talk to you all about their research. So I would like you all to meet the man who is my senior and a veteran, who specializes in Pokemon evolution, Professor Rowan, and the woman who I have taught myself, focusing on the origin of Pokemon, Professor Juniper. As he finished, 2 people came into the room. Professor Rowan is a man who has fair skin, blue eyes, and spiky white hair with sideburns and a mustache. He wears a gray jacket over a white shirt paired with a light blue vest, a gray tie, dark teal pants, and gray shoes. Professor Juniper is an elegant woman with fair skin, green eyes, and poofy honey-colored hair. She wears a pale greenish-blue lab coat and a white blouse, along with a short green skirt and athletic white shoes with red stripes. She also has red rectangular earrings in both of her ears. Professor Rowan started. Yes, as you have heard from Oak here, I study Pokemon evolution. Now that may seem straightforward, but I can assure you that what I study is anything but. Now an example of what I refer to as item evolutions, as I'm sure you all are aware some Pokemon evolve using stones. Well, throughout my studies I have found that there are other ways to evolve a Pokemon. As he pulls out 2 Pokeballs he sends out, an Electabuzz and a Magmar. He continued, you see these Pokemon are relatively well known especially in Kanto, but with research, we have discovered that with special items like these as he pulls out a Magmarizer and an Electivirizer, they can evolve further. Let me demonstrate. As he gives the 2 items to the Pokemon they begin to glow, and as they stop they are in new forms much to the surprise of many of the students in the room. Standing in front of the children are Electivire and Magmar. You see, and this is not even close to everything I have found within my research. There are many more, like alternative evolutions for some Pokemon, or even Pokemon you didn't know could evolve. But anyway, are there any questions? As he said that there were a few children that immediately had a question, mainly being what other evolutions there were, but Ash had a thought. Well, if I'm going to ask anyone it may as well be Rowan. As he raised his hand he asked, would there ever be a reason a Pokemon can't evolve? Rowan heard this and thought for a second before answering, good question. There are a few reasons a Pokemon may be unable to evolve. Now to get it out of the way, all Pokemon can evolve. There is no potential for which Pokemon can or can't evolve. But as for the reason, there are 3 I can think of. Firstly, a Pokemon may not have the motivation to evolve. You see, evolution is not connected to strength or age. There are some Pokemon that are older than you or me that haven't evolved, and that is mainly because there has been no need to evolve or no need to fight in the wild or captivity. The second possibility is you may train your Pokemon wrong. Doing this will make evolution harder if not impossible for your Pokemon, so you all better learn to correctly train them. And the last one I can think of is they may be afraid to evolve. They may think that evolution will change who they are or cause people to see them differently. As Rowan finished he continued the questioning, but Ash started to think, lack of motivation and fear. Well, those may explain why some of Ash's Pokemon did not evolve, but what about others? Well, if the professor of evolution doesn't know I am going to have to find out for myself. As he finished thinking, Professor Rowan finished the questions and Professor Juniper started. As you all know by now, I am Professor Juniper and I focus on the origins of Pokemon. This field of study is a broad but important one. I study everything from Pokemon origins to how Pokemon were different many years ago. Me and Rowan have partnered to find a lot of evolutions Pokemon used to have. I have an example here as she pulls out a fossilized Cleaver Axe hand. Originally I thought this was a new fossil Pokemon, but after Rowan got his hands on it we found that it was an alternative evolution of Scyther. So we have been researching more on how it evolved and other ancient evolutions. As Professor Juniper also finished she was also asked many questions, but none that would be considered too important. Just questions like, have you found ancient Pokemon? Or, can you revive them? As the questioning stopped, Oak said, well, this was very exciting to learn about. However, we should allow the professors to continue their research. And as he said that the professors waved and left. And just like that the next year ended, but this time there would be something interesting happening over the summer. You see, I convinced Chloe to invite someone to this year's summer camp to make it more interesting, maybe a friend or something. And it worked thanks to my plan. I convinced her to invite Go to this year's summer camp, the one where Mew will appear. Gary didn't want to go because this year's camp was going to be a one-day expedition into the woods instead of the usual summer camp, and Green just never goes outside. Is she afraid of birds or not? I still haven't figured it out. But anyway, time to experience the camp that original Ash slept through a few weeks ago. Giovanni POV. Currently, Giovanni was sitting in his office looking at the operations he is running. There have been some successes and more failures due to the incompetence of his executive Petrol. I need to send that incompetent fool into one of the bases in Johto. I hate to admit it, but he still has his uses, especially his unmatched skill in disguising himself. As he finished that he thought to himself, I wonder if Silver is doing well. But as soon as he finished Archer came into the room. Giovanni expected positive news. After all, if anyone would be considered his second in command it would be Archer. But as soon as Archer started talking he started to become furious. Boss, I regret to inform you but Operation F.E.A.R has escaped due to Petrol thinking it was worthless. As Giovanni heard this he started seeing red in anger and yelled, bring that incompetent fool here now. Giovanni said that Archer called in some grunts holding Petrol. As he was forced in, Petrol said, what's the big deal, that was just a useless rat. As he said this Giovanni got even angrier as he said, do you never read your reports? That rat is more valuable than you are or ever will be. That rat was enhanced to be able to counter Project Mutuo? Get out of my sight, you are being sent to the Johto branch in a base that is just as useless as you. No, that's rude, I don't want to insult the base. As Petrol was taken out of the room Giovanni got into the mic and made an announcement. Everyone abandon your current operations, Project F.E.A.R has escaped. Whoever can bring it back to me will receive an instant promotion to Adman. Get that rat by any means necessary. For the next few days, all of the Team Rocket would be searching for Project F.E.A.R with no results. Piku POV. A little yellow mouse could be seen running through the forest exhausted after escaping from its captivity. It felt like it would collapse at any minute when suddenly an Ekans appeared and launched forward. So in a moment of desperation and fear, Piku used a thunder shock with everything it had. It succeeded in causing the Ikans to run away, but in combination with its injuries, Piku was exhausted. It heard the sounds of grunts and coughing, so it started running so much that it didn't notice a cliff, and he fell. However, before it fell and got injured even more, a Kangaskhan manages to catch Piku from his fall and takes the little mouse in with her baby and the rest of the Kangaskhan, and is given some herbs and berries to eat, so Piku decides to stay with the mother and child in the group of Kangaskhan. Current time. Ash POV. It's time for the Pokemon camp, which isn't a camp but an expedition through the forest near Pallet Town. And Ash is awake due to the fact he didn't break the alarm clock and is dressed to head out. As he runs down the stairs, he thinks, I wonder if I will get to meet Pikachu, or I guess Piku now, since he'll evolve by the end of the day or so. As he got outside and ran to Oak's lab, he saw the group all there, everyone including Chloe and Go, presumably waiting for him, so he called out, Hey, I'm here, Professor Oak. As everyone looked at Ash, Oak smiled and called out, Hello Ash, my boy, you are just in time, we were just about to leave without you if you didn't show up, Oak said in a joking manner. As Ash got to the group, he pretended to look surprised at the addition of Go and said, Hey Chloe, who is your friend? Hearing this, Chloe responded, Hey Ash, this is my friend Go from Vermilion City too. You said that I should bring someone along to make the trip interesting, and Go wanted to come along. He sometimes comes to watch my father's research. As she finished, Ash looked at Go and smiled, holding out his hand. Hello Go, I am Ash from Pallet Town, nice to meet you, I hope we can get along. And so Go took Ash's hand and smiled, saying, So you're Ash, Chloe told me about you. She said you are probably the hardest working kid in your school. Well, I bet you don't know more than me though. He finished as he looked up like he just won an argument. Hearing this, Oak steps in and says, Well, I'm glad you all get along, but we must get going. Delayed leaving means delayed returning. So let's be on our way. As the expedition started, Ash was less interested in Oak's explanations of Pokemon and more in looking around to find what Pokemon were around. There were several different Pokemon, were Butterfree, a herd of Doduo and Dodrio, Poliwag, Exeggcute, some Oddish, even a group of wild Bulbasaur and Squirtle chilling deeper in the forest. I guess that's where Oak gets all of the starter Pokemon. I wonder why he didn't just tell Ash to wait as he went to get another one, or better yet just have an extra pair lying around. As Ash was thinking, Go was impressing all the other children with his big knowledge of Pokemon. Ash was taken out of his thoughts when he saw two trainers, a girl in a pink dress and a Squirtle, and a boy in a red vest with a Bulbasaur. The girl was fighting a Caterpie, and as soon as Squirtle used what seemed to be a bubble beam, she threw a Pokeball and caught the Caterpie. All the other children looked surprised, and Oak proceeded to explain about catching and how it works. As the day continues, they reach a Farfetch'd, then Oak explains that all Pokemon evolve, and then Go starts to pull the actually card, but that Farfetch'd doesn't evolve. Not all Pokemon can evolve, there are tons of Pokemon that can't evolve. Ash hears this and thinks to himself, might as well deflate his ego a bit, as he begins to say, who decided that? Just because we haven't seen a Farfetch'd evolve doesn't mean it can't happen. That's what we have researchers like Oak for, to find new information about Pokemon. Maybe all Pokemon can evolve and we just haven't found out how to make them evolve. As he finished, he got a mixed bag of emotions. Oak looked at him with happiness and appreciation. The children looked at him like he was a philosopher. Go looked at him with a bit of surprise and a little bit of embarrassment. And Chloe just looked tired because she knew Go's tendencies. As the expedition continues, Oak leads the group over a bridge and starts talking about water Pokemon. Meanwhile, Ash, Go, and Chloe lag. Chloe talks first. Go, you shouldn't talk over others, this is why you don't make friends. Go responds, who said I wanted to make friends? Besides, I have you and now Ash as my friends. Now what I want is to catch a Pokemon that no one has ever seen before. Hearing this, Chloe sighs. Go responds by starting to argue. Don't make fun of me. It's my destiny. I can practically hold my future in the palm of my hand. You believe in me, don't you, Ash? But before Ash can answer, they hear a loud crash. Looking over from the trees, they see a large Nidoking fighting a small flying mousecat-like Pokemon. This was Mew, of course, only Ash knew this. As they fought, Nidoking was getting embarrassed, first using Earth Power, but Mew dodged and then used Earth Power back, leaving the Nidoking weakened. As Go saw this, he yelled, it just used the same move as that huge Nidoking. Not only that, it is using it better than Nidoking. As the Nidoking recovered, it attempted a Shadow Ball, only to miss again and get hit with a copy of it, leaving it barely standing. In a last attempt, Nidoking attempted to use an Ice Beam, only to fail again and be copied, and used to take it down. Meanwhile, Mew is treating the whole fight like a game, laughing like a child, and as soon as Nidoking faints, it started to fly away. Seeing this, Go starts chasing after it, as Chloe yells at him to stop running, and Ash followers. When they get to a field, Go stops looking around, but when Chloe catches up, she says, Go, you shouldn't run ahead, we shouldn't even be here, we need to get back to Professor Oak. But then suddenly the trio comes across an Electabuzz, though Mew quickly transforms to its regular form to reveal itself. Mew leaves yet again with Go, Chloe, and Ash chasing after it, transforming into a Dodrio to run across the land before changing into a Gyarados to travel downstream on the river. Go yelled, get back here, you won't get away from me. The chase continues, eventually leading the three to a ledge, where they can also hear the sounds of a baby Kangaskhan falling and a mother Kangaskhan and a Pico also yelling in fear for the little Kangaskhan's safety. Hearing that, Mew turns back and promptly uses Psychic to save the Kangaskhan baby from harm, and returns her to her mother's arms. With the family reunited, Kangaskhan and Apiko hug the baby and Mew soars away. Soon after, Professor Oak arrives. So this is where you three have been. I looked all over for you when you disappeared from the group. What were you doing out here this deep in the forest? As Oak finished go and Chloe started explaining a strange pink Pokemon, Ash was looking at the Kangaskhan group hug, more specifically at the Piku in the middle, so that's Ash's future overpowered Pikachu. Well, it won't be a Pikachu until probably a year later when he gets too big and decides to leave the Kangaskhan group. As Oak brought them back to the group, they continued and eventually the summer camp was finished and the trio went their separate ways for now. Meanwhile, in the distance, Mew was looking at the three thinking of what a good time it had playing with them, and flying away. Woo, 10 chapters, we are here. As you may have noted, I am a fan of the theory that Ash's Pikachu is an escaped experiment of a Team Rocket, and that's why he still funds Jessie and James to find the electric mouse. Also, the first chapter is based on an actual anime episode. Tell me what you think. I tried to stay as close as I could while also changing things so it wouldn't be one-to-one. Anyway, for chapter 10 I will be adding a part I like to call scraped ideas. Firstly, I was going to make wishes, but then I thought no matter what I wish for, someone will be unhappy, so I did random wheels instead. No one ever got mad at RNG before. I was going to give names to all the side characters in Pallet Town, but then I realized I don't hate myself, so no. I was going to have Giovanni have a talk with Delia and Ash but decided not to. I was planning to add all the main characters from the games and manga and have them be one class, then have all the rivals in the other and potentially add some gym leaders that are around their age, but then I thought that would make it an academy slice of life story, so I didn't do that. When I was originally writing who would be in the school, I had more than 40 characters, so I reduced it by a lot. I was going to make Dawn a princess like her manga counterpart, but then I realized I probably couldn't make that work. I might change this one later on, I don't know yet. I wanted to add N, but then I realized there would be no point in him being there, and Getsy's probably wouldn't allow it either. I was going to add Go and Serena, but I realized if I did that then there would be a good few plot holes, so I didn't do that. There were more, but these are just the ones I cared to say. I might do this more if you guys like it, but anyway, I'm gonna go study. I have my last test tomorrow. POV Ash. Finally back from the trip, and man, it was torture trying to resist slapping that smug kid know-it-all. But the overall status report, I am 7, and next summer is the actual Oak Summer Camp where original Ash meets Serena. And my progress in Aura is coming along well. I can currently sense others, and others' emotions, and I can start to manipulate them into figures, but I still need to work on it more. And I get my stuff next year. I wonder how it will work. The next year started, and over this year a lot of things happened and I got to learn some valuable information. Firstly, it seems like EVs are kinda a thing. They are less like things you get from beating Pokemon and more of what you can get from training or food. For example, if you have a Pokemon do strength training, they up their physical attack. If you get them to get used as a punching bag, they up their defense and HP. If you get them to run, you up their speed, etc. Next up, abilities are a thing, but they work differently. If a Pokemon has abilities, it can be one of them. For example, a Nidoking can have both Poison Point and Rivalry, but he can only use one. But if a Pokemon has a hidden ability, it can also use it at the same time. For example, Nidoking has Sheer Force, but he can also use one of his other abilities, so it can have Poison Point and Sheer Force at the same time. However, Pokemon can also go under mutations that can be influenced by many things like family, birthplace, or the way it was raised. They can get a different type or a new ability they shouldn't have. But those are rare, not as rare as shinies, but rare nonetheless. The next interesting thing is combo moves do happen, but they aren't used as much as you would think. All the big trainers like Lance or Leon don't use them. It's also rare for anyone to use them. Even though they are more powerful than normal moves, there are 3 main reasons why not many people use them. Firstly, a Pokemon needs to have the potential to even try to use it. Secondly, a Pokemon needs to create a move that none has ever done. And finally, a Pokemon needs to train that moves with no idea how to do so because no one ever did it before, so extremely difficult. The next big thing, levels are a thing, kinda. They are more like guidelines that you can choose to listen to. For example, Nidoran Male Sign learns Earth Power at 55, but if trained or under certain circumstances it can learn them much earlier. Also, we aren't restricted to 4 moves, thank God. Also evolution, it's weird, the level is more like it might be able to evolve instead of a hard level cap, so a Dratini could evolve at level 30, or it might evolve earlier or later instead, once again depending on how it's trained. Also, trade evolutions don't exist thankfully. Natures and IVs are either not a thing or none knows about them. Either way, they should be the easiest to figure out if they end up being real. And as for classes, in the move tutor section in the ranger department things have been good. I got to learn most of the moves I want, but also I need more and I don't know if the next 2 years I have heard will be enough. For the medical classes, they're fine, very easy, especially because for some reason Pokemon anatomy is very simple to understand. Other than that, everything else has been the same, and more bonding with my classmates is nothing new. Oak has promised another guest to come to talk to us about his research, and today has been a more boring day, with no debates, no arguments, not even any guesses about who it may be, just some people talking to others. Until a certain green-headed sick boy approached me. Ash, can I ask you a question? Wally asked. Ash responded, you just did. It seemed like that made Wally a little sad, so Ash quickly responded, I'm joking, you walked right into that. Anyway, what did you want to ask? Hearing this, Wally cheered up a little and asked, Ash, how do you stay so confident about everything? You are smart and ask so many questions, and you're never afraid of anything. You even want to be a Pokemon trainer. Ash responded, why do you want to know? To be honest, I don't mind telling, but you have to tell me. Do you want to be a trainer too? Wally responded, that's something I always wanted but couldn't because I'm too sick and scared my body would give up on me before I even got my first Pokemon. Besides, even if I decided that my uncle and aunt would never let me, they were too scared that something would happen to me. As he finished talking, the class started looking at the two with interest to hear the conversation. As that happened, Ash thought, well, might as well get out my best cheesy inspirational speech, so Ash answered, well, to be honest, I am always afraid. I am afraid that something might happen while I am out on a journey, that I may not be able to beat the first gym. I am afraid that I won't even get through the Viridian Forest, but that's okay. I don't ask questions because I'm smart because I ask questions. If you want to be a trainer, then talk to your family and they will understand if that truly is what you want to do. There is nothing wrong with being scared, what's wrong is doing nothing about it. Being scared and weak is how we learn about ourselves. It is an inevitable part of our lives. We will be weak and we will be scared at times in our lives, but we will learn from them and grow in return. If you feel scared right now and feel bad about it, don't. Enjoy it. This is you at this time in your life, and there's nothing wrong with that. You will grow out of it. I know this because you've already recognized that you are weak. You decided to talk about it. That makes you more brave than most people who are also afraid. So what if you're sick? So what if you fail? If that happens, you can at least know you tried, and that's better than if years later you are stuck thinking about what could have been and how you should have been brave enough to follow that first step. But hey, what do I know? Nothing, that's what. So you can listen to what I said or you can completely ignore me. That is up to you. Before Wally could respond, Oak came through the door and called everyone to their seats. As the class settled down, Oak announced, today I invited Professor Sycamore from the Kalos region. As he finished, a man with black, curly hair, bluish eyes, and some facial hair under his ears, wearing a blue shirt, black trousers with a yellow belt, which has a buckle shaped like a circle, and also wearing orange socks, and brown trainers with gray stripes, came into the room. Hello everyone, I am Professor Sycamore, and I study Mega Evolution. Now some of you may know what this is, and some of you won't know, but to put it simply, Mega Evolution allows a Pokemon to achieve a form greater than their previous form, hence Mega. For a Pokemon to Mega Evolve, you need two things. Firstly, you need a Megastone of the respective Pokemon, as he pulls out an orange-looking orb with yellow and red stripes, and a Keystone as he pulls out a rainbow orb with a strange symbol. As the class looks in interest at the two orbs, he continues, a Pokemon and trainer need to have one of each of these and a close bond to unlock the form. As he finishes, he pulls out a picture and shows it to the class. This is a Mega Charizard. Now what is strange is that some Pokemon can have multiple of these forms with different stones. He pulls out a blue orb with black stripes and a picture of a different Mega Charizard. What I research is what Pokemon may evolve. We have discovered a lot of Megastones, but we still don't know two main questions. Firstly, their origin, and secondly, what Pokemon can Mega Evolve. Any question? As he said that, the class erupted into a wave of hands, everyone asking where they could get one or what Pokemon can Mega Evolve. Sycamore simply answered by saying that they could be found in the mountains, or you could get them by asking someone who has them. After a while, Oak had Sycamore leave. As he said his goodbyes, Ash stopped to think, now that I think about it, how am I supposed to get a Keystone? Mega Stones are easy. I can just meditate with my Pokemon or go to Mega Island, but Keystones are different. Ash only got his during journeys. I might be able to use a Megastone to search for it, but that's a stretch. Well, problems for my future self. As the year ended, Ash and Gary made preparations to go to the Oaks summer camp. The place where Ash met Serena, also the one he got up in time to get to. Ash POV. Currently, Ash is sitting in the bus next to Gary, green, and yellow. Surprisingly, no one else seemed to want this year's camp. Everyone else went home to visit their families before the next year starts. But he managed to convince Green to get out of her house, mainly by poking at the fact that she never goes outside, but still. And Yellow seemed to want to come to meet all the Pokemon at the camp. And everyone else currently on the bus is kids from Pallet Town. I guess other people from other regions are either already there or going to be picked up later. I wonder what is actually going to happen during camp that makes Serena run into the forest. I guess I'll figure it out later. Might as well practice my aura. As Ash finished his thoughts, he looked out of the window to see they were nearly at Professor Oak's Pokemon camp. Looking at everyone on the bus, he could see that almost everyone had fallen asleep, Gary, Green, and Yellow included, and Oak was already at the camp. 1 hour later. Finally getting out of the bus, Ash stretches his legs and looks around. Well, there are a lot of kids from different regions, some from Hone, Sinnoh, and Kalos. Looking around, he sees one person he actually recognizes. A small blonde girl with blue eyes, wearing a sun hat and a pink dress. This was Serena, obviously very nervous to be here. Oak then steps up to where everyone can hear him and says, "Hello everyone. Welcome to my Pokemon summer camp, where you will all learn and meet different Pokemon that have been brought in by rangers and breeders." As he finished talking, most of the children around seemed very excited, well, except one. I'll give you 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count. Well, I guess it's time for me to learn about Pokemon. Meanwhile in Hone, Wally POV. In a house in Petalburg City, where 4 people live, 3 people were having a discussion, although it seemed more one-sided. Wally came up to his aunt and uncle and begged them to let him study to become a Pokemon trainer. Wally no means no, your body can't handle it, we're only doing this for your own go dash, but before his uncle could continue Wally cut him off and started to speak. Please uncle, I really want to do this, I don't care if my illness makes me weak, and I don't care that I am, but before he could finish his body caused him to start breathing heavier and a painful cough. His aunt looked in horror as she tried to comfort him and said, see Wally, you can't even speak for too long without breathing problems, your body can't handle it, please listen to us, she explained, trying to get him to see reason. I don't care, this is what I want. I want to be able to go out without having to be afraid that I may fall over with one wrong move. I want to be able to catch Pokemon, to be able to train and battle with them, so what if I'm sick? That has always been my dream. Wally said with determination in his voice, looking at both of them in the face. Wally's uncle was the first to break, sighing and saying, well, I can say you have grown up. I don't know what they have been teaching you in school, but I'm glad we let you go. Looking at his wife he continued, I think we should let him if it is what he really wants, then who are we to stop him? What? But he is ill, we can't let him go, he'll never survive, she tried to protest. He is not a helpless Torchic anymore, he is smart and resourceful. I know he will be okay, besides he is learning under Professor Oak himself, and he will be ready when the time comes. It is his dream and we can't take that away from him. Wally's uncle responded. Hearing this, Wally's aunt hugged him and said, okay, if it is what you really want then I'll let you. The last thing I want is for you to run away hating us. Only one condition, if it is what you really want then go and come back with at least all 8 badges. I want you to come back satisfied with what you did. Wally's uncle said, looking at Wally with a smile on his face. Wally, with some tears starting to swell up in his eyes, said, yes, don't worry, I will be sure to bring back the badges, and I will find my dream. Well, okay, let's celebrate then. When Wanda comes back from seeing her boyfriend, let's tell her the news and go out to celebrate. Hours later. What? Are you serious? Congratulations, Wally. You always told me how much you wanted to do this and now they're finally going to let you, said Wally's cousin Wanda. Wanda looked very similar to Wally, so similar you could confuse the two if you weren't paying attention. We need to go celebrate. Wanda yelled out, dragging Wally with her, as Wally's uncles shook their heads and followed. Wally smiled and thought, finally, and it is all thanks to the advice Ash gave me. I need to thank him when school starts again. Back to Ash. It has been a few weeks, camp is nearly over, and surprisingly Serena seemed calm enough to not run away, probably thanks to Dragonite and Oak keeping watch. At this rate I'll need to approach her before the camp ends. But as he finishes his thoughts he hears Oak call out, Gary, can I talk to you privately? To which Gary responds, sure thing Gramps, as he gets up and gets to Oak. Oak tells Dragonite, take my spot old Paul, I'll be back in a bit. You're in charge, as he walks off leaving Dragonite in his place. I wonder what that's about, said Green, who was talking to Yellow and Ash nearby. What do you think happened? I don't know, maybe he did something to make Professor Oak mad, said Yellow. Or maybe he will try and show Gary the wonders of being a Pokemon professor, Ash said, getting a small laugh out of Green, but Yellow didn't understand the joke. So as they spend the next few minutes explaining the joke, Ash notices something, a certain blonde is missing and nowhere to be seen. So he says, hey, I think a Pokemon left into the forest, I'll go after it. If I don't come back in 10 minutes or so, tell Dragonite, and before the two girls could say anything Ash had run off. Getting into the forest, Ash looked around. I don't see either Serena or that Poliwag around. I guess this is as good a time as any to use Aura to sense them. As Ash closes his eyes he sends his Aura out to try and sense where Serena is. As he feels around he notes one figure that is afraid, and another figure quickly approaching the first. Well, that might be her, but there isn't a good way to determine if it is her. Well, I guess I could dash. As he was talking he was cut off by the scream of a small girl saying, Mommy. Welp, that works. As he starts running towards the sound and gets through a bush he sees Serena with her leg injured and starting to cry a little. Hello, are you okay? Ash said, trying to remember what the original Ash said. I hurt my leg, Serena said with tears in her eyes. I guess this is as good a time as any to try that. As Ash pulls out a handkerchief he says, don't worry, I can help you make it all better. As he starts tying the handkerchief he starts trying Aura healing, and it started working but it left him a bit drained. I guess I'm still not good enough. As he finishes up Serena looks surprised and says, it feels a little bit better, but it still hurts a little. As she struggles to try to get up. Don't worry, it will heal soon. Now let's go back to camp before Dragonite notices we are gone, Ash says while helping Serena stand up and help her walk back. Now that I think about it, I don't know your name. I'm Ash. What's your name? Serena responds in a quiet voice, I'm Serena. As they get back to camp Serena is about to say something before Dragonite comes in from behind and gives them both a hug, seemingly having been worried about them. And behind he can see both Green and Yellow standing behind Dragonite. Dragonite. Ash looks at both of them in betrayal, then looks at Dragonite and says, hey Dragonite, we're okay, can you put us down, please? Dragonite obliges and gently puts them down. Then it seems like Serena wants to say something to Ash. Hey dash, but she was cut off by Oak. Ash, can I talk to you about something? As he said that, Gary was walking back, looking more confused than anything else. Alright, said Ash, then looking at everyone else he said, I guess we can continue this later. As he walked over to talk to Oak, passing Gary who gave him a blank stare. Getting inside, Oak started to talk. Ash, there is a program my cousin wants to do where I send a student to Alola and he sends one here to Kanto. I wanted to ask if you were interested in being the chosen student to go. Ash was taken aback by this. I assume that is why you called Gary over, and he said no. Oak smiled a bit sadly. Yes, it would have been easier to send him to my cousin, but he refused, so after him, you are the best option. Ash thought for a moment and then spoke. Fine, I am willing to go, but I do need to talk to my mom beforehand. Oak smiled and responded, yes, we can do that now. You can think of it as a vacation. I'm sure she'll agree. As Oak walked to the computer, Ash sighed. Not what I thought would happen. I may as well see what the professor that studies Pokemon moves can teach me. As soon as the plans were set, the camp soon came to an end. Love Wally. He is probably my favorite rival and he is relatable. Welp, now that Wally got some time to shine, here are some facts about Wally. His cousin Wanda is a real character in the games and manga. I forgot about her completely. It was pretty much confirmed that Wally's illness was either acute bronchitis or asthma. He only had breathing problems. I thought he had cancer as a kid. There is a theory that in the final battle before the Elite Four, Wally dies after he loses, hinted by the flowers being similar to the flowers meaning death and the soundtrack. I believe that the theory is that the old shy and timid sick boy is gone and was replaced by this now more confident Wally. In the manga, Wally had a whole different team. He never even had a Ralts in the manga. His first Pokemon was a Kecleon and he was lent Ruby's Ralts. It is implied that he carved his Mega Pendant out of wood himself in auras. It is even in the shape of his Gallade. In the manga he has an entire respirator suit with some gauntlets, and over the story he just stops needing it. In the manga, Wally awakens Rayquaza without the green orb. Ash was currently sitting on a plane. He was on his way over to Alola for a student swap or something. Currently, he doesn't know which of the students will be swapped with him. Also, for his birthday, he had to leave a little earlier before his birthday, so he was given a quick early birthday before he left. Although he is sitting on the plane, there is only about an hour until midnight and he officially turns 8 and gets his rewards. I wonder how everyone will react when they find out that I'm not going this year. Only Gary, Green, and Yellow know I am traveling. I'll ask Gary once I get back, but anyway, I need to think about what I'm going to do. Alola is considered the most technologically backward region. The only saving grace is Z-moves and Professor Kukui. Also, I guess it's too late for me to try and convince Mallow to be nicer to her mother. She is probably already dead. In the flashback, Mallow looked about 4, 5 at the most. But for now, I guess all I can do is sit until I get my stuff. About an hour later, it seems like Ash is about to fall asleep when suddenly he gets hit with a wave of information about Pokemon that shocks him awake. I will never get used to that, but it seems like I got my stuff. It also seems like there was a bit extra as a little gift since I know the recipe for those weird Alolan pancakes that somehow boost psychic types and other weird things like that. But how do I open my pocket space? Looking around, he tries thinking about it when suddenly it opens in front of him and he tries putting his hand through it. It feels like he is putting his hand in a tub of jelly, and he pulls out a chip and a piece of paper. This is my Pokédex chip, but what is this? He thought as he began reading the paper. Hello, you probably already found this out, but I threw in a little extra in each of your rewards. You will figure out what each of them does when the time comes. P.S. This note will disintegrate once you read this. And just as he finished, it disintegrated. Well, not much I can do about that as he puts his chip back into his storage. I guess all I can do right now is look through my new knowledge for anything extra. Back in Kanto, start of the school year. Gary POV. Man, why did you have to go, Ash? With you gone, nearly everyone has come up to me asking about where you were, and I can't tell them until Gramps announces it. And those two edgelords aren't making things better, he thought as he looked at Silver and Paul. As he finished thinking, Oak went up on stage. Hello everyone, I am glad to see everyone is back. I am sure some of you have noticed one of your classmates is missing. Not to worry. Me and my cousin in Alola are having a student exchange program, so they will be back next semester. But until then, I want to introduce your new classmate for the rest of this year. As he finished talking, a small kid came up on stage. Hello everyone, I am Sophocles. Author's note, yep, got a 4 on the dice, so Sophocles was the lucky child. Which makes sense, I do think he is probably the one that would benefit the most from normal school. Gary thought, oh, it's going to be one of those years, isn't it? Back to Alola and Ash. Landing in Alola, Ash was met by two individuals, a man with a muscular physique, who has dark eyes, black hair, a black man bun, and a goatee. He wears a white hat with a rainbow decoration on the front. He also wears glasses with a green frame, a white lab coat with rolled-up sleeves, gray baggy pants with a green stripe and white drawstrings, and some green shoes with a white outline. This was Professor Kukui. The second man was a tall man, who resembles Professor Oak. He has long gray hair, tanned skin, and brown eyes. He wears a short-sleeved teal-collared shirt, which is decorated with red goldine and several white circles. He also wears white shorts and blue flip-flops, as well as a watch on his left hand. This was Samson Oak. Samson was the first to say, Alola Ash, my cousin has told me a lot about you. Welcome to Alola. I am the principal of the Pokemon school and Kukui here is your teacher. Professor Kukui continued, yes, we hope that you like your time here. Don't worry about where you will be staying. You will be staying with me at my place. But for now, let's introduce you to your classmates. As he signals Ash to follow him and heads to the large building. Once they arrive, Kukui and Oak lead Ash to a room where once he is in, he notes 4 other children sitting in a relatively large room. Kukui and Oak start talking. Alola everyone, as you all remember Sophocles got transferred to Kanto for the school year, and so I would like to introduce you all to your new classmate for the time being. As he gestures for Ash to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Ash. He responds quickly. As they heard this they began introducing themselves one by one. Hey, I'm Kiwi, said a red and brown-haired shirtless kid. I am Mallow, said a girl with long green hair holding a bound sweet. My name is Lana, said a girl with blue eyes and short blue hair with a poplio. My name is Lily, said a girl with green eyes and platinum blonde hair. As soon after that they seemed to hit it off with the class, asking him questions about how Kanto is and his interests. And Ash, knowing what he did, went full sock-up mode. He told them how he enjoyed some dancing, despite only really knowing swords dance and dragon dance, and that he liked fishing and cooking, and playing with Pokemon. Needless to say, the 4 children had a very good impression of Ash after that, but that caused them to want to talk to Ash more. Seeing this, Kukui and Oak smile and Kukui starts talking. Well, I'm sure you all can talk with Ash after class, but for now let's sit down for class. Ash, since this is your first day, why don't choose our topic today? As Ash sat down he asked, can you tell us what you study, professor? Hearing this, Kukui smiled and said, of course, I study Pokemon moves. This might seem like a mundane field of study, but the truth is that this is one of the most pivotal out there. Movesets are essential to a Pokemon trainer, and my research looks into the effects and strengths of Pokemon moves, finding the best ways to train combo moves and Z moves. As he pulls out a small crystal and bracelet from his jacket. These are Z crystal and a Z ring respectively. You need both of these, a bond with your Pokemon, and finally a special dance-like move to perform a super powerful attack called a Z move. Any questions? Ash immediately asked, what is the dance for? It seems like the most random thing out of the requirements. Kukui answered, it is to connect your Pokemon and you, and form a greater bond. Ash thought, if it is just for bond, then does that mean if I use aura I don't need to do the dumb dance? Well, I can't test the theory now, so more questions for later. As the class ended, surprisingly that was the school day. Here you only have one class and then you get most of the day for yourself. And when the class ended the 4 other children went right back over to him to keep asking questions. So when they went outside he began talking to them. So Ash, you say you like to dance, how did you get into it? Asked Kiwi. You say you like cooking, what made you do it? Asked Mallow. Why do you like fishing? Asked Lana. What Pokemon did you meet in Kanto? Asked Lily. Okay, one at a time, he said, trying to calm them down. Then taking a deep breath. Well, over in Kanto I have a friend, and he loves dancing with Pokemon. He even started his dance club back in school, and he got me into learning some specific dances. My mom runs her restaurant in Pallet Town. It's the only one in Pallet, so I learned from her and sometimes help out when I can. I like fishing because it is relaxing, even though usually I get Magikarps. And for Pokemon, I live next to Professor Oak, our principal's cousin, and he has an entire ranch in his backyard where I meet Pokemon sometimes. As he finished he was a bit out of breath, and they felt a bit guilty, so they didn't ask him any more questions, and instead started talking about Alola and themselves. And just like that the year passed by, and the classes were non-existent. It was more like recess and class were swapped, so Ash didn't learn anything over his time here. Then he did become relatively good friends with each of them, even taught them a few things. But over his time the most interesting thing that happened was watching the pancake Pokemon race thing. However, he did learn 2 things. Firstly, Lily is afraid of touching Pokemon, so she is closer to anime Lily. However, Lucamine seems to be a mix between the 2 versions of her, which is concerning that even though she isn't insane yet, the possibility of it happening isn't 0. And just like that, time passed and the time eventually came when Ash had to leave to go back to Kanto. They had all come to see him off and it was obvious that they were all sad to see him go. Ash then decided to say, hey, come on, don't be sad. Sure, I may be leaving, but that doesn't mean we won't see each other ever again. Be happy that it hurts to say goodbye. That means that we truly were friends. Don't think of this as a goodbye, think of this as a hello for a different time. I will be back one day, we are friends after all. So goodbye and until we meet again. As he got onto the plane and looked out of the window, I could see them all waving at him as he started flying away. He felt happier. Especially now that he only had 1 more year and then he will be done with school and start the journey. Ash POV. As the plane landed back in Kanto, Ash started to climb out of the plane. As he left the plane he notes 3 people were waiting for him, his mother Delia, Professor Oak, and Gary. The first to notice him was Oak, who waved at Ash, quickly followed by the other 2. Hello my boy, it's good to see you. How was your stay in Alola? Oak asked as Ash got hit with a hug from Delia. Hello, when you said it would be like a vacation you weren't kidding. Ash said with a bit of sarcasm, I can tell you all on our way back to Pallet. You better, you will not believe how boring it got here without you. Everyone asked where you were. And the transfer that took your place hardly talked with everyone. He spent most of his time studying or talking about how he missed his Pokemon back in Alola. Gary said, seemingly very happy that Ash was back. As they traveled back to Pallet, Ash told them about his misadventures in Alola, and in return Gary told him what he missed during his year away from school. Like he said, everyone was asking about him. Classes went on as usual, but also apparently Wally had decided to start taking classes to become a Pokemon trainer. Good for him. I guess, you had more interesting adventures while I was gone, said Ash as they were nearing Pallet Town. Yeah, it seems like it was so boring over there in Alola. I am so glad I turned Gramps down when he asked me, Gary responded. Anyway, we only have this last semester, then we only have to wait for you to turn 10, then we can all leave for our journey. Hearing this, Delia's ears perked up. Oh, that reminds me, happy birthday. We got a little surprise for you back at home, Delia said as she led Ash home where there was a cake waiting for him. Make a wish. And so Ash blew out the candles and the room went dark. Start of the school year. It is the dawn of the Kanto kids' last year in school. And as soon as Ash got into the school, he was greeted by his friends and classmates. Even Paul and Silver seemed a little happy to see him. He was asked many questions ranging from where he was to what happened. He even got some notable exchanges, like Wally approaching him to thank him for giving him the courage to try and become a trainer. Good for him, he thought. As the crowd started dying down, Oak got onto the stage and began talking. Hello everyone, welcome back to another, and for some of you, your final year of school. As I am sure most of you know, those of you that are from Kanto will have the choice to continue studying here, or graduate and follow any dream or other education you would like. So in celebration, why don't you all come up and say what you will be doing? As he finished talking, he left the mic open for the Kanto children to come up and say their goals. Most of the students would continue studying in Oak's school, but there were 5 students who had different answers. Ash, I will go on and challenge the league. Gary, I will go and become a Pokemon master. Green, I will go on my adventure. Yellow, I am going back to Viridian City. Chloe, I will be going back to Vermilion City to continue my studies there. Underscore 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 underscore. As the semester continued, it was more of a victory lap. He didn't learn anything he distinctly already knew. He was also legally allowed to go to medical school. Somehow, I wish it was this easy to go to medical school, Ash thought. Also, Ash found out that base stat totals were a thing, but they could also be raised through training. Over the semester, the most interesting thing that happened was that there was a class trip where they would all go to the movies. The movie that was shown was that weird Pokemon movie based on the original Pokemon manga, the one about Red and his partner, a talking Clefairy. Why is this a movie? He thought. No better question. How is this a move? It even shows the brown onyx scene, which I will not be describing for my mental health, but it seems like the rest of the class enjoyed it. But Oak promised one more professor would be coming in to talk before the school year ended. Also, over the time he had been looking over his knowledge, he found out something new. He knew how to make Pokeblock, but it is different. Instead of just boosting contest skills, if they are given to Pokemon, they get better results when training. Another interesting thing is that Ash could now create barriers, but they still needed some improvement, but baby steps. Don't want to get corrupted. But on a day that we had a free day from school, Ash and Gary had a fishing competition on who could catch the most interesting thing. And as they pulled in the lines, they found a very certain rusted Pokeball, and as they pulled on it, the Pokeball snapped in two. But after some argument, mostly from Gary, they agreed to keep the two halves as a sign of their rivalry. Underscore 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 underscore. On the day that the professor would be coming, the school year was nearing its end. The class was currently talking to the 5 others in their class who would be leaving school. I'm gonna miss you, buddy, Tierno said to Ash as the rest of the children joined in. Yeah, I can't believe you all are going to be leaving. It feels like we just started. It feels like it has been 4 years since we started school together, said Bianca, and everyone looked at her after she did. Bianca, it has been 4 years, said Sharon. Bianca just responded by knocking on her head. Man, I am so jealous of you all. I still have to wait before I can leave. I wish I could graduate too. How am I supposed to become the greatest Pokemon trainer stuck in school, said Barry. Just you wait for me. Once I graduate, I will catch up in no time. Yeah, you wish. I hope you all watch the next league tournament because I will be there and you will see a true Pokemon master win, Gary said with a very cocky attitude. Well, I guess even though he isn't condescending, he is still season 1, Gary, Ash thought, then saying, don't worry, I will visit each region to participate in each league, so I'm sure we will meet again. Hearing this, most of the class became a bit happier, and 3 students in particular thought that when they meet again they could prove they are the superior Pokemon trainer. As they continued chatting, suddenly the door opened and Oak came in with one other woman. Hello everyone, I'm sure most of you are excited your classmates are graduating, but for now I would like you to meet Professor Magnolia. Hearing this, Professor Magnolia came up and looked over the class, and said, hello everyone, I am glad to be here. You are all so cute, you remind me of my granddaughter who isn't that much older than you all. Magnolia is a slender old woman with green eyes and brown hair. She wears a yellow dress with long sleeves under a white lab coat, beige ballet flats, a purple necklace, and glasses. She also wears a purple headband and carries a bird-shaped cane. She continued, well, as Oak said, I am a professor, and my main field of study is the phenomenon called Dynamax. Now Dynamax is the phenomenon where for a short period increases a Pokemon's size and strength. Then there is the variation called Gigantamax, where if a Pokemon has the potential they enter a larger and stronger exclusive form with a special move. Now what I specifically study is the history. You see, you can only Dynamax with a special bracelet and only in specific locations with Dynamax energy. We call them power spots. Currently my granddaughter is a professor like me, currently looking for a lead by studying the history of Galar where Dynamax originated. Now, any questions? Ash really couldn't think of any questions, it seemed the most straightforward, but the rest of the class asked many questions ranging from what power spots look like, to what her granddaughter is doing. As the questions continued, Oak decided to cut in. Well, that is very informative, but unfortunately Professor Magnolia needs to leave, so let's not hold her. As he said that, Professor Magnolia waved and left. And just like that, the year ended and there was a graduation ceremony for everyone that would be leaving Oak's school. Although it was only Ash, Gary, Green, Chloe, and Yellow. Only 3 of them would be going to be trainers right away. Oak began the ceremony. I am glad that another wonderful year has gone by. I am also glad to say that these 5 students will now be allowed to graduate and leave my school to pursue their goals. I wish all of you the best. Now would any of you want to say a few words to your fellow students? Hearing this, Gary could not help but jump at the opportunity. As he came up to the mic, he said, "The next time any of you will see me will be on TV when I will go on to win the league tournament, and as soon as you graduate finally you are more than welcome to come to me and lose." Hearing this, the rest of the students seemed quite upset at Gary's words, and Oak took the mic. That sure was a speech. Would anyone else want to say something? As he looked back, specifically at Ash. Well, I guess I have to fix Gary's mess yet again. As Ash walked up and took the mic and started. Well, I'm not too good at speeches, so I will make this brief. These few years I have been studying here have been some of the greatest of my life, and that was mostly made because of all of you. So I look forward to seeing what all of you go on to do, from becoming a trainer to becoming a professor, to even becoming a bird watcher. So thank you all, and until we meet again. He handed the mic back to Oak and received cheers from the crowd. Oak smiled at the reaction and said, "Thank you, and I wish all of you the best of luck. I look forward to what you will achieve in the future, and I hope for another great semester next year," Oak said, receiving cheers from everyone. And just like that, Ash's school life ended and his adventure would start very soon. A few weeks before the start of the journey. Pikachu POV. It had been 2 years since we last saw this Pikachu as a Piku, and it had been a few months since he left the care of the Kangaskhan mother and child duo. He had been surviving well on his own and was strong enough to at least take down other Pokemon that tried to steal his food. Although he had been lonely, no other Pikachu lived in the forest, so Pikachu had been surviving on his own. And he was getting lonely, and fact that it had been getting harder to gather food. Most Pokemon he could fight usually stayed in large groups. He even had to try his luck stealing food from a flock of Spearow. He didn't know how much longer he could confidently survive in this forest. That was until the day he saw an old man. He was holding a notebook and was giving out food to Pokemon. He was writing things down. The more Pokemon approached him. Pikachu didn't like humans since his only experience was with Team Rocket, but at this point, Pikachu didn't care, so he approached. As Pikachu approached the old man, he decided to try and get his attention, saying Pikapi. This seemed to get the old man's attention as he looked at him, seeming a bit confused. "Hello little one, what are you doing here?" Oak said, not getting a response. Instead, Pikachu just looked at the Pokemon food he was holding. "Oh, you're hungry, here you go," Oak said as he handed Pikachu the food, and Pikachu started eating like he hadn't eaten in days. My, you are a hungry one, aren't you? Now what is a Pikachu doing out here?" he said as he tried to pet Pikachu. The nearest Pikachu clan is a. He was cut off by Pikachu using a thunder shock on him, leaving him a bit crispier but overall fine. My, you are a strong one, aren't you? You are different from other Pikachus, I wonder how." He said that as he secretly got an empty Pokeball, and as Pikachu continued eating he quickly hit him with the Pokeball. Pikachu, being tired, couldn't fight back and so he was captured. "I look forward to studying what makes you different." As Oak was packing up to go back to Pallet Town, he received a phone call. As he looked at his phone, he did not seem happy to see who it was. As he picked up, the sound of Oak's side could be heard. "Hello? No. How many times do I have to tell you this? No means no th. He was cut off. How much? Sigh, fine. When can he come get it?" Ash POV. Musical note. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ash. Happy birthday to you. Musical note. It was Ash's birthday, and his friends, Professor Oak and Daisy, had come by to wish him a happy birthday. He was finally 10 and he would be starting his journey tomorrow. So everyone was excited, but Delia was a bit sad that her boy would be leaving. As the cake was brought out, Daisy was the first to speak. "Congratulations, Ash. Now you and Gary will be leaving on your journey. So what do you want to wish for?" Now my dear," Oak cut in. "He shouldn't tell us his birthday wish, otherwise it won't come true. Yeah, blow out your candles, then you can open your presents, but open mine first." Gary cut in. And as the candles were lit, Ash blew them out. Later that night, Ash was currently lying in his bed thinking, finally the journey begins. But now that I think about it, since it is just me, Gary, and Green going out, does that mean that I will be getting one of the 3 starters? I guess I might need to come up with an excuse to get Pikachu. But anyway, I should sleep. I may still have an alarm clock unlike Ash, but being sleep deprived makes anyone sleep past an alarm, and just like that Ash went to sleep. The next morning, Ash was getting ready. He had gotten up a bit earlier and was getting everything ready. He had changed into the original clothes Ash had, and he got the hat the same way Ash did, by sending in a request to the league to send him one. He also packed ketchup to bribe Pikachu with. He had his bag, but it was mainly for the show since he kept most of his necessities and supplies in his storage, and he found out he had complete control over what happened in there. He can even choose for time to slow down or speed up. Though he wasn't sure if he could fit a Pokemon or person in. But as soon as he was ready, he made his way over to Oak's lab, where he saw Green and Gary waiting, presumably for him. They were both wearing different clothes than usual. Green had his game counterpart's shirt and skirt, and Gary was wearing the original Season 1 clothes. As he got closer, Gary noted him and waved over at him. Hey, took you long enough, you were almost late. Ash got up to them and just said, come on, when have I ever been late in all the years you two have known me? Green just shook her head, seeing the banter between the two. Well, how should we decide who chooses first? Ash just responded, you two can go first, you both got here before I got here, and besides we all know what Pokemon we each want. Getting a nod from both of his friends. As they went into Oak's lab, they saw Oak waiting for them. As soon as they came in, he said, welcome, I am glad to see you three made it. I have gotten everything ready for you three to go out, and I hope you all may help me in my research, so I prepared a Pokédex for each of you. As he said that, he handed a Pokédex to each of them. Now who will choose their Pokemon first? Oak asked as Gary stepped up. I already know who I will get, Gary said as he immediately walked over to the Pokeball for Squirtle. I will wait outside for you guys, I'm going to get to know my Pokemon. As he walked outside, I guess I can go next, Green said as she walked over to the Pokeball for Bulbasaur. I'll go outside to meet up with Gary, meet either Ash. As she also walked out. Well, I guess that just leaves you, Ash, Oak said with a smile, but he also seemed a bit sad about something. But he shook his head. I think it is best if you open the last Pokeball. And as Ash did, he was confused and saw the Pokeball empty. Internally Ash was excited, but he had to act confused. What? Why is the Pokeball empty? Oak looked sad and said, I am sorry to say, but a boy named Damien came and took Charmander. Usually I would refuse, and I did. But his father is very rich and he paid me so much money that if I gave you a fraction of it you could live the rest of your life in luxury and then some. Ash responded, well, is there any other Pokemon I can take? Trying to hide his excitement. Oak thought for a moment. Well, I guess there is one other Pokemon, but it has a problem. But if you think you can take him, Oak pressed a button, pulling out a fourth Pokeball from the podium and handing it to Ash. As Ash opens the Pokeball, there's a Pikachu. Oak continues talking. This Pokemon is a Pikachu, but this one specifically has a bit of a temper. I have been trying to study it for some time, but I can barely get it to stay in its Pokeball. Ash looks down at Pikachu, and Pikachu looks at Ash much more annoyed, seemingly ready to shock Ash, but Ash then tries to calm him down, but Pikachu shocks him anyway. Because Ash is still standing, Pikachu gets ready to do it again. Wait. I can tell you don't like me and you don't like being here in the lab either, but can we make a deal? You help me catch a Pokemon and get through the Viridian Forest, then when we get to the next city you can decide if you want to stay with me or if you want me to release you. What do you think? Pikachu then takes a moment to think about what Ash is saying. After a few seconds Pikachu agrees, although he doesn't completely trust Ash to not break his promise. Pikachu as he stands next to Ash, still not entirely liking him but not going to shock him immediately. Oak seeing this felt a bit bad for Ash. Well, I'm sorry you have to get a Pokemon that doesn't even have anything to do with you and will probably want to leave as soon as you get another Pokemon. Here, take some Pokeballs, you're going to need them, he said as he handed some Pokeballs over to Ash. Don't worry about it, Professor, it isn't the worst thing that could have happened. I might have needed to go out to catch a Pokemon with nothing to defend myself, so don't beat yourself up about it, Ash said as he and Pikachu decided to walk out. But just before he left, he put the chip into the Pokédex. And as he did that the screen just said, updating, please wait. So Ash left the building. As soon as he walks out he is greeted by a large crowd, most of the Pallet Town there to cheer him, Gary, and Green before they leave. Gary and Green were already surrounded by a crowd and as soon as they saw Ash he was surrounded as well. After way too long the crowd finally dispersed, leaving all three of them exhausted. Ash was the first to get up. Man, if that is how bad it is just to be known in Pallet, I am not looking forward to when we end up at the league. Gary responded, you'll get used to it. I have to deal with this being Oak's grandson, but I gotta admit this was bigger than it usually is. Yeah, but at least you have cheerleaders, Ash said as he walked over to Green. Ash helped Green up as she said, anyways, Ash, why do you have a Pikachu instead of Charmander? Only 3 of us are leaving, so the Charmander should have still been there. Ash just responded sheepishly. Well, apparently Professor Oak gave it away to someone named Damien, but he had to use Daddy's money to convince Oak to do so. He was apparently paid so much that I could probably live in a castle if he gave me a fraction of it. So I got stuck with a Pikachu that doesn't even want to be with me. Gary just said, that's rough, buddy. Green wanted to change the subject. Well, anyway, do you guys want to travel together until we get through the forest? I hear there has been a Spearow infestation, so it would be safer if we all went together. Both Gary and Ash nodded, and all 3 of them started moving toward Route 1. As they moved forward they could see Pidgey and Spearow flying over the trio. As they were walking, Ash looked at his Pokédex to see if it had finished updating. As he looked at it he could see new text appearing. Congratulations on activating the Pokédex chip. Current features, basic Pokédex function, wireless PC, progress on Pokemon and their moves. Choosing the first update. Update chosen, ability to see Pokemon's current and future abilities. New update will be chosen after enough Pokemon are caught. That is new, I wonder what it means with that, Ash thought as he looked over at Pikachu and scanned him. Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon. It can generate electric attacks from the electric pouches located in both of its cheeks. Ability, static hidden ability, lightning rod. Current moves, Thunder Shock, Growl, Tail Whip, Thunder Wave. Mutation detected, analyzed. Error unable to analyze mutation. Well, that is new, but what does that mean? Looking around, Ash aimed the Pokédex at multiple other Pokémon like Pidgey, Spearow, and Rattata. But none of the Pokémon he scanned had anything special. Green notes Ash was scanning Pokémon and decided to talk. Are you planning to catch a Pokémon? Yeah, if Pikachu decides he doesn't want to come with me, I need a Pokémon. What about you guys, are you gonna get a Pidgey or something? Gary shook his head. No, I plan on getting some different Pokémon. But anyways, do you guys have any idea about what the first gym is going to be like? Apparently the first gym leader is a guy named Brock and he is a rock-type specialist. Well, I guess you two are fine, but I am going to need to look around in Viridian Forest for a Bellsprout or Oddish, said Ash, receiving a pat on the back from Gary. As soon as they finished talking, Ash saw a certain Spearow, standing alone in the field, approaching Pikachu aggressively. He realized what it was and quickly used his Pokédex. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokémon. Unlike Pidgey, Spearow has a terrible attitude. It is very wild and will sometimes attack other Pokémon and humans. Ability, Keen Eye, Hidden Ability Sniper. The future ability remains the same. Current moves, Peck, Double Team, Assurance. Mutation detected, analyzed. Alpha gene detected. Ash was watching this Spearow stare at Pikachu like it had stolen something from his mouth. Pikachu saw the bird approaching as well. It seemed like he knew this Pokémon specifically, making Ash wonder what history happened between the two. Ash remembered this specific Spearow from the anime. This Spearow was able to overpower Ash's Pidgeot when it evolved, the same Pokémon that had months of training and was able to one-shot a Radon with a type disadvantage move in the anime. With one training, it did all of that with a pure unbridled desire for revenge against a dumb kid who hit it with a rock. It was the only reason why Pidgeot left Ash's care and didn't show up until the very last episode of Pokémon. Why did Ash not just catch it? Oh wait, he did. In the manga he caught it and it became Ash's second strongest until Charizard came around. Ash shook his head and looked at Pikachu. Pikachu, you remember our deal. Now I need you to take this bird down before it can call for reinforcements, he said, preparing a Pokeball. Pikachu understood but didn't like having to listen to Ash. Pikachu as Pikachu's cheeks started lighting up with electricity. The Spearow saw this, so he aimed to attack Pikachu using Assurance, but before he could reach him, Ash called out, Pikachu, use Thundershock, full power. Hearing this, Pikachu begrudgingly decided to obey, lighting up the field in yellow electricity, sending it all into the Spearow, causing the bird to cry out loudly, leaving the bird weakened and paralyzed, but still standing. The Spearow knew it was in trouble, so he wanted to call for help, but before that could happen it got hit with the Pokeball Ash had prepared. And in his weakened state he couldn't fight back, and so the ball shook violently until a satisfying ding could be heard. As soon as he picked up his Pokeball he looked towards his friends, who seemed to be happy for him since he finally had a Pokemon that he could actually call his own. Gary decided to speak. Congrats Ash, you are the first one of us to catch our first Pokemon. Of course, you still probably need to still wander around Viridian Forest for something else before the first gym. Ash looked over and said, yeah, but it's better than nothing. Besides, at least he has the type advantage over grass types. As he did that, he tried using aura bonding with Pikachu and Spearow. As he used the aura technique he patted Pikachu, and surprising Pikachu himself, he didn't feel like shocking the kid. As they continued, a girl came over from the side of the road on a bike. She had short, orange hair tied into a side ponytail with a blue elastic rubber band. She has green eyes and fair skin. She wears a yellow tank top that reveals her midriff, red suspenders, denim shorts that stop at her thighs, and red high-top sneakers with yellow lining and white laces. This was Misty. She began to say, is everything okay? I heard a commotion and the sound of a Spearow, so I was worried that someone was getting attacked by the Spearow gang. Green was the one to respond, we're fine. One of the Spearow attacked my friend's Pokemon, so he took it down and captured it before the Spearow could call for help. When she pointed towards Ash, he just waved a bit. Seeing this, Misty felt a bit relieved. She was glad no one got hurt from the Spearow that have been terrorizing people in the area. Well, I am glad no one got hurt, but you guys should make it over to Viridian City to get you Pokemon healed, and also to get out before the rest of the Spearow gang finds out what you did. Come on, I know the fastest way, follow me. As just like that, the group walked beside Misty with her bike. Ash thought, well, I guess since I didn't completely destroy her bike, she isn't going to follow me like she did originally. Well, I guess I can find a way to fix that later. As they continued walking, Ash looked behind him and saw a red and gold-colored bird flying past where they were. Looking back at his traveling companions, it seemed like he was the only one who saw it. He just thought, well, that is what I like to call plot BS. How did they not see a giant gold bird flying over them? Looking down at Pikachu, it seemed like he saw it too, since he stopped moving to stare back at the sky. Ash went over and picked up Pikachu, saying, let's keep that one to ourselves for a bit, as he put the electric mouse on his shoulder. Well, I guess overall I came out of Route 1 better than Ash. Me and Pikachu aren't nearly dead. I caught the leader of the Spearows, and I am one less bike in debt. I mean, seriously, those glorified pieces of steel are over 1 mil poke dollars, and people still buy them, so they keep selling them at that price. As the group kept walking, they soon heard a woman on the speakers. Attention people of Viridian City. Attention people of Viridian City. We have reports of Pokemon thieves in our area. Be on the lookout for suspicious-looking strangers. Repeat, be on the lookout for suspicious-looking She was cut off once she saw the group approach. As the group saw her, it was clear who she was. She had dark teal hair and fair skin. She wore a purple cap with a black rim, a red top, and a gold star, a purple collared shirt with red trim, a sky blue chest piece, gold shoulder pads, a black purse, a matching belt with a gold buckle, a purple skirt, black shoes, and white gloves. And standing next to her was Grolive by her side. It was Officer Jenny of Viridian City. She stopped the group and looked at the Pikachu on Ash's shoulders. Hold it right there, have been reports of Pokemon thieves in the area, as she pointed at a poster behind he showing 2 pictures of Team Rocket. I need to see your IDs or you will be coming to the station with me. She said the last part to the group, yet it felt targeted towards Ash. Misty gave her ID, and the rest gave their Pokédex. Once Officer Jenny confirmed their identity, she apologized and let them pass. As they got out of earshot, Ash was the first to speak. What do you think that was about? Did she think I was a thief because Pikachu wasn't in his Pokeball? Her Grolive wasn't in a Pokeball, yet I didn't call her a thief. Misty decided to speak up. Well, why don't you put Pikachu in his ball then? It seems like you would want Pikachu to rest after a fight, making Pikachu himself wonder why Ash never even tried to put him in a Pokeball. Well, Pikachu already barely tolerated me, and he made it very obvious that he doesn't like being in his Pokeball. Pikachu was surprised, Ash could tell, but didn't let it show. Anyway, did anyone else see the wanted poster for the 2 Team Rocket members? Gary spoke up. Well, yeah, the one with the blue-haired guy and pink-haired girl. They are probably just grunts, and they probably didn't steal anything yet, since the only police officer around is Officer Jenny. 1,000 poke dollars. They try to rob the Pokemon Center, Ash said half-jokingly. Sure, easiest money of my life. They may be idiots, but no one is that dumb, Gary responded with a smirk. Misty just leaned over towards Green and whispered, are they always like this? To which Green just responded, no, sometimes they are annoying. As they finally got to the Pokemon Center, and as they got inside, they saw a woman with bright pink hair and fair skin wearing a Mexican pink-colored dress with a white nurse apron and flat Mary Jane shoes. And next to her was a Chinsey wearing a nurse hat. This was the Nurse Joy of Viridian City. As Nurse Joy and Chinsey saw the group walk in, they asked, hello, how can I help you today? Chinsey, do you have any rooms available for the night? Asked Misty. Nurse Joy smiled and answered, of course, we have plenty of rooms available tonight, making Misty visibly relaxed. You guys can go check out a room. I'll stay down here. My Pokemon do need some treatment after all, Ash said as he approached the counter and handed Nurse Joy Spearo's Pokeball, and pulled Pikachu off his shoulder and handed him to one of the Chinsey, telling him, don't worry, they are going to make sure you are healthy. Then he looked over at Nurse Joy and told her, I haven't opened Spearo's Pokeball since I got him, and as you probably know, they are very aggressive. Also, Pikachu doesn't like being in his Pokeball. Nurse Joy nodded and headed into the back room. Ash sat down as Gary, Green, and Misty decided to go get their rooms set up. And as was left alone to think, well, Jesse and James are probably going to get her in about an hour, so until then I might as well call Delia and Oak. As Ash got up, he moved towards the computer and called his mother. As soon as he called, the phone was answered. Hello, Ketchum Residence. Hey, Mom, it's Ash. As soon as he said that, he could clearly hear frantic movement before the video call was turned on. Hi honey, is everything okay? She was in her bathrobe, showing she was just taking a shower. Where are you right now? The Pokemon Center in Viridian City, Ash answered, receiving a happy gasp from Delia. You're already at Viridian City? It took your father 4 days to get there when he started his journey. He will be so proud. You truly are the apple of his eye. Delia responded happily. By the way, where are you friends? Didn't you 3 leave together? Yeah, they are upstairs getting their rooms picked out. I am waiting here for my Pokemon to get all healed up. Pikachu had to fight a Spearow before it called for the rest of its flock. That's great to hear, though you should get some rest. You're going to need it if you're going to go through Viridian Forest tomorrow. I love you. I love you too, Ash said before hanging up. As he sat down for a second, he heard a voice behind him. Hey Ash, did you call your mom? Looking behind him, he saw Gary walking towards him. Yeah, she was probably worried for the entire day. You know how she gets. Anyway, why are you down here? Shouldn't you get the room you want? Ash responded. Well, I already got my room reserved. Green and that orange-headed girl are currently using the showers, so I thought I should come and call Gramps. Ring, ring, ring. Phone call, phone call. As soon as Gary finished talking, they both heard ringing coming from the computer. Ash pressed the answer button and asked, hello, who is this? Despite knowing it was Oak. Oak was on the screen, though he was looking into the wrong camera. Why, it's me, Ash. Oh, and hello to you too, Gary. I see you both made it safely to Viridian City. Gary jumped in. Gramps, you're looking into the wrong camera. All we can see is the back of your head. Oak quickly realized he was looking into the wrong camera and the screen cut out as he tried to fix it. After a few seconds, his face could be properly seen. He tried to play it off as if nothing happened. Well, Ash, your mother informed me you all got to the Pokemon Center safely, so tell me who caught the first Pokemon. Before Ash could say anything, Gary cut in again. Gramps, we are not acting like that didn't just happen. Just before Gary could continue, a doorbell could be heard. Oh, that must be my pizza. I am so sorry to go. It was nice to talk to you too. Please send Green my regards. Bye. And he quickly hung up before Gary could say anything. Gary just sighed, and as soon as he was about to speak, he was cut off again by Nurse Joy carrying out Pikachu and Spearo's Pokeball. Well, they are in good condition, so here you go, as she handed them back to Ash. And as Ash got Pikachu, he received a shock, followed by Pikachu laughing, and Gary holding back his laughter. Pika Pika Pie. Well, I guess I don't have your trust already, do I? Welp, we still have some work to do. Pikachu then shook his head and started saying, Chew Pika-Pie, Pikachu. Are you okay? Asked Nurse Joy as Ash nodded. Well, I guess you should go upstairs and get your room ready then. I should try to, Gary was saying before he was cut off again by the alarms. Attention, our radars have detected a large aircraft belonging to a gang of Pokemon thieves. If you have a Pokemon in your possession, exercise extreme caution. As soon as the alarms stopped, a smokescreen appeared in the center lobby, and when it cleared up, there stood a woman with magenta long hair that she wears curled in a comet tail behind her head. She typically wears a pair of large green orb earrings. And a man with shoulder-length periwinkle hair with a single fringe sprouting from the center and green eyes. And they had a Meowth next to them. This was Jesse and James. Jesse, prepare for trouble. James, make it double. Jesse, to protect the world from devastation. James, to unite all peoples within our nation. Jesse, to denounce the evils of truth and love. James, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Jesse, Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. James, surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. As both Ash and Gary stared at the trio, Gary sighed and said, dang it, he reached into his pocket and grabbed 1,000 poke. Ash and Gary were staring at the Team Rocket trio. Ash decided to break the silence. I have so many questions, but firstly, what's going on? Why are you here? And why can that Meowth talk? Jesse scoffed and stepped forward. We'll answer your questions, kid. James came next to her. We are here for Pokemon. Meowth jumped in the middle of them. Rare and powerful Pokemon, so you better hand them over. You're wasting your time. This is a center for weak and injured Pokemon. Nurse Joy said, trying to defuse the situation while waiting for Officer Jenny to arrive. Jesse smiled and continued, well, that may be so, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if we find a few little Pokemon gems among all the junk. Gary stepped forward, clearly very annoyed, probably for losing 1,000 poke dollars. You three are annoying me. He grabs his Pokeball and looks towards Ash. What do you say, Ash? Wanna beat the bricks off them? Ash looks toward Pikachu and asks, what do you say? Wanna have a real fight? Pikachu stared at him, then back at Team Rocket, back to him, and nodded. Ash smiled and looked back to Jesse and James and said with a smile, let's send them blasting off. James laughed at seeing this. These kids think they can fight. Preparing coughing to fight. Let's show them the power of Team Rocket. After all, you two are outnumbered, Jessie said as she got her Ekans ready to attack. But you are outmatched, Ash responded as Gary sent in Squirtle and he sent in Pikachu. As the battle began, Ekans show them Team Rocket is not to be messed with. You spite on that rat, commanded Jessie. Squirtle, let's take down that snake. Counter water gun, Gary called out. Ekans threw its body towards Pikachu, but before it could connect it was blasted by water from Squirtle. Ash saw this and ordered, Pikachu, don't lose this opportunity, use a Thundershock on Ekans. Ekans was too staggered to see the attack coming, and with the added water from Squirtle he dealt massive damage, but the overgrown snake was still standing. Much to Jessie's frustration as she looked over to James. James saw this and was a bit worried but snapped out of it. Coughing, use smokescreen and smog attack. Coughing levitated into the air and released a mist of sludge over the battlefield. Ekans was unaffected, but both Squirtle and Pikachu started running around to try and avoid it, but they were still affected by the mist and poisoned. Ash and Gary both felt worried seeing that they needed to end this fast. In a drawn-out fight, Coughing would take both of them down 7 out of 10 times. Ash looked at Gary and said, what do you say? One last move with everything we have. He received a smile and nod from Gary. They both regained their focus on the fight at hand and called out in sync. Squirtle, use water gun full power. Pikachu, Thundershock full power. As the water was flying toward the two Pokemon, the electricity combined in midair, creating a more powerful move, and thanks to the smoke created by Coughing, none of them saw it coming. The move was a direct hit, leaving both Coughing and Ekans out cold. We were beaten, Jessie said in disbelief. By two kids, James continued. As they returned their Pokemon, Ash and Gary gave each other a high five. Well, you know what they say, if you want something done right you gotta do it yourself, Meowth said as he approached and drew his claws, specifically moving toward Pikachu. Pikachu and Ash both looked unamused as they looked at each other. Ash just looked at the trio and said, remember what I promised, Pikachu, let's send them blasting off. And as Pikachu started charging electricity, Meowth backed up closer to Jessie and James. Now wait a minute, I know what you may be thinking, but the answer may surprise. Why? He was cut off by Pikachu. Pikachu, said Pikachu as he electrocuted Jessie and James and Meowth, sending them flying through the window and through their conveniently placed Meowth balloon. As the camera followed them they had a conversation. Jessie, great, a cat losing to a mouse. Meowth, that Pikachu is no ordinary Pikachu. James, it's certainly very rare, a perfect prize. Jessie, let's catch it. Meowth, perhaps we will. All three, but for now, Team Rocket is blasting off. Back to Ash. As both Ash and Gary watched the trio shoot out like a star, they heard a voice behind them. Thank you for saving the Pokemon Center, said Nurse Joy. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry we had to fight in the middle of the Pokemon Center, Ash responded. Well, like I was saying before those idiots come in, I am going to, Gary said before he was cut off by screaming as the girls ran downstairs. What happened? We heard a commotion and then the building started shaking, Misty said while running down with Green at her side. Nothing much. Team Rocket came by and Gary lost 1,000 poke dollars, then we sent them blasting off, Ash said like this was a regular thing. They both looked surprised and saw Gary in a sour mood, so Green asked, "They actually showed up? I was getting ready to cheer you up after you gave Gary money, but they were actually dumb enough to come here." As Green finished talking, a certain blue-haired woman came bursting through the doors of the Pokemon Center. It was Officer Jenny coming in a little too late. Brakes screeching. "We have a driveway, you know," Nurse Joy said. Seemingly this wasn't the first time this had happened. "What happened here?" "I got your alert and moved here as soon as I could. Then I saw the fireworks from outside," Officer Jenny said. "Well, you're a bit late to the party. Team Rocket came by and we beat them. Not much else to it," Gary responded as he sent Squirtle back to his Pokeball and handed it to Nurse Joy. "Don't forget the part where you lost 1,000 poke dollars," Ash added as he also gave Pikachu to Nurse Joy. Officer Jenny looked at Joy to confirm, then said, "Well, I appreciate that you two decided to help, but next time try not to approach actual criminals." As Officer Jenny finished up her report, everyone decided to go to their room provided by the Pokemon Center for the night. As Ash got into his room, he put Pikachu on his bed and handed him some ketchup. "Here, I think you'll like this." Pikachu seemed suspicious, but as soon as he tried it, he loved it. "I'm glad you like it, but do you mind staying alert in case Spearow decides to be aggressive?" he said as he pulled out the bird's Pokeball. As Pikachu nodded, Ash sent out the aggressive bird, Spearow. As he came out, Spearow stared at Pikachu, seemingly still angry at him for beating him. And Pikachu continued licking some ketchup. "Okay, that's enough." Ash decided to step in. "You lost and I caught you, so I'm your trainer now, and as your trainer you need to get along with everyone." Spearow did not look too happy. It was obvious, so Ash continued, "Of course, if you don't want to be my Pokemon, I'll release you." Spearow looked genuinely confused after that and didn't know how to respond. "But of course, if you decide to come with me, I will help you train and turn you so strong no one will be able to beat you again. So what do you say?" Spearow looked at Ash, then back at Pikachu, then back at Ash and nodded, Spearow seemingly wanting to even the score between him and Pikachu more than anything. "Great to have you on the team, so for now it's time to feed you guys," Ash said, pulling out Pokemon food. He didn't have a way to prepare their specific diets in the Pokemon Center, but he did bring a few bags of Pokemon food. He was expecting to catch a Pidgey or Pidgeotto, so Ash did stock up on bird food. As he gave them their food and some Poke Blocks, he said, "It's too late for training right now. We will begin training tomorrow in Viridian Forest, and hopefully get ready for the first gym." As Ash and his Pokemon finished their food, they all got ready to go to bed. As Ash was lying in bed, he was looking through his Pokédex. It worked similarly to a phone and he could look things up with it. He notes all gym battles are actually recorded and uploaded online, which is good for him. He could look up each gym battle to find some strategy. "Well, I'm probably going to stay in Viridian Forest for a day or two for training and looking for Pokemon. There are a few I want to get. Might look for a Magikarp as well. Thoughts for later, but for now sleep." And that is what he did. Ash, Gary, and Green were talking in front of the Pokemon Center the next day. Misty went back into Route 1 to keep fishing. Not sure what she thinks she is going to find, but more power to her. But for now, the trio was going their separate ways. "So what are you guys gonna do?" "You already know I am probably gonna stay in Viridian Forest for a day or two." Ash was the one to start the conversation. "Well, I am going to go to Pewter City to test my luck and do some training on the way. I probably have the best chance to beat it as we are now," Green said as she was holding her Pokemon Bulbasaur. "I'm probably going to go get a car or something. It will speed things up by a lot," Gary said as he received a blank look from Ash and Green. "All right, Mr. Grandpa is funding my bad habits. What next? Are you going to go pick up those cheerleaders that were basically begging to sit on your lap?" Ash responded. First off, Gramps is sponsoring all three of us, and secondly, I just might. They will probably be better company than you two," Gary responded. Sure, buddy. But for now, this is where we split up until we see each other again. Green, it was great traveling with you, and Gary, it was great taking your money. So bye guys," Ash said as he walked off, watching Gary want to yell something at him, but he was too far gone. As Ash went into the forest, he sighed and started moving towards the deeper part of the forest to try and find a few Pokemon. Pikachu was sleeping in his bag since it was pretty early, and Spearow was released and flew on Ash's shoulder. As they got deeper into the forest, he eventually got to a place where a lot of Pokemon were around. There were Mankeys, some Sandshrew, Butterfree, Beedrill, and some Doduos. Well, it's time to start looking around, Ash thought as he pulled out his Pokédex and started scanning everything until he found something interesting. Ash had been looking around the forest for a few minutes. He had seen a few Pokemon, but none of them piqued his interest. He also hadn't seen the Pidgeotto that Ash found in the anime, but he had seen a lot of Pidgey, but most of them had Tangled Feet, which was debatably its worst ability. So he decided to come back for one after he gets some other Pokemon. Ash decided to move deeper into the forest to try and find Bellsprout. For one part that it would be useful for the first gym, and another because it had one ability and one hidden ability and it wasn't even that good, so he only needed to catch the first one he saw. Moving deeper into the forest, Ash found a herd of 4 Bellsprout and 6 Oddish living among them, so Ash decided to scan as many as he could and found 3 Pokemon of interest. 2 Oddish and a Bellsprout that were closer to the end of the herd. Bellsprout, a carnivorous Pokemon that traps and eats bugs. It appears to use its root feet to replenish moisture. Ability, Chlorophyll. Hidden ability, Effect Spore. Current moves, Vine Whip, growth. Oddish, it may be mistaken for a clump of weeds. If you try to yank it out of the ground, it shrieks horribly. Ability, chlorophyll. Hidden ability, run away. Hidden ability changes to effect spore. Current moves, absorb, growth, sweet scent. Oddish, it may be mistaken for a clump of weeds. If you try to yank it out of the ground, it shrieks horribly. Ability, chlorophyll. Hidden ability, run away. Hidden ability changes to healer. Current moves, absorb, growth, sweet scent. Underscore. Seeing this, Ash had a few things to say. Why does that Bellsprout have a different ability? It should only have gluttony. It doesn't have a mutation, so what's different with it? Then he looked towards the two Oddish. Well, the guy is perfect for Vileplume and the girl is good for a Bellossom. I don't want to train two of them during Kanto, so I will train the guy and use the girl during Johto, so Professor Oak will take care of her until then. As he said that, he nudged the bird sitting on his shoulder. Spiro, I need you to separate those three in the back on my signal, then use double team to keep the rest of the group distracted so I can catch them. Spiro nodded and flew closer. Meanwhile, Ash woke up Pikachu, who was sleeping in his backpack. Sure, he wasn't very effective, but since when did type disadvantages matter in the anime? Spiro waited for Ash's signal, and once he saw it, he dive-bombed the point where the group breaks and flaps his wings to cause a large dust storm. Then during the panic, Spiro started using double team to confuse and send a few pecks into the group. Meanwhile, Ash and Pikachu came in from the back where the trio of Pokemon were. Pikachu used Thundershock on the Bellsprout. Ash commanded as he threw two Pokeballs at the Oddish. Oddish is usually weak enough to catch without fighting. The electricity was a direct hit, and the Pokeball for the female Oddish rolled 3 times with a ding, but the male Oddish broke out after 2 rolls. And the surprise round was over. Spiro was doing good during the distraction. With the double team, it seemed like a group of Spiro, so most of the Oddish was running away, leaving 3 Bellsprout to try to fight alone. The Oddish saw that his friend was captured, so he wanted to attack, starting by using growth, then absorb. Meanwhile, the Bellsprout was barely standing and paralyzed, but it still tried a Vine Whip. Pikachu easily dodged the Vine Whip but was hit with a weak absorb. It didn't do much despite it being super effective. Ash commanded. Pikachu used Thunder Wave on the Oddish. As he prepared 2 more Pokeballs and threw one towards the Bellsprout, at this point it was too weak to resist and rolled with a ding. Meanwhile, Pikachu used a Thunder Wave on the Oddish, leaving it paralyzed, and Ash took the opportunity to throw the other Pokeball towards the Oddish, and it rolled 3 times followed by a ding. Meanwhile, the battle continued with the Bellsprout and Spiro, though the Bellsprout were using Vine Whip frantically, but they couldn't hit the flying bird using double team. As the dust cleared, Ash saw Spiro and 3 weakened Bellsprout and a bunch of Oddish running away. I thought we would have to run away after catching these Pokemon, but I guess fear factor scared most of the problem away. Well, when in doubt, beat up the rest. Ash looked at Pikachu and decided to use a move that he learned after the battle in the Pokemon Center. Pikachu used Quick Attack. Spiro, don't let up the pressure. Pikachu came running in and crashed into one of the Bellsprout, knocking it out. Meanwhile, Spiro dived down to take down the last 2. After they wrapped up, they decided to move towards the lake for some training and then food. As they got to the lake, Ash looked towards his 2 Pokemon. Okay, it is time for you 2 to train. In case we can't get 2 more members to help us take down the first gym, you need to learn a steel move. He got out some ropes and weights he had packed before he left and tied them to Pikachu's tail and Spiro's wings. Now I want you 2 to try and get used to the weight and get strong enough. Once you get that far, you'll be able to learn Iron Tail and Steel Wing respectively. As he tied the weights to their appendages, they nearly fell due to the weight, but they continued moving. Meanwhile, Ash decided to take care of his grass Pokemon situation. He decided to send the female Oddish over to Oak for later. Meanwhile, he sent out his Oddish and Bellsprout, who were both still injured from before, so Ash decided to heal them, mainly by using some medicine since he didn't have those fancy machines that the Pokemon Center had. But he did practice using some aura healing. He was getting better, but it wasn't perfect. So they didn't wake up immediately, so he sent them back to their Pokeballs for rest. Meanwhile, Ash decided to look in the lake for some Pokemon. He could see quite a few Pokemon, including a lot of Magikarp and some Poliwag. He could find some Pokemon that would pique his interest, but for now, he would prepare food and Poke Blocks for each of his Pokemon. Pikachu and Oddish were vegetarian, so it was not too hard to prepare their food. Spiro and Bellsprout are omnivores. Their main diet consists of bug Pokemon, so preferably they could go catch a Caterpie, but legally he can't do that. Mainly because of a law created by the League, and endorsed by the Rangers, that trainers weren't allowed to hunt Pokemon. But it didn't matter, he stocked up on ingredients. As he was preparing the lunch for his Pokemon, many Pokemon decided to come closer due to the smell of the food. Some thought it might have been a good idea to try and swoop in to take some for themselves, but they were mostly scared away by Spiro. Speaking of which, Spiro had gotten used to the weight but hadn't been able to flap his wings hard enough. It was more or less the same situation with Pikachu, able to not fall, but it couldn't move its tail without falling over. Ash gave them some Poke Blocks and gave them their food. He also decided to let out the Bellsprout and Oddish to see how they were doing and feed them as well. As soon as they came out, they stared at Ash, then looked around, seemingly looking for their friend. Ash handed them their bowl of food, but neither of them ate. Bellsprout, Oddish, they yelled towards Ash as if asking where their friend was. Relax, your friend is fine, she is in a Pokemon professor's care. Once we get to the next town we can call them so you can see she is fine. But for now, you two need to eat. I'm your trainer so I will be making sure you become stronger. Ash said, also releasing some of his aura to try and calm them down and relax. It seemed to work, so they decided to stand down for now and decided to eat. After which they seemed to be more relaxed than before. But while he was getting ready to sit down himself, he saw a tiny Pidgeot, small enough to probably fit in the palm of his hand. He decided to pull his Pokédex out and scan it. Pidgeot, the tiny bird Pokemon. A normal and flying type. Pidgeot usually doesn't like to battle, but it won't hesitate to attack if provoked. Ability, Keen Eye, Hidden Ability Sniper. Future ability remains the same. Current moves, Tackle, Basic, Feather Dance, Sand Attack. Ash was surprised. Usually Pidgeot's hidden ability is Big Packs, but it is different again. Ash decided not to think about it too much and decided to try calling over the very tiny bird. He grabbed an extra bowl of the food he gave Spearow and put it in front of him and waved for the bird to come closer. It blew over in front of the food and started eating. It seemed like the little guy hadn't eaten in a while. After he finished eating he seemed to want some more, to which Ash responded, "You are a hungry little guy, aren't you? How about you become my Pokemon? I can keep you fed and make you strong." The bird just turned its head and jumped forward. Pidgey. "Alright," Ash said as he pulled out a Pokeball and held it out. Pidgey jumped forward and head bumped the ball. Then there was a ding. Then Ash let the bird back out and gave it some more food. After everyone was fed, and everything was packed, Ash told them to continue training. Pikachu and Spearow had the same training, but Ash had Pidgey join them. Bellsprout and Oddish had different training. They needed to learn Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, and Stun Spore. It should be easy for them to learn. They both naturally learn it very early, and Bellsprout had an ability that would help them out. After a few hours, Bellsprout and Oddish learned the powders, and Pikachu was the only one in the group to learn his steel move. Spearow was nearly there and Pidgey was not too far behind. Ash gave each of them some special poke blocks to try and get better control over their energy. By the end of the series, Pikachu had such good control over the electricity that he could control a 10 million volt thunderbolt. So it would be good to try and get his Pokemon to have a pretty good level of mastery each before they evolved. After the sun started to go down, Ash set up a tent to sleep. His Pokemon seemed to want to stay out and sleep, so he let them. There's no reason why he wouldn't. As he laid down he had a thought. Pretty good turnout today. Managed to get 3, technically 4 new Pokemon. But I still need more. According to the videos of Brock's battles, he uses 4 Pokemon in a 4-on-4 battle. But what to catch? I'm probably not gonna catch Caterpie. It's not bad, but it's not good, and I would probably release it so it can go mate with that shiny Butterfree. Well, that is a problem for the me of tomorrow. The me of now wants to sleep. Ash woke up quite early in the day. Another day, another dollar. He looked over and saw his Pokemon were still sleeping. He started preparing breakfast for all of them, and some woke up after a bit. Once they did, he gave them their food. Then Ash moved over to the lake and pulled out his fishing rod and Pokédex. While he started fishing for water Pokemon, he had his Pokemon continue practicing and training. The birds were still working towards Steel Wing, but if they got it down they would try and learn Tailwind. Pikachu was told to learn Double Kick, mainly by throwing his body towards a rock or tree and kicking. Bellsprout tried to learn Wrap, which was easy for him, he just squeezed a rock. Oddish tried to learn a more valuable move, Leech Seed. As time went by, Ash fished and released countless Magikarp and a few Poliwag, but nothing that piqued his interest. As he continued fishing he had a thought. I wonder if there's a way I can keep more than 6 Pokemon at a time. If I remember correctly, Damien had like 10 Pokemon at a time, maybe more, I don't remember. He decided to open his Pokédex and look through the options. I wonder if there's a way to turn off the automatic teleportation feature. I would probably need permission from Oak, but maybe since I got that upgrade maybe I can. As he was thinking, he was pulled out of his thoughts by a strong pull from his fishing line. He decided to think about it later and started pulling. Whatever was pulling on his line was definitely strong, stronger than most of what he had caught, but that didn't mean much since he mostly caught Magikarp. As he pulled hard, out of the water came out a Poliwag. This Poliwag was above average size. Ash used the Pokédex he had in his hand. Poliwag, the tadpole Pokemon. A water type. The swirl on its body is its internal organs seen through its skin. The swirl can look different, depending on where a Poliwag lives. Ability, Water Absorb. Hidden ability, Swift Swim. Future ability remains the same. Current moves, Bubble Beam, Water Sport, Hypnosis. Ash saw this and smirked. Perfect, with this I can at least mostly guarantee to get through the first gym, and it will be good to become a Poliwrath later. Ash looked towards his Pokemon and called over his Bellsprout. Hey buddy, want some real battle experience? Ash asked Bellsprout while pointing towards the Poliwag that was currently floating and staring at them. Bellsprout stared over at the Poliwag and then nodded at Ash, and stepped forward ready to fight. Seeing this, Poliwag got ready as well. Bellsprout, growth, then grab it with a Vine Whip. You need to pull it out of the water, Ash commanded. Bellsprout heard this and let the energy from the sun enter his body, and feeling himself get bigger he pulled out vines from his back and threw them at the tadpole and raised it out of the water. As this happened, the Poliwag started struggling and used Bubble Beam, wildly trying to break free. Bellsprout was hit with a few bubbles, but due to type disadvantage and Poliwag being weaker, it didn't do much. Bellsprout used Wrap, then slam it into the ground, Ash commanded as he pulled out a Pokeball. Bellsprout squeezed the tadpole in his vines and then threw it into a tree. This left Poliwag very weak, so Ash thought of a Pokeball. 1 roll, 2 rolls, 3 rolls, ding. Great job buddy, Ash said as he walked over to the Pokeball. With that I have 6 Pokemon in my team, but I still want to try and find a Magikarp and if I can a Scyther. Samurai live around here. I wonder if he would know. He is a bug specialist if I remember. I wonder if Gary or Green have fought him. After Ash picked up the Pokeball he released Poliwag. He then gave it some medicine and then practiced his aura healing. It was certainly getting better but it wasn't perfect by any means. So he put Poliwag back to rest. He turned over to his Pokemon and yelled out, "Okay guys, that's enough training for now, we need to keep moving. So as we walk you all can beat up any Pokemon we come across to practice your moves." As they moved through the forest they came across a lot of Pokemon, mainly bug Pokemon and a few single Beedrills. Ash let them take down as many as they could. Though he wasn't stupid he didn't let his Pokemon fight large hordes of Beedrill. But he also kept a lookout for a Magikarp and let Bellsprout and Oddish fight any rejects they found on the way. After some time walking through the forest, they came across an interesting sight. Ash saw 2 golden Pokemon. It was a shiny Weedle and Caterpie. Ash was surprised to see this so he pulled out his Pokédex and scanned them. Author note, so the Caterpie was a last-minute addition. I flipped a coin to see if one appeared. You'll note that during the next few chapters, there won't be much talk about the Caterpie because I did it last minute during editing. Sparkles Weedle Sparkles, F, Weedle. The stinger on this Pokemon's head guarantees that any attacker will get the point right where it hurts. Ability, Shield Dust Hidden ability, Runaway Rightward Arrow Swarm and Sniper. Current moves, String Shot, Poison Sting, Basic. Mutation detected, analyzed. Queen Bee detected. Sparkles Caterpie Sparkles, M, Caterpie, the worm Pokemon. To repel enemies, Caterpie releases an unpleasant odor from its red antenna. It molts several times while growing. Ability, Shield Dust Rightward Arrow Compound Eyes. Current moves, String Shot, Tackle, Basic. Ash was surprised and frustrated with how his luck is never good when he wants it to be. Why I didn't want a Caterpie, but of course, it's shiny. I shouldn't catch it but the shiny hunter in me won't let me. Ash just pulled out 2 Pokeballs and threw them at the worms. They were both taken by surprise and caught very fast. They didn't even put up a fight before there was a ding. Well, I will send these 2 to Oak for now since it won't be useful for the first gym, Ash thought as he picked up the Pokeballs and they were enveloped in a bright white light. After they were gone Ash heard a loud cry. As he turned around to see it he saw a large rainbow bird sitting in a tree watching him. Spearow seemed to want to attack but Ash managed to stop him before he flew and attacked the legendary bird. Ash was not stupid enough to try and attack or to throw a Pokeball at a legendary at his level. So he just tried to make sure his Pokemon didn't try to anger or attack the rainbow bird. Meanwhile, Ho-Oh was staring at Ash with interest. Ho-Oh looked over at the pond next to the large tree then looked at Ash before flapping its wings and starting to fly away. But before it did it dropped a feather and flew off into the rainbow. Ash caught the feather and felt more frustrated. Well, I have a rainbow wing now, so now the Pokemon with a temper tantrum, Marshadow, is going to be following me and trying to corrupt me. Well, thankfully I should be able to resist the corruption with aura, but I will need to practice with it, Ash thought. Then he looked over at the pond that Ho-Oh looked at. And when he got there he saw a small Magikarp stuck in the pond. So Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the fish. Magikarp, M, Magikarp, the fish Pokemon. Because all Magikarp seem to do is splash around, some consider them weak, but they're actually a hardy Pokemon that can survive in water no matter how dirty it is. Ability, Swift Swim Hidden ability, Rattled Rightward Arrow Intimidate and Moxie. Current moves, Splash, Tackle, Basic, Bounce, Basic. Well, that's convenient, thank you Ho-Oh. Ash thought as he pulled out a Pokeball and threw it at the Magikarp. It was caught with no problem because it is already quite weak. After it was caught Ash transferred it over to Oak. With that, the only Pokemon I want in Viridian Forest is a Scyther. Welp, I can probably ask Samurai once I see him around here. For now, I should do some more training. Ash thought as he got all his Pokemon together. He decided to get them to try to train. Bellsprout would train to learn Bullet Seed, Spearow and Pidgey learned Steel Wing so they started trying to learn Tailwind. Meanwhile, Poliwag got better and started working to learn Rain Dance. Oddish was struggling for Leech Seed but getting better, and Pikachu decided to sleep, of course he did. As Ash prepared their lunch, he pulled out the wing and had a thought. If I have this that means that I am going to have to go through the events of the I Chose You movie. When will that happen and how will cross-play into all of this? That's too much to think about for now. I can barely remember everything about that movie. After some time his Pokemon were exhausted, so he gave them each their food and some Pokeblocks to rest. Meanwhile, Ash sat down and started thinking as he ate. Like normal, some Pokemon were around staring at the food and some tried their luck and failed. But while Ash was practicing his aura sensing he felt something different approaching. It was different yet familiar, so Ash got up and walked over to where he sensed the one approaching. As he looked through the trees, a Doduo came running with someone sitting on it. He saw someone with long yellow hair and a straw hat, but before he could see who it was, the Doduo stopped and the person fell off and crashed into Ash. I'm sorry, are you Ash? The person asked, as she recognized Ash. Why Yellow, what are you doing here? A few minutes ago. Yellow POV. It had been a few days since Yellow returned after graduating from Oaks Academy. Once she returned she didn't know what she wanted to do. Most of the time she would help her uncle, Wilton, or help to tend to his Pokemon. Until one day Wilton asked to talk to her. Well, Yellow, I want to know if you have any idea about what you want to do, Wilton asked. I don't know, Uncle, Yellow responded, a bit saddened at her own words. Wilton thought for a moment. Well, you like Pokemon, why don't you try going out on an adventure? You know I don't like it when Pokemon get hurt, besides I don't even have a Pokemon. And I don't know how to capture Pokemon either, Yellow responded. Well, you don't have to battle, you could just travel and learn what you like. And as for a Pokemon, why don't you take Doduo, at least you will be able to ride him. Wilton asked as he called over Doduo and held out his Pokeball. What, you want to give me Dottie? But you use him to travel, I can't. Yellow responded. You can and you will, Doduo likes you better, you even named him. Now I want you to go see the world and find out what you want to do, but do come and visit me once in a while. Wilton responds as he hands Doduo's Pokeball to Yellow. Doduo seeing this moves over and puts his head on Yellow, both heads exclaiming, Doduo, Doduo. Okay Dottie, I'll do it, Yellow said after hearing what Dottie told her. She has always had a gift to being able to understand Pokemon, and even heal. But she never thought anything of it, especially because her uncle had assured her that she wasn't the first to have the same ability. So after packing her bag and saying goodbye to everyone, she knew she was standing on the outskirts of Viridian Forest with Dottie standing next to her. Well, Dottie, we are about to start, Yellow said, clearly nervous, as she started thinking about her friends who already left to start their journeys. Gary, Green, and Ash. How did they do it? How were they so confident about going on a journey? As Yellow was thinking, Dottie smelled something in the air, something that got him excited. So as Yellow was thinking, Dottie grabbed her and threw her on his back and started dashing. The average Doduo was able to run at 60 miles per hour and Dottie was no exception, running through the forest as Yellow panicked. Dottie, where are you going? Can you please slow down? Yellow screamed as she was holding on for dear life. But as she said that, Dottie came to a stop before he crashed into a person, but the sudden stop made Yellow get through off of Dottie's back and crash into the person who was standing in front of them. Back to present time. Ash POV. Here I am on the nice soft ground with a bird and a girl standing over me. The bird seemed to be drooling and the girl was yellow and seemed to be in a daze. She snapped out of her daze and continued her apology. I'm sorry Ash, I didn't mean to hit you, you see I was about to leave, but then Dottie grabbed me and started running, and then he stopped and I crashed into you. I'm sorry. Yellow said very fast. It's fine Yellow, I'm not hurt, and besides it was an accident. Ash said as he stood up and dusted himself off, but what are you doing here? Well, it's a long story. She was cut off by the sound of grumbling, from both Dottie and her, and she looked embarrassed at Ash. Ash shook his head and gestured to them to come over. Come on, I always make extra, help yourselves. Dottie was literally head down in the Pokemon food and Yellow was given a plate of seasoned curry. As they were sitting down, Yellow explained her situation about how she was leaving at the suggestion of her uncle, and how she didn't know what she was doing. As they were eating, Dottie and Yellow were surprised by how delicious the food was. Ash stopped to think. I didn't think Yellow would be leaving on a journey as well. I knew I was going to meet her but not this soon. But I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing to travel with her. Her healing could be nice and she may be able to teach me how to improve my healing. Why not? Ash looked over at Yellow who was finished with her food and Dottie was next to her looking at him the same way. Ash could feel himself sweat as he gave them seconds and said, well, if you want you can come with me. I could even teach you the ropes. Hearing this, Yellow was surprised. What, are you sure? Won't I just be dead weight? Ash handed her a napkin and continued, of course, the more the merrier. Now once you're done eating I can teach you how to catch a Pokemon. After he said that, he started cleaning up and handing out Pokeblocks. After his Pokemon were done eating, he put them back into their Pokeballs so they could rest for a bit, and walked over to Yellow. He pulled out his Pokédex and handed it to Yellow. Here, you can scan Dottie with this and you'll learn what he can do. Hearing this, Yellow nodded and scanned her Pokemon. Doduo, Dottie, its short wings make flying difficult. Instead, this Pokemon runs at high speed on developed legs. Ability, Early Bird, hidden ability, Tangled Feet. Current moves, Growl, Peck, Basic, Quick Attack, Basic, Whirlwind. Yellow looked at the information and had more questions and looked at Ash, who explained everything she needed to know. Then she handed the Pokédex back to Ash. Well, now that you know what you need to know about Dottie, all you need is a Pokemon and a Pokeball. And I happen to have a few, Ash said as he handed her a few Pokeballs. Then they looked around and saw a Rattata. How about that Rattata? They're easy to catch, Ash suggested to Yellow, who nodded. First send in Dottie and tell him to attack with one of the moves he knows. Then when it is weak enough you can throw the ball at it, Ash explained as Yellow prepared to battle. Okay, Dottie, attack with Pack, Yellow commanded as Dottie dashed forward and struck the rat. It made direct contact, causing the Rattata to get pushed back. Rattata decided to fight back with a quick attack, and Yellow, who wasn't prepared, got a hit. No, Dottie, Yellow shouted and looked at Ash. It's fine, just next time a Pokemon is going to attack, try telling Dottie to dodge or counter, Ash explained, trying to calm Yellow down. Yellow took a breath and focused. Dottie, use quick attack. Dottie, hearing this, screamed and struck the Rattata at fast speeds, leaving the rat barely standing. Yellow looked at Ash and he sighed and came closer. It's weak, you can throw a Pokeball, Ash told her. Okay, Yellow said as she got one of the Pokeballs and threw it at the weakened rat who was too tired to fight back. 1 roll, 2 roll, 3 roll, ding. Yes, we did it. Yellow jumped in joy as she pulled both Dottie and Ash into a hug. before she realized what she did and let go and stepped back. Thank you, Ash, Yellow said, trying to hide her face. Oh no, it's time like this I wish I was a dance shonen protagonist. You know what they say, fake it until you make it. Ash thought as he walked over to the Pokeball. As he picked it up he handed it over to Yellow. Here you go, you can do whatever you want with this little guy. Yellow grabbed it and released the Rattata. Hello, my name is Yellow, I am your trainer, so how about I name you Ratty? The Rattata looked at Yellow and smiled. Rattata. As Yellow started patting her new friend Ratty, she started using her healing to help Ratty recover. Before she realized what she did and looked at Ash, who acted like he didn't notice for now. But before she could question that, they both heard the sound of something in the bushes, and out from the forest came the samurai. Or rather samurai, because that is his actual name. He approached both Ash and Yellow. Hello, are either of you the Pokemon trainer that comes from Pallet? He asked. Yes, I'm from Pallet Town, Ash responded, knowing what was coming next. Hearing this, samurai pulled out his fake sword and pointed it at Ash. I have found you at last. I challenge you to a Pokemon battle. Freaking Yellow out. Yeah, sure, we can battle, but try not to use a fake sword to challenge people, they'll take it the wrong way, Ash says as he pushes away the sword with his finger. Samurai blinks and sheaths his sword looking sheepishly, then pulls out a Pokeball and sends his pincer. Ash looked into his backpack and saw that Pikachu was still sleeping, so he handed the bag to Yellow and pulled out Pidge's Pokeball. Pincer move forward and use tackle. Pidgey fly into the sky and use tailwind, then tackle him back. And stay away from those pincers. Ash commanded. Pincer tries to hit the bird, but before he could hit, Pidgey flew into the sky and blew a strong gust of wind, and used the momentum to strike the bug back. Pincer grabs him and use seismic toss, Samurai commanded. Pincer opened his arms and as soon as he got hit, he grabbed Pidgey and jumped in the air, and as they fell, Pincer used a Michinoku driver. Both Pokemon looked relatively weak. Pidgey, can you keep going? Ash asked, getting a nod from the tiny bird. Well then flap your wings and use a sand attack to get back into the air. Pidgey slammed his wings into the ground, getting sand to get into the bug's eyes. Now finish this, use steel wing. Pincer no, use hardened, Samurai panicked. As Pidgey's wings became silver, Pincer tried to harden, but as they made contact a dust cloud appeared and out of it Pincer was still standing. Pincer, are you okay? Samurai yelled out, but as he did Pincer fell over. He sighed and returned the pincer to his ball. Well, you have defeated one, but what will you do about the second? He said as he pulled out a second Pokeball and out of it came a Metapod. Now you shall see true fear. Metapod use hardened, Samurai commanded. Pidgey just looked back at Ash with a look of, really? And Ash just shrugged, just use steel wing again. Pidgey just looked tired and walked over, not flying, walking. And just used a steel wing and the Metapod went down immediately. He returned the Metapod to his ball. Well, now it's time for my final Pokemon. He said as he pulled out one last Pokeball, releasing a Scyther. Seeing this, Pidgey got serious again, and Ash got ready. Pidgey used Feather Dance, then Sand Attack. Pidgey started to flap his wings, releasing some feathers and pulling up sand, then sending it at Scyther. It connected, but he didn't seem worried at all. Now focus energy, then quick attack. As he said that, Scyther moved fast and connected, landing a critical hit. Pidgey was barely standing. Pidgey, that's enough, Ash said as he returned Pidgey and pulled out the ball for Spearow and sent him out. Your first Pokemon has fallen, now the rest will follow. Now Scyther quick attack again, Samurai commanded. Spearow use double team, then fly up, Ash commanded. As Spearow talk off, multiple clones followed, confusing Scyther. Scyther use Fury Cutter, get as many of them as you can. Spearow, use Peck, fly in then out, don't let them see who you are, Ash commanded. At this point, Pikachu had woken up and was watching the battle. As Spearow continuously used Peck, Scyther was unable to hit him, leaving him very weakened. Perfect, now finish this steel wing. And before Samurai could retaliate, Spearow had hit Scyther and was knocked out. Seeing this, Samurai signed and returned his Pokemon and walked forward. You truly are a worthy trainer, much like the others from Pallet Town. That was a good battle, but also if you don't mind, where did you get your Scyther? Ash asked. Well, you were victorious, so I see no harm in telling you. There is a group of Scythers held up a little deeper to the north. However, be careful, you shouldn't fight them all at once, Samurai said with a warning. Ash smiled and shook Samurai's hand. Thank you, and I will be careful until we meet again. Indeed, let us one day meet again. As soon as Samurai went back to his home, Ash and Yellow started walking north. At this point, Pikachu has gotten out of the bag and Yellow started petting him. Ash was worried that she would be shocked, but Pikachu let himself be pat. Curse the stupid, plot armor, psychic aura, natural affinity, BS that Yellow has to befriend Pokemon naturally. Even now after I used aura to bond with Pikachu, it seems like he is friendlier with Yellow. Ash thought as he held back the urge to scream. Ash shook his head as they continued walking until eventually, they came across a group of 5 Scyther. He motioned to Yellow and Pikachu to be quiet as he started thinking. Well, I certainly can't fight them all at once. Scythers have base stats that make them comparable to fully evolved starters. My best bet would be to either put them all to sleep or to separate the weakest of the group and capture it, then make a break for it. There is also the choice to try and convince one of them to come with me, but Scyther is naturally aggressive and I don't feel like both figuratively and literally putting my neck out there. Ash then had an idea inspired by a move he saw as a kid. He moved back into the safer part of the trees and sent out Spearow, Pidgey, Bellsprout, and Oddish. Pidgey was still tired, so Ash came over and used his aura to heal the bird. He made sure Yellow could see him doing this. After Pidgey was better, he told his Pokemon his plan. Spearow and Pidgey, you two will grab Bellsprout and Oddish. Then when you four are in the sky, both Bellsprout and Oddish will use Sleep Powder, and if you can stun Spore as well, but focus on Sleep Powder more than anything, Ash explained, and everyone listened attentively. Ash continued, although Scythers can fly, you two are faster flyers, so just in case they see you fly fast, get away from them. Understand? Receiving a nod from the four. Alright, wait for my signal. Spearow took Bellsprout and Pidgey grabbed Oddish and they flew up near the trees above the group. Before Ash gave the signal, he turned off the volume on his Pokédex first, then scanned the Pokémon to look for the one he should catch and avoid. He found one in particular. Scyther, Scyther, the Mantis Pokémon. Its claws are sharp as swords, and it is a powerful flyer. This Pokémon is rarely seen by humans and almost never captured. Ability, Technician. Hidden ability, Steadfast. Current moves, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Double Team. He saw this and then looked at Yellow. If this goes wrong, you need to jump on Dottie and move fast. Received a nod from Yellow and Dottie. Then taking a deep breath, he gives the signal to his Pokemon. As soon as they saw this, the birds flew over the group of Scyther, and Bellsprout and Oddish started releasing as many spores as they could. The Scyther was more confused than concerned until the oldest Scyther fell asleep, closely followed by the others, leaving the one Ash was going to catch drowsy but still standing. Welp, this is the kind of plot BS that the anime would show. He then turned to Pikachu and said, come on, let's take him down the old-fashioned way. Receiving a nod from the electric rat. As the Scyther started looking into the sky to see what happened, he only heard Pikachu thunder shock before he received an electric shock. Meanwhile, the squad in the air started releasing stun spore because status moves do stack, though the more one has the more a Pokemon can resist it, but they are sleeping and can't resist if you aren't conscious. They won't be asleep for long. Pikachu, one more thunder shock, Ash commanded as he pulled out a Pokeball and signaled to the Sky Team to come back. Pikachu quickly used another shock of yellow electricity. The Scyther tried to move, but it wasn't fast enough and receive another shock. Then Ash threw the Pokeball and returned his 4 Pokemon that were in the sky. At this point, the effects of the spore started getting to her, leaving it too tired to escape, followed by a ding. At this point, some of the Scyther started turning, so Ash grabbed the Pokeball and started running. They are paralyzed, thankfully. There is no way we can outrun an angry Scyther normally, Ash said to Yellow as they kept running. But where are we going now? Yellow said, clearly getting tired. Ash started to slow down and said, well, we are going to Pewter City to rest and train for the first gym. I wonder what's happening to Team Rocket. I haven't bumped into them, probably creating a convoluted trap for me. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was sitting in paper cocoons while waiting by the road. Here is the plan: as soon as the twerp walks past, he will trip the tripwire, which will make him drop the cocoons where we will show up. We will use the metal cage in the hole and the giant magnet on our balloon to pull him out. Then we will force him to give up the Pikachu, or we will cause noise attracting the Beedrill. Jessie explained her long plan. We know, we helped you set it all up. This is the 27th time you said this. I don't think he going to show up, James said. Of course, he has to go through this path unless he went off the trail, but why would he do that? Jessie said, scolding James. Guys, I don't mean to butt in, but we have a problem, Meowth said as they saw an Oddish run through their trap, causing them to fall out of their cocoons and fall into the hole they made. As soon as they fell in, they got raised by their balloon and started floating away. Any other brilliant idea, Jessie? James said, receiving a hit to the head. A few hours later, Ash and Yellow were exiting Viridian Forest. At this point it was starting to turn to dusk. Ash then turned back to Pikachu and finally addressed their deal. Well, Pikachu, a deal is a deal. Do you want to continue going with me, or do you want to go your own way? Ash said, making Yellow confused. Pika-Pie. Pikachu said, after all the time they spent together, he had genuinely forgotten about the deal they made back in Pallet. Well, I said after Viridian Forest, and here we are. I won't force you to stay if you still want to leave, Ash said as he was secretly hoping everything he did was enough. Pikachu said as he climbed back on Ash's shoulder. So you're staying, that's great. Let's get moving before it gets dark then, Ash said as Yellow wanted to ask what they were talking about. Before she could ask, a voice appeared. Pewter City is gray, the color of stone. It was Flint. Who are you? Yellow asked, looking at the rocks with price tags next to her. The name's Flint and you two are standing on some of my merchandise, he said, fully serious about the rocks. What are you people doing, coming out of the forest at this hour? Well, I wanted to challenge the gym, but we ended up leaving pretty late, so we were going to go to the Pokemon Center to rest, Ash answered back. As Yellow held up her tired Rattata like a baby. Well, your Pokemon seems to be tired. I will lead you to the Pokemon Center, Flint said as he started walking. He seems nice, Yellow said as she hopped off one of the larger rocks. And as she said that, Flint turned. By the way, that will be 2 Poke Dollars for standing on my rocks. At the Pokemon Center, Ash came up and gave his injured to the Nurse Joe of Pewter City. Yellow already went to her room, so Ash went to the computer to call Oak. Hello my boy, what do you need? Oak asked as it seemed like he was eating some noodles. Hello Professor Oak, I wanted to ask if you have received the Pokemon I have been sending over, Ash responded. Oh yes, I must say you have caught an impressive amount of Pokemon, and even finding 2 shinies is also impressive in itself, Oak responded. Well, there are 2 things I would like to ask about, Ash answered back. Oh, and what would that be? Oak questioned. Well, firstly, can you call over the Oddish I sent over? Her friends want to talk to her, Ash said as he released Bellsprout and Oddish and put them on his lap. Of course, I must say she has been helping me calm down some rowdy Pokemon. She is right here with me, Oak said as he picked up an Oddish, and as soon as the group of grass Pokemon saw each other they started talking like they hadn't seen each other in years. Well, while they are talking, the second question is if you could give me permission to carry more than 6 Pokemon. Ash asked as he put his Pokemon to one side. Well, I can. There is no set amount of Pokemon a trainer can hold. I just set the automatic teleportation feature at 6 because that is recommended. Oak said before thinking to himself, well, how about this? If you can beat the first gym, I will allow you 8 Pokemon at a time and we can talk about more then. Yes, that is fine. I will be in town for a few days before I challenge the first gym, so until then let's give these Pokemon some room to talk, Ash said, gesturing at the grass Pokemon as he got a nod from Oak. Just hang up after they are done, he said as he walked off screen and continued eating his noodles. Ash moved over and wanted for his Pokemon. After way too long the grass Pokemon said their goodbyes and left. Ash returned them and hung up the call before moving to his room. After Ash got ready for bed and laid down, he thought to himself, well, thankfully with Oak I only need him to permit me to have more than 6 Pokemon, then I can manually turn off the automatic teleporter. And for Brock, my Pokemon have enough moves to win. I just need to get them to train. He pulled out his Pokédex and looked at the videos of past battles that Brock had. He uses 4 Pokemon this time, so I will need to bring in Oddish, Bellsprout, Poliwag, and Pikachu as a last resort. It depends on how much plot armor BS I can get away with. As he put the Pokédex away, the thought to himself, well, that's for tomorrow. For now I guess I'll just sleep, and passed out. The next day Ash was woken up by a shock from Pikachu, which made Ash literally jump out of bed. How original Ash got used to that I will never know, Ash thought as he decided to look at the time. 6 a.m. Haven't had to wake up this early since my college days. Ash changed and got out of his room. Yellow was expectedly still sleeping, so he decided to ask Joy if there was a place he could train his Pokemon. Yes, there is a clearing near the Pokemon Center provided for all trainers to train their Pokemon, answered Nurse Joy after Ash asked. As he left the Pokemon Center and arrived at the clearing, it was a relatively large space. There were a few stadiums for trainers to battle, but other than that there wasn't anything else. Ash then released all his Pokemon and had them line up. Okay everyone, we have a lot of work to do before we can even take down the first gym, Ash said in his best general impression. The Indigo League will be starting in a few months and we need to be ready. During that time we need to train, travel, and gain at least the 8 gym badges from the gyms backed by the league. Unsurprisingly, Spearow and Pidgey were the most excited to participate in a tournament, and they made it known. Ash decided to motivate them with a famous quote. A wise man once said, if you know the enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. So what do we know? The first gym is a rock-type specialist. So unfortunately Spearow and Pidgey, you two will not participate in this battle, Ash said, receiving an annoyed but understanding look from the 2 birds. Seeing this he continued, so that leaves Bellsprout, Oddish, Poliwag, and Pikachu are the only ones left. And as we are now we don't stand a chance at winning, so we will be training hard. He looked over to see all of their reactions. Spearow and Pidgey looked annoyed, Bellsprout and Poliwag looked like they couldn't wait to train, Oddish looked tired, and Pikachu was Pikachu. So we will start with EV training, then you will all work on improving the moves you already have, Ash said, then turning to the birds, Spearow and Pidgey, you two will not participate in the gym battle, so you two can train with us if you want or go train with each other. So he started training. He started by having all of them race with each other, for one part to increase their speed EVs, and another to increase their stamina so that they would get tired in the middle of a battle. As soon as they were all done he set up their training. Poliwag would focus on health and defense for the time being. It has not been decided if he would become a physical or special attacker. Bellsprout and Pikachu would work on physical attack. Both were decent mixed attackers but they don't need special attacks for the time being. They did this with Poliwag bracing himself to be used as a punching bag and being healed after he couldn't take any more. Oddish was the only one who trained in special attack. He did this by meditating and practicing with Absorb. Spearow and Pidgey wanted to join in and they both trained in physical attack, though they divided to train on each other, which eventually turned into a full-out brawl. After some time Ash decided to let them stop so they could all eat. At this time Yellow had woken up and joined them. Ash gave them all their food and poke blocks so they could relax for some time before they continued. And Yellow decided to ask Ash about what he did to Pidgey that day. Meanwhile, Flint was currently watching Ash train his Pokemon. He was impressed. He expected the kid to run headfirst into the gym to challenge Brock like most kids who come and challenge Brock. But as the first gym, his job was to thin out those kinds of kids who think that this is a game that any 4-year-old could play. Well, there was that one kid that came in on a car with a bunch of cheerleaders and won on the first try. But knowing Brock, he was probably distracted trying to impress the cheerleaders and then crying after they rejected him. But here was another kid who didn't jump to fight at the first opportunity and knew what Brock specialized in. It was honestly refreshing. He wanted to talk to him later in the evening to tell him about Brock and his predicament. Back to Ash. Yellow had just asked about what he did to Pidgey in the forest. Thankfully he already prepared a lie for this situation. Well, I was born with these weird powers. I can sense the emotions of people and Pokemon. I didn't understand it, but one day when my Pokemon were hurt I could heal them, but I can't control it too well, and it leaves me exhausted. Yellow believed him with no hesitation. Maybe I should have been an actor or a politician with how much people believe my lies, he thought to himself. Yellow seemed happy to finally meet someone who had the same powers as her. Her uncles had said there were others, but she thought he only said that to make her feel better about being different. Well, I can also do that, see, Yellow said in an excited tone as she moved over to Poliwag and healed him, then looked back at Ash, who put on his best surprised face. Well, time to act my age. Ash got up and looked at Yellow with stars in his eyes. Wow, I thought I was the only one. How did you do that? Can you teach me? What else can you do? Ash said, cringing at himself that he had to act like this. For the next few hours of the day, Ash would continue training his Pokemon and have them practice their moves. Specifically Pikachu's Iron Tail, Bellsprout's Vine Whip, and Oddish's Absorb. Yellow had gone inside at this point to go to the cafeteria, and Ash told her that he would meet her there in a bit. Before turning towards the hiding Flint. You can come out now, I know you're hiding back there, Ash shouted out, causing Flint to walk towards him. What gave me away? Flint asked. You're about as sneaky as Guidud in a glass factory. If I didn't know you I would have called the police. So did you want to tell me something? Ash responded. You are very unique, follow me. I need to show you something, Flint said as he walked off. Ash already knew what would come next and followed Flint to climb a fence and spy on a house. Once they saw it they could see 10 people in total, and the tallest one was currently wearing an apron and cooking. Then a little girl walked forward and pulled on his pants leg. I tore my skirt. Don't worry, I will sew it up for you, the teen said while turning, showing a teen with closed eyes, black spiky hair, and tanned skin. It was Brock. That is Brock, the Pewter City gym leader. And his 9 siblings, Flint said, clearly trying to hold back his voice from cracking. Why are you showing me this? Ash said as they jumped off the fence and started walking back. Flint took a deep breath. Brock doesn't want to be a gym leader, but he can't leave Pewter to follow what he wants because he has to take care of his 9 other siblings. What about his parents, like his mother, or his father? Why aren't they helping him? Ash said, directing the second part directly at Flint. Flint looked like he was trying not to cry. His good-for-nothing father left town to try and become a Pokemon trainer, but they never heard from him again. Flint said, taking a breath, barely keeping his persona together. And his mother wanted to take over the gym, but since she was a water-type expert the league didn't allow her to take over, leaving Brock to take over. Then his mother also left to try and find a way to take over the gym or to find the father that abandoned them, but unlike the father, she comes by to visit whenever she could. Ash was surprised. Brock's mother was alive, wasn't she dead? This guy only watched the dub. At this time Flint was about to cry, so he turned around and tried to walk away. I should go, Flint, Ash said, getting him to stop. Criticism feels like an attack when you're not ready to take responsibility for your actions. You should go talk to him instead of slandering yourself. Even if you think he hates you, there's always time to fix your mistake. Hearing that, Flint spun around in shock, but Ash was already walking away. As Ash got into the Pokemon Center, he moved to the cafeteria. Seeing Yellow feed her Pokemon, he went over and sat down and ordered food for himself and his Pokemon. It's nice to be sponsored by Oak. It's like having a black card I can use for anything I need. During this time Yellow had asked why he took so long to get inside, so Ash told her about the situation with Flint and Brock, but he kept out the part about Flint being the father for now. That's so sad, but what will we do now? Yellow asked. Well, I was planning on training for a week or so before fighting Brock, since there's no way I can beat him if the videos of him battling are anything to go by, Ash said as he released his Pokemon so they could eat. And he received a thumbs up from Yellow. The next week of training went by relatively quickly as Ash had them train and then gave them a rest day before continuing. Over the week he didn't see Flint around. He wasn't even at his stand selling his rocks. Pikachu benefited the most from this training, learning Double Team and improving Iron Tail to an advanced level. Bellsprout improved Vine Whip and Wrap to advanced as well. Oddish also improved Absorb. It was useful when he learned the better draining moves, but much more importantly he learned Leech Seed. Spearow and Pidgeot spent the week sparring with each other, causing Spearow to learn Tailwind and Pidgeot to learn Double Team. They seemed to have gained a rivalry with each other, but they seemed to respect each other. And the time came when Ash was standing in front of the Pewter City gym. Yellow wished him luck before running over to the bleachers, leaving Ash in front of the gym alone with Pikachu on his shoulder. He took a deep breath and walked inside. Hey, is anyone else addicted to reading badly translated stories? I recently found one that I have been laughing at while reading. Laughing at is the important wording because it is so bad it's good. Anyway, tell me if there's anything I can improve on the story. Don't be scared, I'll get offended and drop the story. Any criticism will only help me improve the story. Just as long as the criticism isn't, I don't like you, change this or I drop, or just hate for the sake of hating. Ash POV. Walking to the front doors, the first obvious thing was the simple design of the building. It is both bland and charming for a rock gym. Getting to the front doors, as I push on the doors, it is made very obvious that they are much heavier and open very slowly. As soon as I walked in, the entire room was dark. I could barely see in front of myself until a voice came out of the dark. Who goes there? Asked a deep yet soft voice out of the dark. Followed by the lights turning on, and there he was, Brock. He wore an orange t-shirt, a lime green cargo vest with 4 pockets, a dark brown belt with a gold buckle and dark red pockets, brown jeans, and blue-gray sneakers with white trim. I'm Ash from Pallet Town and I have come to challenge you. Ash said that there was a visible twitch in his eye before he calmed himself. I assume this is your first gym battle, he said, receiving a nod from Ash. Gym battles are different from regular battles, they are to mold the newest generation. There are special rules. Ash nodded and Brock got up. Your Pokemon is currently in its cutest stage, you cannot win. How about you say that after we battle? I'm not dumb enough to come here if I wasn't sure I could win. Suit yourself. As a gym leader I have to accept any and all gym challenges, Brock said as he hit the mechanism for the rocky field to come out. This will be a 4-on-4 battle. Only the challenger will be allowed to switch their Pokemon. The first person to beat the opponent's Pokemon will be the winner. As he said that he went to his belt, which had 4 Pokeballs on it, and grabbed the first Pokeball, sending out a gray Pokemon with 2 arms and a face. Geo said the Geodude. Bellsprout, you're up, Ash said as he released the plant. Brock nodded at Ash's choice of Pokemon before he focused. Geodude, use Tackle. Brock commanded as Geodude rushed at Bellsprout recklessly. Bellsprout, let's slow them down. Use Stun Spore then Growth. As Ash commanded, Bellsprout spit out this yellowish powder and with Geodude rushing at Bellsprout, he couldn't react in time and got paralyzed, followed by Bellsprout starting to absorb the little light in the building. Geodude, Brock said as he turned to Ash, impressive, but not good enough. Geodude defense curl and roll out. Geodude rolled up and started spinning, and with the added boost even while paralyzed he was still incredibly fast and madly rushed at Bellsprout. Ash smiles as he commands, now Bellsprout, use Vine Whip to plant yourself in place and brace yourself. Bellsprout heard this and planted himself into the ground with his roots and vines. Brock could tell Ash was planning something, but he couldn't do anything to stop Geodude, as he connected with Bellsprout, but he didn't even make the plant budge, and due to his ability Geodude became drowsy. Now Bellsprout, bring him down and use Wrap, Ash commanded as the vines Bellsprout planted came out from all sides like a forest, grabbing Geodude, raising it into the air. Bellsprout started squeezing and slamming Geodude into rocks over and over again until he fell asleep. At that point it was over. Even if Geodude could still fight, Bellsprout could simply continue throwing him and putting him to sleep until he was unable to battle. So Brock chose to return Geodude, effectively forfeiting Geodude. Impressive tactics, but that was only the first. How will you do against the second? Brock released his second Pokemon, a Kabuto. Ash, already knowing of this Pokemon, recalled Bellsprout and sent out Oddish, getting ready to continue the battle. Oddish, get ready, use Poison Powder on the ground. Ash commanded. Kabuto, dodge then go in for a rock slide. Hearing this, the small Pokemon went running and jumping over, dodging the purple traps and throwing rocks from the debris, hitting the small weed. But Ash smiled seeing the opining. Oddish now use Leech Seed to stop him then absorb. Hearing this, Oddish's head leaves released 3 seeds that stuck themselves onto Kabuto and latched him onto the ground, followed by an X4 absorb, recovering most of the damage he received, then recovering the rest from the seeds. Brock was worried at this point. Kabuto couldn't take another hit like that, and Leech Seed put him on a timer. Start spamming rock slide now. Yellow was watching from the sidelines seeing this battle play out, but she wasn't the only one. By her, 9 other children were watching from the sidelines, all looking worried and some looking like they were going to cry. Some of them seemed to want to jump but were stopped by a kid who seemed like the oldest and looked the most like Brock, Forrest. But on the other side of the stadium, one man was sitting alone, with a familiar fake beard staring at the battle. It was Flint, debating about what he should do once the battle finished. Kabuto had fallen. He had tried what he could but eventually fell to Leech Seed and absorb, leaving Oddish almost in full health. Brock returned Kabuto and sent out the next Pokemon, Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn, use a horn attack now, Brock commanded, sending Rhyhorn dashing toward Oddish. Oddish, jump over then use Leech Seed. Hearing this, Oddish ran forward and jumped high, doing a backflip and throwing Leech Seed onto Rhyhorn, then landing on the other side. Rhyhorn, turn around and use horn attack point blank. Rhyhorn heard this and turned to hit a horn attack that sent the small Pokemon flying, but before he could, the Bane sprouted and forced his head to move up, allowing Oddish to dodge. That's enough, you did your job, Ash said as he returned Oddish and pulled out Poliwag, sending him out. Rhyhorn, don't let them gain any ground, use a horn attack now, Brock said, trying to find out what Ash was planning. Poliwag, use your tail on the ground and use Bubble Beam. Hearing this, Poliwag slammed his tail into the ground, leading him bounce above Rhyhorn and land on the other side, releasing a Bubble Beam causing serious damage, along with the residual Leech Seed. Rhyhorn, are you alright? Brock said, looking concerned for his Pokemon. Rhyhorn got up, albeit just barely, and nodded with a loud, RHY. Brock nodded and looked forward. Let's continue, use Smackdown then Stomp. Rhyhorn rushed forward, hitting Poliwag with a barrage of kicks into stomps. Ash smiled once again. Perfect, now that he's close, use Hypnosis. Poliwag heard this and threw a beam from his spiral stomach, and Rhyhorn didn't have a chance to dodge, so he was out like a light. Rhyhorn, wake up. Brock yelled, but it was useless. The large Pokemon was out cold. Hit him while he's down. Use Bubble Beam. Poliwag threw a storm of bubbles at the Rhyhorn, knocking him out without even letting him get up. Return, Brock said as he returned the Rhyhorn. Impressive. Not many people can get this far, much less on their first try, but I still have one final Pokemon. Go Onix. Brock yelled out as he sent out a large rock snake. Poliwag, Try another hypnosis, Ash called out, not entirely expecting it to work. Onyx rock polish then dodge. Onyx moved through the ground, smoothing out its body, becoming smoother and faster, easily able to dodge the spiral energy. Now bind. Onyx rushed out and grabbed Poliwag and started squeezing, forcing Ash to return the tadpole. Ash returned to him and turned to Pikachu. Do you remember the plan? He received a nod from Pikachu. Well then you're up. Brock looked slightly disappointed. You're using your electric Pokemon. Why? Wouldn't it be better to send out Bellsprout again? Just as planned. He thinks I am getting cocky, Ash thought as a smile crept onto his face. Pikachu Iron Tail. Pikachu started running forward and started scaling the large rock as his tail turned silver. But before Brock could react, Onyx got hit with Iron Tail on the face. I see you sent in a Pokemon you know I would underestimate before hitting Onyx with a powerful steel move. However, it won't work again. Onyx dig. Onyx shook off the damage and dug down into the ground out of sight. Pikachu used an Iron Tail on the ground. Pikachu jumped and smashed into the ground, shaking the rock snake in the ground and disorienting it just a bit. As he came out, he bashed into Pikachu and wrapped him in his stone body and started constricting. Time for anime BS. Pikachu now used Thundershock, Ash commanded, as he threw a bolt of electricity and shot it at Onyx's head, and missed. You can't even hit Onyx, you have no hope of winning, Brock said before he saw Ash wasn't worried but smiling. He wasn't aiming for you. Brock was confused before he looked at where the electricity hit. It was the sprinklers, spraying water everywhere, including onto Onyx. The added water weakened Onyx, allowing Pikachu to escape. Now Pikachu finished this with one more Iron Tail, Ash commanded as Pikachu started running along Onyx's body to its head and hit Onyx directly on the horn. And Onyx was sent barreling down. The spectators were silent before Yellow got up and started screaming, "Congratulations Ash and Pikachu, you won. That was amazing." Brock returned Onyx to his Pokemon and smiled. You all did great. Then he turned to Ash, "Congratulations, you won. You managed to beat all my Pokemon on your first try. And you seem to have trained all of your Pokemon well, especially teaching your Pikachu a steel move. But I have to ask. Did you plan everything before you got here?" Ash smiled. "Yeah, I prepared each of my Pokemon to counter each of yours. When you literally upload all your battles for anyone to see, it's pretty easy to form a strategy." Brock nodded and reached into his pocket. "I'm impressed, and as a sign of your victory you have earned this. The Boulder Badge," he said as he held out a small gray circular badge in his hand. "With this, you have officially taken the first step. However, it will only get harder from here. The next gyms are much stronger than me. I will be prepared just like I was with you," Ash said. Brock nodded. "If I can tell you the truth, I don't like battling. I much prefer raising Pokemon instead of making them fight," Brock said as his siblings approached him looking sad from the loss. "My dream is to become a Pokemon breeder, but my parents are gone and my family comes first." "I understand," Ash said as he saw someone from the other side of the stadium approach them. "But I think you should say that to someone else." Brock looked confused as he turned around and saw Flint taking off his cap and fake beard, revealing a nearly identical look-alike to Brock. "Father," Brock said, receiving a surprised gasp from all of his siblings and Yellow. "Yes, when I left to become a trainer I couldn't make it. I failed so badly I couldn't bring myself to face any of you. I stayed here watching all of you grow. I wanted to talk to you all but I couldn't bring myself after all the pain I caused." Flint wiped a tear from his eye and looked towards Brock. "You should follow your dream. I spent so much time away from all of you, so it is time I act like a father again. First I have some things to say to you," Brock said as he approached Flint. "I understand. After everything you must have some things you want to get out, so I will not stop you," Flint said as he was expecting to be punched. "Here," Brock handed him a wool and needle. Flint looked confused before Brock started explaining everything he needed to take care of, their favorite food, hobby, and quirks. After Brock finished, Flint looked like he was barely keeping track of everything, but Brock said one more thing and call Mom, she went out to look for you. After Brock finished saying his goodbyes to his family he walked over to Ash. "Hey Ash, do you mind if I join you on your journey?" Brock asked. "Sure, why not, the more the merrier. How about you get ready and I'll see you at the Pokemon Center," Ash responded, which received a nod from Brock. Ash and Yellow walked out of the gym and walked to the Pokemon Center only to be greeted by Nurse Joy. As Ash walked forward and handed her his Pokeballs and Pikachu, Nurse Joy had a sympathetic look. "Hey, it's alright, almost no one beats Brock on the first try." "But I won," Ash responded. "I am sure. Why, what did you say?" Nurse Joy said. "Did you say you won?" "Yes, is it that unlikely for someone to win on the first time?" Ash said, showing her the badge. "No, I mean yes, I mean congratulations, I'll go heal your Pokemon," Joy responded as she walked into the back room. "What was that about?" Yellow asked. "How should I know?" Ash responded and he shrugged it off. "Anyway, I'm going to call Oak. You want to do anything?" "I will probably go play with Dottie and Ratty," Yellow responded. Ash nodded and moved towards the PC and called Oak, and when he picked up the phone he could see Oak had a few cuts and his room was messy. "Hello my boy, how have you been?" "Professor, I just won my first badge, but what happened to you?" Ash responded. "Oh, nothing to worry about, your Scyther has just been a little aggressive, nothing I haven't dealt with before. Anyway, how many times did it take before you won?" Oak said as if nothing was wrong. "Firstly, sorry, I couldn't give it a proper battle. Secondly, I won on the first try," Ash responded. "Well, that makes sense. Scyther is Did you say you won on the first try?" Oak asked. "Yes, is that so unlikely? How many times has it taken for Green or Gary? Ash was getting confused about how big of a deal everyone was making of this. Well, Gary hasn't called me since Viridian City. And Green said she won on her second try, which is already very impressive, but you managed to win on your first. Well, ain't that interesting? Well, I'll text Gary later today and ask him, but if you remember, we made a little deal a week ago once I won. Oak laughed a little bit before pulling up his computer. Okay, since I know you are responsible enough, I have given you permission to carry 2 more Pokemon. Once you finish, let's say the 4th gym, we'll talk about more. Perfect, thank you Oak. I'll take Scyther out of your care. I already tamed 1 aggressive Pokemon. What's 1 more? Ash said as he took out Scyther and Magikarp. Well, just be careful, Scyther is very dangerous, and that one is very aggressive, so until later my boy, Oak said as he hung up. Ash grabbed the Pokeballs from the teleporter and walked over to the table as he waited for his Pokemon. Nurse Joy eventually walked back to Ash holding his Pokeballs and Pikachu, who jumped back into Ash's bag. Pikachu. Joy was about to say something before the front doors of the Pokemon Center opened, revealing Brock holding a bundle of flowers and running forward, almost pushing Ash out of the way as he went on one knee and handed Joy the flowers. Oh, my beautiful Rose, I regret to tell you I am finally leaving, so I must ask, will you marry me one last time? Brock said in a very eccentric voice. I just pulled up a random name generator since Brock would absolutely know this Joy's name. So she will be Rose Joy. Rose Joy just smiled and took the flowers. You're finally getting to leave. Congratulations, you can finally become a Pokemon breeder like you always wanted, she responded. This was clearly not the first time this had happened. But if you are leaving, then I can't marry you, so I must unfortunately decline, Joy responded as she seemed to be playing along. You are making it hard for me to leave, but I must go, Brock said as he grabbed Joy's hand. But I will return one day, Rose, so until that day comes I must unfortunately say goodbye, Brock said as he leaves for dramatic effect. Yellow was sitting in a corner watching the whole thing before she turns to Joy. Does he usually do that? Joy just put the flowers into a pot she got ready in the morning knowing this would happen, almost every day. Can't say I won't miss getting flowers every day, but he should follow his dream. Yellow nodded, then looked at Ash. Should we follow him? To which Ash responded by sighing and walking out. Okay, Yellow says as they wave goodbye to Joy and walk out to meet Brock. So is it really alright for me to follow you guys? Won't I just slow you down? Brock said as he grabbed his blue hiker's bag. Ash nodded his head. Of course, it is always better to travel with others, besides why wouldn't I want a rock-type expert in my back pocket? To which Yellow just nodded in agreement. Well, let's go then. What path are we going to take? Brock asked as he pulled out a map. Well, I was planning on going through Empty Moon but making a stop in Route 3, Ash explained, receiving a nod as they started the journey. After a day of traveling, they had just barely gotten into the path for Route 3 before they decided to camp for the night. Brock and Ash made lunch for all of them, including the Pokemon, and Ash prepared Pokeblocks, to which Brock was curious about. Hey Ash, what are those things you are feeding your Pokemon? Oh yeah, I forgot Brock doesn't know how to make Pokeblocks yet. Well, no harm in teaching him how to make them early, Ash thought. Well, these are Pokeblocks. They are basically treats made with berries that are super nutritious and help Pokemon grow. I can teach you if you want. Interesting, if you don't mind I would love to learn, Brock said as Ash explained the basic principles of making Pokeblocks. After everyone ate they decided to call it a night and went to their tents, but in the tent, Ash decided to pull out his Pokédex and text Gary and Green. Kanto kids. Pokemon enjoyer, hey guys, you up? Smellioolator, new Dex who dis? Leaves Synthevine, I'm up. Pokemon enjoyer, anyway I just got my badge, on my first try too. What about you guys, have you left for the next gym? Leaves Synthevine, oh congratulations, yeah I got mine on the second try, though Gary did get his first. Smellioolator, yep I'm just great, I got mine on my first try and 1 week before you did. Leaves Synthevine, dude, I was there, you won because your cheerleaders distracted the gym leader. Pokemon enjoyer, and you got it a week before me because I started with a handicap and you got a car. Pokemon enjoyer, also you actually picked up those cheerleaders? Smellioolator, so what? I already got the second badge while you guys are still stuck. I bet you haven't even gotten past Empty Moon. Leaves Synthevine, firstly we all know the second badge just gives you the badge without a battle. Secondly you have a car. Pokemon enjoyer, anyway, I am going to take a detour into Route 3 then go through Mount Moon. What about you guys? Leaves Synthevine, well I am going to go through Empty Moon tomorrow. Smellioolator, well since I am so much ahead of you too I will go take out one of the other gyms that aren't officially licensed by the league. Pokemon enjoyer, well I'll go to sleep, see you guys, also Gary you should go call Oak. As he texted that he decided to stop, before remembering he wanted to turn off the auto teleportation feature. And thankfully because of his chip he can override it quite easily, he only needed permission from Oak to carry more than 6. After that Ash put his Dex away and went to sleep. The next day, Ash had woken up to be greeted by Brock who had woken up earlier and was cooking breakfast. Good morning, Brock said. I usually get up earlier to make breakfast for my siblings. Old habits die hard I guess. Well that's fine, though I'm going to go into the forest. I need to do something and I don't know how dangerous it will be, Ash said as he grabbed Scyther's Pokeball. Well if you are sure, but if you are in danger just call out and I'll help you, Brock said as Ash nodded. Ash then walked a little into the trees farther away before releasing Pidgey from his Pokeball. Pidgey was drowsy, which made sense since it was early in the morning. Hey buddy, do you want round 2 against a Scyther, like the one that beat you during Viridian Forest? Ash said. Pidgey heard this and immediately woke up and was ready. Ash nodded before releasing Scyther. Scyther, as soon as he was released, looked around before seeing Ash and remembering what happened in the forest. Hey buddy, sorry you didn't get in a real battle, so how about we finish this right now, one-on-one, if you win I'll release you, if I win you become my Pokemon, Ash said as he made sure Scyther didn't attack him as he was talking. Scyther thought about it before nodding, Scyther, and getting into a fighting stance. Well Pidgey, are you ready to get redemption? Ash asked, getting a yell from Pidgey. Let's go then, quick attack now. Pidgey flew in for a fast hit, to which Scyther also used quick attack, making them clash. Then Scyther used his claws to push Pidgey back. Pidgey fly up now, then Tailwind, used the momentum to fly in with a steel wing. Pidgey flew up, and at that moment Scyther also spread his wings and tried to follow. But Pidgey used his tail to create strong winds to push Scyther back down, then Pidgey used the speed to dive bomb into Scyther. Right before he hit Scyther, his wings started glowing in steel energy and clashing with Scyther's own arms, then his entire body started glowing as well. And in Pidgey's place stood a larger bird that started pushing the Scyther back. Pidgeotto, M. Ability, Keen Eye, Hidden Ability Sniper. Current moves, Quick Attack, Basic, Feather Dance, Sand Attack, Steel Wing, Basic, Tailwind, Double Team, Dual Wing Beat, New, Whirlwind, NA. As soon as Ash saw this he smiled before turning to the clash. Pidgeotto, push him back, and let's end this with Dual Wing Beat. Pidgeotto pushed Scyther back before using his wings to slam the large bug twice, leaving Scyther barely standing, before he fell on his knees. Ash walked forward and patted Pidgeotto before walking up to Scyther and using some aura healing on him. Scyther felt better and looked towards Ash. Well, I won, so that means you will be coming with me. Don't worry, I will make sure you become so strong you'll never have to lose again, Ash said as Scyther bowed, seemingly accepting its defeat. Well, let's go have breakfast then. We need to introduce you two to everyone. As they walked back, Yellow had gotten up and Brock was still watching where he left, seemingly ready to go running if anything went wrong. Yellow recognized the large bug that was walking next to Ash and was surprised at first before calming down and seeing Pidgeotto. Is that what you went out to do? Brock asked as he put away the Pokeball he had at the ready. Yep, I needed to battle this prideful Scyther, and my small bird evolved, Ash said as he put his arms around his two Pokemon. Well, okay then, I am glad you're safe, so let's eat. BTW, here is Brock's Pokemon. Geodude, Ability, Sturdy. Moves, Defense Curl, Tackle, Rollout, Rock Tomb. Kabuto, Ability, Battle Armor, Weak Armor. Moves, Harden, Absorb, Rock Tomb. Rhyhorn, Ability, Rock Head. Moves, Horn Attack, Smackdown, Stomp, Rock Slide. Onyx, Ability, Sturdy, Rock Head. Moves, Harden, Tackle, Rock Tomb, Rock Polish, Bind, Dig. After releasing all my Pokemon and giving them all their food, I decided to look at Pidgeotto. Pidgey was probably around 6 inches tall, but now that he evolved he is around 4074 feet 11 inches. He is around the same height as the average Pidgeot. I wonder how tall he'll be when he evolves again. Speaking of which, as soon as Spearow saw his frenemies' new form he got even more motivated to evolve to surpass him again. This is giving off Goku and Vegeta vibes. Ash got snapped out of his thoughts by Yellow. Hey Ash, what happened with Pidgey and Scyther? Yellow asked as Brock decided to listen in. So I explained to them the whole battle between Pidgey and Scyther, and how Pidgey evolved. Well, can't say I would have let you go alone if I knew you were going to battle a Scyther alone, but I guess it worked out. Just tell us if you are going to do something like that again, Brock responded as Yellow nodded. But never mind that, you said you wanted to take a stop on Route 3 and here we are. So what is the plan? Brock asked as he was handing more food to the Pokemon. Well, I want to catch a Nidoran, and there are a few groups that live around here, so I was going to find one before we get to Empty Moon, Ash said as he gave Pikachu his food. Brock nodded as he started cleaning up, and Yellow was playing with her Pokemon. Ash got up and decided to start cleaning up. He handed his Pokemon their Poke Blocks, even for Magikarp, and packed up everything before moving further down the path until they got to the clearing. At the rate they were going they could probably reach Empty Moon by tomorrow. When suddenly they heard the sounds of two Pokemon fighting. As the group looked over to see what was making the noise, they saw in the forest there was a Nidoran and a Geodude fighting, and looked evenly matched. Ash and Yellow were both surprised, but Brock seemed to be the most surprised. It makes sense, Geodude doesn't normally come this far away from Empty Moon. Ash scanned them both. Nidoran male sign, M. Ability, Poison Point. Hidden ability, Hustle Rightward Arrow Sheer Force. Current moves, Poison Sting, Peck, Focus Energy, Confusion. Mutation detected, Analyzing. Royal Gene. Geodude, M. Ability, Sturdy. Not bad at all, but I don't want to train a golem, at least not for now. But now that I think about it, didn't Yellow have a golem in the manga? Ash looked towards Yellow. Hey Yellow, you want to try catching that Geodude while I try to catch the Nidoran? Ash said, getting a surprised look from Yellow. What, are you sure? Shouldn't you or Brock get it? You would probably put it to better use than me, Yellow said, trying to reject it. Well, Brock already has a Geodude, and if I wanted one I'd probably get it in the mountains. Right here it is pretty safe, so you can try catching a Pokemon by yourself. Ash said. Yeah, why not? I can even give you some pointers to raise it, Brock said, trying to encourage the blonde girl. Yellow thought about it for a bit before giving in. Okay, I'll catch it. It would be nice to have another friend. So should I use Ratty or Dotty? Ratty would be better just so you won't have a type disadvantage. Ash gave her the advice before releasing Poliwag. As both Ash and Yellow got ready, they saw the state of the two Pokemon that were fighting. Nidoran was in worse condition, but Geodude was poisoned. Good luck, I'll separate them so you won't have to worry, Ash said before looking towards the Nidoran. Poliwag used Double Slap to push the Nidoran away, Ash commanded. Poliwag rushed forward and used his tail to send the Nidoran flying towards a tree. Ash, Pikachu, and Poliwag went running after it, leaving both Geodude and Nidoran confused as to who these people were. Before the Geodude could understand what happened, Yellow called out, Ratty, use Quick Attack. Ratty attacks the Geodude at high speeds, which didn't do too much because of the type disadvantage. Geodude shook it off before taking some poison damage and retaliating with a rollout to try and hit Ratty. Ratty, please dodge then try bite, Yellow commanded, trying to avoid Ratty getting hurt. Ratty jumped up, then Geodude had to uncurl to turn around, and by then he got a bit, dealing more damage. At this point, the Geodude was more desperate and went to try a tackle which Ratty couldn't dodge in time. Ratty no! Yellow shouted out. She wanted to ask for help from Brock before she stopped herself and continued. Ratty one more time, use Super Fang. Ratty ran forward and his teeth started glowing before clashing with Geodude, along with the poison. Geodude was barely up. So Yellow threw a Pokeball before she heard a ding, and Geodude was caught. Meanwhile, Ash had caught up with the Nidoran, but as soon as he got that far he saw there were more Geodudes and Nidorans, both male and female, fighting. Ash decided to focus on one thing before seeing his Nido start to get back up. Poliwag, keep your distance, use Bubble Beam. Poliwag jumped up before shooting bubbles at the small pin Pokemon. Blasting it back into the tree, Ash threw a Pokeball, and with the injuries that he already had, Nidoran was caught. Ash returned Poliwag before moving to collect his Pokeball, and as he did a tree fell over revealing a Graveler that got through it by a Nidoking. Looking around he could see that there were more than just the first form of these Pokemon. There were also some Nidorino and Nidoking, some Nidorina and Nidoqueen. Then there were also Graveler and some Golem. And in the middle, there were two giant Pokemon, a large Nidoking with a scar over his eye and a Golem that had Nidoking, King. Royal Mutation. Golem, King. Royal Mutation. This wasn't just a battle, this was an entire civil war, and since he just caught a Nidoran with a Royal Mutation, he probably just caught the prince, didn't he? Ash grabbed Pikachu and started walking away. Nope, 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 nope. Not doing that, I am leaving before I die. As he was walking away the battle continued behind them with the King using Earth Power and the Golem using Earthquake. Ash just started running out. By the time Yellow had caught the Geodude and they saw him running towards them. Hey, Ash, look, I caught the Geodude. Did you catch your Nidoran? Yellow asked. Yeah, I caught it, but we need to move now. It is dangerous to be here, I can tell you on the way, but let's go, Ash said as he grabbed both of his friends by the hand and started walking. Wait, what happened? Why do you seem so panicked? Brock asked before they heard an explosion coming from where they were. Yep, that's why. Basically there's a civil war happening between the Nidoran and Geodude evolution lines. And for some reason, their respective kings are clashing over them. Brock was very surprised to hear this. What? Why are all of those Pokemon out here? They hardly ever leave the mountain and they came out here to fight the Nidos. Why would they all leave the cave? Are they disputing for territory? Yellow asked. Brock shook his head. Unlikely. Geodudes and even Golem are territorial, but they don't actively leave the cave for territory. The only reason why they would leave the cave would be if someone made them leave the cave. I swear if I find out those three idiots have something to do with this, I am going to through a mountain. Meanwhile in Empty Moon. Echo, do you ever feel like someone is talking about you? James asked. People are always talking about me. Your point, Jesse answered. Currently, they were in the mountain and using a drill along with a bunch of other grunts working alongside them. Hey, keep working. I don't want to get on the boss's bad side because you idiots couldn't work a drill, Meowth said as he was sitting on top of the drill. Hey you three, stop slacking off, said a fourth voice, and as soon as they heard the voice they all tensed up and looked at where it came from. Behind them stood a man with spiky aquamarine hair and teal eyes. He wears a long white sleeve shirt with a black undershirt and the Team Rocket emblem printed near his right sleeve. He also wears a black belt, white pants, and white shoes. It was Executive Archer. This is not the time for you to play, or do I need to remind you three how many resources you spent trying to rob a Pokemon Center before you were stopped by children? This job is a direct order from Giovanni, so we can't afford to fix your mess, so you either get your act together or I will have to bring this up with the boss. No, no, no. You don't have to bring this up to the boss, sir. We will start picking up our slack, Jesse said quickly. Well, you better hope that is true for all of your sake. We can't afford to fail. Dismissed, Archer said as he started walking. Sir, yes sir, X3 the trio said as they started working twice as fast, causing even more tremors on Empty Moon, but no one cared, no one but the Pokemon. Back to Ash. At this point, the group had gotten to Route 4 and had finally stopped to catch their breath. Okay, so tell us everything you saw. If the Golem King was there, then that means something big is happening in Empty Moon, Brock asked as he sat down to rest. Ash expanded on everything that he saw in the forest and explained what the Golem looked like, confirming it was the king. So shouldn't we go back to help them? Yellow said, when suddenly almost on time there was an explosion where they were. It seems like one of them used self-destruct to take down a few of them. Ash shook his head. We aren't strong enough to break up the fight, and if something is happening in Empty Moon, this is a matter of territory. We wouldn't be able to talk them out of fighting. At most, we can find out what happened to make all of them leave the mountain, Brock continued. Yellow looked a bit sad as she looked at Guidud's pokeball. But that does bring up another question, Ash said as Brock and Yellow looked toward him. If something was strong, the trio was currently catching their breath after running as fast as they could from the war happening in Route 3. They decided to walk through Route 4 cautiously in case something similar happened. At this point, the sun was starting to go down, but it wasn't night yet. Walking through, the biggest thing that was notable was that there were almost no Pokemon, no Sandshrew, no Psyduck, no Mankey, and no Ekans. But what there was Zubats. There were everywhere, in the trees, in the grass, in a small random shack that was by the side of the road. They moved quickly and quietly since there was no way they could take down that many. Even with Pikachu using Thundershock, at least a few dozen would get to them before Pikachu could take them down. After they got out of the forest, they breathed a sigh of relief, since as they got closer to the mountain there were considerably fewer bats. Why are so many Zubats out at this time? Don't they usually hate any kind of light? Brock said as they decided to rest for a bit. I don't know, the light must be better than whatever is forcing them out of Empty Moon, Ash said. Anyway, they seem to not want to approach the mountain, so how about we get closer then eat? Both Brock and Yellow seemed to agree, so getting closer they set up camp and started preparing food. Like normally, Brock and Ash were cooking while Yellow released her Guidud to talk and heal him, obviously out of Brock's sight for the time being since Ash and Yellow decided to keep their abilities secret for now. After some time they finished the food and served everyone and gave the Pokemon their food as well along with some Pokeblokes. After they sat down, Ash realized something. Wait, if something is happening in the mountain, what happened to Seymour? What is happening to the Clefairy? We haven't seen them on the path, so they must still be around the mountain. Almost on cue, the three heard a scream and Pokemon fighting, coming from a cave on the side of the mountain. Was that a person? Yellow was the first to talk as they all looked over to where it came from. We should go and see if that person is okay, Brock said as he got up and started moving, followed by Yellow. Pikachu seemed mad he couldn't eat, so Ash handed Pikachu ketchup before picking him up and following. And when they got to the clearing they saw Seymour hiding, but they also saw a frightening scene. In front of them, they saw a group of Machop fighting a larger group of Zubats and 3 Golbat. However, it was less of a fight and more of a bloodbath. Originally the Machop group started with 10 members and one larger Machop wearing a black belt who was the leader. However, now there were 3 left standing and the rest of the Machop were on the ground and dead from large bite marks that seemed to have drained most of their blood. And the bat Pokemon seemed to want to finish the job. All 3 of them were shocked, but Yellow seemed to be the most horrified seeing this. Wow, how did this happen? These poor Pokemon, we have to help them, Yellow said as another Machop died, leaving 2. Brock grabbed her shoulder. Yellow, I want to as well, but we can't do anything for them now. Look at their injuries. Even if we save them, there is no way we could get them to a Pokemon Center in time. Another Machop fell, leaving the leader as the last one alive and on one knee. But I see Yellow wanted to tell him, but she looked at Ash giving him a pleading look, before looking at the last Machop, and she closed her eyes before she heard a shout. Pikachu used Thundershock. As the Zubats were about to finish off the Machop, Pikachu jumped forward and sent a large amount of yellow electricity toward the bats. The electricity managed to jump from bat to bat, taking down most of the Zubats and leaving the 3 Golbats weakened but still standing. Are you guys going to keep standing there, or are we going to fight the last 3? Ash said, causing Brock to sigh before pulling out a Pokeball. Brock released his Rhyhorn. Yellow saw this and hurriedly pulled out her Guidud. Go, Gege. Yes, that is the name I chose since she gets a Graveler originally, so until he evolves that's what I'm going with. Rhyhorn used smackdown on the Golbat, Brock called out as he commanded his Rhyhorn to fight one of the 3 big guys. Gege helps Rhyhorn with rollout. Yellow commanded her Guidud to roll into the large flying bats. Pikachu tried to take care of the rest of them. Ash told Pikachu as he shocked the Zubats again, taking down the rest of the bats, leaving only the 3 big bats left. At this time Brock's Rhyhorn was currently stomping out one of the Golbats and another was being chased by Gege. Pikachu, let's end this now. Use Iron Tail and send that overgrown bat into the one Yellow is going after, Ash commanded. Pikachu jumped up into the air and his tail started glowing silver before hitting the bat like a bat, and sending it into the other bat, making them fall out of the air and allowing Guidud to hit both of them, sending them flying away. Yellow seeing this ran over to the Machop who had also fallen over. Ash and Brock ran over and Brock checked his heartbeat. It's faint but he's still alive. He then looked at Ash and Yellow. So what was your plan? We are too far away from a Pokemon Center and I only have basic medical knowledge. Yellow looked at Ash, who gave her a nod before she put her hands over the Machop and released a faint light, and in front of them, his wounds started healing, leaving the Pokemon to look like it wasn't just in a big fight. Brock felt his pulse again. It's normal. He will still be unconscious for a while but he'll be fine. He looked over to Ash and Yellow. So what was that? Did you just heal this Pokemon? Yellow was about to talk before Ash stopped her. I think we should talk about this later. We currently have a guest over there, as he pointed behind him where a man was hiding behind a rock. The man got up and approached the 3 of them. You guys are the greatest. I'm talking super fantabulous. 2 thumbs up. They say a Pokemon is man's best friend, and with you guys, I believe it. That's okay, we were just doing the right thing, Ash said, trying to stop what he knew was coming next. Nonsense, I am so moved by such friendship I thought I'd never see when those Pokemon began attacking. I thought I would be next, when who should arrive? Heroes, thanks to whom I'm alive? I'm alive? Thank you so much. Thank you, Seymour said as he ran over to a cliff and screamed out. Ash sighed in his hands, almost visibly cringing. He looked over to Brock and Yellow and they seemed more dumbfounded than anything. Did I mention how grateful I am? Seymour said as he approached them again. I think you said it once or twice, Ash said sarcastically. So mister, why are you here? Yellow asked curiously, causing Seymour to gasp. Never call me mister. My name's Seymour. Seymour, the scientist. Knowledge? Research? I'm Seymour, the scientist. He introduced himself. Yellow seemed more confused and Ash turned to his friends signaling this guy probably had a few screws loose. Brock suggested they should go back to their camp to talk and let the Machop heal. Everyone seemed to agree to, but before that Brock wanted to catch one of the Zubats, so Ash scanned all of them and found two. Zubat, M. Ability, Inner Focus, Hidden Ability, Infiltrator. Current moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack. Zubat, F. Ability, Inner Focus, Hidden Ability, Infiltrator. Current moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack. Ash told Brock to get the guy and he caught the girl. Then Brock picked up the Machop. Well, I need to make sure Oak still thinks I have the limit, so I'll send over this Zubat and probably use it for Johto. Ash thinks as he sends the Zubat to his PC. As they got to their camp, Brock set down the Machop as they started talking with Seymour. So Seymour, why are you here? This place isn't exactly safe, and you don't seem to have a Pokemon to protect yourself, Ash asked. I came here to find out what is causing the Pokemon to leave Empty Moon, like what you saw with the group of Zubats. They normally reside deep in the caves, but something pushed them out and they have taken over Route 4, Seymour answered. We also ran into the Guided evolution line battling the Nido line in Route 3. I am sure more than a few of both sides have died because of it. Brock added in, causing Seymour to become surprised. I see, normally the Guided line is secluded, but if they left all the way to Route 3 then this is much bigger than I originally thought, Seymour said as he started thinking. Why do you think they left the mountain? Yellow asked. Well, I have some theories as to what may have caused them to leave, but the one that seems to be the most likely is that people are doing something in the cave. As for what they are after, my best guess is they are after the Moonstone. Brock nodded his head. Makes sense, anyone would want its power. What power? The Moonstones are only good for evolving like 6 Pokemon. They don't give a power boost for anything else. As Ash was thinking, Seymour explained how he believes Pokemon come from space. Soon after, Machop started waking up and looking around, then seeming surprised to see people he had never seen. Ash came forward and started trying some aura to calm him down. Hey, how are you feeling? You were beaten up pretty badly over there, Ash said, trying to comfort Machop. Machop, he said, looking around for his friends. Sorry, the rest of your group didn't make it. By the time we got to you, you were the last one alive, Ash said sadly, and the Machop looked down. Well, would you like to come with me? Ash asked, making Machop look up. I can help you get stronger and you can make some more friends. What do you think? Machop looked down for a second before nodding. Chop. Ash pulled out a Pokeball and Machop fist-bumped it, allowing himself to be caught. Then he released him again and looked over the Pokédex. Machop, M. Ability, No Guard/Guts, Hidden Ability. Moves, Low Kick, Mach Punch, Karate Chop, Seismic Toss, Bulk Up, Power Up Punch. Mutation detected, analyzed, Champion Mutation. After everyone had eaten, including Seymour, who seemed like he forgot to pack food. After which they packed everything and Seymour decided to ask them to accompany him to the cave to see if they could solve what was causing Pokemon to leave the cave. Brock and Yellow both agreed without a thought. Brock wanted to try to do something about the Guided line and the Zubats, and Yellow just didn't want more death. So Seymour decided to take them to the entrance of the cave. As soon as they were there, they noticed that the walls of the cave were strung up all around the cave. See, these lights and whatever is causing these vibrations are confusing and forcing Pokemon to leave, Seymour said. But who do you think is doing all of this? Brock asked as they continued walking deeper into the cave. Well, I can't say for sure, but I can say this has to be a large-scale operation, at least 10 people with industrial-grade equipment to be able to shake the entire mountain, Seymour explained. As they continued walking, they finally came across a small pink Pokemon. It was Clefairy. Although this Clefairy seemed much dirtier and more scared than originally, it was still holding a moonstone, although it seemed smaller than the one Clefairy had in the anime. A Clefairy? They never come out this close to the entrance, although this one seems to have suffered because of whatever is happening, Seymour said as the Clefairy saw them and started backing away slowly. Ah, it's so cute. Hello Clefairy, Yellow said as she approached with a smile on her face and approached. The Clefairy seemed to have gotten even more scared and ran off as fast as it could until it disappeared into a different path of the cave. Wait, Yellow tried to stop it, but the pink Pokemon was already gone. Brock went up and put a hand on Yellow's shoulder. Clefairy are shy of humans. Even if it didn't seem to have some kind of trauma, you can't just approach one out of nowhere. Okay, I guess I got carried away, but I still wanted to hug it, Yellow said sheepishly. But as soon as Yellow said that, they heard a cry from the direction the Clefairy went. Fei-yi-yi. As they all heard this, they went to where they heard the sound and they saw 3 Team Rocket grunts that took the moonstone from the Clefairy and kicked it away. Hehe, I see this pink puffball gave us a moonstone, how kind. Grunt 1 said as he held up the moonstone. Hey, I hear these Pokemon are also pretty rare, why don't we take it to the boss? Groon 2 said as he put his boot on the Clefairy. Or we could sell it ourselves, I know one family who would pay a pretty penny for a Pokemon for their precious daughter. Grunt 3 said as he pulled out a whip. What the heck, why are there normal grunts? Isn't it just supposed to be Jesse and James? Ash thought. Brock frowned and whispered, it's Team Rocket, we need to before he was interrupted. Stop what you are doing, do you feel no remorse for your actions? How could you do this to all of the Pokemon of the mountain? Seymour walked forward yelling out for everyone to hear. Ash, Yellow, Brock, and Pikachu, surprised Pikachu face. Ash sighed, well there goes the element of surprise, he said with his hand on his face as he pulled out Nidoran male sign S Pokeball. Who are you? What do you think you are doing? This mountain is property of Team Rocket now, Grunt 1 said. Yeah, so how about you hand over your Pokemon and we will consider letting you leave with only one broken leg, Grunt 3 said, snapping his whip. How about no? Ash said walking out of his hiding spot, which Brock followed as he pulled out Zubat's Pokeball. So what whether there are 1 or 100, you can't win, Grunt 2 said kicking the Clefairy away. All 3 of the grunts then pulled out Pokeballs and sent out 3 Grimmer, Ash sent out Nidoran male sign and Brock sent out his Zubat. All 3 Grimmer rushed forward and each used Sludge, which was not effective at all since both Nidoran and Zubat had the poison typing. Zubat, use supersonic on the walls, Brock commended, as the bat shot out a sound wave that with the help of the narrow cave did not allow the Grimmer to dodge, leaving them confused. Nidoran, use confusion on all 3, Ash commanded as Nidoran sent out a psychic attack that was super effective on all 3, knocking them out almost immediately. I can't believe it, we lost to children, just like those idiots we lost, Grunt 1 said. Who are you calling an idiot, you idiots? A new voice came from in the cave. Oh look who we have, it's the twerp. Another voice came out from the same direction. You know what that means. Jesse, prepare for trouble. James, make it double. As they were chanting, even the grunts looked frustrated seeing them start. Are they always like this? Ash asked them. Unfortunately, they have some kind of competition with 2 other people, so they make a new motto every year or so. Grunt 1 said. Jesse, Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. James, surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, Meowth. That's right. BTW, should I add the chant every time or do something like this? Well, who do we have here? A few kids and some useless grunts. A new voice came from the same opening. Well, I think we should show them who's boss, don't you think? Another voice said, causing both Jesse and James to look back. Cassidy, prepare for trouble. Butch, and make it double. Both, here's our mission, so you better listen. Cassidy, to infect the world with devastation. Butch, to blight all people in every nation. Cassidy, to denounce the goodness of truth and love. Butch, to extend our wrath to the stars above. Cassidy, Butch, and Butch, of course. Cassidy, we're Team Rocket, circling Earth all day and night. Butch, surrender to us now or you will surely lose the fight. At this point, Ash pulled out a pack of cards and was playing against the grunts. What do you think you're doing? This twerp is ours, we have some unfinished business, yelled Jesse. So this kid is the one that stopped you. Makes sense, takes an incompetent kid to stop incompetent grunts, Cassidy answered back. How about we show you how real Team Rocket members steal Pokemon? Butch responded, pulling out a Pokeball. No way, this twerp and his Pokemon are ours, you're not going to take this from us, James responded, pulling out his Pokeball. Jesse and Cassidy pulled out their Pokeballs as well and all 4 of them released their Pokemon to battle. Jesse and James sent out their Icans and Coughing, Cassidy released her Rattata and Butch released a Mankey. Meanwhile, since we're playing blackjack, what are the bets? Ash said, shuffling the deck. How about 10? Grunt 3 said as he grabbed a water bottle and took a sip. Alright, 10,000, Ash said, pulling out some money and putting it in the pot. Grunt 3 saw this and spit his water onto one of his friend's face. Back to the battle. Cassidy, Rattata use quick attack. Jesse, Icans grab that rat and use poison sting. Butch, Mankey use karate chop on that floating ball of trash. James, Coughing use poison gas. As the 4 Pokemon collided, they literally went into a Looney Tunes style brawl with poison gas covering the battle. After the battle gas cleared, they saw their Pokemon all still up, until all the Pokemon fell at the same time. No, return X4. Oh, it's over, by the way, I win, Ash said, looking over to the 4 fighting and setting out his cards. At this point, Ash had won so much that they had to use the moonstone they got as a bet, which they also lost. Ash got up. Alright, who do I need to beat? Dusting himself off. We won obviously, Jesse responded. What? No way, your Pokemon fell before ours. We won, Cassidy responded. No way, we still have 1 Pokemon, James responded. Meowth? That's right. Meowth responded, jumping up. He doesn't count, he didn't even fight, Butch yelled back. As they continued arguing, they heard another voice. What do you all think you are doing? As all the grunts heard this voice, they all went pale recognizing this voice. They turned around to see Archer walking forward. Ash also became pale seeing him. Why is he here? There is no way I stand a chance against him. This isn't the game. He has his entire team with him, Ash thought as he looked around to find a place to run. Well, I'm waiting. What are you all doing? Archer repeated himself. You see, Cassidy was thinking about what to say. It was that twerp, Jesse interrupted, pointing at Ash. He is the one we told you about. He beat all 7 of us. Well, it seems I underestimated you, Archer said to Ash, or I overestimated my incompetent grunts. Probably the latter. Well, I'm lucky I don't have time for you. I got what we came for, so I'll make it quick, Archer said as he pulled out his houndome. Wait, before you do something, I have one thing to say, Ash said as he looked at Pikachu, who seemingly understood. Oh, how interesting. Who am I to deny you your request? Archer said. Thank you, I just want to say. Pikachu used Thundershock on the floor. Ash commanded as Pikachu sent electricity to the ground, causing smoke to rise, obscuring all of their vision. Ash then grabbed Yellow and Seymour and signaled to Brock, yelling, Nigerundeo. Running away. Seeing this, Archer laughed a little. Running away, seems I was right. More grunts came from the cave and asked, should we go after them? No need, we already got what we came here for, Archer said as he pulled out a small box. But wouldn't it be better tea? One grunt was cut off as something grabbed his neck and started choking him. It was Archer's houndome that used his tail to grab the grunt. Are you questioning my decision? The grunt frantically shook his head, then Archer made houndome release him. Good, I will be off then. I hear there are some fossils and moonstones around here. How about you all get some of those for yourselves, or don't? I don't care, Archer said as he started walking. Back to Ash. The group of 4 were running as fast as they could. They didn't know no one was chasing them, but they didn't take that chance. After they reached a different clearing, they stopped to gather themselves. What was that? Team Rocket is here. They are the ones behind the Pokemon leaving the mountain, Brock said through heavy breathing. It seems so. Are they here for the moonstones? Seymour responded. Probably not the way those grunts talked about the moonstone they got. They weren't here to get them specifically, they came for something else, and it sounds like they got it, Ash answered. What are we going to do? We can't leave them here. If they continue doing this, the Pokemon of the cave may never come back, Yellow asked. We can't beat them. We need to find a way to get out of the cave and then contact the League, Brock said. Actually, we can't beat him, Ash said, referring to Archer, but you heard him, he got what he came for, meaning he is leaving. Even if the grunts stay here, we can take them down. He then turned over to Seymour. All we need to do is get rid of, what did you say, industrial grade equipment, and since our cover is blown, we have nothing to lose. Ash was currently monitoring Team Rocket using aura sensing. He was currently following Archer leave the cave. He was followed by Jesse, James, Meowth, Cassidy, Butch, and the 3 grunts he beat. Seems like Archer was going to have them give a report on me, especially with the lie Jesse made. Things are about to get more complicated, Ash thought while rubbing his head. What a drag. As he looked at the rest of the grunts, about half decided to leave, but the other half continued using their drills. Surprisingly, Ash could also see all the Clefairy and the energy coming from the moonstone, and hilariously they were not digging in the right spot. Okay, Ash said, looking over to everyone, the plan is simple: to destroy the drills and incapacitate the remaining grunts. A lot of them are leaving, but if we fought the rest of them at the same time, I say we have 45% chance of winning, 50% if we can surprise them. Okay, so how are we going to do that? I don't have a good way to quietly do much, and Seymour doesn't have any Pokemon, Brock responded. Well, that is where these 3 come in, Ash said while he released Bellsprout, Oddish, and Poliwag. These guys can put them to sleep, and if they can't release their Pokemon, that is less of a problem for us. Brock nods. Okay, makes sense. Obviously not foolproof, but we don't have the luxury to sit down and create a plan, so it's the best we have for now. I can have Zubat and Geodude attract them since they are native to MT Moon. Okay, we shall prove ourselves heroes and turn in Team Rocket for justice, but a plan like this requires a name. I shall dub this plan Operation Blast Off. Seymour yells. Thankfully they weren't in the cave when he did this. I'm not calling it that. Anyway, here is the plan. Underscore 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 underscore. POV change. My name is Philip. I am a grunt. Not much to say about it. It's a simple life where we can catch or steal Pokemon and turn them in for credits in the base, and now and then we are called for bigger missions like this. I have been a grunt for a few years now, though if I can collect enough moonstones and fossils I may be able to rank up. Suddenly they all heard a sound, Geodude, followed by the sounds of stones falling. What was that? One grunt asked. Why are there still Pokemon here? Should they have all left? There shouldn't be, but if a Pokemon can stay here that means that it must be strong, and there may be more, another grunt said. Alright, let's separate. Half of you guys follow me and the rest of you keep digging, Philip said. Most of the grunts nodded and they separated. Following him were 9 other grunts. The grunts walked through the cave, getting into a narrow passageway, but as they continued moving, 2 vines came out from a small clearing, grabbing 2 of the grunts, starting with their mouths so they couldn't scream, then to their limbs so they couldn't reach their pokeballs. They were separated with none from the group noticing, and as they were pulled to the source, the 2 grunts saw a weed come out of a different hole and throw spores onto them, making them fall unconscious. Meanwhile, the group continued walking until they reached a fork. Which way should we go? Flip a coin, one grunt suggested. Suddenly they heard another sound, Zubat, Geodude. Alright, it sounds like there's one Zubat and a Geodude. You 3 go get the Zubat and the rest of us will follow the sound of the Geodude, Philip announced as they separated. As the three grunts that were separated followed the path, they came across a Zubat harassing a Pokemon. As the Zubat saw them, it flew away. Meanwhile, the grunts were interested in the mysterious Pokemon. Well, hello there, one grunt said. Who are you? As all three grunts leaned forward to see this Pokemon that was crawling in fear, and as soon as they got close, the Pokemon turned around, revealing Poliwag. The grunts were confused why a water Pokemon was in the cave, but they didn't notice the tadpole use hypnosis, knocking the three grunts out. Back with the group of 5, they continued walking forward and another grunt was dragged off. This time one grunt felt like something was wrong. Hey, weren't there 5 of us originally? The grunt asked. You're being paranoid, remember the rest of them went on the other path. If there were 5 of us, then he probably decided to go after them, Philip said, not even turning around. I guess you're right, though this place gives me the creeps, the grunt said as he saw a piece of grass behind a rock. His curiosity got the better of him and he walked back from where they came, and as he walked back he saw an oddish, which threw a sleep powder on him. As the remaining grunts continued forward, they finally saw that the one grunt was missing. Where is the rookie? Philip asked. He was just with us. Maybe he saw something and got separated, one grunt suggested. No, he would have said something, and he isn't calling out for us to, the third grunt responded. Suddenly, 2 vines came from the ceiling and grabbed the 2 grunts, dragging them up. Philip went for his radio to call for backup when suddenly a rock came out and destroyed it, seeing the Guidud. Before he could scream, he suddenly felt pain in his head, then his world went black. Back to Ash. Thank you, aura enhancing, and aura sensing, Ash thought as he put down the grunt he just knocked out and pulled off some of Bellsprout's vines, since he can just separate them from his body and quickly grow new ones. He tied up the grunts on this side when suddenly he saw Brock walking to him with Poliwag on his shoulder and holding on to the other grunts that were incapacitated. That worked out way too well, Brock said as he set the grunts down, and Ash tossed him some vines. What can I say? When you study battle tactics you learn a thing or two. Right, well, we need to get back to Yellow and Seymour before they get captured, Brock suggested as he finished tying, as Bellsprout came in with the rest, leaving a total of 10. Don't worry, I am sure Pikachu is doing his part of the plan, Ash said, smirking. Change POV. Yellow and Seymour were currently hiding behind a rock with Pikachu hiding with them. Okay Pikachu, you remember Ash's plan? Yellow whispered. Yes little friend, you saved me and now you will save all the Pokemon of the mountain, Seymour said, holding himself back from yelling. Pikachu said, saluting and separating himself from the 2 and running forward to one of the drills. In total 4 drills were left, the rest of the drills were taken by the grunts that left. Pikachu approached one of the drills, went into the side, and took a bite into the wires, absorbing the electricity and running away before the drill turned off. After it stopped, the grunts walked over and started looking over what made the drill stop. What happened to this thing? Why did it stop? One grunt walked forward and looked over the drill. At this point, Pikachu got into another drill and did the same thing and ran away. The grunts saw this and started getting angry. What third world region made these drills? One grunt yelled as he hit the drill. Pikachu stayed hidden since the grunts were now watching the last 2 drills to see if something was going to happen to them. At this time Ash and Brock got back to the group. Alright, is everyone okay? Brock asked. Yes, they haven't found us, and Pikachu broke 2 of the drills, Yellow whispered. Perfect, now to finish this, Ash said as he put his fist in his hand. You all ready? Receiving a nod from his friends, he signaled for Bellsprout to get 2 more grunts before they start fighting. He then handed a Pokeball to Seymour. We will distract them and you just need to sneak past them and release this. At this point Bellsprout grabbed 2 more grunts, leaving a total of 8 grunts left, all of which were now aware of them. Hey, what are you doing? Do you have any idea who we are? There will be consequences, one grunt said. At this point Ash and Brock were standing in front of them. Brock had Guidud and Zubat out, and Ash had 2 Pokemon hiding. The grunts all sent out their Pokemon, revealing 3 Zubats, 2 Grimer, 2 Coughing, and 1 Ekans. At this point, Pikachu was hiding in the ceiling, and as soon as all of the Pokemon released, Pikachu jumped down and sent a Thundershock onto all of the Team Rocket Pokemon, taking down the Zubats and injuring the rest. What? Where did that rat come from? One of the grunts with a Zubat yelled. Whatever that just means, they can only win with a sneak attack. Let's take them down and take their Pokemon, the grunt with the Ekans said. All the grunts sent their Pokemon to attack, just as planned. Bellsprout, Ash called out as the familiar sapling jumped out of the cave. As soon as he came out, Bellsprout sent out his vines and grabbed one of the Coughing and started spinning it. As he was spinning the Coughing, he started glowing and changing, revealing a Weepinbell. Weepinbell, M. Ability, Chlorophyll. Hidden ability, Effect Spore. Current moves, Vine Whip, Advanced, Growth, Wrap, Advanced, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sludge Bomb, New, Slam, New. Well, that changes things, but not in a bad way, Ash thought. Now Slam. As Weepinbell heard this, he used the Coughing to bash into the other Coughing, sending them both into the broken drill, causing a small explosion and revealing both Coughing unable to battle. And at this point, Seymour got to the other side and yelled go, caused all of the grunts to look at him and Ash to put his face in his hand. So much for the element of surprise. Seymour sent out the Pokemon Ash gave him, Machop. As soon as he was released, he grabbed the drill and threw it at the other drill, destroying them both. Why you, Ekans, go take care of that nuisance. The grunt with the Ekans commanded his Pokemon to go after Seymour. As the Akans jumped to attack Seymour, Machop grabbed it by the tail and started slamming it. Like what Hulk did to Loki, Machop kept doing it until the snake lost consciousness. At this point, there were only 2 Grimmer left. Hey Brock, you wanna take care of these 2? Sure, I got these 2, Brock responded as he sent his Pokemon to take care of the Grimmer. Ash walked forward to the grunts. Well, are you going to surrender? Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours. The grunts looked at each other and started running for the exit when suddenly Brock's Onyx comes out of the mountain and blocks the exit. Okay, I see you choose in the hard way, Ash said, approaching the grunts. I'm a warrior? Hours later, the Rangers and representatives from the league were taking the grunts and questioning Ash, Brock, Yellow, and Seymour. Brock called them since he still had some reputation being a gym leader. As soon as the members of the league heard that an executive came here under a direct order from the boss, they sent this information to the Elite Four and Champion. After which they decided to leave since all the grunts were taken in, and informed them that the Rangers would start guiding the Pokemon from the mountain back, and Brock informed them of the war in Route 3. The members of the league had left, and the Rangers were taking care of Pokemon that left the mountain when Team Rocket decided to do Team Rocket things, leaving the 4 of them alone. Looking at the sky, it was nearly midnight, almost time for the Clefairy to do that weird evolution dance. Suddenly they heard a small Pokemon, Fairy. The Clefairy from before was looking at them from the cave. Oh, Clefairy came back, Ash called out and gestured for Clefairy to come closer, holding the moonstone that was stolen by Team Rocket. This is yours, isn't it? Clefairy looked happy and walked forward to grab the moonstone and did a little dance. Suddenly Clefairy looked at them, then at the stone, and grabbed Ash's hand and pulled on him, seemingly signaling for them to follow it. Fascinating, it seems like Clefairy wants us to follow it. I vote that we should follow, Seymour exclaimed, walking forward. Well, there's no harm, I suppose. Maybe Clefairy wants to show its appreciation to us, Brock suggested. Alright, if it's decided, then let's follow Clefairy then, Ash said, letting Clefairy pull him. After a bit of walking, they eventually came to a clearing. Clefairy let Ash go and walked into the cave. In the cave, there were many Clefairy, a few Clefa, and a few Clefable, and the giant moonstone meteorite. Clefairy came forward and put down the moonstone right in the nick of time. As soon as the moonstone was put down, all the pink fairy Pokemon started their dance. Wow, this is what they wanted to show us. It's so beautiful, Yellow said, admiring the dance of the Pokemon. Fascinating, this must mean that Pokemon coming from space is true. I always believed, but there was never any proof, but this is amazing. Seymour was hypnotized by the dance. They all stayed and watched the dance. Underscore 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 underscore. At the league. Walking into the conference room, Lance had called all the members of the Elite Four from both Kanto and Johto, Agatha, who had retired, and Oak. Oak was the first to arrive, since he flew on his trusty Dragonite. Soon after, Lorelei, Agatha, Koga, Will, Bruno, and Karen arrived. Agatha saw Oak and winked, and Oak didn't know how he should respond to that, so he tried to ignore it. Lorelei spoke up, so Lance, why did you call this meeting? You nearly never call all of us, especially since Koga and Bruno were transferred to Johto. Normally you are right, however, I have received some news. A Team Rocket executive has been spotted in MT Moon. Most of the members of the league looked surprised, except Bruno, who was meditating, and Koga, who looked like he was having Vietnam flashbacks. Are you sure? Team Rocket has been very secretive since that day. There have only been a few grunts. Are you sure it wasn't just a grunt pretending to be one? Koga quickly sacked. I know you are having some feelings considering your past, but we have witnesses that saw Archer in his white suit and Houndoom, Lance said. Hearing this, even Bruno was broken out of his meditation. Well, what was he doing there? Was he after the moonstones or the fossils? Oak spoke up. No, they didn't touch any of that. He grabbed something else then left. They nearly destroyed the environment of MT Moon for something. All we know is that it was small enough to fit in a box, Lance explained. Koga, do you have any idea what they may have been after? Will asked. No, me, Serge, and Blaine don't even know where the boss or the executives went after we all left Team Rocket. Koga responded. Well, regardless, the fact that an executive has come out of the shadows means that Team Rocket may be returning, Lance said. Well, what do you propose we do? We can't exactly just come into Kanto with the risk that could cause for Johto, Karen responded. Well, for you four, referring to Koga, Will, Bruno, and Karen, will do nothing. You will continue doing your duties and monitor Johto in case they try something in Johto. Meanwhile, here in Kanto, we have 3 vacant seats since Bruno and Koga transferred and Agatha retired. I asked Oak for 3 new recruits, Lance said, pressing a button that signaled 3 people to walk into the room. First was a young man who looked like he was in his early 20s. He had black spiky hair and a beard with a simple open jacket with purple pants. My name is Damien, I am Agatha's apprentice, and as such I am a ghost-type trainer. The next to come was a young girl. She had dirty blonde hair and brown eyes. Hello everyone, my name is Tempest Surge. I am an electric-type expert just like my dad. The final member was a young man with black hair with red accents. He wore a black jacket and had tan skin. Call me Darwin, I am a ground-type expert and I am here for money. Anything else is a roadblock. At the Team Rocket base, Currently, Archer was walking down the halls. Any grunt that would see him would straighten their back in the hope that he wouldn't notice them. Behind him was Jesse, James, Meowth, Cassidy, Butch, and the 3 grunts. They all seemed to be miserable since they were going to meet the boss. Archer had the box with the materials he had gotten in the empty moon. Soon he approached the door, and as soon as he walked in he saw Giovanni talking to the 3 beasts of Team Rocket. Car, ORM, and Surd. "Oh Archer, come in." These 3 were just about to leave after turning in their report, Giovanni said. Car looked like he was about to complain until Surd covered his mouth and said, "Of course sir, the report will be on your desk by the end of the day," before picking up their small leader and walking out followed by ORM. "If I may ask sir, what were they doing here? Aren't they normally stationed in Hone, trying to set up a new base for Team Rocket?" Archer asked. "Well, I would tell you, but it seems you have some guests with you," looking at the grunts behind him. "Oh, it seems I have forgotten about them. You 8 step outside, I will call you when you are needed." Archer waved them away and they quickly obeyed. As the grunts stepped out, Jesse whispered to them, "What do you think they are talking about?" "How should we know they are talking about the 3 beasts of Team Rocket? Anything they do is a mystery, especially their self-proclaimed leader. That guy wants to be the boss so bad he might as well have the word suck up on his forehead," James said, getting a nod from the 3 grunts. "Do you think we should try listening in?" Cassidy asked. Jesse and James seemed interested but Meowth seemed scared. "Are you 4 crazy? We are already in deep water for fighting with each other in empty moon. If the boss finds out, we can kiss everything goodbye. What we need is to put our heads together and make an excuse, and thanks to the idiot I call a partner. Sir Archer thinks all 8 of us were taken down by the twerp." Butch looked at the cat and sighed. "I hate to say it, but this cat is making sense. We need to get our alibis in order." Meanwhile, inside the room, Archer sat down on the other side of the desk looking at Giovanni, who was looking at the door. "You think they are listening in? Either that or coming up with an excuse. Probably both. Anyway, the trio was here because they have started following the trail of Deoxys. It is yet to be confirmed because Carr has done this sort of thing before, but if it is, we may have another step to our plans," Giovanni answered. "But enough about that. How was the mission I sent you on? I assume there were no complications." "Yes, there was one bump, but we can talk about that later. For now, here are the items you sent me to get," Archer said as he put the box on Giovanni's desk. "Wonderful, you certainly know how to get the job right," Giovanni said, opening the box that only had 2 items in it. He grabbed one of the rocks. This was a purple stone about the size of a pokeball. "Perfect. With this, our plans for Silphco just became much easier." Giovanni put the rock down and grabbed the second item. It was a smaller stone. It was a keystone. "Excellent. With this and Mutwo's DNA, we will be able to create a megastone. Then we will be able to make it even stronger while forcing it to bend to my will," Giovanni said. "All right, now that I have given the results of my mission, there is the case of those grunts. They seemed to have been defeated by a child. From what I can tell, it is the same kid that stopped them in the Pokemon Center." "Very well, call them in to give their report, then I will decide what to do with them," Giovanni said, receiving a nod from Archer. He called in the grunts and asked them to give their report. They started saying a lot of things about how he had strong Pokemon and how he got a sneak attack on them. Giovanni was not paying attention until he heard Jesse say something. "Wait, repeat what you just said," Giovanni said, making all the grunts look nervous. "There was a very strong Pikachu that was able to." Jesse was interrupted by Giovanni. "Are you serious? A strong Pikachu? Are you lying to me? You all know the consequences of that," Giovanni asked as he stood up from his desk. "And no sir, we wouldn't lie to you. Everything we said is true." Giovanni looked at Archer. "There was a Pikachu with the kid, but I couldn't see it battle, so I don't know about the strength. Could it be that that trainer has my escaped experiment? It is possible. We never found it, but it may be a regular mouse. No matter, we still have the backup in Johto in case it is just a regular Pikachu." As he came out of his thoughts, he saw the grunts still dramatically trying to explain themselves. "Well, you can thank Archer, but I am in a good mood. Just have your reports on my desk by the end of the day and you can get out of here," Giovanni said, sitting back down. All of the grunts thanked him multiple times and ran out. "Are you sure about this, sir? You usually aren't this generous even in your good moods," Archer asked. "Remember the Pika that escaped because of Petrol's incompetence? Well, if what they said is true, that Pikachu may be our escape experiment." Archer's eyes widened. "I understand. I will send them on a mission so that they will bump into the kid more." Archer bowed and left. Little did everyone in Team Rocket know, soon Giovanni would receive some news that would make him lose his good mood. Back in the cave, the Clefairy have been dancing around the meteorite, and soon after they started using metronome altogether, which made everyone else get hypnotized by the back and forth motion. Soon after, the Clefairy used a large move that caused the moonstone to break into smaller pieces, causing the moonstones to fall from the ceiling. Once they fell onto the Clefairy, they started evolving into Clefable. "Wow, this is amazing," Yellow said. "The Clefairy are evolving. So the legend of the Moonstone is true," Brock said, mesmerized by the beauty. "Amazing. The Clefairy have built their society around the Moonstone. It must be because the Moonstone comes from the heavens," Seymour said. As everyone was mesmerized by the Moonstones, Clefairy and Clefable were busy dancing. Ash secretly grabbed a few Moonstones and put them in his pocket dimension. "These will be useful in case there isn't an eternal Moonstone. Besides, even if they see me grab them, they can't prove it since it ain't in my bag." After which the Clefairy that brought them came to them with 2 rocks. They were fossils. Clefairy handed them to Ash, which is when he notes what it was. It was an old amber and a helix fossil. What are those? Yellow asked, looking at the fossils. They are fossils. They are very rare. I guess Clefairy wanted to repay you, Brock said. Well, there are 2 fossils yet 3 of us. How should we do this? Ash asked. Well, I already have a Kabuto, so as long as you guys let me study them, I am fine with just you 2 having it, Brock asked. Well, that makes things easier, since Yellow gets an Omastar in the manga, Ash thought. Well, if I remember correctly, the Helix fossil is an Omenid. I already have a water type, so Yellow should have it, Ash said, handing the fossil to Yellow. Yellow tried to decline, but after persisting she took it, reluctantly. And Ash put away the old amber. I have a colleague in Cinnabar Island. He can help you guys revive them, Seymour said. Clefairy then grabbed an empty Pokeball that was on Ash's belt and pushed the button, going in, hearing a ding. Clefairy, F. Ability, Magic Guard. Current moves, Gravity, Disarming Voice, Heal Pulse, Sing. Clefairy then released herself from the Pokeball. Clefairy. You are so lucky that Clefairy wants to come with you, Yellow said, approaching to pet Clefairy. I'll say, Brock said, some people don't even know Clefairy exists, and now you have one. Well, we are going to Cerulean City. What are you going to, Seymour? Ash asked. I am going to stay here and continue studying and living with the Clefairy. I hope we can meet again one day, Seymour responded. They nodded and all decided to leave the cave. Wow, I can't believe I am never going to see him again. Ash, Brock, and Yellow decided to set up camp since it was nearly the middle of the night and they were all very exhausted from the Team Rocket incident. And so they slept. Before Ash went to sleep, he pulled out his Pokédex and looked through the Cerulean City gym battles. Mainly because there were none, since the previous gym leader, being Misty's father, retired, it was taken over by the 3 sisters, and unlike Misty, they didn't battle, but instead turned the battlefield into a performance hall for their water acrobatics shows. Sometimes they would battle, but every time they would lose, so much so that most of the time they would just give a badge out, leading their gym to become a joke and a target for new trainers. There were even some rumors of the sisters hitting on some challengers, which with their position was extremely unprofessional. So if Misty doesn't challenge me in the gym, then I will only need to fight 3 Pokemon, 1 for each sister. But if Misty shows up, then I have nothing to go on since she hasn't ever battled in the gym. I can probably assume that she will potentially have Seal and Shelter, since 1 they are water types and 2 she idolizes Lorelei of the Elite Four. Well, I'll think about that tomorrow and start training some Pokemon for that battle. How many do I need to prepare? I don't know, so no point in thinking about it. Before going to sleep. The next day they were all woken up by the sound of people gathering. As they all looked out, they noted that not even a day went by before news people and miners rushed to MT Moon. The trio looked at each other before leaving before anyone started questioning them about what happened. On the way, they saw rangers trying to reintroduce Pokemon into the routes and trying to stop people from entering MT Moon. They even saw a weird guy selling Magikarp, specifically from Hoppy Town, with a bunch of different patterns of Magikarp. It didn't take a genius to tell they were painted. After traveling, they eventually reached Cerulean City and they were all dead tired. Finally, we are here, Ash said to his 2 companions. Brock was looking fine, but Yellow looked like she hadn't slept in a day or 2. Finally, I am so tired. I thought we would never arrive. I want to go rest in the Pokemon Center, Yellow exclaimed. Why didn't you let Dottie carry you if you got tired then? Ash asked Yellow as they started walking. Yellow looked embarrassed. Well, I didn't want Dottie to get tired. Received a stare from both Brock and Ash before she blushed a little and said, I also forgot. Brock sighed as they started approaching the Pokemon Center. Well, I'm going to call my family back at the gym to see how things are going. I also need to call my uncle. I haven't talked to him since I left, Yellow responded. I guess I need to call Oak, Ash responded before he thought of something. By the way, Yellow wants a Pokemon. Underscore 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 on. As they walked into the Pokemon Center, they gave the Pokemon that needed healing to Nurse Joy, not without Brock flirting with her, but with no one to pull his urgency hit him on the head. Poor guy, even without Misty he is still cock-blocked. Ash thought as he went over to the PC with Yellow and called up Professor Oak. Hello, is this working this time? Oak responded as the screen was getting blurry as he was too close. Yeah, just back up a little, Professor, Ash responded, and Oak fixed himself quickly. Well, what can I do for you, my boy? Oak questioned. Well, I am in Cerulean, and look who I have here with me. Ash signaled for Yellow to get into the frame and Oak looked surprised. Yellow, I wasn't expecting you. I thought you were still with your uncle. You should have told me. I would have gotten some things prepared for you. Oak responded. Yeah, Uncle Wilton wanted me to look for what I wanted to do, and I met up with Ash and he invited me to come with him, Yellow said nervously. Well, I want to have been able to properly give you a Pokemon at least, Oak said. Well, that is why I wanted to call you, Ash responded, getting Oak's attention. Can you transfer ownership of my Caterpie to Yellow? Both Yellow and Oak looked surprised. Are you sure, Ash? Transferring a Pokemon to someone else is simple, but your Pokemon is a shiny and extremely rare. Yeah, why not? I wasn't planning on using it anyway, Ash responded. Well, if you both are sure, I can do it, Oak responded as he started typing on his computer and pulled out what looked like a Pokédex and a Pokeball. Here, I will give you a Pokédex as well since I couldn't give you one myself. You don't have to try to help me with my research, I just hope you will do well, Oak said as he sent over the 2 items through the teleporter. Yellow received both items and was excited immediately, letting Caterpie out of his Pokeball. Hello Caterpie, let's be friends, I'll call you Kitty. Yellow picked him up and he seemed excited. Also, as Oak was distracted watching Yellow and Kitty, Ash secretly used his PC feature to get Weedle and put it in his storage for later use. Well, I will leave you to continue bonding with me. Takeout is here, call me when you need something, and good luck at the gym, Oak responded before hanging up. Well, you can call your uncle, I'll go reserve all of our rooms, Ash said, getting up, noticing that Brock finally got up and was walking over to the computer. He picked up his Pokemon and went to reserve the rooms. Ash decided to take a shower and start preparing how he would train all of his Pokemon for the gym battle he may or may not need to do. Well, regardless, at least Pikachu will be willing to fight since he doesn't see Misty as a friend yet. But regardless, I am working with nothing right now. I can also go to the Nugget Bridge, that would probably be some good training. Regardless, I should be 100% prepared for the worst case scenario in a week, maybe less. I mean, if Misty isn't there then I can get it now, but knowing my luck and plot BS, she will probably be there the second I enter the gym. As he was thinking, he heard someone knock on his door. Hey Ash, we are going out to get dinner, do you want to come with us? Yellow said. Well, not too much of a point in thinking about what if now, Ash thought. Sure, I'll go in a second. Meanwhile, in a different building, the three musketeers were breaking into a building through the vents. Coast is clear. No one here. Nothing to fear. It was Jesse, James, and Meowth. They recently broke into a warehouse after it became dark to steal something. Hey guys, don't you think it was weird for Archer to assign us to specifically Cerulean while most of the other grunts were pulled back to base for a separate task? James asked as they were walking past a lot of machines. You worry too much, Jimmy, Meowth responded. Yeah, Archer probably just saw we had potential and sent us to a more important task while the rest of them were off ambushing twerps, Jesse responded. But didn't we fail the last mission? James responded as he was ignored as they approached a large machine. Here it is, with this, we will get exactly what we need, Jesse said. Pokemon, Meowth responded. Underscore 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 underscore. It was the next day and Ash was out in the training field by the Pokemon Center preparing all of his Pokemon to train. Well everybody, the next gym is coming upon us and it is a water gym. Now I don't know how many of you can participate, I know some of you are itching for a fight, Ash said before turning to Spearow. I am looking at you. Spearow was stopped in his place, he was prepared to fly up and start screaming. Well, nonetheless, whether you fight or not I will still train you. We have some time before I plan on challenging the gym, so if you want to fight you can go have a mock battle, Ash said, causing Spearow to look at Pidgeotto. Well, let's get started, Ash said, causing some of his Pokemon to get excited. The training started with just a race to try and improve speed EV of his Pokemon. Clefairy made it clear that she didn't want to fight, so she sat with Yellow and helped by using gravity to improve the training. Pikachu, Weepinbell, Oddish, and Nidoran Malesign would start training special attack since Pikachu and Weepinbell would both start using their special attack. Oddish even started helping Weepinbell to learn to absorb so they could both learn Mega Drain. Spearow, Pidgeotto, Scyther, and Machop all trained in physical attack and Poliwag was used as a punching bag to work on HP and defense. Meanwhile, Weedle and Magikarp couldn't currently train in the same way the rest could, so they mainly trained with each other. The hardest part about training these two is waiting until they reach their final stage. Gyarados is a monster, and in the manga Giovanni's starter was a Weedle and it was able to push back Lance's Pokemon, and mine has that Queen Bee mutation. Ash thought but shook his head, deciding to think about it after. In the middle of training, Brock approached Ash and asked, "Have you heard that someone broke into a warehouse and stole some kind of vacuum?" Ash was surprised before he remembered that Team Rocket appeared during Ash's battle in the gym and they used a big vacuum, but he had forgotten that they got it this early. Does anyone have any idea about who did it? Ash asked. Brock shook his head. No, I was out shopping and met this beautiful officer Jenny. She questioned me and told me the situation. I then invited her to go out for lunch, but then her Growlithe bit my leg, Brock said, looking sadly, and Ash just patted him on the back. Ash decided to prepare for the worst case scenario and wait to see if they try anything, but knowing plot BS they will only attack during his battle. Welp, we'll get there when we get there. And so he returned to training. By the end of the training, Ash helped Pikachu to learn Electro Ball for later use, and Weepinbell and Oddish both managed to learn Mega Drain. Weepinbell and Scyther learned Swords Dance, and Machop learned the Elemental Punches. Meanwhile, Weedle and Magikarp were making progress. Ash made sure to give each Pokemon a Poke Block to help their progress and mastery respectively over the week of training. Brock and Yellow were sitting on a bench waiting for Ash, noticing he started returning his Pokemon. Are you finished training? Yellow asked. Yeah, I think I am prepared for anything that could happen, Ash responded. Yeah, about that, why did you try so much? I admit the sisters are beautiful but they don't have that much talent in battling. There were even some rumors in the league were planning on stopping their support to the gym. Ash shrugged. Well, you never know, maybe their father has had enough and decided to come out of retirement. Brock thought about it and also shrugged and nodded as Ash returned Magikarp, who recently started to shed some of his scales since he started training. Ash put the new old scales in the trash with the rest of the red scales. Well, now is as good a time as any, let's get to the gym, Ash said as the trio started walking to the gym. But if someone were to look back at the red scales, there would be a small shine coming from the scales, revealing a single golden scale, a few days before Ash and Co. enter the gym. Misty POV. Misty was walking back with about 10 more Pokemon than she left with. She was begrudgingly walking back to Cerulean City to get to her family's gym. I don't like coming back here, but until I become old enough to take over the gym, I need to make sure it doesn't lose the support from the league. So every few months I need to bring back some more water Pokemon to the gym so that they can support the city, but knowing those three, they are using them for their show. Misty sighs as she walks by a familiar kid training by the Pokemon Center. It was Ash. What is he doing here? Misty thought before seeing a yellow-headed girl with a sun hat watching him train. She decided to ask her about what he was doing. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Misty asked, trying not to get Ash's attention. Yellow turned to her and was startled for a moment before catching herself. Hello, I'm Yellow. Who are you? I'm Misty. Can I ask you what he is doing? Misty said, pointing towards Ash. Oh, well, he is training for the gym, although everyone keeps telling him he doesn't need to, Yellow answered. Misty's eye twitched a little before she asked, why do you say that? Well, everyone in town, including my friend Brock, has said that this gym normally will just give out the badge if you ask, and even when they do battle they are not good at it, Yellow answered, seemingly unaware of the anger Misty was holding back. Those sisters of mine, Misty mumbled, before releasing what she said and looking at Yellow. Yellow seemed confused. I'm sorry, did you say something? Well, not exactly, but never mind, what I said doesn't matter. Thank you for answering my question, goodbye, Misty said quickly, then ran away before Yellow could ask another question. How dare they? I'm going to show them what this forgotten sister can do. I'll blow the wigs off their heads. Back to the present. Ash POV. Looking at the gym, it was the polar opposite of Brock's gym. Instead of a simple small gym that looks like it was made into a rock, this was a big pristine arena. There was a crowd and lights since there was a show going on. They had to buy tickets to enter the stadium. Brock and Yellow went to watch the show and Ash went to ask about the gym battle. He was told he needed to wait until after the show, so he just went to sit with Brock and Yellow, but as he sat down he notes a certain orange head sitting in a corner. Just my luck, I knew this would happen. Well, there is no point crying in my head. Well, I want to save Pikachu as a last resort since I have a plan for when Team Rocket decides to break in. Oddish should be able to at least take down 2 of them and probably evolve, but it depends on who I end up fighting. As he finished thinking, the show officially started and a spotlight revealed the 3 sensational sisters. The crowd was yelling and Brock was swooning, and Pikachu was mesmerized by the show. After the show most people left and Ash went down to approach them. Well, more like he leaned on the wall as he heard their Valley Girl accent. As they noticed him they stopped. Sorry, you're cute and all, but if you want an interview you need to talk to our manager. Lily started talking. Ash sighed. No, I'm not here for that, I came here for the gym battle. All the sisters started looking away before Daisy started. Do you actually want to battle us? If you want you can just have the badge. Well, to be honest, I would like to accept, but if I do, Brock, Yellow, and especially Pikachu will not let me live it down. Ash thought before answering. I would like to at least earn it. The sisters sighed as well before Violet answered. Well then, we the sensational sisters will accept your challenge. Each of us will use 1 Pokemon and you will be allowed to use 3. Ash nodded before going on to the battlefield and looked around the bleachers. He saw Brock and Yellow watching, but he also saw Misty in the corner. Ash shook his head and pulled out a Pokeball. Scyther, go have some fun, releasing a large mantis-like Pokemon with blades in his hands. Misty, in the stands, shivered seeing a bug type, but the sisters looked more confident seeing it, just as planned. Violet stepped forward. Shelder, you can do this, releasing a purple shell Pokemon with eyes and a tongue. Brock saw this and shouted from the stands, Ash, watch out, that Pokemon has ice-type moves that are super effective against Scyther, and Yellow nodded along. That's interesting, isn't it? Ash said before looking at Violet. Too bad I don't plan on being hit. Like we'll see. Use Ice Shard, Violet ordered as Shelder began shooting out ice at Scyther. Scyther double team, then Swords Dance, Ash commanded as the icicles hit an afterimage of Scyther as multiple clones appeared and started setting up a Swords Dance. Shelder, quick withdraw. Shelder closed its shell trying to protect itself before the attack that was coming. Scyther, it has to come out eventually. Use Swords Dance again. The Scyther clones started surrounding the clam and setting up more Swords Dance. Shelder, use Icicle Spear on as many as you can. Scyther, end this with Fury Cutter. Shelder opened its shell and started blasting as many Scyther clones until approached the real Scyther, so Scyther used its blades to hit it, leaving behind a smoke screen of ice. Everyone was waiting to see what happened until Scyther cut the smoke and slashed Shelder not once, not twice, but 4 times. Shelder, return, Violet said sadly. Brock saw this and started monologuing. Impressive. Ash knew this would happen exactly how he faced me. He used Scyther to draw out Shelder, who he knew would cower, allowing him to set up more Swords Dance. With that boost, the chances that he will lose is next to 0. Yellow was cheering, but Misty also heard Brock and was frustrated. Lily looked towards Daisy and she nodded and approached the battlefield. Well, now it is my turn, Lily said as she stepped up. Go Goldeen. Lily released a fish Pokemon with a horn. Scyther and Ash had no intention of switching out. Goldeen, horn attack, Lily commanded, and the horn on the fish began to spin and it threw itself to Scyther. Scyther, quick attack to dodge, then take your final Swords Dance. Scyther dashed and merged back with the remaining clones and they all finished going +6. Goldeen, try a quick attack and peck, Lily commanded as Golden dashed at high speeds using its horn to try and hit Scyther. Scyther wing attack. Scyther dashed towards the fish and used one wing to clash with the horn, then used the second wing to hit the fish directly, sending the fish flying out of the field and unable to battle. Lily returned. Goldine and Daisy came forward. I'm up then. Before clapping, Seal. Before a small seal wobbled up to her side of the field. Seal use icy wind. Seal sent out a cloud of ice toward the group of Scyther clones. Brock continued to monologue. The strategy is good with icy wind. Even if it doesn't hit Scyther, it will get rid of the clones that Scyther left behind. But considering how Ash has handled the battle as of now, I am sure that he has a plan. On the battlefield, the icy wind hit all of the Scythers. The sisters looked happy and were about to celebrate before they released that Scyther was never with the clones. Where is your Pokemon? Daisy started panicking a little as she looked around and couldn't find the bug anywhere. Well, this was fun, I guess, but I think we should end this now. Scyther / Ash commanded. For a second nothing happened and everyone looked towards Ash before he smirked and pointed down. Then everyone realized what that meant before Daisy could call out for Seal to move. Scyther came jumping out of the water and slashed at the seal, sending it out of the field. Scyther looked bored. He was expecting more. Ash patted him on his shoulder and returned him since he already was expecting a certain someone to come out and potentially battle him. Well then, congratulations, you have beat the three of us. Daisy approached. That was totally humiliating. Lily also spoke up. Well, don't feel too bad about it. I did plan on how to beat all of you before even coming into the gym, Ash responded. Well, since you have defeated all of the sensational sisters, Daisy said before she grabbed a badge, as such you will now be rewarded with the... Before Daisy could finish, another voice called out yelling, "Hold it." Everyone looked to where the voice came from and they saw a girl jump down from the stands revealing Misty. What a surprise. You haven't won yet, because there is one sensational sister left. It is I. Misty used his acting to seem confused. What, but I thought there were only 3 sensational sisters. Well, you're wrong because I am the 4th sensational sister. Misty yelled out. There are only 3 sensational sisters and 1 runt. Lily cut in, receiving a glare from Misty. Well, I am here for the gym challenger. I will prove to you guys that I am better at battling than any of you. You can keep telling yourself that, even though you left because we are obviously more talented and beautiful than you are. Lily continued teasing her sister, but with her accent, it was hard to notice if she was serious or not. Well, I am the only reason the gym hasn't lost its support from the league, Misty yelled at her sisters. Wait, Brock called out from the bleachers. How are you planning to challenge Ash? You don't even look older than Ash, and per league rules, you need to be at least 13 before you can act as gym leader. Well, that would be true, but as long as he defeated the other gym leaders, then an exception can be made to challenge an unofficial gym leader, Misty said smugly. So if you want that badge, then you have to battle me as well. Well, I'm fine with battling someone else, Misty, right? Ash said, continuing his act. Misty blinked, processing what Ash just said. You do remember me? I'm surprised we only met back on Route 1. Well, yeah, why would I forget? I didn't do something stupid and fry your bike and try to avoid you because of it, Ash responded. Well, don't think because we know each other I plan on going easy on you, Misty announced before moving towards her side of the stadium. Do you think Misty can win? Daisy asked her sisters. Like maybe in her dreams. Violet chuckled. Ash wanted to see what would happen if he did something, so he lifted Scyther's Pokeball. Misty saw this and quickly yelled, "You're not allowed to use your bug Pokemon." Ash's smile started growing before he answered back, "Why, he's the last Pokemon I used on your sisters, so shouldn't he have to come out?" No, well, Misty started panicking before she yelled out, "He must be tired, he did have to fight 3 Pokemon with no rest," Misty answered confidently. Ash was holding himself back from giving an evil smile. No, he didn't get hit, he is ready to go a few more rounds. Well, this battle is different, so you have to use another Pokemon or I won't give you the badge. Well, she is still 10 here, I guess I can't say I didn't expect this, Ash thought before he pulled out a different Pokeball. Alright, just tell me how many Pokemon to use. It will be a 4 vs 4, Misty announced before sending out her first Pokemon. Time for some action, Oddish. Ash threw the Pokeball he was holding, revealing the small weed Pokemon. Misty calls Staryu. As a brown starfish came out with a red jewel. Well, that rules out Leech Seed, but not like that will change my strategy, Ash thought. Rapid Spin Mist commanded as the starfish threw itself at Oddish. Oddish dodge, then Stun Spore, Ash commands as Oddish slides under the spinning starfish, leaving behind a trail of spores. Staryu was caught in the spores, leaving it immobilized for a bit. Oh no, Staryu is in pain. Jump in the water. Oddish use growth back to back. Staryu jumped into the water as Oddish started absorbing as much light as he could. Staryu washed off the spores and came out of the water. Ha, too bad you didn't know stun spores do not work if you wash them off in the water. Misty celebrated. Daisy spoke up to her sisters. She is doing better than I thought she would. Lily also joined in. Well, we got the good looks, I guess she had to get something. No, I knew I was just stalling, Ash responded, looking unbothered, surprising everyone. Misty looked shocked. Stalling for what? Isn't it obvious? For Oddish to get ready. Ash answered as everyone looked towards the little weed that was currently +3. Now Oddish Mega Drain. Oddish summons a dark green beam coming from its head and goes towards Staryu. Staryu jump in the water to get away. Staryu gets submerged in the water, but the beam reaches in and pulls it out and starts draining the starfish as it went on. The red gem started blinking until Staryu was unable to battle. And when the last of the energy that Oddish absorbed reached him, he started to glow, releasing a bright light and changing shape, leaving behind a bigger flower that smelled bad. And the Pokédex updated. Gloom, M. Ability, Chlorophyll. Hidden ability, Stench. Current moves, Mega Drain, Advanced, Growth, Sweet Scent, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, Sludge Bomb. Basic. Nice, not bad at all except for the smell. I need to get a leaf stone as soon as possible, Ash thought as Misty returned stereo. Well, just because you beat one Pokemon doesn't mean this is over. Go Seal. Misty sends out a different seal and ironically Daisy's seal woke up and started cheering for the other seal. Alright then, Gloom Leech Seed. Gloom sent out seeds that attached themselves to Seal. Doesn't matter, Seal Aurora Beam. Seal sent a rainbow beam from her small horn aimed at Gloom, which landed and dealt a majority of Gloom's health but recovered a bit from Leech Seed. Well, I wasn't expecting to win with only Gloom, but that doesn't mean I'm not taking her with me, Ash thought. Gloom Sludge Bomb. Gloom gathers a stinky poisonous substance in his flower and sends it to Seal. The Gloom's ability activates, Stench, causing Seal to filch from the horrible odor. Seal, quickly get up. Misty tries commanding Seal to move but it couldn't, and residual damage from Leech Seed took Seal out. Misty returned Seal and pulled out another Pokeball. We're not done yet, and your Gloom is almost finished. Go Shelter, Misty said, releasing a familiar purple clam. You're right, well I guess he should rest, Ash said, returning Gloom, pulling out a different Pokeball. Machop, you're up. Fine then, Icicle Spear. The clam spit out a large spear aiming at Machop. Machop, bulk up then catch the spear. Machop's muscles become more defined before he grabs the flying spear and throws it back. Shelter, withdraw then Water Gun. Shelter closes its shell blocking the incoming ice, then opens to shoot water at Machop. Machop Thunder Punch. Machop runs forward, takes the stream of water, then his right arm starts lighting up in electricity, delivering an uppercut, then his left hand turns on and off for a few seconds before also lighting up and slamming into the clam, sending it back into the water. Everyone was surprised, including Ash a little, since that wasn't how Thunder Punch worked. Shelter, are you okay? But there was no response until Shelter floated up unconscious. Misty returned Shelter, then turned to Ash. Well, you are doing better than I thought, but it still isn't over. She pulled out one more Pokeball. When suddenly one of the walls of the building broke down, revealing a big vacuum. Like who invited the party crasher? Daisy asked. Sorry to break in on you ladies. Allow us to introduce ourselves. Jesse, prepare for trouble. James, and make it double. As they started their overly long motto, Ash signaled for Pikachu to execute the plan. Pikachu gave him a nod before going to the vacuum since they weren't paying attention and doing mouse things on the machine. Meowth, Meowth, that's right. James, the water Pokemon have the advantage. Jesse, but if we take the water. James, we take the Pokemon. Jesse, Meowth, pull the lever. As they try to activate the vacuum, nothing happens. What happened? Why isn't this thing working? Jesse started screaming at Meowth. I don't know, it was working just fine when we tested it, Meowth responded frantically. Well, what happened? Jesse was cut off by a certain yellow mouse that was sitting next to the vacuum. What, you did this? Jesse accused Pikachu, to which Pikachu acted like the victim and that he didn't know anything before running away. Well, no matter, if we don't have the vacuum we still have plan B, Jesse continued before her, and James pulled out Pokeballs and let out coughing and a cans. Ash will be down in a second, Brock yelled out as he and Yellow ran off to get down from the bleachers. We aren't letting you take anyone without a fight. Go Starmie. Misty sent out a second starfish, but it was purple instead with double the limbs the previous one had. Know your place, little girl. We are here for Pokemon and Pikachu, Meowth responded, also brandishing his claws. That's what you think, Starmie? Thunderbolt. The starfish sent a shock of electricity to the group. We weren't planning on using this on you, but, coughing now, James called out. Coughing moved in front of the group and took the Thunderbolt, dealing minimal damage. We were planning on using that on Pikachu and the twerp, but you are a good test drive, James continued. Now Sludge. Coughing sent a ball of gunk at the starfish, sending it back. Starmie, no. Misty called out, going to pick up her starfish. Ash saw the Thunderbolt and then got an idea. Misty, I need you to use Thunderbolt on Pikachu. Misty looked confused and was about to ask, but Ash interrupted her. Look, I need you to trust me, I have a plan, so just do it. Misty nodded, then commanded Starmie to shock Pikachu. The electricity was sent and Pikachu started to absorb the electricity, also unlocking Thunderbolt in the process. Perfect. Who needs Flint to supercharge Pikachu when I can get him to learn Thunderbolt like this? Ash thought. Pikachu, now Thunderbolt. Pikachu used the extra stored electricity and sent a Thunderbolt at Team Rocket again. You don't learn, do you? Coughing, James called out. Coughing once again took the electricity, but this time it pushed Coughing back and into the vacuum along with everyone else, exploding the rest of the vacuum and sending Team Rocket blasting off again. As they finished everything up, Brock and Yellow finally arrived, but everything was already resolved. Brock sighed and approached everyone. Well, I see everything is resolved, but what now? Your battle was interrupted. Daisy interrupted. Well, I think Ash here should still get the badge. Lily nodded with her sister. He did like beat all three of us and took down 3 of Misty's Pokemon. He would have won anyway. Misty looked like she was about to argue, but then thought about it before sighing. Well, I hate to admit it, but you would have won. So since all of the Sensational Sisters agree, we award you the Cascade Badge. Violet approached Ash with the badge in hand, which he took. Ash had taken the badge, so Yellow and Brock congratulated Ash on receiving his second badge and on Gloom's evolution. But Brock remembered he wanted to ask a question, so he held himself back from swooning over the Sensational Sisters and turned towards Misty. Hey, you mentioned earlier that you were an unofficial gym leader. What did you mean by that? Well, my sisters aren't very good as gym leaders, Misty said, glaring at her sisters, so I made a deal to the league where if I made sure to send more water Pokemon and train, I would become the gym leader when I become 13. Well, I think you're doing just fine. You put up a better fight than your sisters, Ash said as the other three started looking everywhere except at Misty. I appreciate that, but now I need to go back to traveling until I can take over the gym. Misty answers. Don't worry, Misty will take care of the gym for you, Daisy promised her. But you know that big hole in the wall is going to take a long time to fix, Violet answered overdramatically. Yeah, and we won't be able to take on challengers until this gets fixed. Who knows how long it will take, Lily joined in. Besides, you need to go do something since we got all the beauty in the family. Violet winked, continuing to tease her sister. Misty looked like she was about to yell, but Ash had a way to de-escalate the situation. Hey, I have a question. If you all are sisters, why do you all have different colored hair? That is not how genetics work. Misty heard this and got an evil smirk, but her sisters were starting to sweat, slowly trying to get away from their sister. Well, my beautiful hair is all natural, Misty said, approaching Daisy, who was her closest victim, and grabbed her hair and pulled it off, revealing more or less the same hairstyle but black. But all of my sisters here have wigs, Misty said, holding up the yellow wig as Daisy tried to get it back, and Violet and Lily grabbed their wigs as well. Ash was trying to hold himself back from laughing. Yellow was relieved because she thought it was their actual hair, and Brock didn't waste the opportunity to flirt with them. Even with black hair you are just as beautiful. Brock threw himself at the floor before turning to Lily and Violet. I'm sure you two are just as beautiful even without your wigs. Misty got annoyed seeing this and gave Daisy her wig back before approaching Brock and doing the infamous maneuver of pulling his ear. Ash was currently putting more effort into not laughing than he did when he battled either of them, and Yellow was trying to stop Misty from ripping Brock's ear off. After everyone calmed down, and Daisy fixed her wig, Yellow decided to break the ice. So Misty, what do you plan on doing now? Well, like I said before, I was planning on traveling and potentially training more water Pokemon, Misty responded. Well, if you want you can come with us, Yellow offered, which surprised Brock and Ash. Before people start commenting, I literally just flipped a coin to decide. Okay, now you can comment. Misty was also shocked by what she said. Really? Yeah, why not? You seemed nice when you talked to me a few days ago, and traveling is always better with friends, Yellow responded with a smile. Misty turned towards Ash and Brock. Well, if you all are okay with it. Sure, I'm cool with it, Brock responded. Well, why not? We already have one ex-gym leader, what's one more? Ash said, patting Brock on the shoulder. Well, if you insist, I guess I have to, Misty said in a bit of an overdramatic tone. Well, I was planning to take on some trainers on Nugget Bridge, so if you'd like you can get anything you need, then meet us there, Ash offered, and Misty agreed. As Ash walked out, he started thinking a bit. Well, I guess she is going to follow me around then. Well, what happened anyway? Now I need to get through the Nugget Bridge, though I was only telling half of the truth. Sure, I would like to reap the rewards from beating up everyone on that bridge, but the real reason I want to go there is to get one Pokemon. Brock, Yellow, and Ash stopped by the Pokemon Center to quickly heal and drag Brock out after being knocked out by Chansey after flirting with Nurse Joe again. They got to the Nugget Bridge and Misty was waiting for them as they met up. The Nugget Bridge connected Cerulean City and Route 24 and acted as more of a stadium where anyone could go to battle or watch the battles that occurred. Hey, took you guys long enough, Misty said. We stopped by the Pokemon Center so Ash could heal his Pokemon, Yellow answered. And someone here got rejected with a punch to the head, Ash added, which made Misty hold back a laugh. Before Brock could defend himself, Ash cut in again. Well, anyway, are you guys going to battle too? I can't be the only one getting stronger. Well, I never battled anyone, so it would be better if you all train and I can watch, Yellow responded timidly. Come on, it'll be fun. We can teach you if you want to, Ash said, trying to encourage Yellow. After a bit of encouragement from Misty and Brock, Yellow agreed to try battling. She seemed to want to impress her friends. After asking around, they found a bug catcher named Kale and decided to guide Yellow in battling. Yellow used Dottie to try to battle against his Butterfree. Yellow didn't need to train like everyone else. In the manga, her psychic abilities were able to raise the levels of her Pokemon the more serious she was, enough to where her level 20 Pokemon could rival Lance's Pokemon. Eventually, the battle reached its climax. Dottie, quick attack, Yellow called out. Dottie ended up running at the Butterfree and knocking it out. And Yellow celebrated with Dottie. She was about to heal Dottie before Ash reminded her they were in public and let Clefairy use Heal Pulse. After which they all split off and started battling other trainers. This went on for a few hours. And nothing happened until Ash was battling a Rattata. Nidoran Poison Sting, Ash called out, as Nidoran's horn started glowing purple as he dashed to a youngster's Rattata. Rattata, no, the youngster called out as Nidoran was getting bored of fighting these weak Pokemon. Wow, you're so strong, I bet you could beat AJ, the boy said with a smile. AJ. It took Ash a second to remember who AJ was. Yeah, he trains savage Pokemon and built a gym over there, the boy said, pointing over to Route 25. They say he has never lost a single battle. Brock was listening and was about to ask more questions before a familiar voice cut in. He was undefeated, but I gave him his first loss, turning to see Gary walking over to him. A/N. Okay, two things. One, it was never really said where AJ's gym was, so I took some creative liberties. And second, I rolled the dice to see how Gary would have done against AJ and I rolled a 19. So yeah, Gary destroyed AJ. Hey, Gary, Ash called out as they clasped their hands together to greet each other. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be so far ahead of me? How well, I heard there was some strong gym here, so I had to come by to test their stuff. Gary said. And what about you? Why are you still here? You should have left a long time ago. I didn't expect you to be this far behind. Ash laughed a bit, says the one with a car. Anyway, I wanted to reap the rewards from battling everyone I could on the bridge. Brock recognized Gary and approached the two. Do you two know each other? Hey, I remember you. You're the gym leader from Pewter, right? Gary asked. Yeah, I'm Brock, but you didn't answer my question. Well, we both grew up in Pallet Town. We started at the same time, Ash answered. Why didn't this come up before? Brock was a bit surprised. You never asked, and it's not like I announce it every time I say my name, Ash responded, specifically making fun of how Ash would always announce himself as Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Brock shrugged before Gary continued to talk. Well, anyway, are you going to go challenge AJ too? A part of me wants to tell you what he uses, but a bigger part of me wants you to fail miserably. Ash, yeah sure, might as well, it can't be that hard, after all, you beat him. Gary, wow, big words from someone who has a gym leader helping him. Ash, big words from someone traveling with cheerleaders and a car. Gary, you're just jealous you don't have cheerleaders. Ash, no, I had a few who wanted to, I just didn't want gold diggers following me, so they went back to you. They went back and forth until they started laughing it off. Anyway, good luck, I'm off. Green is probably ahead of us now, my ego can't have that. Smell you later. Gary responded before walking off. At this point, Yellow and Misty came back to Ash seeing Gary walk off. Hey, who was that? Misty asked. Just a friend from my hometown, Ash said before changing the subject. Anyway, you guys done battling? I wanted to check out an unofficial gym that was around here. My Pokemon are tired, so I wanted to let them rest, Misty responded, and Yellow agreed with her. I was mainly practicing with Zubat, trying to gain the handle on using a non-rock type Pokemon, Brock added. Okay, then let's get going before it gets too dark, Ash said, and everyone agreed. Misty's team. Stir ability, Illuminate, hidden ability, Analytic, moves, Water Pulse, Rapid Spin Psy-Wave. Seal, F ability, Thick Fat, moves, Aurora Beam, Icy Wind, Aqua Jet. Shelter, F ability, Skill Link, moves, Water Gun, Basic, Withdraw, Icicle Spear. Starmie, ability, Natural Cure, hidden ability, Analytic, moves, Water Pulse, Rapid Spin, Psy-Wave, Thunderbolt. The group continued walking until they reached a building that was at the crossing point between Route 24 and 25. The building was just a makeshift tent with a dirt stadium, and on top, there was a sign that held his record. Wins, 99 losses, 1. Well, he wasn't lying, I guess, Ash said, but knowing him, he probably sent one of his cheerleaders to lose against AJ so he could get the advantage. As they got to the entrance, they all heard a voice approaching. Are you my next victim? A young man with green hair wearing a red and black shirt and a backpack approached. You must be the wild Pokemon trainer, Brock said, noticing he whistled for a Beedrill to come out of the tent. Huh, that's the job, but beating chumps is my hobby, AJ said as he handed his bag to his Pokemon. Which one of you is ready to lose? Big words, hope you can back them up, Ash said as he approached. Pikachu jumped off his shoulder. As AJ leads them inside and as the door opens, Yellow asked, what was in that bag you gave your Beedrill? AJ didn't even turn around as he answered, just some more Pokemon. I need to have a good variety, there are more in the tent. Yellow got excited at that thought. Can we see them after the battle? To which AJ just shrugged. If you want, as both he and Ash stepped on opposite sides of the stadium. How does 3-on-3 sound to you? Fine by me, Ash said as he pulled out Spearo's Pokeball, who was just one step away from evolving. AJ called over his Beedrill, who brought 2 Pokeballs, one of which was his, as AJ returned him. Let's get started, then. Beedrill, go. AJ sent out the same Beedrill that brought him the Pokeballs. Misty on the sides shook before hiding behind Brock. Right, Spearow, you're up, Ash sent out his bird. Spearow. Spearow yelled out as he stretched his wings, looking bored since he hasn't had a good fight for a while. Hey, this guy has nearly 100 wins, are you going to let him beat you and claim the 100th win? Ash said, motivating Spearow. Not bad, but it won't be enough. Beedrill Poison Jab, AJ yelled out as he pulled out a whip and used the sound to command his Pokemon. Drill's hand needles began glowing purple as it dashed forward at the small bird. Quick dodge with quick attack, then counter with Tailwind, Ash commanded as Spearow took to the side and dashed towards Beedrill, then disappeared behind the bee and swung his tail, causing the wind to push Beedrill to the ground. What? Quick pursuit, AJ commanded with the crack of his whip. Yellow was on the side and was scared by the crack as she also went to hide behind Brock. Brace yourself, then Assurance. Spearow put his wings out in front of him as the bee tackled him, then used the momentum from the attack along with the doubled power from Assurance's effect to bash into the bee, sending it falling. Now finish it, Pack, Ash commanded as AJ tried to get Beedrill to get up with the sound of his whip. Beedrill managed to get up but couldn't get out of the way as Spearow stabbed it in the back with his beak. AJ returns his Beedrill. Not bad, most chumps can't even beat my first Pokemon, but it is not over. Growlithe, you're up? So he is using Pokemon from his red and blue counterpart. Wonder if he has a Charmander, Ash thought before he shook his head and focused. Flame Wheel now, AJ cracked his whip as his dog started spinning. The flame hit Spearow, sending him back. Spearow gets some height, then double team. You're not the first to try that strategy. Thankfully we prepared for this. Growlithe Ember Wheel Ember plus Flame Wheel, AJ commanded. Growlithe started spinning and got into the middle of the Spearow clones and then started spinning like a top, making countless embers fly everywhere, hitting every clone including the original Spearow. Spearow, can you keep going? Ash asked and Spearow nodded. On the side, Brock was impressed by AJ. He has a combo move. Impressive, no wonder he won so many times. Yellow was looking worried at Ash and Spearow. Brock, do you think Spearow can win? Brock shook his head. I don't know, they are both skilled, but Spearow was already damaged before he fought Growlithe. But I do think Spearow is stronger. Alright then, quick attack into Assurance, Ash commanded as Spearow dashed forward and pushed into the dog, pushing him back. Growlithe Flame Wheel and finish that bird off, AJ commanded with the crack from his whip. Spearow counter with Steel Wing, Ash commanded as Spearow's wings turned silver and he dashed forward. The two attacks clashed at the middle, causing sparks to fly out. Normally Steel Wing would not be good to use against a fire type, but he wasn't aiming to damage Growlithe with it. As Spearow started to get pushed back, he started glowing a bright light and grew in size before revealing that he had evolved, and the Pokédex updated Fearow, M. Ability, Technician, Hidden Ability Sniper. Current moves, Aerial Ace, Double Team, Assurance, Steel Wing, Tailwind, Quick Attack, Drill Run, Drill Peck, Mirror Move, Dual Wing Beat. Alpha Mutation. Not bad at all, even got Manga Fearow's bread and butter move, Mirror Move. Ash thought as Fearow began pushing Growlithe back. Ash smiled. Well then, finish this with Drill Run. Fearow pushed the Growlithe back with his wings, then threw his body beak first, spinning, and due to Pokemon logic that made it ground type. Growlithe got hit with the beak so hard that if this was the manga he would have died, but instead it got launched out of the ring and hit the fence. Growlithe come back, AJ returned his fire dog and pulled out his last Pokeball, the one he had on him at the beginning. Not bad, hardly anyone pushes me back this hard, but your Pokemon is weak. He threw his Pokeball, revealing his trusty Sandshrew. Sandshrew use slash AJ commands. That move was so good I just have to steal it. Mirror move, Fearow copied slash and dashed forward. The two Pokemon clashed with each other as they both tried to get the better of the other, though Fearow had the advantage due to stab. Fearow looked tired but still slashed the Sandshrew. Fearow, can you keep going? Fearow. Fearow screamed at Ash, seemingly angry that he would even suggest leaving before giving him the best grind a bird could give. Alright, let's see this to the end. Admirable, but it isn't enough. Sandshrew Rapid Tomb, Rapid Spin plus Rock Tomb, AJ commanded. Sandshrew began throwing large rocks at Fearow, then goes into a ball and dashes towards Fearow, using the bumping into the flying rocks to gain speed as he approached. Fearow managed to dodge most of the rocks, but the Sandshrew hit him directly, then it started rolling back and hit him from the back. Fearow was barely still up. Let's end. Drill Peck. Continue your attack. The two Pokemon dashed forward and clashed with each other in the middle, causing part of the dirt stadium to break and a dust cloud to form. After a few seconds, the two Pokemon are in the middle still standing until Sandshrew fell, then Fearow raised his wing before also falling over. They both returned their Pokemon and approached each other, and AJ put his hand out. Congratulations, you beat me. Seems I still have to keep training. Ash took the handshake and responded, thanks, but don't worry about it. Between you and me, you gave me more trouble than the Cerulean Gym did, Ash said, saying the second part out of Misty's earshot. Congratulations, Ash. Yellow approached, also holding Pikachu, who jumped back onto his shoulder. You won, but will Fearow be alright? Yellow asked, looking worried. He'll be fine, he just needs some rest, Ash said, holding up his Pokeball. Yellow calmed down since she knew that if things got really bad he could help Fearow. Now y'all wanted to see my Pokemon? AJ asked. Yellow was excited to see more Pokemon. Brock and Misty wanted to see how AJ trained his Pokemon. It was obvious they wanted to go. Yeah, let's go then. As AJ led them inside, they saw the large training course along with all of his Pokemon had a harness they were wearing. There were 3 Rattata and a Butterfree training. All of his other Pokemon were not able to train, or in the case of the Pokemon he brought in, hadn't trained them at all. This is how you train them? Brock asked, seeing AJ's Pokemon train. Yep, I don't hold anything back because I want them to become strong, AJ responded. Ash was always curious about something, so he had a good look at the strength intensifiers. These look like a modified version of the Macho Brace, the one Bruno of the Elite Four released. Hearing this, Yellow was confused, but Brock and Misty looked surprised. The Macho Brace, but wasn't that taken off the shelves because people saw it as cruel, barbaric, and just overkill for Pokemon? Misty called out. You both know your stuff. Yes, the original was seen as not suitable for Pokemon use, but I modified them so that my Pokemon could get all the benefits with none of the downsides, AJ said proudly. Your Pokemon are all in great shape. Brock said, what kind of Pokemon food do you give them? My own recipe. AJ said proudly, come on, I'll show you. He led Brock to a cabinet with all kinds of different Pokemon foods. To get the results I want, I have to carefully monitor the Pokemon diets. Of course, the recipe is secret. Oh, yeah, of course. You know, I mix my own Pokemon food too. Brock and AJ started sharing some notes about Pokemon food. Meanwhile, Ash was looking somewhere else. Hey Pikachu, he called out right before Pikachu trapped himself in the Macho Brace, and he came running over. Pika. Pikachu approached, wondering why he was called over before Ash pointed to a bush. Use Thunderbolt on that bush, Ash told Pikachu. Pikachu was confused but did it anyway. When the electricity hit the bush, a certain trio went blasting off again, out of sight out of mind. Ash went back to the group while Pikachu was wondering how Ash knew they were there. So why did you build your gym out here? Misty asked. I made a goal to get 100 wins before I start collecting badges, AJ revealed. That is why I made a gym and trained my Pokemon so hard. Yellow was looking at the whip and wanted to ask something for a while. Why do you use a whip for your Pokemon? AJ looked at his whip and realized how it may be taken the wrong way. Wait, no, I don't hit my Pokemon. I would never. I just use the sound to help motivate them. Yellow was about to talk again before Brock put his hand on her shoulder. Yellow, everyone trains their Pokemon differently, but what matters is that he isn't pushing them to do too much. His Pokemon look healthy and happy to train. Yellow seemed to want to keep asking questions but decided not to. It's already dark. We should try to get back to town, Misty said. You won't make it on foot. How about y'all stay here for the night? AJ offered. We don't want to be an inconvenience, Brock answered. It's fine if you all stay the night. Brock wanted to refuse again, so Ash stepped in. Alright, if it is not too much of a bother, we'd love to. AJ and Brock stayed up longer sharing Pokemon facts and diets. Yellow stayed up playing with Clefairy, Pikachu, and her Pokemon, also drawing them. Misty and Ash just went to sleep. Misty because she sleeps a lot and Ash because he wants to get up early to execute his plan. After way too long, Yellow went to sleep on Dottie, and after even longer than that, AJ and Brock went to sleep. The next day, Ash was the first to wake up. Everyone else was still asleep, so Ash decided to pull his evil plan of pancakes. Not just any pancakes, the Alolan special recipe. What made it evil, you ask? That it should be illegal with how much sugar the things have. But those are problems for the latter. Ash prepared everything and prepared the batter and pan for the pancakes. After the first batch was done, he thought to himself, they say the first pancake is the sacrificial one, but in this case that goes two ways. He set the pancakes on a rock outside and waited as he made more. You see, the only reason Ash came up to Route 24 was for one Pokemon, and that Pokemon has the tendency to teleport and be hard to capture. However, after training with Aura, he discovered a technique that he dubs Aura Bind, that will be useful. After another plate is finished, he looks back to the rock and notes the pancakes are gone, and there are no footprints around, so that Pokemon fell for the bait. So Ash set down a second plate and waited. After a few seconds, a small yellow Pokemon teleported to the plate and started eating. Ash used Aura Bind, and by the time the Pokemon realized something happened, it was too late. It lifted the plate over his head and then started glowing, then nothing. As it saw Ash standing by the tent, it looked at Ash, then at the pancakes, then back at Ash, slowly put the plate down, then started running. So Ash chased after it. It did not take much to catch up with the Pokemon, who was revealed to be an Abra. It tried to struggle, but with the Aura technique Ash used on it, most of its psychic abilities were turned off. That's right, Ash developed a technique simply to counter psychic abilities. So Ash offered it more pancakes to become his Pokemon, but it refused. So Ash made it submit. How, you may ask, if all of his Pokemon are sleeping? Well, he used a forbidden technique passed down in his sect called Fist. Needless to say, the Abra got caught, so as he started healing it with Aura, he looked over in the Pokédex. Abra, F. Ability, Synchronize, Hidden Ability, Magic Guard. Current moves, Teleport, Reflect, Light Screen, Confusion. Mutation detected, Grandmaster. Ash went back with his new assistant Abra and made the rest of the pancakes. After about an hour, everyone woke up due to the tantalizing smell, and they made their way out to find Ash cooking a bunch of pancakes for everyone and their Pokemon as well. Morning, guys, Ash said as he wasn't wearing his usual hat and jacket, instead wearing an apron that was dusty for unrelated reasons, but no one seemed to notice or care. What are you making? Brock asked, still a bit groggy. Pancakes, Ash said, taking a sip from a mug with coffee. Honestly, he preferred tea, but coffee is nice, especially since he can't get his caffeine from soda like he used to. Brock looked like he wanted to say something about Ash drinking coffee but was too tired to say anything, so he just sat down on the table with everyone else. Ash walked over with his helper, handing out plates and one to Pikachu since he sat on the table. Syrup and honey for you guys, and ketchup for Pikachu. There was something to be said about Pikachu, but everyone was too tired to say it. Ash passed out coffee and nanab berry juice to everyone, then he passed out pancakes to any Pokemon that wanted it, which was most of them. Firo was also up but decided not to eat and instead train since he was mad at himself for going down yesterday. Speaking of which, Firo now stood at 5'8", 9 inches taller than his frenemy Pidgeotto. Of course, he didn't forget to rub it in. Anyway, everyone was impressed with the pancakes. Even AJ let his Pokemon break their diet for a bit. How did you make this? Misty asked in amazement. It's the recipe I learned from Alola when I visited there, he responded as he also started to eat. You went to Alola, when? Brock also asked since he knew that the recipe for the Alola pancakes was supposedly a secret. Yeah, I went a year for school, didn't learn much but did learn how to make these, he answered with half the truth. That seemed to satisfy most of their questions, so no one asked anymore as Pikachu was drenching his pancakes with ketchup. By the way, where did you get that little one? AJ asked, pointing at Abra, who was sitting on a plate eating more pancakes. Those are very rare and you didn't have her yesterday. As everyone looked at the Abra, since originally they didn't notice it. Well, I was making these, then she appeared and stole the first plate, so I caught her, Ash answered. Everyone was dumbstruck as to him being so nonchalant about catching such a rare Pokemon, except Pikachu, who was eating his ketchup with a side of pancakes. They just let it go and ate the rest of the pancakes, after which everyone helped pack up to leave and AJ sent every one of his Pokemon back to train. After they all finished packing up, they went to talk to AJ before they left. Well, this is goodbye then, AJ said. I still need one more win, then I will start gathering badges. As he finished talking, the youngster that Ash battled yesterday appeared. AJ, I have trained and now my Rattata is in the upper half percentage of Rattata. They all looked towards the kid and his Rattata. Well, I guess you're getting that win now. Ash turned to tell AJ, I better see you in this year's league then. I will be there and don't expect me to lose so easily next time, AJ said as they parted ways, and the group started moving towards Vermilion City. As they were walking, Ash started thinking, now that we left the town, I need to purposefully get us off the trail so I can get the starters, but I need to find out if Charmander is on this path. I seem to be in the I Choose You movie because of the Rainbow Wing, but Charmander only appeared after the third gym battle Ash had, but Damien got the Charmander from Oak, so he may be in the path I am going. Well, no matter, I'll just follow the path and get him when I can. I am ahead of schedule. Ash was about 2 months in when he got to my point. Meanwhile, I have only started my adventure a little more than a month ago. Speaking of which, the private school should be next, I think. I haven't watched the original series in so long. Then I should get Bulbasaur. They did train on the road when they could, and Weedle learned Electrowave after Pikachu helped her. But not much else happened. Sometime later they were getting lost in a fog that was gathering, mainly because Ash was pushing in a different direction. Yellow was currently riding on Dottie, also trying to find a path. We are lost, Misty said as they continued walking. I can't control the fog, Ash said. I could blow all the fog away if I released SCY dash. Nope, this is fine, I enjoy the adventure, who needs a road anyway? Misty immediately dropped the subject. I think we all need a little break, Brock suggested, and he pulled out a table from his bag. Why don't I just throw a little something together? There's nothing as satisfying as a cup of 100% cerulean coffee. You, kids, are too young, you shouldn't drink this stuff, Brock said, mainly looking at Ash. He is 5 years older than us, why does he say kids? Ash thought before shaking his head. How about tea then? Can you make herbal tea? Misty added with a smile. Good thing I brought my official Pokemon tea set, Brock said, pulling out some china cups. Now, of course, the key to good tea and coffee is good water, and I just happen to have a generous supply of sparkling, delicious MT Moon pure spring water. And for the special snack, I have for you some Calochion crepes, Brock said in a French accent. Gasps, I love Calochion things. They're so romantic, aren't they? Misty said as she started daydreaming. Ash let her daydream and went to Brock. Do you want me to get firewood? He asked. That would be great. I can't cook crepes or boil water without fire, Brock said. Sure, I'll go alone. Yellow, make sure Misty doesn't lose her sense of reality, Ash told Yellow before walking off. Ash walked looking around for the sounds of a treadmill. Don't misunderstand, he isn't going to save Joe because he is a knight in shining armor, but because he wants to go curb stomp some snobba private school kids. Soon Pikachu spots a light and called it out. All right, what's the name of this one? A kid with red hair and a blue uniform held up a picture. Is it a Zubat? A brunette kid running on a treadmill and still wearing a similar uniform. Just because it's foggy out here doesn't mean your brain has to be in a fog. A green-haired boy snapped at him. The kid frowned as he ran. It's a Pidgey. Nice guess. You just got lucky, the red-haired kid scoffed. The green-haired kid cut in. Okay, now tell us what its special attack is. Pidgey's attack is Gust at level 5, Sand attack. At level 12, the kid on the treadmill was interrupted. Everybody knows that. Now can you just tell me at which level Pidgey evolves? The red-haired kid grins. And what's the name of Pidgey's advanced stage? The kid on the treadmill looked lost. You better come up with answers quickly or you'll have to run faster, a boy with blue hair said with a smirk. The boy continued running until he slipped and fell off the treadmill. I'm sorry. I forgot, causing all of the boys to sigh. You forgot? The red-haired boy said in a condescending tone. And you call yourself a Pokemon tech student? Well, we don't want to study with the likes of you. You are just an embarrassment to the school. At this point, Ash decided to cut in. While for people that claim to be a Pokemon tech student, you all seem to not act like it. The kids saw Ash watching from the side. Nothing is going on here. Mind your own business. This is a private training session, the red-hair kid called out. There's no room in our Pokemon school for losers who don't even know Pidgey's evolve stage. We have to maintain standards, the green-haired kid added. So you care about standards? I guess that didn't mean much when Daddy cashed that check to the school, Ash said, mainly trying to provoke them. What, how dare you? We are the elite of this school, a purple-haired kid said. We know just about everything about Pokemon. Please, I've forgotten more about Pokemon than you will ever know, Ash said. If you're so smart, then how about a question? If you can answer it, I will get on my knees and beg for mercy. The kids got confident and the green-haired kid stepped forward. All right, I am the smartest trainer here. I know everything there's to know about battling. Ash smiled. All right then, a no-guard matchup with max attack IVs uses cross-chop after using power-up punch the turn before against a Pidgeot. What percentage of health does it have left? The kids looked at Ash and looked embarrassed, using the 3 brain cells they shared between the 5. Whatever, IB, you don't even know the answer. We don't have to answer. We have better things to do, the green-haired said before they all started walking off. Ash helped up the kid as Yellow, Misty, and Brock arrived hearing the noise. So those are the infamous tech students, Brock said as Yellow looked confused. Tech students? Yellow asked. Pokemon Tech. I think it's short for Pokemon Technical, a school for Pokemon trainers. Misty said as she started digging in her pockets. I know I had a flyer here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Misty pulled out a flyer and handed it to Yellow. Remember, some students decided to come here after they graduated. Ash reminded Yellow of an unnamed group that came to the tech school. Brock also started looking at the flyer. Let's see what it says here about the place. Pokemon Technical Institute. A boarding school for serious Pokemon trainer preparation. All students are guaranteed to enter the Pokemon League upon graduation. Pokemon Technical is the educational facility for exceptional students who want to become Pokemon trainers in a very short time without having to travel on difficult badge collecting journeys. Meanwhile, Pikachu was running on the treadmill and trying not to fall off and Dottie joined him. So a snarky rich school, 100 poke dollars, half of them don't even know how to catch a Pokemon, Ash said, causing Misty to nod along. Yep, the ones that think they are better than everyone, Misty said. Joe looked like he was going to say something but then couldn't. So where is this school, anyway? Yellow asked, to which Joe pointed behind him as the fog started clearing and the speakers came on. Today's special class, Fog Battle Techniques, is now over, said a woman on the speakers. Tomorrow's lesson will be snow competition secrets. Oh, well, I guess tomorrow they'll make me into a snowman again. Joe said. Do they treat you like that all the time? Yellow asked with a bit of concern. My friends are just trying to help me dash. Really, what they did to you is not what friends do. Tell me, why were you running on a treadmill? Ash asked him. Well, they said that it is to strengthen my concentration. Okay then, so why aren't they doing it? Have you seen anyone else on a treadmill? Ash said, and Joe didn't have an answer. And besides, friends don't make fun of you and laugh at your pain. With friends like that, who needs enemies? Brock nodded along with Ash. But they helped me learn a lot in this school, Joe said, trying to find a way to defend his classmates. And yet you let them walk over you. Ash stopped him before he continued trying to defend their actions. You're pretty smart, but you're also very dumb. Why do you endure it instead of just going on your own journey then? I have to stay here at Pokemon Tech. Joe said, looking Ash directly in the eyes. My mother and father worked hard and saved money, so they could pay to send me to school here. And if I drop out, then I will disappoint them. Besides, I am only a beginner. I could only get 2 badges before I hit a roadblock. What do you mean by that? Yellow asked. Beginners have the same qualifications as someone with 2 badges, intermediate is 4, and advanced is 6. If you graduate, you can enter the Pokemon League without traveling around to collect the badges. Joe explained before pointing to a tree. You see that guy over there? He's an upperclassman. The classes are so hard here, some students are held back for many years. Everybody is too ashamed to go home without getting a diploma. That guy, he's in the beginner's class with me, but the students don't help him like me. This entire system is flawed, Ash said, looking at the older man with a stack of books by his side. Do teachers even know what is going on? Misty asked. If they do, they don't care. They don't intervene unless there is a violation of the school rules or someone is seriously hurt. Everything else is handled by the student body, Joe explained. What kind of system is this? Misty asked. What is the name of the student in charge of this system? Joe went into the pocket of his blazer and pulled a picture. Her name is Giselle and she runs everything here despite also being a beginner. In the picture there was an older girl with maroon hair. She was relatively pretty, but Brock was swooning over her. She can violate my rights anytime, Brock said with a goofy smile. Misty looked annoyed at Brock but also confused, so she asked, if she's making your life so miserable, how come you're carrying her picture around? I hate the way she treats us, but I like the way she looks, he answered while also blushing. Seeing this, Misty finally loses her temper and storms off. Miss Top Student. What's so great about her? She muttered as she stumped to the school. I'm going to find this little witch and straighten her out. Brock got a little scared seeing how Misty stumped off. Should we do something about her? Ash looked at him and gave him one of those stares only guys understand. I have an answer, but you're not going to like it. Which made Brock drop the subject. They all followed the trail that Misty left, and as they were walking, Joe asked a question. So you said some kids in your class came here after graduating. Why didn't you do it too? Where is the fun in that? I wanted to travel so I can explore the world my way, Ash answered, which made Joe think a bit. They eventually caught up to Misty and got to an arcade room with the original red and blue. Giselle always practices here by herself. Joe explained, even if you beat her in a fight, it won't matter to her. At the tech, it's your skill as a Pokemon trainer that counts more than winning in any one battle. Then Joe started explaining more than he should have, letting his snob side show. Giselle is the top beginner here at tech. That's better than even having 3 badges. Even though I'm at the bottom of my class, I'm still more powerful than someone with 2 badges. That got to Misty. Hold on a second here. I learned how to be a Pokemon trainer at the Cerulean City gym. Are you saying you can beat me? Oh, Cerulean City. Water Pokemon. Joe said, moving to a computer. That caught Misty a little off guard. How'd you know? I always beat them on the simulator. See. Joe showed himself beating the second gym. Misty looked like she was going to explode, so both Brock and Ash looked at each other, nodding before grabbing Yellow and stepping back. A simulation's one thing, but this is real life. Let's battle. Misty yelled at Joe. You'll be sorry, Joe said with a new cocky attitude. What happened next was Misty sending out Stormy and Joe sending Weepin' Bell, who got one shot by a water gun. What? But I had the type advantage, how could I lose? Joe was shocked and then a familiar voice cut in. You're an embarrassment to the whole school, losing while having that big of an advantage. The red-haired boy from earlier appeared with the 4 other students. No, I just lost while I was distracted. A water Pokemon could never beat a grass Pokemon. Joe tried to reason. You know, type advantage isn't everything. You can't expect your opponent to be predictable. The students remembered what Ash did to them and were not happy, so the green-haired kid decided to cut in. Really? Well, how about you back up your words with actual skill instead of making up calculations you don't know the answer to? First off, I could do that kind of calculation when I was 5, Ash said with half the truth, and second, I'll do you one better. As soon as the boys heard this, they were getting ready to make fun of Ash for running away, but what he said next surprised them. All of you against just me. I'll even tell you I will use Pikachu and no other Pokemon. Pikachu, who was on his shoulder, sparkled his cheeks in excitement. Pika-Pie. Fine, we will show you what happens to those who go against the world-renowned Pokemon Tech School. 30 seconds later. How did we lose? Half of us had ground types. My Pokemon was built to counter LT Surge's Raichu. This never happened in the simulations, the green-haired kid cries. Your simulation is an old game that is held together with spit and dreams. It has more bugs than Viridian Forest, and the trainers are as predictable as a bad teen sitcom. Ash started, mainly saying his grudges of the glitchfest that was red and blue, but then another voice came into the room. Ho, 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 it seems that Joe isn't the only useless trainer in this school. Giselle entered the room. How is it that all of you lost to one trainer and his electric mouse? You are all an embarrassment to our school. All the students did not dare to look at Giselle as she walked past them. She is like a movie star. Brock started swooning over Giselle, and so Misty pulled on his ear to make him focus. I'm the top student in the beginning class of the most exclusive prep school in the world, Pokemon TECH. Giselle said as she threw her hair back. It's sad that others aren't blessed with my beauty, my talent, my humble attitude. People call me a star, but I'm just Giselle. You're not exactly humble if you announce yourself as being humble, Ash said as Giselle ignored him. She walked up to her fellow students. I want to continue to help my classmates be the very best they can be, to teach each other, respect each other, and ensure the Pokemon of tomorrow. But you're all weaklings. No wonder you study with Joe. Everyone was shocked seeing how Giselle treated her classmates. You'd all better get stronger fast, or before you know it, your fellow students will turn their backs on you all for good, Giselle said as she was about to leave. Not so fast. A true friend wouldn't walk away from someone who needs their help. Misty stopped her. You may look beautiful, but you remind me of an old saying about how beauty's only skin deep. Heh, jealousy isn't very pretty either, is it? Giselle said, making Misty mad. Guys, should we do something? Yellow asked, seeing Misty get angry. No, both Brock and Ash said at the same time, which confused Yellow. There are 2 kinds of people you never mess with, angry girls and old men, Ash explained to Yellow, which just confused Yellow even more. Meanwhile, as they were talking, Giselle defeated Misty with a Graveler. Giselle then saw Ash and decided to call him out. Hey you, who are you? Not as a question but as a demand. Ash, he answered, not bothering to add more. Well then Ash, I admit it was impressive that you can defeat 5 of our students with the type disadvantage, Giselle said. How far along are you? 2 badges in a little more than a month, Ash responded. Oh my, you seem to be on the normal pace as everyone else. Maybe I was wrong about you, Giselle said in a condescending tone, and you still let your Pikachu walk free. How very disappointing. Well then how about you prove it? After all, this disappointing trainer just beat 5 of your elite students at once. Ho, and what did you have in mind then? Giselle said. A battle between you and me, as many Pokemon as you'd like. Well, alright then, Giselle said, putting Graveler Pokemon back onto the stand. How about 3-on-3? Fine with me, Ash said, pulling out a Pokeball. Giselle pulled out one of her own Pokeballs. I will only need one. Guo, Jigglypuff. So she has a Jigglypuff like her game counterpart has. Well then she will probably have a Nidoran as well, Ash thought before also releasing Poliwag. Let's make this quick, I have better things to do. Jigglypuff pound. Jigglypuff ran forward and punched Poliwag, which did not deal much damage. Poliwag bubble beam. Poliwag jumped back and started spitting bubbles at the pink ball. How could you hit my poor Jigglypuff? Both Giselle and Jigglypuff used fake tears. Ash was unaffected, but Poliwag along with most of the students were affected. Some students were trying to intervene, but Misty proceeded to pull on all of their ears. Poliwag double slap. Poliwag hesitated for a second before jumping forward and using his tail and slapping Jigglypuff twice. Giselle smiled. Covet Jigglypuff started acting like it was severely hurt, which made Poliwag put his guard down, so Jigglypuff took the advantage and hit Poliwag again. Now Jigglypuff, disarming voice, Jigglypuff started releasing a sweet song that caused Poliwag to suffer more pain. Poliwag, Ash called out, getting his attention. How about we start taking this seriously, causing Poliwag to start grinning the best way a tadpole could and started lighting up, and grew arms to push himself up and lost the tail, and he evolved Poliwhirl, M. Ability, Water Absorb. Hidden ability, Swift Swim. Current moves, Bubble Beam, Basic, Hypnosis, Rain Dance, Body Slam, Basic, Power Up Punch, Basic, Rest, Wake Up Slap, Basic. Giselle grits her teeth. It doesn't matter, you can't win either way. Body slam. Hypnosis, then wake up slap. As Jigglypuff jumped forward aiming to hit Poliwhirl, Poliwhirl's swirl released energy putting the Kirby wannabe to sleep, then Poliwhirl slapped it throwing it onto the ground, knocking it out. This can't be, Giselle said before looking back at Ash. Fine then, Nidoran releasing a female Nidoran. Oh, I have one too, Ash said returning Poliwhirl and sending his Nidoran male sign. This seemed to annoy Giselle. Nidoran Fury swipes the blue Pokemon charged forward recklessly. Ash and Nidoran were unimpressed, focus energy then counter with Peck. Nidoran female sign ran forward and tried to slash Nidoran male sign. Nidoran male sign just dodged the slashes looking bored more than anything then aimed to stab the Nidoran female sign with his horn. Giselle got worried. Nidoran female sign use captivate. Nidoran female sign started flickering her eyes trying to seduce Nidoran male sign, but it was ineffective because Nidoran male sign is a battle junkie. Alright, let's end this. Confusion. Nidoran male sign sent out psychic energy shooting towards the blue Pokemon, and due to her being poison type it was super effective, leaving her unable to battle. Giselle was shocked. 2 of her Pokemon were down and this guy was just toying with her. Fine, then I still have one more Pokemon. Cubone go? Cubone, bone, a small dinosaur-like Pokemon with a skull on his head and a large bone in his hand. Ash returned Nidoran male sign and looked towards Pikachu. What do you say? Want to show her what you're made of? Receiving a nod from Pikachu as she ran in. Ho, using an electric type against my ground. I see your battling until now was a fluke, Giselle said trying to provoke Ash. I bet those other 2 Pokemon you had aren't even yours. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, Ash said, stretching a bit, making Giselle frown. Hey, don't frown so much, you don't want to start getting wrinkles by the time you're in your 20s. On the side, Joe was next to Brock. Why is he so calm? He sent an electric type to fight a ground type. On top of that, Cubone is Giselle's strongest Pokemon. Brock put his hand on Joe's shoulder. Calm down, do you think Ash doesn't know that? He said, making Joe get quiet. I don't know why he did that either, but I am sure he has a plan. Besides, Ash can win, Yellow adds as she cheers for him and Pikachu. Giselle was the one who got frustrated hearing Ash tease her. Cubone Bone Club. The bone in Cubone's hand started glowing as it ran forward to try and hit Pikachu. Counter with Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail glowed silver as he dashed forward. They began clashing with each other and Pikachu countered Cubone with his tail before using it to slam the dinosaur back. Cubone use knockoff, Giselle ordered as Cubone ran forward and hit Pikachu with his bone on top of his head. Now jump back and use Bone Meringue. Alright then, Pikachu use Iron Tail to hit it back, then double kick, Ash commanded as Pikachu used his tail like a bat to send the bone back hitting Cubone and spinning the skull on its head. Then Pikachu ran forward and jumped to deliver an axe kick with his stubby legs sending Cubone face first onto the ground, then a second kick to send it back and lose its bone. Cubone was unable to battle after that mainly because he was crying on the ground. Giselle returned Cubone and tried to comfort him. I lost. Cubone, good try, you'll be okay now. All of the students were shocked seeing that Giselle lost. He won. Joe said, shocked at the results. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder as he approached Giselle. So what have we learned? Giselle looked down. That you're a better Pokemon trainer than me. Ah, how kind of you to say that. But no, would you like another guess? Ash said continuing to tease her. That I shouldn't underestimate my opponent. Well, that is a lesson but not what I'm looking for. Then what? Giselle was cut off by Misty cutting in. You shouldn't look down on people, Misty said. Just because you have a pretty face you act like the world should treat you like royalty and treat others as such. And that isn't even mentioning the horrible treatment you show your classmates and the system you enforce, Misty said before walking back to her friends followed by Ash. Giselle was thinking about what Misty and Ash told her. A few minutes later everyone was back in front of the school again, and Joe was with them. I'm going back home to start from scratch with my first Pokemon, Joe said. Today showed me what I was missing sitting here and studying. What about you parents? Yellow asked. I am sure my parents would understand, Joe said. I will make it back to them somehow. Do you think you will be able to make it to the league? Ash asked. I don't know, but if I do then let's battle, Joe said as they shook hands. I hope you're not going to leave without saying goodbye. A new voice approached them, revealing Giselle walking towards them. Joe, Giselle said, making Joe tense up a bit. I'm sorry for the way I treated you, and for everything I said. Joe didn't know how to respond. It's okay, you don't need to apologize. I hope you make it to the league. I'll be cheering for you, she said, holding out her hand, which Joe took, before he left in his direction. Giselle then turned to the group. Thank you for what you taught me. I'll try and be better. Just be sure to keep your ego in check, or I'll be back to teach you a lesson, Misty said, causing Giselle to laugh a little. Okay, I deserved that, but thank you, Giselle said. So what is your plan for now? Ash thought for a second before asking, hey, is there a kitchen we can use in the school, making everyone confused. Well, there's one but hardly anyone uses it, Giselle answered. Ash ground before turning towards Brock. We haven't had those crepes yet, making Brock smile. Then he turned towards Misty, and while we waited, the word about us hasn't spread yet. Wanna go beat up some more rich kids, which made Misty give an evil smirk. The three went off leaving Yellow and Giselle wondering what they were planning. Should we do something about them? Yellow asked. Giselle shrugged. Probably not, but we should go after them. And so they did. Over the rest of the day Misty and Ash battled the majority of the school including some upperclassmen. And they also sold crepes to the rich kids at such an exorbitant price that it makes Disney World look like a non-profit organization, letting the group leave with their pockets much heavier than before. It has been a few days since they left the tech school. Ash was purposely using the map on his Pokédex and modifying it so that they wouldn't question why they were so far off the road. Currently, Scyther was out practicing slash on long grass and low-hanging trees as they were walking. At first he was worried he would have to teach him to cut before he remembered that was stupid and went through the forest without it. Misty was in the far back making the order Ash, Brock, Yellow, then Misty. Misty of course wanted to say something about being off track but after seeing Ash's modified map on his Pokédex and Scyther she decided to remain quiet. Meanwhile, Ash was thinking about what happened and what would happen, so Team Rocket didn't do anything in Pokemon Tech, which I mean makes sense, but I hope they do show up in the Hidden Village since that was a big part in my plan to get Bulbasaur. Well, I always have plan B, but I don't want to try that. Well, no matter what, the main thing I need to worry about is how to get past the bridge without falling. Ash's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a stream turning to see a Oddish drinking from the stream. An Oddish, Brock said. They normally aren't found around this area so what is one doing around here? Wow, an Oddish. Yellow exclaimed before looking towards Ash, it looks like yours before it evolved. Yellow seemed to want to catch it before Misty cut in, sorry Yellow but I call dibs. Before throwing out Seal's Pokeball. Seal used headbutt, the Oddish who was still distracted was not expecting the sneak attack, sending it flying back close to the bushes. That weakened it. Gotta catch it now, Misty said as she pulled out an empty Pokeball, go. But as the ball was in the air it was intercepted by two vines hitting it out of the air, then slapping Seal. When everyone turned they saw a Bulbasaur, glaring back at everyone who tried to hurt his friend. A Bulbasaur, but those are only found deep in Viridian Forest. What is one doing out here? Brock questioned. Bulbasaur looked back at everyone in a challenging glare before running off with Oddish with a Bulba. Meanwhile, Misty looked dejected for not catching Oddish, and Yellow comforted her. After a bit everyone decided to keep walking until they reached the bridge. Ash returned Scyther seeing it, and went over his plan in his head. Wow, what kind of bridge is this? Yellow asked, looking toward the boys. Brock pulled out his map and looked it over. I can't find this bridge on my map. What about you Ash, are you seeing anything on your Pokédex? That pulled Ash out of his thoughts as he pulled out his Pokédex and handed it to Brock. No, there's no information about this place. Well, we don't have anywhere to go except forward, Misty said as she took the lead and they followed behind her, but Ash specifically took the back. They all tried to stay balanced on the wooden bridge and for the most part, they were doing well before the wind picked up and started blowing on them, causing the rope on the bridge to start snapping, so Ash initiated his plan. He ran to the ropes that started tearing and grabbed the two sides as they snapped off holding the bridge. To be honest, he could hold the bridge together even without aura enhancement, but he acted like he was putting in a lot of effort for dramatic effect, and so they wouldn't wonder how he could do it. Ash. Yellow was the first to see what Ash was doing because she was directly in front of him causing Brock and Misty to look and see Ash hold the bridge together. What are you doing? Misty asked, shocked by what she was seeing. What does it look like? I'm saving all of you. Now you guys need to get across the bridge, Ash said, trembling as he kept the act up. What? No, we aren't leaving you, Brock said looking around. Yeah, there has to be something we can do, Yellow said, trying to see how she could help. No, it's fine, you guys need to get across before something happens. I am the only one here with a flying Pokemon, so get off this bridge before another one of the ropes snaps, Ash said, continuing his act. Brock wanted to protest but he knew Ash was right and grabbed Yellow and Misty. Come on, we have to trust him or we will all end up falling. Yellow tried protesting but Misty also helped calm her down a bit as they got off the bridge. Pikachu, you awake? Ash called out as a tired mouse came out of his backpack and jumped on Ash's shoulder before noticing where they were and going full Looney Tunes. Yeah, you mind helping? Just get onto my belt and press the button on the Pokeball, Ash said, since he only had one Pokeball on his holster and the rest were put away. Pikachu climbed down Ash and pushed the Pokeball, releasing Firo, who was also shocked seeing where Ash was. Sup, I'm just hanging out here. You mind helping me out? Ash said as Firo looked at him before sighing and grabbing Ash by his jacket, pulling him up and carrying him across the bridge quite easily. As soon as he landed on the other side he was greeted by a hug from his friends as Brock and Misty started scolding him. What were you thinking? Why would you do that? Misty said, slightly shaking him. I wasn't thinking, that's why I did it, Ash lied. Why didn't you let us find a way to help? You could have fallen, Brock said. Well, I was thinking about you guys. I would rather fall than you guys, so I prioritized your safety, Ash said. After a bit Brock and Misty let go but Yellow held on for a few more seconds, so Ash tried to liven the tense mood. Hey, look on the bright side, at least it wasn't metal wiring that didn't seem to cheer Yellow up as she just hugged Ash tighter. He was not good in these kinds of situations so he tried again. Hey, cheer up, everyone is fine and that's what's important. That seemed to make Yellow cheer up a bit and finally let go of Ash. Although Ash was fine, his gloves were ripped and parts of his jacket also tore. Brock saw this and came up to Ash. Hey, do you want me to stitch your jacket and gloves back together? Sure, but not now. We still need to find a place before it gets too dark, Ash explained, and so they all decided to continue walking. After a bit of walking Misty was in front of Ash and he grabbed her shoulder, stopping her before she walked into a trap. What is it? Misty asked, still a bit concerned. Ash picked up a stone from the ground. You almost fell into a trap, he said before flicking the stone, making the sinkhole fall. Everyone was shocked, especially seeing how Ash saw it. It seems like they were going to ask about it before Ash answered. The dirt was moved. Whoever made these doesn't know what they are doing. Then there are probably more, Brock concluded. We should be more careful. Everyone nodded as they started walking, looking for more of the traps. Ash was mainly looking for what path would lead them to the village, mainly by looking for a clump of aura. He didn't notice a crack from a tree root causing a trap to be sprung. He was far enough away not to get caught, but Misty, Brock, and Yellow got caught in the net trap. In case anyone was wondering, I rolled the dice to see if they fell in either of these traps, a 12 for the hole, which was good enough, but the net was a 5. Wow, how did we get in the tree? Yellow asked due to the speed at which the trap sprung. Another trap. Hey Ash, do something, Misty said as she started squirming, kicking Brock in the chest. Alright, but you're not going to like what I do, Ash said with a teasing grin. He could have used a knife, but instead, he released Scyther and told him to get ready. He then moved under the net to catch them. Scyther, / he called out, and as Scyther cut the rope they started falling. Ash was prepared to catch them, though Brock did get the short end of the stick and got Misty and Yellow falling on top of him. Thanks, Ash, Brock said, slightly muffled because Misty's bag fell on top of his face. No problem guys. Can you put us down now? Misty asked as she grabbed her bag. Ash smiled. I don't know, you are the one who triggered the trap and almost fell in the hole. I think I should just carry all of you the whole way. Eventually, he let them all down, not after more teasing, but they eventually continued walking and got to a river where they saw a blue-haired young woman wearing a pink shirt and red overalls. Brock's eyes widened, scary I know, and slid to her. Hello beautiful -- she didn't seem to notice the compliment as she got up and seemingly tried to hide something and looked defective. What is your business here? The girl said. We were just passing through, then the bridge we were walking on broke, so we were looking for a way back, Ash said, saying things in a way specifically so they wouldn't find out that this was the wrong path. Melanie realized they weren't here for the village and calmed down before starting to apologize. I am sorry, I set those traps up to keep out Pokemon trainers who would try and catch the Pokemon living here. You see, this forest is a sanctuary for sick and injured Pokemon who have been abandoned by their trainers, Melanie said, causing Brock to blank back into reality and get serious again. I ask that none of you try and catch any of the Pokemon here. Does that mean that Bulbasaur from before was yours? No, I found Bulbasaur one day after he was abandoned by his trainer. He was left heavily injured. I nursed him back to health, but ever since he has taken it upon himself to become the defender of this place, Melanie said, looking a little sad. So this is a Pokemon center and you are a Pokemon doctor? Yellow asked, causing Melanie to shake her head. Oh, no. I'm not qualified to be a Pokemon doctor. This is more like a Pokemon health spa. I just try my best to take care of injured Pokemon. Brock was impressed by what he heard. That is impressive. I myself am trying to become a Pokemon breeder and I don't think I could have done what you're doing. Melanie was surprised to hear that. Really? How much have you learned while traveling? Yes, I have learned a lot more about taking care of Pokemon since I left with Ash here, most of which he taught me himself. Melanie looked surprised and looked at Ash. Really, how much do you know about taking care of Pokemon? Oh, it's nothing. I just took some classes once, Ash said. I also spent 8 years studying medicine, but no one needs to know that. Melanie thought he was just being modest and questioned them about it. After a while they noticed the sun was going down. Would you guys like to stay by my cabin for the night? Melanie offered since it was nice having people over and she didn't believe they were lying. Misty was the one that accepted, not wanting to potentially find some bugs. Okay, just promise that none of you will try to battle or catch any Pokemon. We promise, Brock said as everyone nodded. Melanie led the group to her cabin by the water. However, it looked much bigger than the original and even had way more Pokemon than originally. There are 3 Butterfree, a Caterpie, a Paras, a Magikarp, a Staryu, 3 Jigglypuff, 3 Golem, 2 Raticate, a Bellsprout, a Weepinbell, a Slowpoke, a Psyduck, 4 Tauros, a Venonat, and the Oddish from earlier. As Ash was seeing all of the Pokemon, he was surprised before he thought of something. Well, she seems to be closer to her counterpart in the manga, but didn't she also have a Squirtle and a Damien's Charmander? Speaking of which, Damien in the manga was much nicer and actually cared for Charmander. I wonder if his personality will be similar, or maybe he will still act like his anime counterpart. Well, we will find out when we get there. Meanwhile, Brock and Melanie were talking about caring for Pokemon and discussing what kind of plants are best. Misty and Yellow listened in, but Misty lost most of her interest and pulled Yellow aside to gossip about the two. When they finally got to her cabin, Brock decided to talk to the group. How about I make dinner for everyone and the Pokemon? Ash and Misty stared at each other and then nodded before Ash walked up. No, I'll cook dinner for everybody, you should relax, besides you said you'd fix my jacket, Ash said as he took off his torn jacket and handed it to Brock. As Ash gave it to Brock, Ash whispered to him, besides I'm sure you'd like to talk to Melanie some more, as he walked off as Brock started blushing. What are you talking about? Besides, you can't cook alone, there are way too many Pokemon, Brock said, desperately trying to change the subject. Ash started smiling. You're right, I can't do it alone. Hey Yellow, Misty wanna come to help me? Sure, why not? Yeah. Ash, Misty, and Yellow walked off and Brock had to sigh as he sat down with Melanie. Your friends seem nice, Melanie said as she looked out at the Pokemon. They are, Brock said as he sat with her. Will they be alright making dinner for everyone? Melanie asked. They'll be fine, Brock said looking at his friends, but I wonder, can you tell me more about how you came here? As Brock and Melanie were talking, Ash, Misty, and Yellow were talking as they made dinner. Melanie seems nice, she loves to take care of Pokemon just like Brock, Yellow said. Well, it looks to me like there's something else Brock might love, Misty said. Well, there's nothing to think, it is painfully obvious, Ash said. I wouldn't be surprised if he offered to stay here with her. Misty laughed but Yellow seemed confused. What do you mean? Oh sweet summer child, you don't know, Misty said. But I was born in spring, Yellow said, the entire conversation going over her head. Ash and Misty looked at each other and proceeded to explain to her what they meant, after which she was left red as a tomato, which made both Ash and Misty laugh a bit. After they calmed down, Ash took off his ripped gloves and threw them in his bag. Yellow saw what he did and decided to ask, Hey Ash, are you sure you're okay? You did say you were fine but I'm still worried. Yeah, I'll be fine, Ash said, spinning his shoulder. Nothing rest won't fix, I'll probably be fine tomorrow. Yellow and Misty still seemed worried but they didn't press it, and so they helped to make the food for everyone. Meanwhile, a certain small dinosaur frog creature was staring at everyone from the forest. Eventually, it was done and they called Brock and Melanie over, and Melanie called the Pokemon over since they didn't trust anyone else but their goddess. Everyone released all of their Pokemon and started passing out everyone's food. The Pokemon Melanie took care of were reluctant to eat it but they eventually started eating. Meanwhile, Melanie was looking over everyone's Pokemon. While all of your Pokemon are in great shape, you all must take really good care of them. Of course we do, they are our friends, Yellow said as she gave her Pokemon their food. Melanie smiled but then frowned when she realized that Bulbasaur wasn't eating with them. Brock noticed Melanie frowning and decided to ask, is something wrong, Melanie? No, it's nothing, it's just that Bulbasaur isn't coming to eat with everyone. You see, he doesn't like people. He barely liked me when I tried to help him, Melanie said sadly. His previous trainer left Bulbasaur extremely injured. If I hadn't got him when I did, he might not have survived. His previous trainer thought he was weak and instead of working with Bulbasaur he left him injured not just from Pokemon battles but from his trainer too. Everyone looked sad hearing the story and Brock looked a bit angry. How could anyone treat their Pokemon like that? Whoever they are, they should have their trainer license revoked. That's terrible. I'm surprised he even opened up to you after what he went through, Misty said and Melanie nodded. Ash thought of something so he suggested something. Well, if he doesn't want to eat with us here, how about Pikachu take some food to him? Pikachu, who was eating, got surprised to hear that Ash volunteered him to go find Bulbasaur, but Melanie smiled. Well, if Pikachu doesn't mind then I can tell him where Bulbasaur usually goes. Pikachu wanted to reject, but seeing Melanie smile he couldn't bring himself to deny her request, especially with all of the Pokemon in the village glaring at him. So he agreed and Melanie told him where Bulbasaur probably was, so he left for the direction with a bowl. Melanie calmed down seeing that Pikachu went to give food to Bulbasaur, so she sat down to also have dinner with everybody. She seemed to be very happy to have people over since she had stayed here in the forest alone for a long time. Pikachu POV. Meanwhile, Pikachu was walking towards the spot he was told, and sitting and staring at the moon was Bulbasaur. Hey, Pikachu called out. Bulbasaur turned with his vines out ready to attack but calmed down seeing it was another Pokemon. What do you want? Pikachu raised the bowl of food to Bulbasaur. I brought you food since you weren't going down to eat with everybody else. Bulbasaur stared at it for a second before looking towards Pikachu. Did Lady Melanie make it? Well, no. Bulbasaur immediately seemed uninterested, then his stomach rumbled. But she was the one to tell me to come and give it to you, Pikachu said, and that seemed to convince Bulbasaur enough. Pikachu walked forward and put the bowl next to Bulbasaur, and he used his vines to grab the food and eat it. Meanwhile, Pikachu was sitting down and eating his food while looking at the moon before he decided to ask something. Melanie was worried about you. Why don't you go and eat with everyone else? Usually, I would, but the problem is those humans. I can't stand them. They can't be trusted. They take and they take, then when they are done with us they throw us away like property. Bulbasaur in an angry tone. What about Melanie? Why do you trust her? Isn't she also a human? Pikachu asked. Bulbasaur looked at Pikachu like he was stupid. Don't compare Lady Melanie to those humans. She is a goddess and I will do anything to protect her and everybody in this village. Bulbasaur then looked back at the moon. What about you? Why don't you help the other Pokemon escape from that human? Pikachu thought to himself for a second before answering. Well, to be honest, I like traveling with those guys. They treat us like friends instead of tools. Bulbasaur didn't believe him. That just means you are still useful to him, but as soon as you're no longer useful he will throw you away. I gave him every reason to get rid of me and he still didn't, Pikachu said, catching Bulbasaur's attention. When we started traveling we didn't get off on the right foot. I shocked him every chance I could but he still kept me. He even allowed me to choose if I wanted to stay with him or not. Why didn't you? Because he treated me well despite the fact I shocked him, and he started growing on me, Pikachu said. That made Bulbasaur remember how he treated Melanie when they first met. He would bite her, tackle her, and even whip her, yet she never gave up on him. He still regretted it even after she forgave him. They kept talking and over time Bulbasaur started opening up. The next day, Ash POV. Nothing else happened after Pikachu walked off. Brock and Melanie talked more about Pokemon. Yellow drew all of the Pokemon she could, and Misty played with the water Pokemon. And Pikachu eventually came back to them. He explained to Ash what happened, then took his payment of ketchup. In the morning when everyone got up, they all saw the Oddish from earlier walking towards them. When Misty saw Oddish, she turned to Melanie. Will Oddish run away again if I try to apologize? No, he won't. Melanie said as she called over the Oddish, do you want to join us? Oddish was hesitant to see everyone and their Pokemon, but seeing Melanie smile, he eventually walked over. Misty keeled down to try and get to eye level with Oddish, though Oddish took a step back since he still remembered that Misty tried to capture him. Hi Oddish, Misty said, trying to be as friendly as possible. Oddish didn't respond and just got ready to run if he needed to. Melanie told me your old trainer got rid of you. Was it really because he thought you were too weak? Misty asked. Oddish, he said sadly. You know, some trainers can be insensitive. But not all of us are mean like that. You just need to find a trainer who understands you. Anyway, I'm sorry for what I did and I hope we can become friends. Oddish started jumping. Oddish. Oddish. You're so sweet Oddish. Misty smiled and patted Oddish. Yellow walked over seeing Misty and Oddish playing and wanted to join them. Until they heard a growl coming from behind them and Ash went over to pull them out of the way, barely dodging Bulbasaur from attacking them. What? You again? Why do you keep antagonizing us? It sounds like you are asking for a battle. Misty yelled as she pulled out a Pokeball. Until Melanie jumped between the two to stop them. Please wait. Bulbasaur is only trying to protect Oddish. Bulbasaur volunteered to guard our whole village. It protects all the injured Pokemon whenever enemies try to attack them, she said. So that's why Bulbasaur attacked me. It must have thought I was taking Oddish from the village. Misty concluded. Yes, unfortunately Bulbasaur does his job too well. No Pokemon wants to leave because it is too safe here. Bulbasaur glared at everyone but didn't approach since Melanie told him not to. So, Bulbasaur wants us to leave, Brock concluded and Melanie nodded. Bulbasaur doesn't like Pokemon trainers. He wants you to leave the village now, Melanie said. But we're not here to capture Pokemon. We want to help you. It's true, Bulbasaur. These are our friends, Yellow said. But Bulbasaur didn't trust them and still glared at them as he backed up into the forest again. I'm sure when Bulbasaur sees we aren't here to capture any Pokemon he will warm up to us. I hope so. The gang decided not to leave immediately. They stayed around to help Melanie take care of the Pokemon for a bit, and they were even starting to warm up to them. Especially Ash and Yellow since they were cheating cheaters who used their cheats to get ahead of everyone else. Eventually, lunch came and they made food for everyone again. This time the Pokemon were more than willing to go and eat. But this time Bulbasaur did show up to eat with everyone, albeit far away from them, but he was there. Melanie, after having gotten a good grasp of everyone's personality, came up with a plan of her own. So, you all never told me why you are all traveling. As you know, I am traveling to be a Pokemon breeder, Brock said proudly. I like taking care of and raising Pokemon more than actually battling. I am working to become a water-type expert. Misty joined in. Yellow looked a little embarrassed before she answered. Well, I don't know what I want to do, so I joined so I can meet and befriend lots of Pokemon. Yellow said as she was feeding Clefairy. I am going to try to get to this year's Indigo League, he responded as he was spoon-feeding Weedle. Melanie looked taken aback for a bit. Wow, that is quite the goal. Do you think you will be ready by the time it starts? The gyms are no joke, you know. I don't know, Ash said, catching everyone by surprise. But I've come this far and I've got nothing to lose, so I might as well trust my friends. The battle junkies on his team cheered in unison while the rest continued eating. Melanie laughed seeing his Pokemon's actions. Your Pokemon seem to like you, and you treat them like friends as well. Of course, I do. Why wouldn't I? Ash answered, and the frog in the corner heard what he said. Melanie smiled and took a breath before asking, Ash, don't you agree that Bulbasaur would be an excellent addition to your team? Ash was surprised. He wasn't expecting things to turn out like this since Team Rocket hadn't shown their faces, but he decided to play it off. Yeah, he sure would. What do you think about taking Bulbasaur with you? Everyone in the group looked at her in surprise. Even Bulbasaur almost choked on his lunch as he heard her suggestion. Bulbasaur always stayed here to protect the weaker Pokemon. But this village is too small. The bulb on his back can't grow. I'm afraid that if he doesn't leave it will never bloom, Melanie said sadly. He needs to go out into the world now and I know you can take good care of him. Bulbasaur approached Melanie trying to reason with her, but she just picked him up. But what will happen to the village without Bulbasaur? Yellow asked. Yeah, who's going to protect you? Brock said. Bulbasaur has indeed done a great job, maybe too great a job, but the point of this village is not to keep the Pokemon here forever. After they recover, the Pokemon are supposed to leave. But it's too safe here, so none of them wants to go away. But I think it's important that all of them return to the wild. That's where Pokemon belong. So please do me this favor. Take Bulbasaur with you on your journey. Everyone was quiet before Ash spoke up. I refuse. That supposed everyone including Bulbasaur and all of the Pokemon living in the village. Melanie tried to reason with Ash. Please, I promise he won't be a burden. He still needs to grow. Ash put his finger. Please let me finish. I refuse to take Bulbasaur with me, but if he is willing to, then I want to capture him instead of just taking him. Bulbasaur heard this, and if he was asked the same thing yesterday he would have probably rejected it in a heartbeat, but after getting to know them he was considering it himself. Melanie smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, before looking down at Bulbasaur. What do you say, do you want to battle? Bulbasaur looked at all of his friends in the village who were encouraging him to do it. Booba Bulbasaur nodded in excitement. Ash looked at Weedle who was in his arms. How about it, girl? Do you want to try? We have been training. Weedle nodded as she jumped out of Ash's arms and got ready for battle. The humans who were watching were surprised to see Ash send out Weedle, but Bulbasaur knew better than to underestimate his opponent. Melanie looked like she was going to say something, but Brock put his hand on her shoulder. We both know Ash may act childish at times, but he wouldn't challenge Bulbasaur unless he was sure. All the Pokemon in the village gathered around to watch their friend battle. The battle initiated as Melanie called out, "Start." Bulbasaur immediately took the first move and sent a razor leaf toward Weedle. Weedle used String Shot to dodge, then Electro Web. Weedle immediately jumped into the air and released threads to zip through the leaves, then she sent a glowing yellow web towards Bulbasaur, which wrapped around and shocked him. Although it didn't do much due to resisting damage, its purpose was to restrain Bulbasaur. Now pull him in and use Bug Bite. Weedle whipped her threads, causing Bulbasaur to go airborne and pulled in, and as soon as he was in range, Weedle delivered a neutral bite, dealing more chip damage. Bulbasaur, however, now that he was close, released his vines and used Vine Whip and threw Weedle farther back, then sending a magical leaf to hit Weedle again. Although it was resisted, any damage when your base health is 40 is big. However, Weedle started to get up and started glowing and growing, then a cocoon formed around her in a bright white light. And as soon as it seemed to start fading, Weedle broke out and came out much different, confusing everyone. Instead of evolving, she instead came out much bigger, and her head spike was also leaking more poison. She was big enough that she could be worn as a scarf. This confused everyone, but they were still in a fight. Now there is a move that the Spinnerack line gets that Weedle really should get, but they don't, called Toxic Thread. Now normally Weedle wouldn't get this move, but after training and replacing the electricity in the Electro Web with poison, she created a bootleg version that Ash dubbed Poison Web. A purple thread was released from Weedle's needle on her head that also started restraining Bulbasaur. Now even though Bulbasaur was part poison, that just meant he couldn't get poisoned, not that he was resistant to it. At this point, Bulbasaur was restrained and in bad shape, so Ash threw the Pokeball. It rolled until the satisfying ding was heard. And the Pokédex updated. Bulbasaur, M. Ability, Overgrow. Hidden ability, Chlorophyll. Rightwardero. Thick Fat. Current moves, Vine Whip, Basic, Growth, Razor Leaf, Basic, Magical Leaf, Basic. Mutation detected, Protector of the Weak. Ash picked up the ball and released Bulbasaur, who was still wrapped in the web, so he helped him get out of them. Afterwards Bulbasaur went to all of his friends to say goodbye one last time. Melanie went to the group to say goodbye since they were preparing to leave. Have a safe trip, she said, while also turning to see Bulbasaur saying goodbye to all of his friends. I promise to take care of Bulbasaur. Melanie smiled as Bulbasaur started approaching her. Melanie leaned down to pet Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, thank you for watching over us. Melanie, I've been thinking, Brock said, a bit nervous. Yes. Well, since Bulbasaur is leaving, I wouldn't mind staying and helping you out, Brock said while blushing. It's very kind of you, but we'll be okay, Melanie said, not understanding what Brock meant. I wouldn't want to keep you from all of your wonderful adventures. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right, Brock said, a bit embarrassed, as Misty was snickering in a corner. Hey Melanie, why don't you give your phone number to Brock? I'm sure Bulbasaur would love to see you again, and only Brock has a phone, Ash suggested. Oh, that's a great idea, of course, Melanie said as she walked towards Brock to exchange numbers. And in a corner, Misty gave Ash a high five. After they started walking off, Bulbasaur looked back and said goodbye to everyone with a smile on his face. And Brock, who was looking at Melanie's number, and patted Ash on the shoulder. Thank you. Don't worry about it, I just followed the rules of the bro code, Ash said. Oh, that reminds me, Brock went into his bag and pulled out the fixed jacket. Here's your jacket back. Oh thanks, Ash said, putting it back on. What about your gloves? Yellow asked. I have more than one pair, Ash said as he pulled out a new pair of gloves from his bags. I also have another jacket. Did you think I only had one change of clothes? Everyone looked away from Ash. Did any of you bring more than one change of clothes? Everyone started whistling and looked away. Sigh, when we get to the next town we are getting all of you more clothes. Everyone agreed as they continued walking, but Ash was wondering something. I wonder what Team Rocket is doing. Those three idiots haven't shown up in a bit, so they have to be doing something either really bad or really stupid. It has been a few days since they left the hidden village, thankfully, because Ash knew where they were going. It did not take the full 10 days it took Ash. Over the trip, Bulbasaur started trying to catch up with the rest of the team, so with the help of Gloom and Weepinbell, he tried to learn Mega Drain, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Leech Seed, and Sludge Bomb. He only managed to get the hang of Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, and Leech Seed for the time being, since he only trained when they stopped for rest. And during the time they were training, Ash used Aura to look at Bulbasaur's bulb, and what he saw was that it was very underdeveloped. Melanie was right that if Bulbasaur stayed in the forest for much longer, he may have never been able to evolve due to how damaged it was. And yes, I know that in the anime Bulbasaur chose to not evolve, but they never did anything with the words, Melanie said. So consider this part of the and my excuse on how I will get Bulbasaur to evolve. So over time, Ash used Aura to slowly start the healing of Bulbasaur's bulb. If this was some bad cultivation story, this could be considered fixing one's mana core cliché. That's how the days went until they were getting close to a familiar Pokemon Center. It was getting late and Ash was reviewing his map with Brock. So with the pace we are going we should arrive in a little under a week to Vermilion. Yellow was sitting on Dottie and Misty was resting on a log since it was getting late and they were both tired. How about a Pokemon Center? I don't want to stay out here with bugs another night. Misty asked with a tired expression. There's a bug right on your... Brock couldn't even finish before Misty screamed. Screams, get it away. Misty yelled as she jumped, landing on top of Ash, making Pikachu, who was on his shoulder, jump to Yellow. It was just a piece of grass, Brock said as he started laughing nervously, as Misty started glaring at him. It was super effective. Misty then kicked Brock to the ground, leaving the imprint of her shoe in his face, all while still on top of Ash's shoulders. Hey Misty, if you wanted a piggyback ride you could have just asked, Ash teased. Misty released where she was and got embarrassed and blushed before getting off. Sorry, Ash. It's fine, anyway there is a Pokemon Center pretty close to here. We can probably make it before the sun sets if we hurry, Ash said while helping Brock back to his feet. Alright, no time to waste. I want a shower and to sleep on a bed, Misty announced as she started leading the way. She was right, showers are a privilege when you are traveling. The group kept walking, and on the way Ash saw the infamous rock, but there was no fire lizard on it. Well, I am a few weeks early so I guess it makes sense. No matter, I now have a way to get here fast. The group continued walking until they eventually saw a Pokemon Center in the distance. Misty immediately ran to it at a speed that left Dottie surprised. They eventually all followed. As soon as they got in, Nurse Joe looked surprised in the direction of the rooms but turned back hearing more people come in. Hello, you wouldn't happen to know that girl who just came in, would you? Yeah, she is with us, Ash said, handing some Pokemon to Nurse Joy along with both Brock and Yellow. Of course, I will get them back to you in 1 second. Will you all like a room for the night? Joy asked. They all nodded and got everything ready. Yellow and Misty went to shower while Brock decided to flirt with Joy. Ash didn't care, he could ruin his own chances himself. Ash instead went to his room and had Abra start memorizing their location so she could teleport him back whenever he needed to. Then he decided to lie down and think a bit. I wonder what Jesse and James are doing. They didn't show up for a bit, probably on a mission or something. I wonder when Damien will decide to abandon Charmander. It was never really said how long Charmander was waiting, but it couldn't be more than a week. Well, no point in thinking about it. I will just come back every few days, but for now, I'm going to go take a shower. Ash got up and left the room. Underscore 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 underscore. Meanwhile, in Team Rocket HQ, Jesse, James, and Meowth were preparing an elaborate plan to try and capture Pikachu again. They didn't know what they were doing, but it involved drills, a car, and 2 bananas. However, they were called back to base by the boss. When they arrived, they saw a few more grunts along with Butch and Cassidy, and the admins Arlo, Cliff, and Sierra. Ario is a young man with a custom-made Team Rocket hoodie, glasses, and black hair with a streak of red. Cliff is an older man that looked like he could give Bruno a run for his money. He has a custom-made muscle shirt and the grunt cap. Sierra is a young woman that wears a custom-made jumpsuit with custom-made heels, and her hair is tied in a bun. When Jesse, James, and Meowth arrive, they go to Butch and Cassidy since they are technically the closest thing to a friend they had in Team Rocket. Hey, do you guys know why we were all called back? James asked. I don't know, we were in the middle of a mission when we called back, you. Cassidy said, taking things seriously since the boss called them. We were preparing a trap for some trainers with Archer's order, Jesse answered. Meowth was about to put himself as the center of attention again, but he was hit on the head by all 4 of them. Since this was a serious thing they had to do, they couldn't have Meowth be annoying. As soon as they finished, the executives walked up in front of everyone and got everyone's attention. In front of everyone stood Proton, Ariana, and Archer. Archer caught everyone's attention. Everyone listen up. The boss has put me in charge of speaking to you all about why you all are here. Most of the grunts knew not to speak out, but one of the newer members who didn't know about who the executives were thought himself special. Hey, where is the boss? Why did he send you? Archer didn't even turn to see the grunt and raised his arm in Ariana's direction. Ariana nodded, and from behind the grunt that spoke out, Ariana's Arbok grabbed him and pulled him into a side room, his fate left unclear. Anyone else has anything to say? But the room was left quiet. Good, now let's start, Archer said with a smile. Our spies in the League have found that the replacements in the Elite Four have been chosen. We have also found out that the League will be funding an SSN cruise to introduce people to the newest members. Now, as some of you may have deduced, the Elite Four will be on the boat along with former member Agatha. However, Lance himself will not attend, and we plan to make sure of that. Archer continued, and most of the grunts were confused. Now on to the reason you all were called back. We will send some of you to the SSN to hijack it. Hearing this, most of the grunts were confused why they were going to do such a blatant suicide mission. Now your goal in the SSN is not to capture Pokemon, though you are allowed to do it if you want. Your goal is to spread as much chaos as you can. Some grunts understood but still had some questions, so Archer continued. Now to answer some of your questions you may have, on the SSN, some of you will be given some teleporting Pokemon so you will be able to escape, so form a squad, it will be 1 per team. And secondly, your goal is to cause chaos since the members of the Elite Four will not have their full teams. It will be perfect. And as for Lance, our spy and boss of the Johto branch will be causing Team Rocket to form their own chaos and bring Lance to stop them, leaving us to start phase 2 of our plan, Archer announced proudly. Obviously I will not disclose what the plan is, however, it is time to assign who will go to the SSN, Archer said while signaling for Proton to step up. Proton will be in charge of this mission since he just recently became an executive, and admin Arlo, Cliff, and Sierra will be directly under him. They will separate you all, those who are left will follow Ariana to prepare. Archer then separated the grunts into 2 groups, leaving Jesse, James, Butch, and Cassidy in the same group to go into the SSN. They were told to return a week before the end of the month, so they separated for now. In the league, Lance was busy doing paperwork since he took over as champion for 2 regions, but this time he was preparing the paperwork to add the new members of the Elite Four. But then he received a phone call from someone in Johto. Picking it up, it revealed former Elite Four current gym leader Price. Although he is much different from his game counterpart, he is in a wheelchair and depressed. He used to be part of a love triangle with Agatha and Oak, but on the day of the accident everything changed and he hasn't talked to them in years. Since that day he stepped down from the position of Elite Four and barely went to the meetings with the rest of the gym leaders, though sometimes he will call Lance like this moment. Lance was surprised to see Price, but he calmed himself. Hello, what do I owe the pleasure, Price? Save it, Lance, we both know we only talk when there are problems, Price said, not looking amused. I found some Team Rocket grunts trying to get into my Lapra's sanctuary. After some convincing I learned that Team Rocket is going to do something big with the executives here in Johto, and from what they told me Executive Petrol is already here. Lance looked surprised but kept his composure. What else did you get from them? Only that Team Rocket is planning something on the last day of this month, the same day the Kanto Elite Four will be on the SSN. They must be expecting you to stay in Kanto, Price answered. Lance thought to himself before saying, all right, thank you, Price, I will prepare to get to you in secret. I will let you do what you want with those grunts since they tried to get to your Lapra's sanctuary. I know how protective you are of them. Price didn't even say thank you, he just nodded and hung up. Lance sat back in his chair for a bit to sigh and think. After a while, he got up to make some calls. The next day when everyone got up they practically had to pull Misty out of the Pokemon Center so they could continue their journey. Eventually they started the journey again to get to Vermilion City. Along the way Bulbasaur got the hang of Sludge Bomb and Mega Drain, and they tried to find out why Weedle didn't evolve. After looking over her with Aura, the best guess he had was either his training was too effective, or it had something to do with the Queen Bee mutation. Kitty, Yellow's Caterpie, saw his friend grow and wanted to also evolve. This was a perfect opportunity to test his theory. He offered Yellow to help train Kitty to evolve, but that also caused the rest of her Pokemon to want to evolve as well. So 4 more Pokemon entered the training. Eventually, 4 days passed, and because Pokemon that trained needed more food to replenish their energy, they were using their supplies faster than intended. They weren't losing it fast enough to be a problem before they got to Vermilion. But it was enough to be noticeable, and Ash was running low on berries for Poke Blocks, and he didn't want to start using the good stuff yet. And the berries he was growing weren't ready yet. On the 4th day on the road they were all sitting in their camp. Brock was helping Yellow's GEGE train with his own Geodude in a mock battle, and Misty hiding in her tent after seeing a small bug. Ash was just outside her tent looking over his map trying to find where the small town was. Why do you hate bug Pokemon so much? Ash said, mainly just making conversation. Because they are gross, everyone has their own things they hate. I hate carrots, peppers, and bugs. Misty yelled out from within her tent. What about Surskit? He asked, wanting to find out where her double standards ended. They don't count, they are fine before they evolve. You cannot name any good bugs, Misty continued to say. Ash took a breath before listing off. What about Wimpod, Golisopod, Dupitor, or Araquanid then? Misty opened the tent and came out a bit. Okay fine, there are some good ones, but that doesn't change the fact that they are one of the 3 worst things in the world. You do realize that yesterday's lunch had both carrots and peppers, the one you asked for seconds from, Ash said. Misty looked conflicted and shoved herself back into the tent. Why didn't you tell me? Ash chuckled a bit. You never asked. Also it was Brock's turn to cook, so go yell at him. Before getting up and walking to Brock, letting Misty complain a bit in the tent. Hey Brock, Ash said, getting his attention. There is a small town we can restock in. It is pretty close to, only about an hour or 2 walk from here. He showed the location to Brock. Good eye Ash, we should go, better safe than sorry, Brock said. Yellow, who was sitting next to the boys, looked a bit guilty. Sorry, it's my fault, we are running out of supplies. Ash gave her a pat on the head. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault, it was bound to happen anyway. Besides, it's not like we are going to run out of anything. Yellow blushed a bit and nodded before going back to play with her Pokemon. After a bit of time they got everything packed and went on their way to get to the town. As they were walking, Bulbasaur was out and Clefairy was trying to play with him. Ash was looking around to find the pitfall that the Squirtle squad made. Clefairy is as energetic as ever, Brock said. Will she be fine jumping around so much? She'll be fine, she act childish like that, but she isn't dumb, she isn't going to go too far away. You have a point, but Dash, Brock said as he was cut off as the hole opened under him and Ash grabbed his arm so he wouldn't fall. You guys need to see where you are going. What is this, the third time one of you almost fell for a trap? Ash said, helping Brock back up. Thanks, but what is a hole doing here? Brock said in confusion before they all heard the annoyed grunts coming from the side. Looking ahead of them they all saw 5 blue turtles with brown shells with a yellow underbelly, each of them with sunglasses, 4 round, and one much different than the rest. Wow, Squirtles, Misty said in excitement before she realized something. Wait, you guys are the ones that dug that hole, aren't you? What is wrong with you? We could have been hurt. Squirtle made an imitation of Misty before they all started laughing. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirt. Why you? Misty looked like she was going to battle all of them, but not with Pokemon. But then everyone heard a siren and the Squirtle squad started panicking and said something that everyone understood. It's the Fuzz Scatter. The leader said, and they all ran in different directions, before a familiar blue-haired officer came on her motorcycle. Are you guys all right? Officer Jenny approached them. Has anyone been hurt here? We are fine, Ash said as in the background Misty was pulling Brock's ear. We just ran into some Squirtles. She sighed. Great, the Squirtle squad. Did they do anything specific? Ash raised his eyebrow and looked at the hole next to them. No, not much, he said sarcastically. Squirtle squad? Yellow asked. Yeah, they are a gang of only wild Pokemon. Officer Jenny said. I've never heard of a Pokemon gang. Misty said, letting go of Brock's ear. They're all Squirtles who were deserted by their Pokemon trainers. Jenny said, catching everyone's attention, especially Bulbasaur. Deserted? Yellow asked, feeling bad for them. They are all Pokemon who were abandoned by their trainer, so they just run wild and play tricks on the whole town. Officer Jenny said sadly, it's really kind of sad because if they'd had somebody to care about them, they wouldn't have turned out to be as bad as they are. It's a real shame. How can people just abandon their Pokemon? Misty asked. Sadly, it is not illegal to do. We have tried to make a law preventing it, but unfortunately the league can't do too much against the affairs of trainers. The best we can do is make sure they are abandoned in towns or cities. Jenny said sadly. I need to get going and call this in. If you see the Squirtle squad again, then be sure to contact me. Officer Jenny said as she drove off. Brock, who just got back up, tried to stop her, because he hasn't asked her out yet. Wait, a man, how am I going to get a beautiful ow? Misty grabbed his ear. Is that all you think about? Ow, you're going to yank my ear off, Brock complained while struggling. Well, we should head into the store to restock. Do you guys want to come with, or is there something else you want to do? Ash asked. I'll go fishing. There is a nice lake over there, Misty said, pointing to a small clearing with water. I'll go with Misty, Yellow said. All right, we'll meet up there when we have everything. Ash and Brock walked over to the store in the town, and reached the shop that had the very creative name shop. They walked in and Brock immediately went to flirt with the girl on the cash register. Ash didn't even stop him, he grabbed what they needed, paid, then walked out with Brock having been rejected again. So they walked back to the lake to meet up with the girls. Underscore. Meanwhile, Jesse, James, and Meowth were making their way to the same town, just discussing civilian clothes instead of their Team Rocket uniforms. I'm hungry, Meowth said. Can we go to a restaurant? Just not pizza. I'm sick of pizza every meal. James added. Jesse hit both of them with a fan. Can you focus? We are here to get blast powder for our mission, but her stomach also grumbled. But I guess we can stop by to get lunch, Jesse said, making James and Meowth celebrate. They went to a small diner in the town where they heard the rumors of the Squirtle squad. 5 Squirtles, those are very rare Pokemon, aren't they? James said. Yeah, if we dash, Meowth said before he was cut off. Be quiet. Normal Pokemon don't talk, but you have a point, we should get them, Jesse said. Well then, what is the plan then? Walking back, Ash was comforting Brock after he got rejected by the store clerk. Eventually, they got to the lake and Misty was fishing in the lake and Yellow was drawing in her notebook, with her Pokemon sleeping around her. Hey guys, we're back, Ash called down, waving at them and getting their attention. The girls turned and saw them approach with Brock sad. Again, let me guess, Officer Jenny. Misty said. Nope, cash register girl, Ash responded. Hey, why are you guys having fun on my misfortune? Brock cut in. Ash and Misty chuckled and Yellow patted Brock while he was crumbling in a ball. Well, anyway, what is the plan? Because I still want to fish around here for a bit, Misty asked. Brock picked himself up and went back to his usual self. Well, it's fine. It is still quite early and we are only a day or two from Vermilion City. Ash shrugged. Sure, not like we are running out of time. Not like we were lost for a week or two. How about lunch then? We just got restocked. Misty immediately agreed and Yellow nodded. Alright then, how about jelly rice balls and sandwiches? Ash offered. They agreed and Ash and Brock made the completely real jelly donuts that do not look like rice balls at all. Eventually, when they were done, Ash had Bulbasaur help him carry some of the food to everyone. Misty was about to get up before she started feeling a tug at her line and she started trying to reel it in. I caught something. Then when she pulled it out, it was one of the Squirtles, who got out and threw water at Misty, getting her soaked, but Ash stepped out of the way and grabbed the plate from Bulbasaur. Soon after, all the Squirtles appeared and demanded for them to hand over the food. Of course, only Ash and Yellow understood that because of their supernatural stuff. Ash raised his hand. Hey, can I suggest something? Everyone looked confused and the leaders allowed him to say what he had to say. Thanks, I gotta say I love the glasses, but that's beside the point. I wanted to say, how about no? Ash said, signaling for Bulbasaur to strike. Bulbasaur got his vines out and grabbed the Squirtle by Misty and threw it to the other Squirtles, putting them all into a cluster. Pikachu, do you mind? Pikachu sent a thunderbolt at the Squirtles, frying 2 of them and making them retreat as the leader glared back at them. Ash paid no mind to them and pulled out a towel and threw it to Misty. This is why we pack more than 1 pair of clothes. Yeah, but that was the Squirtle squad again, right? Misty asked as she tried drying herself off as much as she could. Seems like it. They might be following us, Brock said as he sat down. They probably are. We didn't fall for their prank, and we just stopped them from trying to rob us, Ash said. I still feel bad for them, Yellow said. I wish we could do something for them. Yellow, there are some people that don't want to be helped and right now it seems like they don't want or deserve it, Misty said, still agitated about them. Brock tried to get them to cheer up with a joke. Hey, how about we eat these jelly donuts, they are delicious. _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Meanwhile, Jesse, James, and Meowth were preparing to rob the store to get the blast powder they needed. They got in holding their fake guns filled with cherry blossoms and stole nearly everything in the store, and got away on their blimp. That was too easy. We are good at this, Jessie said as she was sitting on a thought of stuff. Yes, we have had more luck stealing anything except Pikachu, James said. Maybe that darn Pikachu is just bad luck, Meowth said as he ate a sandwich. Don't be ridiculous, how can that Pikachu be bad luck if it never went bad for the twerp, Jessie said, hitting Meowth on the head with a fan. But he has a point. We never failed a mission until we met Pikachu and his trainer, Ash I think, and every time we failed after that we saw them, James said. Jessie was about to hit him too but she stopped to think a bit. Well, you do have a point. Well then it's decided we won't chase that Pikachu, but if we see them on the way then let's steal it. Maybe by then our good luck will return. Alright, but what is the plan anyway to get those Squirtles? You said you would tell us after lunch and you never did. James reminded Jessie. It's called monologuing, James. All the most beautiful villains do it. But yes, we are going to use this blast powder to blow them out of the forest where they will be all ours for the taking, Jessie said. James and Meowth looked at each other for a second, then at the same time they said, phrasing, __________________________________________________________________________ Meanwhile, with the Squirtles. The Squirtles went back to their cave base carrying their 2 fried members. The leader Squirtle spoke up. Alright, you get the potions for these 2, he pointed to Grunt Squirtle 1. Grunt Squirtle 1 ran to their stash of things they stole from the townspeople and grabbed some paralyze heals, then applied them to Squirtle Grunt 2 and 3. Squirtle Grunt 4 decided to ask, Boss, what are we going to do against that group of humans? No one has ever gone against us. The boss pulled out his bandana and put it on. It is simple, we are going to make the greatest prank ever. Because who are we? Squirtle said, pointing at his team. The Squirtle Squad, the 4 other Squirtles said in unison. So let's get ready and pose, Squirtle said while striking JoJo pose. The Squirtle grunts looked at their boss, put on their headbands, then struck the Ginyu Force pose with their boss. Yes, boss. ______________________________________________________ Meanwhile, back at camp, everyone had finished eating and Brock and Yellow were helping to clean up. Meanwhile, Ash gave his hat to Pikachu and was lying down thinking about things. Well, let's start with what I know. Squirtle joined after Ash saved him from the forest fire from Team Rocket, but they haven't been showing up recently. How can I get him? Well, I could burn the forest myself, but there are 2 problems. 1, I don't have a fire type, and 2, if I get caught, probably going to jail. So that's out. Well, besides that, Charmander hasn't been abandoned yet, so I will see what I can do about that. And finally, my Weedle and Magikarp. They both should have evolved by now, and yet they have both started growing bigger than normal. I can't figure out what is going on with them. As Ash was thinking, Misty was looking at Ash thinking he was asleep. She smirked and pulled out a water balloon and prepared to drop it on him, and she bribed Pikachu with some ketchup to keep him quiet. She dropped the water balloon, but as soon as it got close, Ash grabbed it out of the air, used aura to make it swirl inside the balloon, then threw it back at Misty, hitting her directly. Ash got up and looked at Misty with a smirk. It's never going to happen. If you want to hit me, train for another 100 ya dash. He was cut off by a water balloon hitting him from the side of the head, making Pikachu and Misty start laughing. What was that? Yellow asked, looking around to see what threw the balloon. Don't look at me, I didn't do it, Brock said, defending himself from the accusations. Well, serve you right. Misty was also cut off when a second water balloon hit her in the head. Who is throwing those balloons? Brock said, looking around. I think they are. Yellow was cut off by another water balloon, and as Brock helped her up, he was also hit by one. Pikachu was laughing until a water balloon hit him and ruined his ketchup bribe. Misty and Pikachu were both very mad and looked around, only hearing Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirt. Looking back, they saw the Squirtle squad with water balloons. They threw the last few they had before they ran into the forest. Those jerks, when I get my hands on them, Misty said angrily, with Pikachu agreeing and following Misty into the forest. Ash handed Yellow and Brock a towel before looking at them. Pikachu still has my hat. Brock was drying himself. Do you think it is a trap? It is completely a trap, but they have my hat, so let's go after them, Ash said. So all 3 of them started following the path of destruction left behind by Misty and Pikachu. They eventually got to the cave of the Squirtles, and Misty was tied up with Pikachu on a rock and Squirtle had his hat. Hey, you guys having fun? Ash said. You let them get my hat. You don't take a man's hat. Who does that? Forget the hat. Can you get us out of here? Misty yelled. Squirtle walked forward and started monologuing about how this was their fault and other things until everyone got interrupted by a sound. Boo-ah-um. A large explosion surprised everyone as a fire started breaking out, engulfing their entrance in fire. Everyone was confused until they heard familiar music and smoke coming in. Jesse, prepare for trouble. James, and make it double. You have got to be kidding me, Ash thought. So while everyone was distracted, he just walked over and untied Misty and Pikachu. Then he took back his hat. Meowth, Meowth, that's right. Okay Squirtles, you are under arrest and will be in the custody of Team Rocket, James announced with a microphone from the balloon. Hey, isn't that the kid Jimmy? Meowth said, noticing Ash standing by the cave. You're right, just our luck, just when we said we wouldn't specifically follow them. James sighed. No matter, Jesse said while also grabbing the microphone from James. Hey Twerp, surrender your Pokemon and the Squirtles. Team Rocket threw more bombs, causing more of the forest to light up. At this point, the Squirtles started trying to put out the fire and Misty sent her Pokemon to help. Pikachu, can you hit them from here? Pikachu nodded before jumping on top of Ash and running along his arm and jumping. Thunderbolt. The bolt of lightning went to the trio and hit them, igniting the rest of the blast powder they had left. It exploded and sent them flying again. Alright, we got rid of them, we all need to get out of here. Ash said, we need to stop the fire that's farther in the forest. Misty, Brock, and Yellow understood and started moving along, but the Squirtles seemed to want to continue protecting their area. This area is already a lost cause. Even if you put out the fire, everything is already burnt, so let's try to stop this forest from burning down. The Squirtles wanted to argue, but they knew he was right, so at the command of their leader they started moving. As they all continued walking, they all tried putting out the fire any way they could. Once they got to the other side, they finally started pushing the fire back, until they realized they were missing one turtle. Ash sighed, took off his hat, and ran back into the forest while his friends tried to stop him, and he continued walking. Looking in the fire, he saw the Squirtle trapped behind some burning logs. Ash used aura to cover his hands similar to gloves, and pushed them out of the way and got to the turtle. He picked up the turtle as another log fell behind them. Ash didn't even try to move around, he just pulled out Abra and teleported back. He appeared behind his friends who were yelling for him. He just walked forward and tapped them on the shoulder. I have an Abra. Remember, it took a bit of effort from everyone and their Pokemon, but eventually, the forest fire was contained and extinguished. Then Officer Jenny finally showed up. What happened? Why is there so much smoke and burnt forest? Jenny asked, noticing the Squirtle squad. This better not be another prank. I haven't done drastic measures yet, but I can and will take all of you in. Yellow immediately started defending them. Wait, the Squirtles didn't do anything. They helped to put out the fire. Yeah, it was Team Rocket. They were throwing bombs and starting a fire, Brock said, also holding himself back since this was a serious moment. Jenny lost her angry expression and looked relieved. Well, that's good. You said they extinguished the fire. Well, technically, Misty started saying before Ash gave her a light chop on the head, signaling not the time. Ash stepped forward as Misty rubbed her head. Yes, they worked together and stopped the fire before it got too out of hand. Jenny nodded and looked towards the Squirtles. Thank you. If that fire started growing, it would have reached our town. It is good to know that you aren't just a bunch of troublemakers. You know, if you all want, I can take you all in, Jenny said. You all did such a good job, so you could all be the firefighters for our little town. The Squirtles were surprised but kept their composure and huddled in a circle to discuss it. Eventually, the leader stepped forward and nodded. Squirtle. After that, everyone was taken to town, and the ceremony to commemorate the Squirtle squad saving the town and officially becoming the new fire squad for the town, along with a new jacket for each of them. The gang was there watching the ceremony. Good for them. They finally have someone to take care of them, Brock said. Yeah, I'm so happy for them, Yellow said happily. At least these delinquents won't cause more trouble, Misty says, still a bit salty, though I did want one. With the Squirtles on stage, they were all waving at the crowd. The lead Squirtle saw Ash and remembered how he saved him. So he started thinking. One of his Squirtle grunts saw this. Is everything alright, boss? Squirtle turned and saw his group. I think I want to leave this town, he announced. The Squirtles looked surprised and Squirtle Grunt 3 stepped forward. Boss, are you sure? Squirtle nodded. Squirtle Grunt 4 said, then let us come with you. We don't have to be firefighters. We can aim to make more pranks across the world. Squirtle shook his head. No more pranks, we are heroes now, we can't go back, Squirtle said, striking a pose. But you all can't come with me. You all have to stay here and protect this town. The Squirtles looked sad hearing that their leader would be leaving, so he spoke up. Don't look like that, it doesn't matter if we are 1 million miles away, we will always be the great dash, Squirtle said, getting in place for the pose. Squirtle squad. The other 4 Squirtles said in unison, forming the pose. Sometime later, the gang was just on the outskirts of town, when they heard a familiar voice. Hey, wait. Looking behind, they saw Officer Jenny on her bike with Squirtle riding along. Brock saw his opportunity and came forward. Officer Jenny, what can I do for a beautiful girl like you? Jenny looked at Brock and chose to ignore him. Squirtle here told me he wants to talk to you, signaling to Ash. Squirtle walked forward and started talking. Squirtle. Squirtle. Ash understood mostly what he meant. So you come along with us? Sure, Ash said, pulling out a pokeball. Squirtle. He jumped and hit the button and went into the ball with a satisfying ding. Squirtle, M. Ability, Torrent. Hidden ability, Rain Dish, Rightward Arrow, Mega Launcher. Current moves, Rapid Spin, Bite, Water Pulse, Aqua Jet, Withdraw, Rain Dance. Mutation detected. Renegade. Underscore 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 underscore. Congratulations, Ash, Yellow said. Misty was pulling on Brock's ear again. Ash released Squirtle, who came out with a pose. Yes, be sure to take care of him, Officer Jenny said. Hey, why don't you exchange numbers with Brock so you can see Squirtle? I'm sure Squirtle would want to see his friends again. Jenny smiled. Of course, that is a great idea. At this time Brock was free from Misty's wrath. Jenny gave Brock her number before she said goodbye and rode back into town. As they started making their way down the path, Ash noticed Misty was looking at Squirtle. Everything all right, Misty? He asked. Misty was shocked hearing Ash. No, everything is fine. Seriously, Misty, it is pretty obvious you have something to say about Squirtle. Misty sighed. Well, to be honest, I also wanted to get one of those Squirtles, but then they became part of the firefighters. Ash smiled. Well, don't worry, I hear there is an island full of Squirtles. We can go get you one from there if you want. It took a second for Misty to realize what Ash said. Really, there's actually an island of Squirtles. Why am I only hearing of this now? I am a water-type expert, I should know about these things. Misty said in her usual tone of voice. Well, it is protected by a strong blast waz. Why don't you ask your family about it? They probably know more about it than I do, Ash said. Misty agreed and her mood was happy again. I was planning on going on that island anyway because there may be something I can get from there that I want. A day later, Ash wasn't purposely leading the group away from the city anymore, so he let Brock lead, but they got lost again, this time for real. Brock, don't tell me we are lost, Misty said looking tired. We should be close, Brock said a bit nervously before smelling the air, though I do smell the ocean. Hearing that everyone smells the air and Ash knows exactly where they are. I never smelled the ocean before, Yellow said. You haven't been to the beach? Misty asked. No, I've only ever been to lakes and ponds near Viridian, Yellow responded. We should go to one later. I hear there is a good one in Vermilion, Misty said excitedly. We can think about the beach episode later. For now we need to get to Vermilion first, Ash reminded Misty. He then turned to Brock. I heard from Professor Oak that one of his old assistants has a lighthouse near the ocean. We should try and find it. Good idea, we could get directions, Brock said as he was cut off. And they may have some spare beds, Misty said. They walked to the ocean and saw a large body of water. Brock whistled. Pretty good view, isn't it? Ash looked at the beach and saw that one distinct crab was about the size of an actual crab. It looked at him, and he looked at it. Then he threw a ball at it and it was caught. Krabby, F. Ability, Sheer Force. Current moves, Harden, Water Gun, Basic, Metal Claw, Basic. Underscore. Well, this is worthless until it grows. Whatever, I'll just pull an Ash and send it to Oak. This crab is apparently a super prodigy that evolved after its first battle. Ash thought as he picked up the ball and sent it to Oak. Everyone noted the disappointing confrontation. Another water type already? Misty asked. It's the most common type. What did you expect? Ash responded. Besides, it will be good eventually when I go to the fire gym. You have a point. By this time it is not uncommon for trainers to have more than 20 different Pokemon, Brock said. Well, anyway, the sunset. We should be able to find the lighthouse soon, Ash said as they looked for the lights of the lighthouse. When they saw it they approached it but stopped when they saw it. Does anyone else think the lighthouse looks weird? Brock said, referring to the multiple images of Pokemon covering the building. I think it looks cool, Yellow said. Well, someone should ring the doorbell, Misty said before putting Ash forward. You should do it. Sure, why not? Ash said as he stepped up and rang the doorbell, which made everyone shiver hearing it. Eventually, the intercom turned on. Who goes there? Hello sir, we are travelers and we seem to be lost, Brock said stepping forward. We wanted to know if we could get directions, Brock said. And a place to rest potentially, Misty said from behind everyone. Before the person could decline, Brock asks, can I also use your kitchen so I can make delicious tamago choahan and nabe? I can also make something for you if you'd like. The person thinks for a second. Can you also make yakisoba as well? Of course, I can make it as well as katayaki, chow mein, yakisoba sauce, or anything else you might like. Walking into the lighthouse, it was a dark corridor. Not much was decorating the room besides more carvings of Pokemon on the walls. Looking around, the intercom turned on again. Thank goodness you know how to make something else. I have been eating nothing but tofu and cup noodles since my cook went on vacation. I like tofu but not that much. I'm sure, but where are you? Brock said, looking around the dark room. Hold it, I'll be down in a minute. In the meantime there is a phone you can use there if you'd like, the voice said before the intercom cut off. Everyone looked at the light coming from a computer with a Bellsprout remote. Oh cool, a video phone, Misty said looking at its weird design. Should we call it Professor Oak? Yellow asked. You said we are in one of his old assistant's lighthouses. Maybe he can tell us something about it. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions coming back to bite me. Ash thought since he kinda didn't want to call Oak. Sure, I can't think of a reason why we shouldn't. Okay, Yellow walked up to the phone, and as she was about to put in the number she realized something and turned to Ash. I don't know Professor Oak's number. Ash sighed, walked forward, and called Oak. Then the screen lit up and Oak was there with a hot pot placing some tofu in the pot. Hello Ash and hello Yellow. You two caught me cooking dinner. My cook is out so I have to make myself some nabe, Oak said. I never thought about it, but why are both cooks out? Ash thought as Yellow thought about the Krabby Ash just caught. Hey, you aren't cooking Ash's new Krabby, are you, Professor? Yellow said with a slightly angry look. For context, nabe is a hot pot dish whose main ingredient is usually seafood. Oak looked a bit panicked. No, of course not. She is right here, Oak said as he moved the camera to a small crab in a jar. Seeing this, Yellow calmed down a bit. See, this crabby is fine, besides she is too small, Oak said jokingly. The one Gary got, however, would be much more appetizing, Oak said before showing a much bigger crab in a jar next to Ash's. Whoa, Brock and Misty said, though Brock said it in surprise, and Misty said it in awe seeing a giant water Pokemon. It's huge, Misty said. Ash had to breathe in and hold himself back from saying something, but anyone could guess what he was thinking. But Pikachu was confused seeing him do that, but he just thought he was jealous. Where are you, by the way? You aren't in any of the Poke Centers registered on my computer, and from the look of that building, you're not in a hotel either. Well, do you remember when you talked about your old assistant Bill, the one that basically single-handedly created the teleportation feature? Oak looked confused for a bit. Well, yes, but it doesn't seem like you are in his cottage. Well, that's because we are not. We are at his lighthouse, Ash said. Really, why is he there? He usually never leaves his cottage, Oak said before a voice came from behind them. I can answer that question, but first can you help me? Looking behind them, they saw a Kabuto and the light turned on. What Bill is a Pokemon? Yellow said before looking at Brock. It looks like that Pokemon you have. A Kabuto, but they are extinct. I only got mine from the league. How is one here and why can it talk? Brock said, seemingly taking this extremely seriously. Ash walked over to Bill and Pikachu jumped off his shoulder. You guys realize it is a costume, right? He got to Bill and pushed the button on the costume. Everyone looked a bit sheepish and Pikachu acted like he knew the whole time. Chew. As soon as the button was pressed, the shell opened and out of it came a young man with brown hair, looking like he was in his late 20s, and had a hoodie, looking more like his manga counterpart instead of his anime version. He was also quite tall, standing at about 6'6'1". This made him the tallest person here since Agash was only 4'7", but now since he actually worked on his body he was catching up to Brock and was 5 feet 3 inches. Meanwhile, Brock was 5'7", Misty was 5, and Yellow was the shortest at 4'6". As soon as he stepped out of the costume he straightened his back with a crack and said, "Thank you, I have been stuck in that suit for hours. I really should have installed longer arms, well for next time." Bill said, "Why were you in that suit?" Yellow asked, "Did you go to a costume party?" "Well, I wanted to learn more about the extinct Pokemon Kabuto, so what better thing is there than to become it?" Bill said proudly. "I'm surprised you didn't turn yourself into a Pokemon again," Oak said while stirring his food. "Hey, that only happened once. Okay, 2 times 3, okay, I get your point," Bill said looking down. "Anyway, why didn't you ask for a Kabuto? With your status, they probably would have given you one with a smile," Oak asked. "You know I prefer my independent research. That is why I do all of my research from my cabin," Bill said proudly. "Speaking of which, why are you in a lighthouse? You never leave your cabin, not even to get groceries?" Oak asked. Bill looked a bit sheepish. "Well, about that, remember how the prototype teleporter was still in my house?" Oak nodded. "Well, since I accidentally fused with a Pokemon, I was experimenting to see if I could fuse Pokemon, and it exploded." Oak stayed silent before starting to laugh. Bill, good to see you're as ambitious as ever. You should have told me, I would have helped." Bill laughed. "Well, now I have to start from scratch since we got rid of the fusing in the official teleporter." "Alright, well, I'll leave you to it. Email me your research and I can get you some funding. Also, if you don't mind teaching my young friends what you know about Pokemon, I taught 2 of them myself, you may learn something." "Of course, no problem at all, thank you, Professor," Bill said. Smoke was coming out of Oak's pot as he pulled out a burnt piece of tofu. Oh no, it burnt. Then the screen went black. "Well, I suppose introductions are in order," Bill said walking to the group. "As you heard, I am the researcher Bill." Then as if on cue his stomach started gurgling. "Well, I guess I should start on dinner," Brock said. "I'm Brock, by the way," before walking off. "I guess I should help him. By the way, Misty, if you want you can call your parents and ask them about the island, or ask Bill, I'm sure he knows something," Ash said before walking off to find Brock. On his way to the kitchen, Ash put most of his Pokemon in hibernation mode. Pokeballs have 2 settings, normal mode where the Pokemon are still active in the ball, and hibernation mode where the Pokemon sleep so much you don't have to worry about them for 3 days. Soon after he shoved the ones in his space so Bill wouldn't find out or question Oak, since technically his limit is 8 currently. The Pokemon he kept were Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Abra, and Clefairy, which he released and had them go play or hang out with everyone else. It didn't take long, especially with help, for all of the food to be made for everyone and the Pokemon. When they reached Bill and the girls, everyone released their Pokemon. Bill also released 3 Pokemon, his Pokemon being Alakazam, Ninetales, and a Venusaur. Bulbasaur especially was interested in speaking to Bill's Venusaur. "Wow, your Pokemon are all so cool," Yellow said, trying to pet Ninetales, which it allowed. "Thanks, I have had them since back when I was a trainer many years ago," Bill said proudly. "All of your Pokemon are also very good. I can see just how well they are trained and fed." As Bulbasaur was interested in talking to Venusaur, Squirtle stole some of his food. And Clefairy jumped on top of Venusaur playing. Venusaur didn't care, it just lay down and started eating. Abra just decided to meditate next to Alakazam. As everyone started eating, Ash looked around the building and saw a large picture of Bill holding an egg next to Professor Oak. Besides them were 2 younger men. One was a man in red attire with a Pikachu on his shoulder and a Charizard behind them. The second person was a man with spiky hair and an arrogant smile, with a blast waz behind them. Bill saw him staring at the photo. That photo was taken years ago. That is the day Red caught the original 149 Pokemon. You knew Red and Blue? I thought they were just a fairy tale, Misty asked. Oh, I assure you they were real. I remember when Red caught the legendary birds. Blue was so salty. He was even more mad after he released them. I owe those two more than I could ever pay back. Actually, back when I made the prototype, I accidentally became a Pokemon-human hybrid. If it wasn't for Red, I would still have been trapped, and they both teamed up to stop Team Rocket's original plan all those years ago. Wow, really, what happened? Yellow asked. Over the food, Bill explained the events of how Team Rocket captured the legendary birds and fused them in an attempt to create the perfect Pokemon, and how Red and Blue stopped it. Speaking of which, how many Pokemon do each of you have? Bill asked, and Ash was yelling inside his head. Well, I have these 4 out now, but most of my other Pokemon are sleeping, and the rest are in Professor Oak's ranch. Ash said with a half-truth, but he knew what Bill would ask, so he chose his words carefully to change the direction of the conversion. Actually, he gave me permission to carry more than 6 Pokemon. Bill immediately forgot about his previous question. Really? That is so interesting. How did you convince him? I asked. Ash said, leaving the room quiet. You can ask him about it. He told me that once I get the 4th badge he will permit me to carry more Pokemon. Interesting, Bill said. By the way, you don't happen to have a Charmander, do you? Ash was confused by the question. Well, I was going to get one as my starter, then it ended up being given away to another kid. But if I find one, sure, I'll get it. Why do you ask? That is a shame. If you did, you would have had the 3 royal starters of Kanto, Bill said. Royal starters? I thought that was just a fan-made term to call the starters as an explanation on why none can find one in the wild. Ash thought. What do you mean by royal starters? Yellow asked. Well, about 800 years or so, the regions were all divided and in war, until eventually new warlords appeared, each wielding the 3 starters of each region. Together they created a truce and ended the long warfare after taking over each region. Nobunaga was the warlord that took control of Kanto, and his trusted Pokemon were Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. The changes each of the warlords caused in each region made the warlords very popular, and even after their death all of the people honored them by calling their Pokemon royal Pokemon. Ash sat back and started thinking, so the events of Pokemon Conquest are canon here. Although why is Nobunaga the warlord of Kanto? I expected it to have been the unnamed protagonist. Well, maybe when I get to other regions I can find things about it. After all, history is only written by the victors, and their side of the story may be completely different. After dinner was done, Brock went to do the dishes. Meanwhile, Bill was recounting stories about his youth and what he researched. Misty was mainly the only one listening, since Yellow was playing with Alakazam and Abra. Ash was looking out of the window while thinking about how he was going to get out of this situation. He would have to wait until everyone was busy or asleep so he could feed the rest of his Pokemon. Meanwhile, he noticed that a fog started building up, which made him frown, knowing what that meant. Bill also noticed the fog and stopped his story, which was coincidentally about the island of Squirtles. Well, it seems you are all quite lucky, for it is time for that Pokemon to come. Brock, who just came back into the room, questioned, What do you mean, that Pokemon? I'll explain in a bit, but I have to set everything up. For now, I suggest you all return your Pokemon, Bill said before walking up to the top of the lighthouse. Everyone did as he said, except Pikachu, who refused to go into the ball, and everyone followed him to the top where he was making some adjustments to the light from the lighthouse. Mr. Bill, what are you doing? Yellow asked. Well, I suppose I owe you all an explanation, Bill said as he turned back to the group and signaled for them to look over at the ocean. Well, you see, as a Pokemon researcher, it is my goal to study all kinds of Pokemon, but as of recently I have been trying to find and study one Pokemon in particular. What kind of Pokemon are you talking about? Yellow asked as she was looking over the railings, seemingly sensing something approaching, but she didn't know what to make of it. It is a fascinating specimen. It resembles a Dragonite. However, it is probably the biggest naturally living Pokemon ever, and yet no one has ever properly seen it. What do you mean by naturally living Pokemon? Brock asked. Well, as far as my research has told me, this Pokemon is not the result of experiments or an accident. Ash thought of something and turned to Bill. What about the Dynamax phenomenon? Is it possible that has something to do with it? Bill rubbed his chin. Interesting theory. You would have made a fine researcher. Anyway, I never thought about it since it is not my level of expertise, and as far as I know, the Dynamax phenomenon has not appeared in any other areas besides Galar. But if what you say is true, this may give us a hint as to what the origin of Dynamax is. Well, if you want, I recommend you take your research and any pictures you may have and ask Professor Oak to get you into contact with Professor Magnolia. She can probably help you? Thank you, I will be sure to get in contact with her. But first, Bill said in gratitude before pulling out a remote from his pocket, and when he pressed it, a soothing series of sounds came out of some speakers. What is this noise for? Yellow asked, seemingly understanding a bit of what the sound was saying, and being confused about the remix of sounds. Well, in my time staying here, I was unable to find anything about this Pokemon until one night I heard a sound, Bill said. I want to meet you. That's what it said to me. Bill said, seemingly spacing out. Some time ago I recorded a similar sound and recorded, then I played it from the lighthouse. Let's be friends. I want to meet you. One day I heard the same voice calling me from the other side of the ocean. I want to meet you too. I want to be friends. Bill then turned to everyone. Some foggy night that Pokemon would come in search of a friend that it has been searching for. I want nothing more than to see that Pokemon. Ash was listening to the story but also scanning around with aura to see if Team Rocket was around, however he did not sense them around, which was a relief. Meanwhile there's a second sound coming from the ocean catching everyone by surprise but then soothed everyone with the song-like melody. Distant wailing and humming. It's here. The signal. Bill said before pressing a second button sending a gentle sound, and the lights started blinking different colors. Melodic wailing. Gentle humming. Gentle humming. Wow, it sounds like it's singing, Misty said, enjoying the music. Meanwhile, Ash pulled Yellow to the side just out of earshot but not far enough to be suspicious. You understand what they are actually saying, don't you? Ash said. Why yeah. That isn't what they said, is it? Yellow shook her head. Do you want to tell me? Yellow pulled Ash closer and whispered in his ear, and Ash took a breath. Yep, let's keep that one to ourselves. It will probably break Bill's heart, hearing what his recording is saying. Brock looked at the two talking and he thought they were flirting, so he smirked and kept everyone else looking at the fog. Eventually, the large Pokemon approached the lighthouse and stared at everyone. Bill's Alakazam was out and ready in case something happened. With each step it took the ground would tremble. Bill wanted to talk to it but he couldn't find his words, whether it be for adoration or fear. The Pokemon raised its hand and Alakazam was ready to move until the Pokemon started giving a friendly wave, then releasing another melodic sound. Now that everyone could get a good look at the Pokemon, its features were surprising. It had scars, small scars covering its body, and the Pokemon itself looked old, very old. Ash and presumably Yellow also heard it say something that roughly translated to, I sleep, friends gone, me big, new friends. Ash didn't know what to make of that information. Clearly, something happened while it was sleeping, but that raised another question. Where had this big behemoth been sleeping? There had to be some idiot that tried to catch this Pokemon if it was just out in the open. The Pokemon looked happy to see them, then after acting like a large child it released another melodic sound and walked back into the ocean. At this point Bill snapped to his senses. Wait, don't leave, I want to talk to you, but the dragon either didn't hear him or chose to ignore him. Can I meet you again? Bill yelled out in a last-ditch effort. The Dragonite made one more sound before leaving. Of course, we are friends. And just like that the giant Pokemon was gone. After a bit of Bill standing and thinking about life, he eventually returned his Pokemon and turned back to go sit down inside. After he did he released a sigh before looking excited. It was even more glorious than I thought. My research was wrong. It was much bigger than I thought. Oh how exciting. I should contact Oak right away. But before Bill could run off, Ash caught him. Oak is probably sleeping by now, and you should too. You look like you are going to fall over. When was the last time you had a full 8 hours? We need 8 hours. Bill asked. Dude, what are you, a depressed college student? Ash said before he realized what he said. I just made fun of myself. Brock saw Ash going through his midlife crises, so he grabbed Bill as well. It is best if we all go to sleep and you can call the professor in the morning. You're right here, I'll lead you all into your rooms, Bill said before showing everyone a spare room which everyone went to except Ash. I've heard things from the professor about your habits, so until you fall asleep I am standing by your door. Bill tried to convince him otherwise, mainly because that was exactly what he was going to do, but eventually, he agreed and went to sleep. Finally, Ash thought before leaving the lighthouse and looking by the cliff again. He took his Pokemon out of hibernation mode and released them to feed all of them. As they were eating he decided to open his space and check on the berries he planted. Normally these kinds of berries would take a long time to grow, but he can speed up and slow down time in there, so over the past few months they have been growing. Although they aren't that good since he really doesn't know what he is doing, they are just good enough to make basic poke blocks. I wish I got that minor in botanist, but no, I had to learn Russian. If only I knew how to properly grow and crossbreed berries and potentially apricorns, since I want to make my own pokeballs eventually. This would all be so much easier. The worst part is I know where I can learn to make balls, but I have no idea where to start with growing things. I studied how to be able to open someone up, but I can't properly grow some dumb berries. Ash got up and gave himself a slap in the face. Welp, no point in crying about what I can and should have done. I need to start planning for Surge, then how I am going to get my greedy hands on those eternal evolution stones. For the next few hours, Ash pulled up the streams of LT Surge's battles and did some damage calculations. He even needed to pull out the old reliable calculator and notebook. After he came up with a plan, he noticed the sun was already rising. OFFFFFFFINE, I haven't pulled an all-nighter like that in a while. Well, I guess I'll make some coffee then those sugar pancakes to wake me up. Most of his Pokemon fell asleep again, so Ash put them back in their balls and went back into the lighthouse to make breakfast for everyone. Eventually, everyone woke up and went down to see Ash half asleep drinking some coffee and making pancakes. Hey everyone, there's pancakes if you want and coffee, Ash said, bringing another plate to Abra. Hey Ash, how long did you sleep? Brock asked, seeing that he was 3 cups of coffee in. There was no sleep, I was doing some research, Ash said, handing Pikachu's ketchup. Everyone was surprised to hear that he was up all night and saw his notebook to see what kind of research he was doing, then was surprised to see how in-depth his notes and calculations were. Even Bill was surprised seeing it. Why are these so in-depth? You didn't spend half as much effort preparing for me and Misty, Brock said. Well, unlike you two, he actually uses held items and trained his Pokemon's EVs, so what is your excuse? Ash said bluntly. Misty and Brock looked away and whistled. while Yellow sat down with Abra and Bill's Alakazam. Anyway, besides that, Bill, I thought of something about the Pokemon we saw. You noticed it too, it looked extremely old. Bill nodded. Yes, with just a glance I could tell it was the oldest Pokemon I have ever seen. But what is your point? Well, there's a law, Bergman's rule. Basically, creatures that live in a cold place grow bigger to preserve heat. I thought it was possible that the Pokemon hibernated in a remote and cold area since it lacked the usual features of Dynamax Pokemon except its glowing eyes. Yes, it certainly is possible, but why do you think it hibernated? Well, because someone would have tried to catch it if it wasn't sleeping, but something caused it to wake up and leave wherever it was hiding. Bill thought about it. This is certainly an interesting theory and it does hold some basis. I will have to talk with some more researchers about it. Yeah, I would also recommend getting into contact with Professor Juniper as well. This fits into her area of expertise. Meanwhile, with the Abra and Alakazam show, Alakazam was eating pancakes as Abra continued her pestering from yesterday. Senior brother. Stop calling me that. I already told you it's weird. Alakazam said. Impossible. I will call you senior brother and you can call me junior sister. Abra said in her playful voice. Stop. Just tell me what you want, or I'll throw you out of this window, Alakazam said, about ready to use Psychic against the small fox-like Pokemon. How dare you bully your junior sister like this? Are you courting death? Abra said, but Alakazam just stared blankly. This junior sister wants to know if you can help a Pokemon that the master has. Abra teleported and brought Bulbasaur with her. Why did you grab me? I was talking to Venusaur. Relax, junior brother. Your elder sister will take care of you. Abra said before looking at Alakazam. You see it too, senior brother, don't you? Yes, I can tell the bud on his back is weak, almost like he hasn't gotten sunlight for a long time. Alakazam analyzed and Bulbasaur just looked confused. You see, junior brother, your Monocore is damaged. It must have weakened during your time protecting that jade beauty you served. Abra said. Wait, 2 questions. 1. Why do you keep talking like that? And 2. What do you mean my bud is damaged? Bulbasaur asked. Well, I want to know the answer to the first myself, but as for the second, it means you are going to have trouble doing anything if you don't heal it, and if you exert yourself before then you will cause your body even more damage. Alakazam said. You see, junior brother, your Monocore is damaged. How will you accomplish your potential and become the Plum Blossom Saint to save the fallen Mount Hua sect? Abra said. Both Bulbasaur and Alakazam looked at Abra before ignoring her. So how should I heal it? Well, the strangest part is that it seems to already be healing at an extremely fast rate. There seems to be some kind of outside energy that feels familiar. As long as you stay in the sun you will heal in potentially a month or 2, potentially less. Alakazam said. Isn't that great, junior brother? You will heal soon and become a true Plum Blossom Saint. Isn't your senior sister great? I will take your praise now. Abra said, expecting something to come. Bulbasaur and Alakazam looked at Abra, then at each other, then started walking away while talking to each other. Meanwhile, Yellow was just watching the show since she understood them. It was better than most TV shows nowadays. A/N, BTW. Does anyone have a recommendation for a name the Pokemon can call their trainers despite Master? I used it here since Abra is meant to make fun of Wuxia and it was fitting, but I don't know about everyone else. Back to the group after breakfast. Everyone had eaten and Misty offered to clean the dishes this time, so Brock was speaking to Bill mainly to find the direction to Vermilion City, which he revealed to only be a few hours from the lighthouse. They could probably reach it before lunch. After Misty came back, Brock suggested that they shouldn't overstay their welcome and get on their way. Misty was more than willing and Yellow finished watching the show. Thank you for letting us stay the night, Misty said, thankful she didn't have to spend another night camping out. I should be thanking you. It has been so long since I had good company with good food. I even got to learn some things, Bill said before turning to Ash. Ash, good luck with Surge. I know you are already prepared, but Surge is known as the wall that makes most trainers quit. In fact, only 2 challengers ever beat him on the first try. I bet you can guess who. Ash smiled. Well, I guess that will just make things all the sweeter when I win. Bill also smiled. Well, you all are always welcome here. And Ash, if your theories are true then I'll be sure to credit you. Thanks, we might just take you up on that offer, but you don't have to, Ash said. After all, I already have a plan to make a lot of money. Bill nodded and everyone started walking away from the lighthouse. He was nice, Brock said. And we got to see that cool Pokemon. I wonder where it came from, Yellow said. And we are going to get to civilization soon and I will be able to take a bath, Misty said, more excited than everyone else. Don't forget we are getting you guys more changes of clothes. Seriously, you're starting to smell, Ash said and yawned a bit. Misty looked like she wanted to yell at him, but she knew he was right. Sigh, you have a point, but do you even think they have anything similar to what we have? Honestly, probably not. Vermilion is a poor town. If you wanted something vaguely similar to your style I would wait for Saffron since it is the biggest city in Kanto, or for you and Yellow probably Celadon since it probably has better female clothes. But then again, they might have just gotten a shipment from your town. Well, anyway, how confident are you in beating Surge? Brock asked. Well, as I am now I probably have maybe a 10% chance of winning, but if I can prepare for a few days I can probably get a solid 60%. They all looked surprised. Why do you think you have such a low chance? Yellow asked. Well, I can't buy held items until we get to the department store in Saffron, so until then I am at a disadvantage. Lieutenant Surge was where Kanto would actually get hard. For someone with 2 gym badges, he has an electrode with a focus sash to make use of the fact that it is built like a piece of paper, a magneton with a EVO light, a Electabuzz with a black belt, and finally a life orb reissue. On top of that, his gym creates a permanent electric terrain, so the odds are stacked against him. It's fine though, I will just prepare the best I can. But anyway, enough about my thing. What about you guys? Do any of you all have any plans for Vermilion? Well, I was doing some research to see where this year's breeding competitions were. As far as I can see, there isn't one announced yet until next month, Brock said. I was just going to go to the beach, then maybe go fishing for some more Pokemon, Misty said. Yellow was staying quiet. She still wasn't sure what she wanted to do. She knew her Pokemon wanted to evolve, but she didn't like battling since she was afraid of her friends getting hurt if she did something wrong. She was taken out of her thoughts by hearing Ash say, "Hey, something on your mind?" Looking to her side, Ash was walking beside her and Brock and Misty were walking in front of them, leading the way. And no, I'm fine. It's just I was thinking about how all of you guys have your own goals, and yet I still don't know what I am doing, Yellow said sadly while looking at her Pokeballs. It's fine to be unsure of what you're doing. I mean, that's why you came with me in the first place. I'm sure you'll find whatever you want to do eventually, and hey, we are in no rush, Ash said in a comforting tone. Hearing what Ash said, she seemed to cheer up. Thanks. Don't mention it, Ash said before turning to Brock and Misty. You know we are going to have to tell them sooner rather than later. I know, but how are we going to tell them? Yellow said. Most kids in Viridian either made fun of me or avoided me when they found out. The simplest way would be to show them there are more than just us two, but we don't know anyone else who can do something similar, Ash said. But there is no point in worrying about that now. If we can find a better way to tell them, we will. A few hours later, the group finally reached Vermilion. Finally, it feels like forever since we left Cerulean, Misty said. I want to go take a bubble bath. I have to hit the laundromat, Brock said. I want to explore the city, Yellow said in excitement, looking around at the town. Don't forget you need to get a change of clothes, since for some reason you all thought it was a good idea to go on a journey that would take multiple months with one pair of clothes. They all decided to walk around the city and look around the port where the SS Anne and SS Aqua were docked. There was also a department building where they all went into to buy some changes of clothes, but Ash walked outside to an ice cream stand, mainly to see Surge's gym. At the same time, 3 challengers were leaving the gym, all around 10 years old, a few bit older. I can't believe I lost again. The lieutenant is no joke, one of the kids said. Yeah, I can't even get past his first Pokemon, the second kid said. Out the gym doors was Surge. He was a very large and muscular man. You 3 shouldn't be discouraged. It is only natural you all lost to me. After all, I have had my Pokemon since back in the war. The secret is you must train with your Pokemon. Do that and you will end up being as strong as me in both battles and your body, Surge said as he flexed. The kids looked starstruck seeing Surge talk to them, and as they walked away, the third kid spoke up. Wow, he is so cool. And did you hear him say we can become like him? I want to go train right now. Hey, I have a jar of Surge's protein powder at home. Let's go over there and start training, Kid 1 said. And so all 3 yelled in the air and ran off to do their own thing. So that is Surge. Well, I can't say I was expecting anything different. I was hoping I could at least figure out if he was evil here or just condescending. Well, I guess the easiest way is to look at the Pokemon Center and see if any Pokemon are dying. After a bit of time, everyone came out with at least one new pair of clothes that looked similar enough to their original outfits. Are you all ready? Ash called out to them with Pikachu holding and eating an ice cream cone as well. Yep, so now let's go to the Pokemon Center and take a nice long bath, Misty said in excitement as they all followed her. But along the way, Ash saw a certain girl that looked familiar to him. She was selling some held items to trainers. She had a familiar one-piece black dress with white gloves. Ash immediately knew who this was. I guess some things never change, he thought before he got a mischievous grin. Oh, this is going to be fun. Hey guys, go ahead, I'm going to go look at the gym, see if I can find Surge battling someone, Ash said to try and get away. Sure, do you want me to reserve a room for you too? Brock offered. Yeah, that would be nice if you don't mind. Alright, how about we meet each other at the beach, Misty cut in. I still need to make Yellow experience her first time at the beach. Brock and Ash looked at each other, then back at Misty, phrasing they said in unison. It took Misty a second before she also turned red and tried to defend her, and Yellow didn't understand. Welp, anyway, sure, I'll meet you there. I have my swimsuit already. See you there. And Brock, be sure to protect Yellow from Misty. I will. Can't let Misty take Yellow's first, Brock said as Ash was walking off and Misty was trying to defend herself. Technically, Ash wasn't lying, he was going in the direction of the gym. It's just his destination was a stall of a certain familiar girl. Her full name was Greenleaf, but in her disguise right now she was known as Madame Blue. Flashback no jutsu. About when they were only 6, during the weekends when everyone had free days, she announced herself as Blue in her disguise from her usual outfit. The first time it happened was with Barry, buying Pokeballs, although they were only toys. Over time other kids eventually fell to her specific charm to scam all of them. She only ever tried with Barry from people in her class because everyone would know it was her. Then some time later she started forcing Silver to help her. Since at the time, some other students decided to become his lackeys and serve him, they offered to do it for free, but Silver would always pay them with his surprising amount of money. I wonder why, which brought more people, and Green announced them to be best buddies, mainly to use his lackeys for more profit. Surprisingly, Silver did not reject her friendship, but he never admitted it. That was mainly how Silver and Ash became somewhat friends. Back to present. Blue was wearing her outfit from the Adventures manga and was currently trying to trick the kids from earlier into buying held items. You mean with these items we will be like Surge? Kid 3 said. Of course, you didn't see those items Surge had. I can give you items with similar effects, and if you don't believe me then look at this, Green said before pulling out the Thunder badge and showing it. The kids looked at the badge in admiration. Wow, you won. How Surge is super strong. Kid 2. It is these items, all you need to do is let your Pokemon hold them and then watch the benefits come in. The 3 kids immediately bought as many as they could. Perfect, now with these items and our training we will all become invincible, Kid 1 said, and all 3 of them yelled in the air and ran off. Green took the money and started looking around for her next victim, before turning around and seeing a man wearing an opened Alolan shirt and swim trunks, with a straw hat covering his face, by his side. He was holding a bag and had a Nidoran male sign by his side. She saw her chance seeing the Pokemon and released a Nidoran female sign and showed her the purple Nidoran. The Nidoran female sign approached the Nidoran male sign and started acting like a maiden in love and snuggled up against him. Oh wow, it looks like they are in love. It must be fate that we met each other, Green said in a very charming way. I think we should let them be together, don't you think, before letting her fingers move up on his chest. How about we? Green said slowly in a very alluring voice before pulling out a Pokeball quickly. Trade Pokemon. We wouldn't want the lovebirds to be apart now, would we? Surely you want your Pokemon to be happy. The man was silent before reaching forward. Green thought he was going for the Pokeball, when to her surprise he grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer, which surprised her. Well, if they want to be together then should we also be together? Then neither of them will be apart and neither will we. This made Green blush. Wait, what are you talking about? We don't even know each other. Green said her previous personality did a 180. Oh, don't you remember Madam Blue, or should I use your other name? We know each other very well, the man said before, moving his hand up and going towards his hat, removing it and revealing Ash. Green.exe crashed trying to comprehend what just happened, before blinking back to reality. Hey Blue, or should I say Green? Ash said with a smile. Ash, hey, do you mind letting me go? Green said. Do I have to? I am nice and comfy right here. By the way, love the new dress, really encapsulates the scammer. Ash said. Come on, just let go. Why are you dressed like that anyway? Green said. Ash acted like it was the hardest thing he had ever done and let go. Why? You like it? Come on, you always act like this, just try to be serious for a bit, Green said, knowing how playful Ash acted sometimes. Says the one trying to seduce random travelers and scam them out of their life savings, Ash said, getting a jab back at Green. Oh please, if all it took was a few words from a pretty girl then they didn't deserve it, Green said in a poor attempt to defend herself. Oh, I don't know, if I didn't know you I might have fallen for you, Ash said. Ha, I appreciate that, but don't think you'll get anything from me with some kind words, Green said. Yeah, still selling fake items I assume. What all of my items are of the highest quality that only truly strong trainers can appreciate, not that you would understand, Green said while turning around. Right. Speaking of non-capable trainers, have you seen Gary around? Ash asked. Green turned back. Well, he is currently trying to cope that he lost to Surge again. Serve him right. He is at 3 losses to him. How about you then? No offense, but totally offensive. That badge is fake, isn't it? Wow, you could at least try to have a little faith in me. I am offended. Never in my 37 years. Yeah, it's fake, but it makes it easier to scam people. I am at my 2nd loss, though that is mainly because I have been busy with things and Pokemon. Right. Well, I just got here. By the way, guess who I found? A poor abandoned yellow, Ash said in his playful voice again. Oh, how it pained me to see such a frail innocent creature wander the forest alone, so I took her in. Really, I thought she would still be in Viridian. Good for her. Where is she then? Green said. Where is your Pikachu? Did you end up releasing him? She went to the Pokemon Center. She was going to come here at the beach. That's why I'm dressed like this, Ash said before raising his bag, and out of it came a small mouse. Pika. Well, maybe I'll go and meet you there. I still want to see how Gary's cheerleaders try to cheer him up. Did my courting attempt fail? Now who will I give this bouquet to? Ash said before pulling some flowers with 3 moonstones in the middle. Green had to give a double take seeing the moonstones. Well, I guess it would be rude to reject such a sincere confession, so I suppose I will take it. Ash doesn't care about the moonstones, he still had like 20 or so left, so he let her have them. Fine, take them. After all, you have already shattered my heart, Ash said in an overdramatic tone. I suppose I will just sulk my sorrows at the beach. So see you later. Ash picked himself up, went on his usual tone, and walked off to the beach. Green sighed knowing how he was and put the moonstone bouquet in her bag before looking for a new place to scam people. A few minutes later, Ash walked around the beach looking around. Unsurprisingly, it was more of a muscle gym with a workout station that multiple people were using. Gary was over on the other side of the beach training while his cheerleaders were playing in the water. He also let his Pokemon out and told Poliwhirl to get into the water and swim around, specifically to see if he would evolve. If he did, then he wouldn't have to go to the deeper waters. But it was a negative, so he would have to go to the deep ocean later. After some time he heard Brock call out to him, Hey Ash, hope we didn't take too long. Brock was wearing a blue swimsuit, and no shirt, revealing his muscles he got from all that rock climbing. Unlike Ash, who wasn't scrawny by any means, but he wasn't muscular, His abs are starting to show but he would still look skinny with a shirt on. Sup my dude, where are the girls? Ash asked as he put the straw hat back on. While Pikachu got some more ice cream. They said they would meet up with us. Yellow didn't have a swimsuit and she is too small to borrow one of Misty's swimsuits, Brock said. Well whatever, anyway want to get into the water or you want to go work out? I'll spot you if you spot me, Ash said and pointed at the gym with a crowd gathering. Brock looked over and saw that there was at least one girl by the equipment, and immediately dragged Ash along with him. And Machop joined them. After some time they somehow got put in a lifting competition, because Brock wanted to impress some girls. Ash could have cheated and used aura enhancement but he didn't. So Brock did get first place, and without aura Ash got fourth. After which Brock went to flirt with the girls. I hope you guys didn't get in the water without us, Misty's voice came from behind him. Turning around he saw Misty in her famous blue two-piece swimsuit, and Yellow in a swimsuit that looked like you described a one-piece school swimsuit without knowing what one was. Nope, Brock and I were just working out, then he went off and started flirting, Ash said. Well come on then let's go into the water, Misty said, grabbing both Ash's and Yellow's arms and starting running into the water. It's so cold, haha, is Brock coming in? Yellow said. Looking at how many girls are at the beach I say give him 10 to 15 minutes, and he'll jump in, to flirt with girls in the water. Misty and Yellow already let their Pokemon out but most of everyone's Pokemon were chilling at the beach or went back into the ball. But Squirtle made sure to squirt water on everyone on the beach. Machop was still working out, the water Pokemon went in the water, and everyone else was chilling in the sun. The rest of the day was fun in the sun, whether playing in the water or the sand, or watching Brock get rejected again, and again. Eventually, the day came to an end, and they went back to the Pokemon Center to get washed up and get dinner. At the center everyone sat down to relax about everything. We should do something like that again, Yellow said, somehow having more energy. Sure, just maybe with less heartaches, Brock said as he was crying in a corner. Then don't act so desperate, Misty called him out. Anyway it was nice being able to relax, but it's back to training starting tomorrow. I already have somewhat of a strategy to win but it will take a few days, Ash said as he started feeding his Pokemon. Yellow was helping before she noticed something. Hey, where is Machop? Meanwhile back at the beach. Machop? Machop was lifting weights and didn't even know what time it was. After retrieving Machop from the beach Ash let everyone eat and then went to bed early since he was still sleep deprived. Abra, Machop, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Pikachu hadn't even returned yet, so they just seeped into the room and onto the bed with Ash. In the morning Pikachu woke him up since he slept past his alarm, with a shock of course. So he woke up begrudgingly and gave in to the electric mouse's demands and fed him. He also made himself some coffee, in secret because Brock is still adamant about him not drinking so much caffeine. Speaking of him he hasn't come out of his room, so after getting permission from Joy and getting a spare key, he walked in and saw he was sore from pushing himself so hard yesterday. Hey Ash, you mind giving me a little help? Brock said sheepishly. Why do you do this to your body? I've heard living for the grind but that doesn't involve you destroying your body, Ash said as he put Brock on his shoulder and took him down. To which the girls looked worried about him. Are you alright? Yellow was the first to speak. Do you want the real answer or the answer you want to hear? Brock said as Ash put him on a chair. That answers most of our questions, Misty said. Honestly, during normal circumstances, Ash would let Brock live with the consequences of his actions, but if he didn't help him he would be out of commission for probably 3 days, and he needed him to train, so he decided to fix it. Here, I'll give you a massage. I would always give one to my mom, and she always said it helped her after a long day at work, Ash said as he went behind Brock and put his hands over his shoulders. Everyone thought it was just Ash's mother being nice and Ash just being a kid, so they didn't say anything until Brock started feeling a shocking feeling of relief shock his body. Satisfying cracks came from his back until Brock only felt the sweet relief. Yes, Ash used aura to give him a massage. Don't look at me like that's telling me you wouldn't want that. Besides it was the only way he could practice aura healing as a kid. How did you do that? Brock said as he got up, surprising both Misty and Yellow. I feel better than before, like I could go and put in twice the effort than last time. Firstly, I told you I would give my mother a massage every day. I got pretty good at it. Secondly, don't. Everybody gets one and I'm not going to give you another one. Ash said. Hey Ash. No. After breakfast everyone went out back to train. The Pokemon that Ash was planning on using for Surge were Weepinbell, Gloom, Nidoran Mailsign, and either Machop or potentially Pikachu, but also potentially not, since if he loses the chances of him evolving are 0, but if he thinks that he wasn't used because he thought he was weaker than the Raikou then he also won't evolve. Either way, he can think about that later, but as for Weepinbell and Gloom, now that he has Bulbasaur their usefulness is going to start falling off. There are still plans for them later, but once Bulbasaur evolved he might send them to Oak, and pull them out during specific battles. Nidoran Mailsign and Machop were also close to evolving, they just needed a push. As for his 2 stubborn Pokemon, he still has no idea why they haven't evolved. Sure, Yellow's Caterpie hasn't evolved but he has only trained for a day. Well, he'll continue training it, and if it evolves before Weedle then we have a problem. Ash still released all of his Pokemon to explain their situation. Okay everyone, we are going to prepare for the next gym. Now before you start screaming, you know who you are. This is an electric gym, so unfortunately Firo, Pidgeotto, you two are out again. Don't worry, I promise the next gym is all yours. Firo was getting mad again since he was itching for a good fight. He likes beating up Pidgeotto, but even you'd get tired of your favorite food if you eat it every day. His last good fight was back with AJ. Since then the only thing he has been battling was some random wild Pokemon. But he also wasn't stupid, he knew he was a liability in a battle with an electric expert. Seeing that Firo wasn't going to make a fuss, Ash continued. Alright, you guys know the drill by now, you can go do your usual and I'll teach you some moves when you're ready. You want to battle, find someone, and bash heads. Everyone did their usual EV training along with the gravity from Clefairy. Ash pulled the newcomers aside. Abra would practice teleporting fast and teleporting large groups. You may be wondering why she is not training in anything else, and that is because Ash isn't planning on using Abra in Kanto. She is going to be used over in Johto, so for now she would practice teleport for his plan. Bulbasaur would work on special attack and HP as well, finally giving Poliwhirl someone to share the pain with. Speaking of which, Poliwhirl started working on physical attack as well. Squirtle on the other hand had the same problem the Nidoran male sign line has, where Nidoking has slightly better physical attack but better special moves. Blastoise has the opposite problem, but unlike Nidoking, using both is viable, unlike Nidoking's worthless physical moves. So Squirtle would join Poliwhirl and Bulbasaur, meanwhile focusing on special attack for now. During their training, Machop and Brock's Geodude wanted to spar, so everyone wanted to watch their duel of fate to see who the superior bro was. Brock chose to supervise the match, which they chose to be a mock battle. Brock counted down, 3, 2, 1 begin. As soon as Brock said that, the two Pokemon immediately dashed towards each other, throwing a punch at each other, both hitting each other in the cheek, but neither let that stop them. Almost in unison, they jumped back. Geodude had also been training with Brock and had made him a bulky physical defender, so they still managed to deal equal damage to each other. Geodude grabbed into the dirt and pulled out some rocks using rock throw, throwing them at Machop and then going into a rollout. Machop didn't even think about dodging, whether because of no guard or his honor. He instead got ready and punched through the first, grabbed the second, and used it as a bat to ram into the Geodude. Geodude just sped up, and as he did that he broke through the rock in Machop's hands, so Machop was forced to hold on to Geodude, although the constant spinning was starting to give him contact burn. Machop refused to let him continue and used a seismic toss to launch Geodude about 15 feet into the air. Meanwhile, he started coating his hands, both of them in ice. Whether to hit Geodude or to cool them down didn't matter, but he got ready. Geodude released the spin and started bracing himself and tensed his arms. They both knew what was going to happen and they both wanted it this way. As Geodude fell, he started revving up his arms and launched a punch as Machop also sent another punch. They both could feel the recoil behind the other punch, but they refused to give up, so they launched with the other, then the other, again and again and again. Both of them were punching so fast their fists were getting hard to see, although it was obvious Geodude was the one getting pushed back. Until Geodude started glowing and growing, and during which he never stopped punching as he then grew 2 more arms, evolving into a Graveler. Graveler did not waste a second and started using the other 2 arms to start fighting back against Machop, which was working. Although Machop was faster and stronger, the extra fists were pushing him back, and he did not like going onto the defensive. He could feel his blood start boiling until he also started glowing, growing to be taller than Graveler, evolving into a Machoke. As soon as he evolved, he also started putting more pressure, as they were evenly matched. Their fists continued flying and clashing. By this point, the ice was off of Machoke's fist, so they were both also doing more or less the same damage to each other. They continued fighting like that, with no technique, just pure strength. It was poetic in a way. However, everything had to come to an end, so Machoke sighed his open palms to push Graveler back about 5 feet. However, Machoke jumped towards him and used a new move, Cross Chop, in an X motion. Graveler refused to just go down, so decided to try to counter with a Brick Break with all 4 arms. They both landed the moves and Machoke landed on the other side on one knee, and no one moved until Graveler fell over. Machop walked over to Graflay's body, raised his arm, and held it out so that he could get up, which he took. Graflay then took Machoke's arm and raised it, and Brock called it Machoke's win. You both did great, you guys even evolved, now both of you get some rest, it's almost lunchtime. Machoke and Graveler helped each other back to the sidelines to rest, and Ash scanned them both. Machoke, M. Ability, no guard / guts. Hidden ability. Moves, rolling kick, bullet punch, seismic toss, bulk up, power up punch, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch, knock off, cross chop. Champion mutation. Graveler, M. Ability, sturdy. Current moves, defense curl, rollout, rock tomb, stone edge, brick break, rock throw, rock blast, sandstorm. Both not bad upgrades, and Brock sure hasn't been lacking in his training, Ash thought as he put it away to prepare food and poke blocks for all of his Pokemon. And just like that, the first day of training came to an end. For the next few days, there was training Pokemon and some more battles, but no one evolved after that, and yet his big worm and fish also refused to evolve, but they were getting closer. Of course, Yellow and Misty were also training with them, which did help most of their progress. Green was nowhere to be seen over the few days they were training, presumably on the other side of the city scamming some more people. He did meet up with Gary, but the talks basically boiled down to Ash teasing him about losing and Gary refusing to receive any help. By the end of the training he had his Pokemon learn some moves. Firstly, everyone had to learn Protect, because why not? Poliwhirl learned Substitute. Gloom learned Energy Ball, Sunny Day, and Solar Beam, and Weepinbell learned the same but with the addition of Knockoff. Weepinbell also created his combo move called Fly Trap, Mega Drain plus Wrap. /n shout out to Smiling Reader 99 for the idea. Nidoran Mailsign and Squirtle both learned Ice Beam, with the help of Misty of course, and Ash helped Squirtle learn Aura Sphere and Scald. Meanwhile, Nidoran Mailsign learned Toxic Spikes, Stealth Rock, Thunderbolt, Sludge Bomb, and Dig. He also tried but failed at learning Earth Power or Earthquake. Pikachu, Scyther, Fearow, and Pidgeotto learned Agility. Both Fearow and Pidgeotto learned Whirlwind and Wing Attack. Anyway, by the end of the day, he was going to let his Pokemon rest for a day, mainly because Gary reserved the rest of the day to battle Surge. Misty and Brock decided they would go to the other side of the town to see if they could find anything for the journey to the next town and to restock on supplies. So that left Ash and Yellow alone at the Pokemon Center with nothing to do really. Yellow was playing with her Pokemon and Clefairy was sitting on her lap with no real care. Ash then remembered something that he could do in the city, so he turned to Yellow. Hey Yellow, you want to go visit Chloe? At an undisclosed time back in the lighthouse. Welcome everybody to your new favorite show, made by Pokemon for Pokemon. I'm Abra, and my co-host is senior brother Alakazam in our show, Are You Courting Death? Abra said while also sitting in front of a microphone. I did not agree with that name, Alakazam said. How shameless of you, elder brother. Anyway, I'm Abra, your favorite new elder sister. Our goal is to surpass the #1 show, Second Chances. How about you, elder brother? Do you have anything to say? I did not consent to be here. This child broke into my home and won't leave unless I do this with her. She is weird. Alakazam sounding tired. Silly elder brother, how will you ever break through the golden core stage and ascend to Nascent Soul? Abra said like that meant something. What does that mean? I have a combined IQ of multiple researchers and I still don't understand you. What does any of this mean? Why are you even here? Alakazam said, starting to have a mental breakdown listening to these random words. Thank you for reminding me, senior brother. I have brought a special guest to this show to talk about his adventures. Welcome my elder brother Pikachu. Abra said before disappearing and bringing Pikachu, who had a bottle of ketchup in his hands. What? Where am I? How am I? Why am I? Pikachu said before noticing the weird girl. Oh, it's you. What do you want this time? Yes, senior brother, we wanted you to talk about yourself and what is happening right now. How is master having us do? Abra said. What you mean blep? Pikachu said. Hey editor, blep that. Don't want to do the poor kid, he already has to deal with this abomination. Alakazam said, talking into one of the sides. Okay, if that is the case, currently we are training to fight the 3rd gym leader, though today was my rest day, and yet I'm here. Pikachu said, his cheeks lighting up a bit. Well, how confident are you in winning then? Alakazam asked, continuing questions. Well, it's hard to say right now. I guess my trainer is working hard to help us, but he still seems stressed on how to win. Alright, few more questions then you're free to go. Why do you sound like that? You're a guy, right? Why do you sound like a 3-year-old who breathed in helium? It's a crippling medical condition. Pikachu said, looking down in a corner. Well, senior brother, my turn. Why is it that your Monocore is acting strange? It's as if it is trying to break out of the bone tempering stage and jump to the imperfect Thunder Core stage, yet it returns to the skin hardening stage. Abra says, what? I think she means why does it look like the electricity in your body got destroyed, put back together, ripped out of your body, and replaced multiple times. Alakazam explained how to get this over with. Pikachu heard this and looked into the corner of the room and started having Vietnam flashbacks to his time in Team Rocket. As the two Pokemon were going to call to him, Pikachu started lighting up and filling the room with lightning. Technical difficulties. Abra teleported to another room with a mic. Well, this is where we will end this episode of Are You Courting Death? If there is someone you want us to bring on the show, just comment on it. And if you have a question for your favorite elder sister level below, we will answer it. But for now, my senior brothers need the help of their amazing junior sister. The show turned off. Back to normal time. What, do you think we can? Didn't she say she was going to follow her research with her father at the academy? Yellow answered. Sure, we can go and surprise her. She always said that she wanted to introduce us to her academy. Let's look at the lab and then the school. Ash said. Yellow was easily convinced to go see one of her friends. Alright, let's go. All of the Pokemon were returned except Pikachu obviously, but also Clefairy, who still wanted to jump around. Ash and Yellow started walking and the lab was pretty easy to find. It was probably the 3rd most popular spot in the city, so it didn't take long to reach the building. When they got in, they were met by 2 researchers working in the lab. There is an average-sized man with messy yellow hair and fair skin. He wears a white lab coat, a yellow t-shirt with a light blue rectangle in the middle which sports the picture of a Magnemite, red pants, and gray shoes with a blue stripe on each of them. The second is an average-sized adult woman with indigo hair and fair skin. She wears a white lab coat, a green office shirt, a charcoal black skirt, and black pump heels. It was Ren and Krissa, though once you looked closely they weren't doing research, they were cleaning the aftermath of a prank from something. Yeah, that lonely man child is still running rampant. Well, whatever. If I see it, I'll catch it. If not, then it's their problem. Ash thought as he got the attention of the 2, which made Ren drop some paper he was picking up. Sorry about startling you, Ash said before going over to help with the mess. Yellow had already helping since she entered the room. Oh no, it's fine, but you don't have to help, Ren said before Krissa put her hand on his shoulder. Thank you, we appreciate it. This has been happening more frequently as of late. It seems that our prankster came back, Krissa explained as they continued training. Well, I can understand. I know someone who would always play some sort of prank, Ash said, referring to how Barry always acted. I'm Ash, by the way. This is Pikachu, Clefairy, and Yellow. Hi, nice to meet you, Yellow said, handing some fallen papers to Krissa. Oh, how rude of us, we haven't introduced ourselves. I'm Krissa. I'm Ren and this is my friend, Francois, Ron said as a Magnemite appeared. After they finished cleaning, Ren approached the two and asked, so what brings you two here to the laboratory? We are looking for Professor Cerise and Chloe, Ash explained. Oh, are you friends of Chloe? Krissa asked as she approached the two. Yep, we both went to school with her, Yellow answered with a jump in her step. I wondered why your names sounded familiar. Chloe has told us about both of you. She is currently at the academy. However, Professor Cerise is currently away. He went to investigate Diglett Tunnel, specifically why only Digletts are found there, Krissa said. Alright, we'll go see if we can find her. Good luck with your prankster, Ash said. Alright, again thank you for the help. I hope you can meet up with her, Krissa said as she waved to them as they started walking off. As they were walking, Ash turned back and saw a certain large round man-child staring at him as he was walking off. Ash smiled at him and walked off. He could also feel it trying to get into his shadow, but he just pushed him out with aura and left him behind. Not my problem. After a little walking, they got to the school. They also passed Chloe's house and saw a yellow dog sleeping at the front door, but of course, he shouldn't know it was her house, so he ignored it. Walking in, they started looking around and saw the interior of the school. They saw that classes just finished and students in uniform started pouring out of the classrooms. After some help by looking through all the aura of the people, he eventually saw a familiar aura. Well, too, but he was trying to avoid the second one. Looking around the area, they saw the maroon-haired girl talking to some friends. I told you already, I only took classes in Pokemon research to help my dad. I still am not 100% sure what I want to do, Chloe said to a blue-haired girl. Well then, why did you leave? You could have easily stayed in Palette for a few more years to continue studying something, yet you come back to learn under the professors here, the other girl says. Before Chloe could defend herself, Ash pulled out a fake beard and a fedora and approached them. Well, look who we have here. Do I know you? Chloe asked. So you're going by Chloe now? Well, no matter, I remember the crimes you did in Palette back in '99. You thought you could get rid of me, but I came back. What are you talking about? And who even are you? Chloe asked as her friends took a step back. Oh, you don't remember me? Well, it is to be expected after what you did. Ash pulled off the fake beard and with a smile, he announced, it is I, Ash. Chloe looked like her systems crashed before coming back to reality. Oh, it's just you. What are you doing here and what were you talking about the incident of '99? It was just a joke, and I was here and I came to see you, Ash said as he gave the beard to Clefairy, who put it on. Chloe's friends misunderstood the situation. Chloe, you didn't tell us you were dating someone, or was the incident that you broke his heart? What? No, I don't have a boyfriend, Chloe said with a blush. No need to be shy, Chloe. We will give you two some space. See you tomorrow, the blue-haired girl said as they ran off. They seem nice, Ash said. Chloe turned back to Ash. What are you doing here? Like I said, we came to visit you here. What do you mean we? Ash motioned for Yellow to approach, and when she did, hi Chloe, it's been a while, hasn't it? What? Yellow, what are you doing here? Weren't you going to stay in your hometown? Chloe asked. Well, I ran into Ash and he invited me to join him and here we are, Yellow said. Okay, so why are you here? I came to challenge Surge, what else? Ash answered. Really, you know his reputation, right? Of course, I do. Why do you think I didn't jump face first to battle him? Ash said. They were all talking and walking at the same time. Well, I guess that's fine. So when are you going to go battle him? Probably tomorrow. Gary scheduled all of today to battle Surge. He is already at a few losses too. Well then, good luck, I guess. You'll probably need it, Chloe said. Wow, such little faith in me. Yellow, you talk to this traitor, I can't even look at her, Ash said in an overdramatic way. So Chloe, how have you been since you left Palette? Yellow started the conversation, which eventually led to gossip. By the way, Chloe, where is Go? Did he start his adventure? Ash said already knew half of the answer. Well, remember when we met that Pokemon on the summer trip? Basically Go got so obsessed over it he got held back a year for focusing on studying anything and everything about it. Ash had to hold himself back from laughing. Serves him right, that means I don't have to deal with him for at least the next 7 years. Eventually, they got to the stairs to Chloe's house and she was greeted by the small yamper jumping on her and Chloe's mother, Talia. Hello, Chloe, friends of yours? Talia asked. Yes, this is Ash and Yellow from when I went to Palette, remember? Chloe introduced them. Oh yes, Chloe has told us all about you too. Would you like to join us for dinner? Talia offered. Chloe immediately stepped in. Wait mom, you can't be serious, we can't hold them up, I mean they are traveling Kanto so they must be busy, and Ash was going to challenge LT Surge tomorrow. We appreciate the offer, but Chloe is right, it is getting late and we don't want to be a bother, and besides I do have to prepare to win against the lieutenant. Maybe another time, Ash answered with a bow. Well, that is a shame, but I suppose it can't be helped. Have a good evening and good luck against Surge, no matter how many times it takes you, Talia said. Thank you, and I promise I'll win on my first try, Ash said as both him and Yellow walked back to the Pokemon Center. They seem like nice people, Talia said. Yeah, they are.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.